Chapter 80. Snippet spoiler, I think she deserves her own happy end. Prior to the events that led up to the Second Pacific War, relations between Japan and the Holy Britannian Empire were very cordial. Though Britannia was responsible for forcing the Japanese shogunate to open up the country, the empire also played a significant role in the modernization of Japan by providing it with technology and expertise. In point of fact, the origins of the Britannian concession in Tokyo can be traced to the area set aside by the Japanese government to host the many Britannian experts that came to live and teach in the country. Ultimately, the two nations established close economic ties, and Britannia was one of the first nations outside of Japan to recognize the strategic value of Sakuradite. There was even considerable intermarriage between Japanese and Britannians, with two of the most prominent products of such unions being the Lady Colin Statfeld Kaujiki, the Knight of One, and Dame Mikasa Ackerman, the Knight of Seven. After Japan's transition from a strong military-dominated central government to a nominally democratic republic, relations with the empire cooled as the new government sought to chart an independent path outside of Britannia's sphere of influence. While the Britannians were somewhat unsettled by their allies' direction, economic ties between the two nations meant neither wished for an outright breakdown of relations. For the Japanese, this meant walking a tightrope to avoid estranging its old Britannian allies while at the same time courting other powers such as the Chinese Federation and the European Union in a delicate balance to establish itself as an independent power. All this would change with the premiership of Genbyo Kururugi, the last Prime Minister of Japan. Upon assuming office, Prime Minister Kururugi adopted a much more assertive posture in international affairs, joining with the other powers in applying economic pressure in an attempt to force Britannia to curtail its imperial ambitions. The Britannian government was furious at what it regarded as a betrayal by a nation it once thought to be one of its closest allies. The last straw came when Japan announced a Sakuradite embargo on the empire. Shortly thereafter, Britannia mobilized and invaded, swiftly conquering Japan in only a month and incorporating it into its growing empire and setting the stage for an even greater conflict 7 years later. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 80. Adieu Trump Paradis. Lelich washed his face, finally having finished throwing up in the bathroom. It was a purely reflexive reaction and he was still a bit nauseous, not least because of the dull pain gnawing away at his head. Opening up the medicine cabinet, he grabbed some aspirin and popped them into his mouth. Taking medicine on an empty stomach generally was not optimal, but he did not quite care at this point. After giving his reflection a once-over, Lelich smoothed out his clothing and walked back into the living room where the others were waiting. Charlotte was immediately at his side. "How are you feeling?" "Head still aching," Lelich responded before his face twisted into a ferocious scowl. "That bitch lied to me." Charlotte cupped Lelich's face in her hands. "Keep it together, Lulu, all right?" Lelich regarded his lover, his face relaxing and calming. She rarely used his nickname when they were not alone, and it was an indication of just how worried she was. Taking her hand, he gave Charlotte a reassuring smile. "I will be fine." Charlotte nodded, not pushing the matter, and stepped back. Lelich took a deep breath before continuing. "What happened after I went to puke my guts?" No one cracked even a slight smile at that. "The princess talked a little bit about what she had been up to," Reiner said. "Apparently she's been living under an assumed name with the Ashford family in Japan." Lelich's eyes narrowed. "I see." The other three exchanged looks before Charlotte spoke up. "There's more, Lelich." She said that she was looking forward to seeing all members of her family again. The frown was back. "We think she knows that you're alive, Lelich," Charlotte continued softly. "And that this entire thing is intended to, well, try to reach out to you." The headache went from a dull pain to a sharp one, and Lelich massaged his forehead. "Interesting," he said. "This suggests that Euphemia at least also knows I am alive, and if she knows, then Cornelia and Schneeisel almost certainly are also aware." He pursed his lips. "This could well be problematic." "Sure as hell ain't gonna make our mission any easier," Reiner said. "What do you intend to do?" Charlotte asked. Lelich was severely tempted to pop a few more pills, but he needed to avoid becoming too reliant on them. Might be a bit late for that though, considering how many years he had needed them to deal with the side effects of his Geass. "The mission remains unchanged," he finally said. "That Nunnally is still alive simply means that she is another potential host, and therefore must also be neutralized." Lelich's vision began to blur and the young man grabbed hold of the sofa to avoid keeling over. Laura was immediately before him, taking hold of his head and meeting his gaze. "Lelich. Focus on me." The contact was out and Lelich's eyes naturally locked onto the bright yellow iris in Laura's left eye. After a minute or so the pain receded and Lelich could breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Laura," he said, steady on his feet once more. Laura nodded, putting her contact back in. It was a most useful skill she possessed. The ability to perfectly mimic something also granted her the power to produce its exact opposite. As such, whenever Lelich's Geass acted up, Laura was able to shut it down to keep him from suffering an outright stroke, another reason why he was still alive after all these years. "But how probable is it that she is a host?" Charlotte said once she was certain Lelich had stabilized. "If she has spent all this time in hiding in Japan, would she not have been cut off?" Lelich's eyes glazed over for a brief moment, but they sharpened just as quickly. Supposition. There is no telling what she has actually been doing in Japan. And I cannot risk coming into personal contact with any of them, not unless the environment where we are meeting has been configured to take both of us out if I do end up running into the host. Charlotte grimaced. Lelich might be successfully keeping his emotional turmoil from boiling over again right now, but in the long term that was still going to cause him a lot of suffering. Right now, however, he could not risk being compromised by them. He needed to be clear-eyed and absolutely ruthless in pursuance of his goals. Regardless, we cannot take the risk. The only thing we know is that members of my family are engaged in a conspiracy to initiate Ragnarok. Considering what is at stake is the survival of mankind, I will not let sentiment get in the way of carrying out my duty, nor should any of you. Easier said than done, though Lelich did have a point. That was what they had all signed up for after all, to try to make a difference to the world. They might have been orphans or did not have anyone else that cared about them, but they did have each other, and that was just enough for them to not want to see the world go up in flames, at least not any more than it already was. And if sacrifices were demanded of them, they would make it. Lelich after all was already making one of the most painful ones. This does however make things a tad more complicated, Lelich continued thoughtfully. Now there are 2 confirmed targets away from the homelands. The moment we move against the rest of the imperial family, the security around those 2 will become nil impenetrable. And he was back to viewing the matter from a tactical perspective. Might there be a way to force them to return? Laura asked. The only way that'd happen is if Japan was sufficiently threatened that their own personal safety was also in question, Lelich said. And blinked. Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Some genius idea strike you? Well, hardly genius, Lelich said. But Euphemia is in Japan to act as its viceroy. There are plenty of situations which would see that role obviated. Regrettably, doing so is beyond the limits of my abilities, at least while I remain here in the homelands. Not to mention last time you tried it didn't exactly go to plan, Reiner remarked. Indeed, Lelich said with a shrug. Perhaps I should pass on some word to the Marshal, see if he can prod the Russians into making a more aggressive play for Japan. So for now we leave the matter of your sister be. Charlotte said. A nod. We have more pressing matters to attend to. With the Directorate having revealed itself, we finally have the opportunity to strike at its assets, and I for one have no intention of wasting it. And just like that, Lelich was able to push aside thoughts of his sister. It was not an ability Charlotte was especially happy about, but the young man needed to be able to compartmentalize to avoid losing his mind. It pained the French girl to see her lover bury his emotions like that, but the world needed Lelich to keep functioning for just a bit longer. After the threat was removed, he could cry and mourn, and she would be there, lend her shoulder, and try to pick up the pieces of his shattered heart. Well hell, Jean said somewhat breathlessly as he turned down the radio's volume. And then looked over at Cole. You know about this? Cole sighed and set aside his pen. Whether I know or not is not something I'm going to be telling you, Jean. I suppose, the young man said. For all his enthusiasm and humor he did have some sense. But have you ever actually met her? Sure, Cole said, deciding that at least was harmless. Abigail, that was her alias, often dropped by the culinary club with her friends to try out new recipes. Well, first the Princess Euphemia and now the Princess Nunnally. Or is it the other way around? Cole raised an eyebrow. And what is that supposed to mean? Well, just that you've been hobnobbing with not just nobility but the imperial family. And here you are in the dirt end of nowhere fighting a bunch of insurgents. Cole snorted. I might have been hobnobbing with nobility, but the empire is at war, and it called me to serve. Yet? Well, how many nobles or rich snobs would have tried to duck out of that? Jean said, kicking back. You seen some of those pricks from X-Corps? The ones that came with General Gregor from Area 10. A sigh sounded. Yes, I have. And feet off the table. Jean put them back on the ground. Bastards think the war's over once they pump lead into all of the people here and they've gone home, except we're the guys that have to clean up after their mess. That was unfortunately very true. The Britannian divisions that had spent the first few months of the war fighting the Chinese were more than a bit twitchy, to say the least. At this point quite a few of their soldiers did not hesitate at all to shoot on sight any Filipinos that they found suspicious being anything that spooked them even a little bit. Little wonder large parts of the Filipino population were responding in kind, which made the fighting even more of a slog for the Britannian forces. Shame we don't have someone like the Princess Euphemia here as viceroy, Jean said. That would have made life so much easier. The situation in Area 12 is a tad different than Japan, Cole pointed out. Still, you're probably right. The door opened with a loud thud. Whomever had come in had not been shy about how hard they pushed. As the 2 men looked over, both immediately shot up and straightened. Captain Sulla, Cole said as he came to attention. As you were Kraft, Jeanette Sulla, Division Quartermaster, said. We just got orders from on high, 3 companies are going to be redeployed out into the countryside for pacification purposes. A stack of papers landed in front of Cole on the table. I'm sending you with one of them to act as their supply officer. Yes ma'am, Cole said. Deployment is in 2 days, if you need anything, you have my authorization to draft a rifle squad to act as muscle. The captain's eyes wandered over to Jean, who immediately began wishing he had not dropped by to hang out with Cole this evening. If something comes up, come to me first before you pull in more manpower. Yes ma'am, Cole said again. With that Sulla was out the door and the two let out sighs of relief once they were certain she was out of earshot. Wonder what this is all about, Jean remarked. Cole began leafing through the packet of papers. Hell if I know, but it looks like this is going to be a long deployment. I'm seeing stuff for tents, food, and construction supply requisitions. Ouch, Jean said. Well, I'm sure it won't be that long before the engineering crops gets the water running wherever you're getting billeted. Laugh it up, Cole said, your company is the one I'm being sent out with. What? Jean slapped his forehead. Ah, what the hell, we just got back from patrol. And you have 2 whole days to resupply and re-equip, Cole said dryly. We best get to it. Jean growled. This war bloody sucks. Goddamn Europeans and chinks, thanks a lot for starting it. Cole chuckled. True for all the Empire's aggressive imperialism, it had not been the one to fire the first shot in this conflict. It would however emphatically be the one that finished this war. The Palace District in Pendragon was so named for being not only where the Imperial Palace itself was located but also for the myriad of other massive estates that served as residences and even workplaces for the more prominent Imperial scions. As such, it was not uncommon to be able to catch glimpses of the various princes, princesses, and their mothers, even ones that did not usually reside in the capital. Brother. Schneeisel turned about to see Maribel Mel Britannia, 4th Princess of the Realm, rapidly approaching. He smiled and waited for her. Unlike the majority of their family, Maribel did not reside in Pendragon, instead maintaining her residence in the province of Columbia on the Pacific coast. She often visited, however, both for official occasions and personal matters. Today was a mixture of both. Maribel. It is good to see you. It is good to see you as well, Maribel said, flashing a smile of her own before her expression flattened. You knew about Nunnally, didn't you? Yes, I did, Schneeisel admitted sanguinely. But this is not the place to talk about it, come along. Maribel sniffed even as she followed. Come along? I am hardly a child, brother. But you will always be my adorable little sister, Schneeisel said, eliciting an amused chuckle from Maribel. The two, trailed by their respective armsmen of course, proceeded down the hall to the large sitting room that was already occupied by several other members of their family. After the usual exchange of greetings, and a few hugs where Maribel was concerned, all of them settled into their seats. All of you know why this meeting was called, Schneeisel began, and yes, I can confirm that Nunnally has indeed come back to us. How long have you and Cornelia known about this? Guinevere asked. Quite a few people tended to underestimate the first princess of the realm, Guinevere de Britannia, regarding her as a vain woman whose only interests were in the social functions of the court. She was however still a child of the Emperor Charles and played a pivotal part in the alliance at court centered around Schneeisel. Since my visit to Area 11, Schneeisel answered. That was when Yuffie informed both myself and Cornelia of Nunnally's survival. That caused a few gazes to shift over to Cornelia. But Cornelia had been in Area 11 for several months already by that point, Odysseus said. When did Yuffie discover Nunnally? During the Lake Kawaguchi incident, Cornelia took that one. The blood of the samurai tried to threaten Nunnally to coerce Yuffie to record a statement for them. The woman's face hardened. They were made to pay for that transgression. All the others knew exactly what Cornelia meant. I don't like this, Guinevere said. Why was Nunnally's survival kept from us? From you as well for that matter. Schneeisel pursed his lips. The situation is complex, and clarifying it is why all of you were summoned. Then by all means, said Odysseus. The younger man took a deep breath. This was not going to be easy. Nunnally is not the only one that survived the debacle of the Empress Marianne's murder, he said. Lelich's death was also faked. That really got their attention as a silence fell upon the room. Maribel was first to break it. And yet that bit of news has not been publicized, she stated. Schneeisel nodded. Indeed not, and it is because Lelich has set himself against Britannia, and against all of us. He was the one that orchestrated the Tokyo uprising and the direct attempt on Euphemia's life, and we have reason to believe that he is in the homelands attempting to do much the same again, only on a much larger scale. The silence this time lasted much longer. In fact, Schneeisel could feel a palpable tension building in the room, not just from his siblings but also the armsmen that had taken position along the walls. Over the course of their service they would have heard many secrets, but now here was one that was a direct threat to their charges. Why? It was a succinct and direct question that Maribel uttered, one that all of them in truth wanted an answer to, We do not know, Schneeisel stated as plainly. While it would not be surprising if he held some degree of resentment over what happened to his mother and sister, the lengths that he seems willing to go to now seems disproportionate to even that. Then does that mean Lelich was also unaware that Nunnally had survived? Guinevere asked. Correct, Schneeisel answered. And yes, she has publicly revealed herself in the hope that knowledge of her survival might convince Lelich to reconsider his course of action. His siblings spent a moment or so mulling over those words. That was a very brave thing to do, Odysseus said for all of them. And extremely dangerous at that, Cornelia said somewhat sullenly. If Lelich is really off the deep end and ignores Nunnally's gesture, she might well have just endangered herself for nothing. It was her decision, Schneeisel said gently. All we can do is try to support her in it. Cornelia grimaced but said nothing further. What was father's reaction? Odysseus asked. Schneeisel half shrugged. He acknowledged Nunnally and even added her back into the Imperio Successuros Designare. Beyond that he does not seem to have any further interest in her. The prince cracked a slight smile. Though he seemed mildly impressed she was willing to accept the risks that accompanied her public reveal. That was probably the best they could have hoped for from a father as capricious as Charles. Then Nunnally is to remain in Area 11? Mary Bell asked. Her brother nodded. For the time being. Yuffie is in the process of substantially increasing the security that protects Nunnally. I believe General Arseid will be looking to dispatch a few more armsmen to assist with that. If any of you would be willing to release some of your armsmen for detached duty, that would be appreciated. Of course, Odysseus said while Guinevere and Mary Bell both nodded. This actually sounds like an opportune time for me to pay Yuffie a visit, Mary Bell said. I can also help reassure Nunnally that we have not forgotten her. The others smiled at that. That will likely help keep her spirits up, Schneeisel said, especially if Lelich does not respond to her overture. How likely do you believe Lelich will respond? Guinevere asked. Schneeisel grimaced. Considering the degree of ruthlessness he has been prepared to resort to, in all honesty the chances presently look very slim. About what I thought, Guinevere said with a sigh. What could have driven him to such extremes? At this point does it matter? Said Cornelia. Lelich seeks our deaths. If we find him, the only allowance I am prepared to extend is to offer him one chance to surrender. If he refuses, then I will extend to him no more mercy than he showed when he attacked Ashford Academy or the KO Hospital. I do not like this, Mary Bell said. We'd be killing one of our own. Isn't stopping this sort of thing why we all came together in the first place? Schneeisel sighed. For the first time in a long time the prince felt genuinely weary. What Mary Bell said was true, the brothers and sisters of his in this room were all here because they were sick of the blood that had been shed over the years, their blood in many respects. The Empress Marianne was not the only victim of the internecine infighting that was court politics after all. We have thus far managed to stem the bloodshed, to keep any more or our brothers and sisters from perishing, Schneeisel began, until Clovis fell in Area 11. We were lucky, and we became complacent. We thought we had ended all threats from within, but we forgot that there yet remain threats from without. And now a threat from beyond has appeared, one which shares our blood. If the only way to end it is to shed that blood, then so be it. I will mourn doing so, but to mourn, I must still breathe, and I would that all of you still be with me to share those tears. The Millie Ashford that sat in Euphemia's office this day was looking very tired. The princess could hardly blame her considering the sheer upheaval that the older girl's world was undergoing. How are you doing, Millie? Euphemia asked. I feel like crap, Millie stated bluntly. In fact, this entire week has been utter crap. The princess smiled gently. That was putting it mildly considering what Millie had learned over the past few days. Is the media still camping out outside the Ashford grounds? No, I think they got the hint after the army deployed an entire armed company to keep them out, Millie said. Though I can't say that helped with the general mood on campus. It is only meant as a temporary measure, Euphemia said. They will be withdrawn tomorrow. Millie sighed, sinking into her chair. This is not how I wanted Nunnally's debut to happen. I as well, Euphemia said, but she can be quite stubborn. And compassionate. She's still lonely, Millie said unhappily. I don't blame her, but she still misses the rest of her family. The older girl regarded Euphemia somewhat accusingly. The moment you told her about Lelich she was going to want to do something to try to reach out to him. Yes, I suppose that was inevitable, Euphemia said. Nevertheless, I think all of us were tired of all the secrets floating about. Was it not you that once suggested I was keeping secrets instinctively? I knew that was going to come and bite me in the ass, Millie said sullenly before sighing again. And I could have done without knowing about this, Directorate. It's pretty obvious they don't have any qualms about killing anyone that gets in their way. Indications are they already have me in their sights, Euphemia said. And by proxy anyone that is close to me. Whether you knew or that was not going to change that. Except maybe losing less sleep, Millie grumbled. So, what now? Nunnally gets her own security screen, you're going to upgrade Ashford Academy's security systems, and we just hope that it's enough to keep the Directorate from succeeding in any further attempts on us. We will perform the security improvements as previously discussed, Euphemia said, but I do not intend to sit purely on the defensive. And in some respects the Directorate has its own problems to deal with right now. Millie cocked her head aside. What do you mean? Lelich is in the homelands now, Euphemia explained, and all indications are he is wreaking a substantial amount of havoc. Some of it will almost certainly be aimed at the Directorate. Ah, Millie said with a nod, though she did not sound exactly happy with the situation either. But that's Lelich, not you or your other siblings. True, Euphemia agreed. But for now what we intend to do will remain a secret, for operational reasons. That's fair, Millie allowed. And then chuckled. Mikasa looked somewhat put out when this whole thing was dropped on her. The part about Nunnally wanting her as an armsman. Euphemia allowed a chuckle of her own. Well, Private Ackerman has not actually sworn herself to me, so there is no problem with her swearing herself to Nunnally. And for the time being she would still report through the same chain of command. Though it would not be Private Ackerman for much longer. Considering how competently Mikasa had performed thus far, the young woman was well overdue for a promotion. She and Nunnally do get along quite well, Millie agreed before flashing an almost mischievous smile. So, are you going to try to poach Sayoko as well? A ninja maid would probably complement Nunnally's security quite well, Euphemia said with almost equal lightness. Millie cocked her head aside. Ninja maid. It's what Sharon describes her occupation as, Euphemia explained. Millie snorted. I think Sharon herself probably also qualifies for that title. The young woman allowed herself to relax somewhat. So, you said that your other siblings will be sending some reinforcements as well. Euphemia nodded. 2 squads composed of armsmen from Odysseus, Schneisel, Guinevere, Cornelia, and Maribel will be coming to help supplement the security for Nunnally. And Maribel herself will be accompanying them for a visit. Maribel, Millie said thoughtfully. I don't really remember her very well. Maribel's primary residence is on the west coast, Euphemia said. You may have met her a few times as a child, but that would have been about it. And more softly. Her mother and sister were also felled in the court infighting. Millie's eyes narrowed. I see. Was it also the Directorate? Euphemia shook her head. No, though we believe the assassination was, inspired, by the one the Directorate carried out against the Empress Marianne. Do I want to know who did it? Euphemia pursed her lips. Technically Millie already knew way too much for this to put her in any further danger. Nevertheless, drawing the older girl too deep in still carried risks for both of them. I will answer, Euphemia finally said, if you ask. In other words, Millie had to make a conscious decision to go deeper herself. After a moment she shook her head. I think for now I prefer to deal with the secrets I already know and not get buried under even more. A measured decision. Euphemia nodded. In the future it was almost certain that Millie would become ever more entangled with the court, but for now she would remain still at least somewhat detached. For now. Wait, why is a captain coming out with us? Jean said. Eyes on the road, Cole chided. And apparently the outpost your platoon will be responsible for is going to be a supply depot, so she's here to make sure everything is neat and tidy before handing it off to me. The two were presently in a Humvee escorting a supply convoy headed towards where Jean's platoon would be posted. They were not the only escort of course, and the two were also not the only ones in the vehicle, the last passenger with them up in the turret however keeping a lookout. Okay, so why is she handing off responsibility for a supply depot to a junior grade lieutenant like you? Cole snorted. You were the one that said that if I did my job well I'd be on the fast track for promotion. Well, apparently I'm doing it well enough that they've decided to dump more responsibility on me. Well, I suppose babysitting a depot is better than getting my ass shot at. All units stop, the command sounded over the radio. The brake lights on the truck in front of them flashed and Jean duly hit his as well. The Humvee ground to a halt and the two were left just sitting there. What's going on? Jean wondered aloud. I have no idea, Cole said, instinctively reaching for his rifle. His friend did likewise, and then the radio crackled. All units assume defensive positions, Captain Sulla's voice sounded. Might have spoke too soon, Jean muttered as the two of them hopped out. The turret atop the Humvee began swinging about as the gunner scanned their surroundings. I don't see anyone, Cole said. Yeah, well, when's that ever guaranteed anything? The two advanced towards the front of the convoy, just in time to see Sergeant Cardamond and another soldier set out towards the bend in the road. Cole walked over to his own superior and not the lieutenant that was commanding the platoon he was traveling with. Is something up, ma'am? Sulla looked over at Cole and nodded. The Filipinos have been ambushing supply convoys at bends like the one ahead. Air patrols supposedly already swept the place and didn't find anything, but better safe than sorry. And I have no intention of getting caught in a crossfire like that. A prudent measure, Cole agreed. He tightened his grip on his own weapon. Now came the hardest part, waiting. Instead of going along the road, the sergeant and the other soldier climbed the small hill that blocked their view. They carefully peeked out, and a few moments later the command channel, which Cole by virtue of his rank was patched into, crackled. "Got boogies on the other side, sir," the sergeant's voice sounded. 3 groups, one's got what looks like a machine gun set up, others are positioned. A shot rang out and Cole immediately toggled the safety on his rifle. "Sergeant! We're all right," Cardamond responded even as he and the other ducked down. "They spotted us." He peeked up again before quickly dropping down. "Boogies incoming. They know the ambush is a bust. Defensive positions now," the lieutenant shouted. Cole moved to obey, but a hand grabbed hold of his shoulder. "Lieutenant, with me," Sulla ordered. Reluctantly Cole followed as the captain headed back towards the trucks. "Get these vehicles cleared out of the way," she ordered. "We're going to need the Humvees and their guns. And if things go really south, get them out of here and back to base." "Yes ma'am." Cole switched channels on his own radio. "Trucks pull over off the road to the left now." The engines rumbled as the vehicles began to obey. Once they were off, the Humvees that had been intermixed with them rolled forward even as the ones up front swerved about to form a blockade. Then the thud of a mortar sounded, followed shortly by the thundering of its hit. Cole ignored the noise as best he could, issuing more orders to get the trucks turned around and ready to flee if the fighting turned against them. From the radio chatter on the command channel, however, it seemed the platoon had the situation well in hand. Cole blinked. One moment he was on his feet shouting orders, the next he was spitting out dirt as he lay face flat on the ground. His ears were still ringing and his body felt sluggish as he tried to pick himself up. Another soldier ran over to him, Cole just barely recognizing the other man as Jean, and helped pull him up. Jean was definitely yelling something, but Cole could not make out any sounds, just the motion of his lips moving. Despite being on his feet, he was hardly steady and Cole nearly toppled over again before Jean grabbed hold of him. "Hear me." Cole blinked as the ringing slowly receded and he began hearing the cries and shots sounding all about him. "Jean? The hell happened?" he managed. The other man began pulling him along. "Bastards had a mortar, took out one of the trucks. We're damn lucky it wasn't one of the ammo trucks." Cole finally managed to get his footing firm again. "Need to get the trucks out of here." "That's what we're doing," Jean said. Cole fumbled for his radio and was glad to find it had survived his little mishap. "All trucks, withdraw from this position now. Rear Humvee, take point and watch for any further ambushes." "Lieutenant Kraft, you still with us?" Sulla's voice sounded. "Yes ma'am," Cole managed somewhat shakily. "Take command of the trucks, get them at least 10 miles away from here. I'm sending 2 more Humvees to provide escort." "Understood ma'am," Cole said as Jean finally got him to the waiting Humvee and shoved him in. "Get going!" Jean shouted. Cole reached out, grabbing his friend's shoulder. The two's gaze met. "Drinks are on me back at base," Cole said. Jean grinned. "I'll hold you to it." Cole let go and Jean slammed the door shut. As the Humvee rolled out, the young man gave it one last passing glance before rushing off to join his comrades. The whistling sound of another mortar could soon be heard. The Executive Council of the European Union was composed of a representative from each of the member nations with a rotating presidency and portfolios between its members. In theory it was supposed to be a smaller, nimbler decision-making body than the larger and more fractious European Parliament. In practice it was not uncommon for the jockeying of national interests to spill over into the Council as well, though a competent and powerful Council President could usually keep his colleagues in line. At present the presidency was held by the Luxembourg Commissioner, though for today's meeting Prime Minister Pierre Werner himself was present. For that matter, several other heads of states and government were also here, seeing as the session was intended to serve as a briefing on the current state of the war against Britannia, and also to determine how the EU would proceed with its prosecution. The sound of a cane striking the floor alerted the other occupants to the arrival of their guest, one Field Marshal Alphonse Pierre Juin. Alphonse nodded graciously to the assembled commissioners before taking a seat at the desk facing them. In deference to his advanced age, none interpreted the motion as an act of disrespect. "Marshal Juin," Pierre began, "thank you for taking the time to meet with us today." "I serve at the pleasure of the Council," Alphonse responded. "Any service that I might render, I shall do so wholeheartedly." Shuffling sounds could be heard in the stony chamber as a few of the commissioners shifted about. The Marshal might have served at the pleasure of the Council, but the degree of favour with which he was regarded by its members varied considerably, especially as of late. "We have assembled today to discuss the current state of the conflict with Britannia, as well as determine the best course with which to achieve an end to the fighting," Pierre said. "Marshal, if you would be so kind as to provide us the assessment of the General Staff." "Certainly, Mr. Prime Minister," Alphonse said. "As you are all well aware, European forces recently liberated the entirety of the Middle East from Britannian occupation. While a significant majority of the Empire's forces were able to evacuate, we were able to capture the theatre commander, Lieutenant General Olaf Craig. And though the Empire's retreat from the Middle East represents a significant strategic victory, the war itself is far from one. Surely the Empire must recognize the strategic intractability of its position. One of the commissioners spoke up. Alphonse regarded the man levelly. As expected, it was the British representative that had interrupted him, already seeking to push his government's agenda for a quick negotiated end to the war. The British government was facing significant domestic pressure over the conflict and likely feared being voted out if the war dragged on and casualties of their countrymen mounted. Fools, the lot of them. There is nothing intractable about the Empire's situation, Alphonse responded, which I am certain will be clear to all of the honorable representatives once I have finished delivering my briefing. The British representative cleared his throat to try to hide his embarrassment. Of course, apologies for interruption, Marshal. Alphonse gave a curt nod before continuing. While we have seized control of the Middle East, the situation in the region can hardly be termed stable. It had already seen significant fighting during the Empire's initial conquest, and combined with our own advances, a great deal of destruction was visited upon the land and its people. This has created a pressing humanitarian crisis, and the recent fighting has only increased the number of refugees seeking to flee the area. And the majority of which were trying to reach Europe, Alphonse did not say. That was turning out to be a downright political disaster for quite a few of the Eastern European nations, though why they were caught so off guard was a wonder to anyone with half a brain. There had already been a trickle of people seeking to escape the Britannian advance during the Empire's campaign, though that had slowly dried out after the Empire completed its conquest of the Middle East Federation. Of course, with the renewed fighting, people would once again seek to flee. It hardly mattered to them that the Europeans were technically there to liberate them and eject the Britannians. No sane person wanted to try to scratch out a living in a war zone. Our allies, the Chinese Federation, have also successfully pushed into Britannian territory. Alphonse moved on to the next matter, seizing control of the island of Sumatra, which should severely constrain Britannia's ability to transfer assets between the Pacific and Indian Oceans. They have, however, suffered numerous reverses that significantly threatens the entire outcome of the Pacific front. Their entire Philippines campaign has effectively collapsed, with the Britannian 3rd and 7th fleets having successfully defeated the Chinese South Sea Fleet and cutting off their forces on the archipelago. Indications are the majority of the Chinese forces so stranded have surrendered, and what fighting continues is being carried out by small units that have evaded capture and native insurgents, neither of which are a major threat to Britannia's control of the Philippines, especially not with the reinforcements that have been deployed. In general, the Chinese gains are at present extremely tenuous, and they threaten to unravel completely due to the uprising in India. The Britannian forces that evacuated from the Middle East all landed on the subcontinent, and indications are they are actively assisting the Indian rebels in fighting the Chinese forces stationed there. This has forced the Chinese to divert substantial numbers of troops to try to prevent losing India outright, which means that their Indonesian campaign has completely stalled and is in danger of facing a collapse similar to that suffered by their Filipino campaign. Quite a few commissioners were looking extremely uncomfortable now, the most visible reactions being from the Belgian, Dutch, and Luxembourgian commissioners. The Benelux trio were always sensitive to anything that might reduce their influence in the European community and had not appreciated the manner in which Alphonse and the General Staff effectively worked around their EU minders to run the war. The longer the war lasted, the more entranced this alternate channel of military coordination would become, which was why they were so receptive of British efforts to draw the Empire into a diplomatic settlement. And why they found so disconcerting the picture Alphonse was now painting. Politicians often found themselves at a loss when reality did not match their own personal fantasies. Reports from our intelligence sources indicate that the Empire has finished mobilizing the first wave of its recruits, Alphonse went on. Rough estimates are that Britannia now has 3 million soldiers, numbering some 150 divisions, ready for overseas deployment. The Marshal fell silent for a moment, letting that number sink in. The European Union had fully mobilized only half that number for this conflict, though it did have a substantial body of troops already active before the war broke out. Unfortunately, a significant percentage of those troops were required for already existing commitments, mostly in Africa, to maintain control and order in the European colonies on that continent. The Empire has already begun transferring them across the Pacific, Alphonse continued, with major buildup of troops occurring in Australia, Borneo, Java, and Japan. What is more, our intelligence indicate that Britannia has elected to not reactivate any ships of its reserve, instead reconstituting their 6th fleet with all new build hulls. The first ships of this new series already appear to be working up. It was almost frightening the speed with which Britannia had mobilized, Alphonse admitted privately. He had known that the Empire possessed an immense industrial capacity, a capacity that if turned to war would make Britannia a formidable adversary. Yet not even he had suspected that the Empire would be able to convert and retool so quickly, to already be churning out not just guns and tanks but even larger and more complex weapons of war like jets and warships already in measurable numbers. The EU was most definitely in for the fight of its life, and they only stood a chance if he could get these short-sighted fools to realize this. That concludes my précis of the current situation, Alphonse finished. More muffled coughs and clearing of throats sounded. Thank you for the succinct update, Marshal, Pierre said. The developments are both promising, and fraught. The Prime Minister had a skill for succinctness himself, it seemed. Nevertheless, we all have a duty to see to, Pierre continued. The Commission will have to examine all avenues to bring this conflict to an end. Alphonse frowned. Your pardon, Mr. Prime Minister, but there is only one way this can end, by defeating the Holy Britannian Empire militarily and forcing them to concede to our terms. And we are far from that point, especially with the successes the Empire has achieved against the Chinese Federation. On the contrary, the British Commissioner said. At this point the Empire has suffered as many reverses as it has made gains. With the loss of its Middle East territories, Britannia can no longer threaten Europe, and while the Chinese are facing difficulties, the Empire's position against them is not so strong that the Chinese are at risk of falling. The frown turned into an outright scowl. Gentlemen, Alphonse said, trying to keep his voice level. Perhaps I was not entirely clear in my précis, but the Chinese Federation is indeed at substantial risk of suffering major territorial losses to Britannia in the coming months. The Empire seems determined to prosecute the war to the fullest of its ability, and it has set its sights on the Chinese Federation, and very possibly the EU's Far East territories. The Marshal glanced over at the Russian Commissioner, with its troop build-ups. If the EU does not provide substantial support to the Chinese, including assisting them in putting down this rebellion in India, then by this time next year Britannia could very well be dictating terms in the Vermilion Palace. That last bit caused quite a few commissioners to flinch outright. There was a rank hypocrisy at work here, one that was becoming harder and harder to ignore as time went on. While the EU ostensibly promoted the principles of democracy and freedom, its member nations were also engaged in fairly blatant imperialism in the continent of Africa. The manner in which its colonial subjects were treated varied depending on which European power was in charge, but none of their overseas territories enjoyed things like self-determination and representation. And then there was the manner in which the European governments treated refugees. These points were not lost upon the more liberal elements of European society, and the numbers that made up those elements was not insubstantial. They could make themselves be heard, very loudly at that, and they would not miss the opportunity that would be EU forces effectively helping a non-European imperial power in putting down a mass uprising. Even if said uprising was being supported by a power the EU was at war with. Politics was never simple and straightforward. We shall take the matter under advisement, Pierre finally said. Alphonse suppressed a snort. They would be doing much more than that, even if they were kicking and screaming the entire way. If nothing else, Britannia would certainly not accede to any terms that would be politically palpable to the EU. The sooner a few of the more naive governments got that through their head, the better their chances of victory, or at least survival. End of chapter 80. I'm pretty sure at this point some of you are going to be actively wishing for Lelich to die. Can't say I blame any of you, but there's more to come, so hold off on the pitchforks and torches for now. I think we're ready to shift back to Colin and Yuffie's arc. We're at this point actually pushing into mid-January. The last arc actually went on longer than I was expecting, but it was all necessary to set things up for what happens next. I'll be frank, the next section will likely be the most controversial of this story, due to how unconventional it'll get. For the most part, I've tried to keep to a very strict and consistent set of rules to make the story realistic. What comes next is going to feel like it's violating those rules because I'm about to do something with the Geass code and etc. We'll see if I can pull it off. I am not what you would call a Eurosceptic. I actually believe that the ideal the EU aspires to is admirable and, in the long term, even necessary. That being said, the way the European governments have gone about with the European project has got to be the most tone-deaf and convoluted approach possible, and the recent fractures in the EU institutions shows. I'm not going to talk too much about Europe versus Britannia, just going to point out that Britannia's industrial capacity easily eclipses that of Europe, including Russia. If the Empire manages to gain a foothold in or near mainland Europe, the EU is screwed, and both sides know it. I've said about all I care to at this moment about the show's inconsistencies with respect to Britannian society. Everything that's been brought up has been addressed in previous author notes. If there is a recurring them to those notes, it's that the anime did not show near enough background to actually fill in the details of how Britannia actually worked, and every inference or supposition viewers need to make sense of the Code Geass world is indicative of a hole in the world building. I've also said what I care to about the level of technology as well, which basically boils down to room temperature superconductor, and I'm leaving it at that. Code Geass as a story is difficult to recommend. You really have to ignore a lot of holes in the backstory to be able to enjoy it, and you kind of have to really ignore the idiot ball being passed around in large chunks of R2 to be able to, well, accept the way the story develops and concludes. The premise showed a great deal of promise, and many of the characters in the R1 season were genuinely interesting and even likable. That at least is something one can enjoy. Otherwise, well, you can be like me, and just treat Code Geass as a playground in which to carve your own mark into. I generally am not terribly responsive to private messages, in so much as I very rarely respond directly to them even if I act upon their content. If you have a question, you have a better chance of it getting answered if it's left in the reviews, as I tend to post answers in my author notes. As for where I studied, all I'm prepared to say is that I went to a respected public university in the American Midwest. Beyond that, I intend to keep my fanfic writing life separate from my RL. Chapter 81. The First Pacific War was a conflict starting in 1932 and lasting 2 years between the then Empire of Japan, the Chinese Federation, and the European Union as represented by the Russian Federation. Causes for the war can be traced to the domestic policies of the Japanese government, attempting to subdue domestic strife resulting from the effects of the Great Depression that was sweeping the world. The Japanese government determined that a short and victorious war conquering the Korean peninsula would help it shore up domestic support and in the long term provide Japan with more land and resources to exploit, a not small consideration for an island nation. The Kingdom of Korea was then a nominally independent nation, albeit a client state of the Chinese Federation. Despite the seeming disparity in size, the Japanese military was certain that its greater technological advantage would see it able to fend off the Chinese and force a negotiated settlement favorable to Japan. While the Japanese saw considerable success in the first year of the conflict, decisively defeating the poorly equipped Korean forces and even routing the Chinese reinforcements that came to Korea's defense, it was the entry of the Russian Federation that saw the tide turned against Japan. The European Union had reacted with alarm at the sudden aggressiveness of Japan, then a firm ally of the Holy Britannian Empire, and feared that this was merely a prelude to direct Britannian aggression. While the EU did not wish to intervene as a united front, it offered its support and blessing to the Russian Federation when it declared that it too would seek to check Japanese expansion. With the arrival of Russian forces on the Korean peninsula, the Japanese army found itself facing one of the most powerful and modern armies in the world at the time and was swiftly crushed. The defeat saw massive domestic protests on the home islands which eventually toppled the military-dominated government, which quickly sued for peace. Japan was forced to pay an indemnity, but further concessions were avoided thanks to Britannian diplomatic intervention, which warned that any attempt to further weaken Japan would be met with reprisals from the Holy Britannian Empire. After the war, the Kingdom of Korea was effectively dismantled and incorporated directly into the Chinese Federation. Japan's government was also significantly reorganized, with several prominent noble families stepping forward and seizing control. While Japan nominally became a more democratic nation, it was still a managed democracy with members of the 6 houses of Kyoto effectively dominating by placing their members in key positions. Ironically, despite the circumstances of the war and its aftermath, Japanese foreign policy would slowly turn away from Britannia and it would seek to establish better relations with the nations it had fought. This course of action would eventually lead to the Second Pacific War. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 81. Familia super nihil. Generally, the only people that wore glasses did so to correct for a deficiency in their vision. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Colin's sight, in point of fact it could be said to be too sharp. The young woman really had been abusing her geass too much in the past, relying on it like a clutch. Now that she could not use it at will, doing so too often could see her suffer a genuinely fatal stroke. After all, she needed to relearn how to fight with merely mortal senses. The wooden sword landed a solid blow on her shoulder and Colin cried out in pain. That was proving a bit harder than she originally thought. Maintain her guard, Kaujiki, Todo admonished as he delivered another strike. This time Colin actually managed to block it, not that it did any good as Todo let his sword bounce and then slid it under Colin's sword with frightening speed. Colin brought her own blade crashing down in an attempt to swat it away, but a poke in her chest made clear she had reacted too slowly. Colin managed only a single step back before the force of Todo's thrust sent her toppling onto her ass. It was a good thing they were wearing armor, otherwise that hit might well have seriously bruised her solar plexus. It was not as if she was not putting up a fight. Even without her geass, Colin was possessed of considerable strength and sharp reflexes. Still, there was still a measurable gap in experience, one wherein things that were purely instinctual to Todo was not so for Colin, and where the resulting infinitesimal difference in timing could result in either victory or defeat. She was improving, however, and Todo was most definitely having to work for his victories, and suffering his own share of losses. It was just that this time he did win. Colin picked herself up, taking deep breaths to replenish her burning muscles. She raised her blade. Again, she said. Todo nodded, readying his own blade. Observing all this was the elderly Senba, and after making sure both sides were genuinely ready, he signaled the start of another bout. Begin. Both sides immediately went on the attack, an event that in the past would have given Todo the advantage. The man had a better grasp of how to switch instantly between offense and defense, and so could parry Colin's attack much more quickly. Now though the difference was narrower and Colin let her blade be slapped aside, using the momentum to swing it about into an upward motion, neatly parrying Todo's thrust. Todo took a step back, avoiding the horizontal slash that Colin executed as a follow-up. The young woman was learning, chaining her movements one after another to avoid creating any pauses or openings in her form. He was doing much the same, turning a deflection or parry into a thrust or slash, and the two blades danced about each other as their wielders sought an advantage. Todo drew his sword back, narrowly catching another thrust by Colin. Her movements were getting faster and he was being forced to rely more and more on instinct to react in time. She was also stopping his attacks more quickly, keeping them from pushing too far into her guard. As a consequence, Colin had more room for maneuver, and to counterattack. Todoa's blade was just beginning another thrust, aimed straight at Colin's chest, when her blade deftly batted his downward before executing the same motion. Todoa angled his blade, catching the kiseki of Colin's with the mune of his own. Before he could respond in kind, her bukin was snapping back and a solid whack was aimed at his wrist. The man retreated, just barely escaping Colin's reach, and moved quickly to sweep her blade aside. It was no longer there, however, Colin also having taken a single step back before with sword raised at her shoulder. Todoa knew exactly what was coming. But his body was just starting to respond when Colin's blade came crashing down. A loud crack sounded and Todoa fell to his knee as the shoulder pad hung from his armor. "Oh crap!" Colin exclaimed, dropping her own bukin as she dropped to Todoa's side. "Lieutenant Colonel, are you all right?" Todoa grunted, massaging his shoulder. The armor took the blunt of the blow. And gave a wiry smile. "A true blow, Kaujiki." "I'm really sorry about that, sir," Colin said. "I was so caught up in the moment, I just kind of pushed myself as hard as I could go. I didn't think I'd actually do, well, that." Todoa slowly rose, his shoulders stinging a bit even despite what he had said. "You have grown faster and stronger ever since we began dueling. So much so that I am left somewhat bewildered at what drives such growth." Colin herself frowned at that. In truth, she was also a bit surprised at her improvement. True, with long practice one could become stronger and faster, and in the heat of the moment a burst of adrenaline could see someone move with almost preternatural speed. That last bit though, she was starting to perform such feats with a regularity that defied convention. And then her stomach growled, very loudly announcing its demand for sustenance. Colin felt her face flush so hard she was sure it now matched the shade of her hair. Todoa and Senba both stood there for a moment before bursting out in laughter as the tension broke. "I suppose you remain yet immortal, Kaujiki," Todoa said much more lightly. "Come, you deserve a proper meal after your victory over me. And the food served in the Akatsuki cafeteria is not half bad, even if it likely falls short of the standard set by the Viceroy's palace." Colin smiled weakly. "Maybe so, sir, but it does have the taste of nostalgia." At that, Todoa regarded Colin more solemnly. By this point few members of Akatsuki did not know what had happened to Koton Kaujiki, and none that did doubted in the least the genuine love Colin held for her mother, or for their home of Japan. It was somewhat remarkable just how busy Colin found herself these days. First there were her duties as a sworn knight of the Princess Euphemia and the training associated with those duties, then there was the fact that she was still a student at Ashford Academy and so was saddled with all of the preparatory work necessary for the A-levels. Fortunately for the last week or so all attention at the school had shifted over to Nunnally after her reveal as the daughter of the Empress Marianne. Then again Colin had found herself spending a bit more time than usual on school grounds looking after the younger girl as the security measures protecting her were upgraded. Part of said upgrade was to have an armsman accompanying Nunnally, a change to the young woman's routine that had been accepted with clear reluctance. The disruption that this entailed was however both slightly mitigated and exaggerated at the same time by just which armsman was appointed this duty. Even Colin had been taken by surprise when she learned that one Corporal Mikasa Ackerman had not only been assigned that role, but had actually sworn her oath to Nunnally instead of Euphemia. That technically made Mikasa Nunnally's first vassal, a notable distinction for any armsman. That Mikasa was a half made it all the more notable, especially considering she favored her mother's heritage physically. Colin idly wondered just how the Princess Cornelia had taken that bit of news. Colin massaged her temples. It was already a long day and she had yet more things to do before it was over, like a meeting with Alicia and Raxhata to discuss how the Rainford group would assist with upgrading the Gurren. For now though she had some time to herself and so carried out her daily errand at the palace. The wing where her mother was being treated was right next to the section used by the guards, which made it extremely convenient to drop in and see her. It was also about time to change the flowers, or at least the ones that Colin herself brought. Someone else was definitely bringing in the yarrow tulips. It was not Dr. Kuroba, as a Japanese he would have brought irises. The other possibility was one of the Brighton nurses, though those that Colin had asked all answered in the negative. Another mystery, though an innocuous one. And as Colin opened the door she was presented with the answer to it as Mikasa spun about in surprise. Colin blinked, and her eyes naturally zeroed in on the small clutch of tulips in the other woman's hands. A grimace crossed Mikasa's expression. Colin considered her options carefully. It was obvious Mikasa had hoped to keep this a secret from her, for whatever personal reasons drove the older girl. If she did not want to widen the gulf between the two of them, she would need to handle this matter tactfully. Colin settled for a simple smile. "Thank you, Corporal Ackerman. For your consideration." Mikasa continued regarding Colin but her expression slowly softened before she simply nodded. She then proceeded to finish putting the tulips into their vase and took the wilted ones as she headed for the door. Colin politely held it open for her. "Thanks," Mikasa uttered before taking her leave, not waiting for a response. Colin stood there for a few moments before chuckling to herself. "You are welcome." She then went on to clean out the other vase, refilling it with more water and putting the irises she brought in them. That done, Colin took a seat by her mother's side, removing her glasses. She gave Koton a careful look over, making sure there were no bruises forming from how long she had been lying here. There were none. The nurses that attended to Koton were diligent in seeing after her mother's physical care. Colin put her glasses back on. She then leaned over and planted a light kiss on Koton's forehead. "Sleep well, mother," Colin said. "We're all waiting for you to wake up, father and I both. I must admit, I did not know the Rainford Group had made such advances since losing the Nightmare contract," Raxhata said as she played with her pipe. "Or that you would be permitted to reveal so much of it to me." "Well, all of the work has been internally funded," Alicia said, "so it's all the company's property. And some of the things require Rainford's manufacturing capability to pull off, so even if you understand the basic principles and how to exploit them, actually bringing them to fruition is another matter entirely." The two were seated in the main office of the warehouse where the Gurren and the surviving Boreas were stored. The room itself was entirely functional, though not entirely without comfort considering the large sofa Raxhata had installed and was currently lounging on. And the chair that Alicia herself was seated in could not be considered uncomfortable. "True enough," Raxhata conceded as she looked over the datasheets. She grimaced. "I see your engineers are just as incapable of writing proper technical documentation as every other engineer I have ever worked with." "We do have dedicated technical writers," Alicia said with a wry smile, "but they tend to be in rather high demand and can't be responsible for all of the documentation that is produced." "A shame," Raxhata said somewhat lazily. The motors that you have here are rather interesting. And the gearboxes especially. It's one of our most recent developments," Alicia said somewhat proudly. "We're starting to approach the limits that mechanical gearboxes can offer in terms of torque generation, so Rainford started working our own in-house magnetic gearbox about 5 years ago. It's been a real slog from what the development team has reported, but we're finally at the stage that we can deploy prototypes for active field testing. And you are offering to install them on the Gurren?" Raxhata said. Alicia nodded. "Though quite a few of my fellow Brightonians would like to deny it, the Gurren is most definitely a next-generation nightmare design. You have already pushed the existing technology to its very limits in the mechanical frame, never mind that radiation surge air mounted on the right arm. We think that with access to Rainford's engineering prowess it can be made even better, surpassing even the Lancelot prototypes the Camelot Institute has been developing." That elicited a smirk from Raxhata. "Miss Rainford, you do know how to get my attention. And in exchange for this access, you wish for me to help Rainford in the development of its own machines." "Exactly." Raxhata gave her pipe a thoughtful puff. "Fair enough. Though are you certain the Brightonian military would be willing to make use of a machine designed by a foreigner?" Contrary to the vitriol spouted by some of the more disagreeable elements of Brightonian society, the Empire recognizes merit first and foremost, Alicia responded. "If your design surpasses the fruits of Duke Kayen's company, the military will be open to utilizing it, so long as we can assure them that its secrets will not fall into the hands of other nations." "Ah," Raxhata said. "That there is the rub. Accepting your offer would require effectively binding myself to Britannia, would it not? To a certain extent, has not India thrown in its lot with the Empire already?" Alicia pointed out. "As a partner to be treated equally, not as a dependent," Raxhata stated. "What if I were to decide to take my engineering expertise back to India to help it develop its own nightmare force?" Alicia regarded the engineer. "Doctor. What is your goal?" Raxhata raised an eyebrow. "Excuse me. I do not seek to imply anything by the question, but what is your own personal ambition? Is it to produce the best nightmare possible, or are you primarily invested in India's future?" Raxhata pursed her lips. "Though I am at heart an engineer, I cannot say that I am disinterested in the fate of my motherland. And as an engineer, I cannot accept being restricted from pursuing my interests merely because of something I worked on in the past." "That is reasonable," Alicia said, "but what of your professional ethics? While the knowledge that you gain developing technology under the Rainford Group is certainly yours to do with as you will, the technologies themselves belong to the ones that commissioned it. Or do you disagree with this standard? Are you suggesting that Rainford intends to lay claim to my Gurren?" Raxhata said, eyes narrowed. "Not at all," Alicia quickly assured her. "Our technical assistance on the Gurren is considered one form of recompense for your services. The nightmare that you would assist in the development of, however, we would expect you to refrain from revealing any of its technical details to third parties. That is the norm for all engineering work, and on this point no exception would ever be granted." Raxhata tapped her pipe again. "I suppose that is true enough. And it is a compromise that I can live with. But I will make clear now that I will accept no restriction on my future ventures as part of the deal with Rainford." "Agreed, so long as the fruits of your work for Rainford remains exclusive to the group," Alicia responded. Raxhata cracked a wiry smile. "You have quite the head for business between those shoulders, Miss Rainford." "Thank you," Alicia said, offering one of her own. I learned from the best. The field hospital was bustling with activity as usual and Cole made sure not to get in the way of any of the nurses and doctors moving about. With all the patients here it took him a bit to find where Jean was laying. Hey! The man in question looked up and grinned. Hey Cole, here to check up on your best bud. Cole chuckled, extending a hand and giving Jean a good shake when he accepted it. Don't know if you're my best bud just yet, though I suppose getting shot at together does make for some interesting shared life experiences. Ah well, plenty of time to add a few more of those, Jean said. Cole nodded. While Jean had been a casualty of that skirmish, he was definitely one of the luckier ones, suffering a hit to his leg. The wound had been a pretty clean one as well, with the bullet removed and the resulting hole patched up. Another day or so and he would be back with his unit, though he would need to take it easy for a bit longer. Heard you managed to get all of the trucks out of there safely, Jean said. Well, except the one that got blown up at the start. A bit of luck and you guys doing your job so well, Cole said. The rest of the platoon kept the insurgents pinned down well enough that they didn't have any attention to spare for us. Jean chuckled. That's what us meatbags are for, to save the assess of the brass. Not exactly that high up, Cole said. Ah, here. He pulled out something from his pocket and tossed it over to Jean. Snuck this in for you. The young man grabbed hold of it and grinned. You, my good man, are a lifesaver. I thought field rations were bad, the food here is somehow even worse. Cole chuckled. I managed to do some creative paperwork and there's an entire crate of chocolate that'll be distributed to all of you here, but I thought you'd appreciate a preview. Really? Wow. Thanks Cole. I really mean it. No problem, Cole said. Though in exchange I'm off the hook for rounds at the pub. Jean laughed. All right, I suppose that's fair enough. He plopped his head against his pillow again. Have had a lot of time here, just sitting around. Listening to the radio a lot. I've only had time for a few snippets here and there, Cole said. Things have been busy. Yeah, Jean said with a sigh. They say more reinforcements are headed our way. Lots more. And they say the war's going to last a real long while. Years, maybe even a decade. I don't know about a decade, Cole said, but yeah, years sounds about right. Jean fingered the wrapped bar of chocolate. Not sure if I'm looking forward to getting shot at for the next few years. There really was nothing Cole could say to that. For that matter he even agreed. But they had been called up and it was their duty to serve until they were discharged. Assuming they lived till then. Ah, listen to me, Jean said with a weak smile. Gotta keep positive, I'm sure Connie and Potato Girl aren't moping around. Cole managed one of his own. Knowing them, they're probably mopping around for something or another. Oh, you think you're funny, Jean said, though his smile widened ever so slightly. But enough about us, how's your girl doing back in Japan? She's got to be keeping busy these days and sending you plenty of letters. Cole feigned a sigh. When are you going to get a girlfriend of your own, Jean? Oh, don't you worry about me, when I go back home with my chest full of medals, all the chicks will be over me. Cole regarded his friend's wide grin. On second thought, stay single. If you ever do find a girlfriend I'll probably never hear the end of it from you. Ha! I'll show you, and I mean it. Sure, Cole chuckled. And Colin's doing fine. You're right, she is busy, and she technically can't tell me much about anything that relates to her official duties. Has more to say about school than anything else. What? Isn't she a soldier? She is, Cole said with some amusement, but the princess is still making her complete her A-levels. She's been grumbling about all the test prep that entails. Never actually took A-levels, Jean said. Went straight to work after I got my GCSE. Well, went to work and then got conscripted. That was the case for a lot of the rank-and-file soldiers, Cole knew. Those that did hold higher qualifications were snatched up for officer or technical positions like him. Can't say you actually missed much, Cole said. Lots of book learning, and then you go out in the real world and find out it's nothing like what you learned in the classroom. Ain't that the truth? Jean tore the wrapping and took a bite of the chocolate. How'd you even get your hands on these anyway? A couple of care packages have been making their way over to the front, Cole said. The chocolate's actually from some program or another that the Princess Guinevere set up. All I knew was we suddenly got a couple crates of them and I was handed responsibility for dispersing them to our division. Jean snorted. They must really like you. Sure, Captain Sulla must just love me by dumping even more work on me, Cole said with a smirk. Hey, she's literally given you the ability to bribe everyone in the division. I'd say she likes you just fine. Careful there, Jean, wouldn't want to give me any ideas, Cole said. The two shared a chuckle as Jean finished off his bar. Still though, thanks for dropping by, man, and for the gift. I mean, you're not exactly someone I would have wanted as a Valentine's, but beggars can't be choosers. Cole raised an eyebrow. Didn't know you celebrated that. Jean shrugged. I was raised in the faith by my parents. And it's not as if that holidays that religious to begin with these days. True enough, Cole said. Well, I need to go back to work. Get well soon, Jean. Next time I'm out there I'd rather have you watching my back. Considering how many times things go pear-shaped when I'm with you, I'm not sure the feeling's mutual, Jean responded with a wide grin. Cole gave his friend another laugh before the two exchanged a farewell shake. Despite her reveal as the Princess Nunnally 6 Britannia, the girl herself continued to reside at the Ashford estate instead of moving into the Viceroy's palace. That was only expected after all. The Ashfords had been her family for the last 7 or so years, and whatever her name might be now, she considered this place her home. That was not to say some of the household servants were not taken aback to learn that the kind little girl they had all doted upon was in fact an imperial princess, but they ultimately all took it in stride and continued treating Nunnally with the courtesy and respect they always had. One change that did occur was the massively increased scrutiny the household found itself under, and oft unwelcome scrutiny at that. The paparazzi were ever persistent in their efforts to get glimpses of the princess, and the more mainstream media was hardly better in some respects. Fortunately, Ashford Academy was private grounds, and the soldiers that had been stationed about it were all veterans of the area, meaning they were well and thoroughly in Euphemia's camp. They quickly developed a reputation for lack of hesitation in bringing down anyone that disrespected the privacy of the Viceroy's beloved sister, and even the most adventurous reporter or photographer decided that some risks were not worth running, especially with a war going on. The other sort of attention was less odious, but in some ways still as onerous. The Princess Euphemia was a semi-regular guest as the Ashford residence, and the reason for her previous visits was revealed alongside Nunnally's true identity. Whenever the princess did come, her security detail would also be along, and for the most part the guardsmen were courteous and civil whenever they needed to intrude upon the house's daily routines to fulfill their duties. The guardsmen of the Princess Marybelle were an unknown entity on the other hand, as were the detachment of armsmen that were apparently to be permanently stationed at the residence to look after the princess' security. There was a certain degree of wariness towards the latter, seeing as they could be seen as intruding upon a duty that the household servants had previously been entrusted with. While not all of them were former security police like one Sayoko Shinozaki, but they all possessed some degree of training. The Ashfords may not have been known to be harboring an imperial scion in the past, but that did not mean their lives were entirely untouched by the vagaries of upper-class Brightonian society, or the fact that they lived in an area that until recently was still the site of considerable unrest. Nonetheless, the staff presented their best front when the Princess Marybelle, accompanied by the Princess Euphemia of course, arrived to visit their mutual half-sister. With a beaming smile, Marybelle stopped before Nunnally and leaned over. It has been a long time, Nunnally. I hope you at least remember me. Nunnally returned the smile. Of course I do, Mary. The older girl let out a bright laugh before pulling Nunnally into an embrace. It's so good to see you, Nana. And smiled mischievously as she let her go. And no one's called me Mary in almost 7 years. Nunnally's face softened a bit as she made the inference. I'm sorry, if that. No, no. Marybelle said quickly. It feels right to be called that by my little sister. The smile became warmer. Thank you, Nana, for coming back to us. Nunnally nodded. I am glad to have my family return to me as well. The orange-haired girl gave Nunnally an affectionate rub on the head before straightening and regarding the other family member present. She curtsied politely. Miss Ashford. I thank you and your family for having sheltered my sister so. Yuffie's already gone through that song and dance, Millie said with a wiry smile. There is no need to thank us for looking after one of our own. It was a remarkably flippant response, even daring in some respects. Marybelle however took it in stride. Need has nothing to do with it, she said. It would be most impolite to not express gratitude for what you have done, for both of my sisters. Marybelle was good, Millie could see. Then again she needed to be if she was to make any headway acting as a patron for the gendarmerie at court. And it would be impolite of me to continue dithering over my duties as host, Millie said. Please, all of you, have a seat. Marybelle flashed the older girl a smile as she and Euphemia accepted the invitation. Servants immediately emerged with a tea service. Things are well back home? Euphemia asked. I suppose so, Marybelle said. I'm not in Pendragon that often, remember, but when I dropped in just before my little hop over to Area 11, the rest of the family seemed to be doing fine. That did give me the chance to grab some gifts though. She chuckled. I think Guinevere might have gone a bit overboard with hers. All 3 other girls tilted their heads quizzically. Instead of answering directly, however, Marybelle took the spoon and tapped the edge of her cup. The ringing apparently served as some sort of signal as 2 of her armsmen entered carrying a rather substantial box. Euphemia's eyes widened. I thought that box was for everyone's gifts, she admitted. Oh gods no, Marybelle said with a chuckle. The rest of us settled on something a bit more sensibly sized. Sayoko, if you would please. Nunnally asked. The maid nodded and moved to open the large box. The sheer size made it rather impractical for Nunnally to do so herself, bound as she was to the wheelchair. Fortunately the box itself was fairly sensibly configured to allow for quick disassembly. As the sides folded down, gasps sounded from 3 of the 4 young ladies present. "My," Euphemia remarked. Millie actually let out a bark of laughter while Nunnally simply stared at the present. Seated on the floor now was a giant teddy bear at least equal in height to Nunnally while seated. The plush violet fur almost seemed to shine under the lights, and the outstretched arms presented an invitation to embrace it in turn. "Guinevere said that since she can't be here to give you a big hug, she'll just have to do it by proxy," Mary Bell said with a touch of amusement in her tone. "That does sound very much like her," Euphemia said with a nod. "Please pass on my thanks," Nunnally said, "and let her know that I will think of all of you whenever I hold him." The girl smiled slightly. "Or, try to at least." The others all shared a chuckle, seeing as that might well be a challenge. "I will leave the other presents for you to open at your leisure," Mary Bell said. "I just wanted to be here to see your reaction to that one." "I see the sense of humor is genetic," Millie said with a smirk. "But of course," Euphemia said. "Though I do have to wonder whether you've taught Nunnally here any new tricks from the Ashford repertoire." Nunnally giggled. "You shall have to wait and see, Euphy." Soon enough it was time for dinner, and after a scrumptious meal they retired for some more tea in the sitting room. Eventually, however, Nunnally's eyes began to droop, and after some more hugs she retired for the evening, leaving her 3 sisters to talk amongst themselves. "So," Millie began rather nonchalantly. "How are things really going at court?" Euphemia gave a resigned snort while Mary Bell raised an eyebrow. She answered nonetheless. "Nunnally's reveal has caused a fair amount of confusion amongst those not in the know about Lelich, even amongst those allied with Schneisel," Mary Bell said. "A lot of them are assuming that the timing was primarily for propaganda purposes, the return of a treasured daughter of the Empire and whatnot." Millie did her best to suppress a snort. A slight gurgle still sounded in her throat, however. "Well," Euphemia said, ignoring the sound, "I suppose that makes about as much sense as anything else from an outsider's perspective." Mary Bell nodded. "The rest of us, well, while we're all glad to know that Nunnally is indeed safe and sound, the risks that she is assuming with her reveal are substantial. Especially for a payoff that may never come." The other 2 women grimaced. It had been a week since Nunnally's reveal, and thus far there was no indication that Lelich was going to respond. Granted, it was not as if the former prince could just waltz up to the imperial palace and announce himself, but considering his abilities and general resourcefulness, surely he could have figured something out. It was starting to look more and more like not even Nunnally would be able to sway her beloved brother from his chosen path, setting the stage for what promised to be a great tragedy. "Still no idea why exactly Lelich is out to get all of you?" Millie asked. "None," Mary Bell answered frankly. "If he was ever taken into custody we might have the opportunity to ask, but Lelich has been extremely elusive thus far. There are multiple task forces trying to find him, but thus far no one has managed to develop any solid leads." "What of the incident at that machine tools factory?" Euphemia asked. Mary Bell glanced over at Millie. "Millie can be trusted on anything regarding Lelich," Euphemia said, taking the hint. "I see," Mary Bell said. She did not sound entirely convinced, but seemed prepared to not second-guess her sister's judgment. "At present the records of the incident have been sealed by the Ordo Hereticus, but we've managed to learn a few details. Hereticus had deployed a company of stormtroopers to secure and search the factory with the intent to arrest the foreman and a few others. All indications are that entire company was wiped out." Euphemia raised an eyebrow. "What?" "Exactly what I said. Whatever they ran into was enough to take out an entire company of the Inquisitio's best." While Euphemia pursed her lips, Millie looked distinctly unhappy with the news. The official statement had all of the factory workers also killed, supposedly by poison gas being stored at the factory by Christian terrorists, Euphemia said. Mary Bell nodded. "I don't know if there was any truth to that poison gas bit. I'm pretty sure Schneisel and Cornelia are convinced it's all just a cover-up, but it is fact that everyone that worked at the factory and was on shift also died." "Gods," Euphemia said with a sigh. "How many hundreds of people was that?" "Nearly 1,000, Mary Bell said. Millie hissed and half glared at Euphemia. It was sounding more and more like Nunnally being outed was a bad idea. "That many," Euphemia said softly. "Was that intentional?" "Well, yes and no." Again Mary Bell glanced over at Millie. This time Euphemia fully inferred the meaning. "Millie is also aware of the Directorate," she said. That elicited widened eyes from Mary Bell. "I see. Not that I wanted to be," Millie said, "but considering my family is caught in the war anyway, better that I be completely ignorant of what we're up against." "I see," Mary Bell repeated before taking a deep breath. "Very well then. Circumstances regarding the deaths of the stormtroopers and the factory workers is more complex than I originally let on. Indications are they suddenly went berserk and attempted to kill a man that had accompanied the stormtroopers, someone whom we believe to be a Directorate operative. Someone whom was able to neutralize not only the stormtroopers but all of the factory workers as well. One man killed over 1,000 people. Millie said incredulously. Maribel's mouth thinned as she looked about. No servants were present, but there was no telling what ears were in the walls. Security measures have been installed in the residence already, Euphemia put in. Ah. Maribel shrugged. That is what the report says. Millie glanced over at Euphemia. Is Colin even capable of that? Doubtful, Euphemia said. While she has become a very proficient soldier, her stamina, while impressive, is still only human. Eventually she would have been overwhelmed. Colin, Maribel said. That would be your knight. Euphemia nodded. It is a role that she has performed admirably thus far. Whatever Maribel wanted to say, the young woman kept to herself. Well, either way we may need to reassess the actual combat strength the Directorate possesses, she said instead. Agreed, said Euphemia. As well as our options for actually neutralizing them. If their headquarters is indeed located in a remote region of the Empire as we suspect, it might be prudent to simply bomb them into oblivion instead of risking any sort of assault. That I will leave to Cornelia, Maribel said before taking a deep breath. Well, this has been rather more stimulating of a conversation than I was expecting. Euphemia smiled wryly. Such are the demands of our stations. Personally I think your stations could do with a little less demand, a little more fun, Millie said. The two princesses looked at their companion for several moments before bursting out into laughter. It was a snarky, but welcome rejoinder to cap off an otherwise dreary conversation. The sounds of cheering crowds roared throughout the stands, the audience hollered and screamed their lungs off. The horses tore down the track, the stomping of their hooves creating a thundering rumble as their jockeys urged them on. One in particular was well in the lead, its rider bouncing up and down with every gallop. As it passed the finish, the rider rose up, arm raised in triumph and basking in the adulation of the crowd. Bravo, bravo indeed. One particularly illustrious viewer applauded from his private stand. Prince Adonis Gi Britannia, fourth prince of the realm, was an avid fan of such competitions. He was an even more avid fan of the other activity often associated with these races, specifically that of chance. On most days the prince was not known to be blessed by the Norns, but today things were looking up. See, what did I tell you, Taylor? Black lightning lives up to its name. The attendant that always accompanied the prince restrained a sigh. As you say, your highness. Having served Adonis since he was a mere boy, Taylor was well aware of his liege's many vices and despite his best efforts remained unable to rein them in. Still, it would not do to damper the prince's mood too much. Adonis had put in a good amount of work the past few days, so was for once deserving of a little downtime. Perhaps this positive reinforcement might actually get somewhere in getting the prince to mend his habits. It is a shame that fair Cecilia has decided not to accompany this day, Adonis said. Oh, how I would have loved for her to share in my good fortune. Indeed, sire, Taylor put in as expected. The fair Cecilia, daughter of the Duke Kn, was but one of many women whom Adonis had wooed, though the prince liked to think that she held a special place in his heart. From Cecilia's perspective there was of course nothing terribly special going on, even if she did not find displeasing the prince's company. Amongst his siblings Adonis was of the wider-shouldered build, more like the princes Odysseus and Schneisel than the late Clovis and Lelich. Combined with the shining black mane of hair that he kept tied in a ponytail, Adonis was by no means unpleasant to the eye. And despite his habits, Adonis was hardly an outright fool, though others might be forgiven for thinking so considering his lack of restraint. Still, he was not by and large an unpleasant fellow, and his social standing was such that some faults could be overlooked. As of late, however, Cecilia had been less and less receptive to Adonis' invitations to accompany him. It might just be her playing hard to get, or perhaps her father the Duke had determined that his daughter could do for a better match, though how Adonis could not fathom. True, he did have older, more prestigious brothers, but even ignoring the age difference, Odysseus was already in a committed relationship and Schneisel had never expressed any interest in finding a wife, something that he was still somehow managing to get away with despite his dynastical obligations. For now, though Adonis was willing to wait, only a month or so had passed since Cecilia's remoteness became apparent. She would tire of this little game soon enough, he was sure. Your pardon, your highness, one of the armsmen attending the prince interrupted, but it is time to go and present the trophy to the winner. That it is, Adonis said, turning about and opening up his arms. Taylor swiftly was before his liege, straightening the cut of the prince's outfit and making sure nothing was out of place. After giving the collar a final tug, he nodded approvingly. Thank you, Taylor, Adonis said courteously, another reason why he was not considered an outright failure as an imperial scion. He knew at least to treat the help with respect. The prince made his way out of the private box and down onto the track itself. As he appeared, cheers started up again, almost all of them female. Adonis beamed his ever-charming smile at his adoring fans, waving as he went. A few seemed to faint outright at the sight. Once inside the awards area, a waiting armsman held the trophy out to the prince, the item having already been examined to ensure it was not some sort of booby trap. The trophy itself was quite large but easily lifted by a single person, and Adonis had no trouble carrying it over to the victory stands. As he came to a halt, the 3 top placers all bowed respectfully. Rise, Adonis intoned. They did so. Gallant riders, know that this day your trials and tribulations have borne fruit, a fruit that I, Adonis GI Britannia, have witnessed. The 3 riders all offered their thanks to the prince. Before Adonis could continue, however, a shot sounded. Then more followed, audible even over the screams that were now sweeping through the stands. Before Adonis could move, the 3 armsmen that had been accompanying him fell, hit by marksmen before they even had time to react. And then all of the riders drew weapons, all pointed at the prince. What is the meaning of this? Adonis demanded. Your Highness. Taylor reached out, seizing hold of the prince. Please get back. The prince dropped the trophy, half stumbling as he was pulled. And then a scream sounded behind him and he nearly toppled over. Twisting about, Adonis' eyes widened as the bloody form of his servant collapsed against him. Taylor. Highness, please, run. And then the servant's eyes glazed over. Adonis stood there, holding Taylor in his arms. Even had he his wits about him, it was already too late, as armed men and women formed a perimeter, preventing any escape. When Adonis finally recovered from the shock, he was just in time to see the apparently orchestrator of all this emerge. Draped in a dark purple cape with an oversized collar flanking a crown-shaped helmet, the figure might almost have looked comical under other circumstances for how exaggerated his outfit was. A blade peeked out from under the cape, revealing what looked to be a purple suit. Exaggerated, and gaudy. Who? Adonis began in astonishment. His instincts told him this man was unimaginably dangerous, and the prince's hand drifted over to the saber at his side. All royals wore the ceremonial weapon when out in public, as much a mark of their station as it was a last desperate line of defense should the unimaginable happen. Well, now the unimaginable had happened, and Adonis was left without his armsman, or his loyal retainer. His hand tightened on the grip and the sound of metal rang as he drew the blade. Buffoon though he might be considered, Adonis was still a prince, schooled in all the expectations of a gentleman, including swordplay. If this was to be his last day on earth, he would not beg and besmirch the name Britannia. I am Zero, the Demon King, the distorted voice pronounced. Those that are sodden with sin have been introduced to my other half, the one known as C. Now I have come forth, to return to their proper place in hell all those that share the blood of Britannia. Have you now? Adonis sneered. Know this, knave, you have signed your death this day, for I, Adonis GI Britannia, will not permit you to carry forth such sacrilege. It was doubtful that Adonis was aware of the fact that the cameras were still rolling, that his act of defiance was being broadcast nationwide now that other news channels had picked up what was happening on what should have been just a horse racing broadcast. The censors were also waking up to what was happening, but the system of control was not such that they could actually automatically shut down a particular broadcast they disliked, unless they were willing to shut down all broadcasts, period. They were not quite that desperate, yet, and the few minutes that bought would be crucial. Nor was it likely the prince actually had any idea just how much effort had gone into arranging today's events. In truth, preparations had begun months ago, first the compromising of the necessary track workers and security, then the selective indoctrination of people in the crowd, all capped off with suborning of the closest police station to make sure they would be of no help in what was about to unfold. Still, time was against Zero, and if he was to succeed in his ploy he needed to hurry this little charade along. I applaud your apparent nerve, Prince Adonis, Zero said, brushing aside his cape to reveal the full length of his sword. Come then, and wet my blade with your blood. It so hungers. Adonis swallowed, the perilousness of his situation now sinking in a bit more. There was also a sinister shape to Zero's sword thanks to that bent near the hilt and the asymmetrically curved tip. The prince swore he had seen such a weapon before but could not recall from where. Not that that mattered with the sword pointed at him, though his own fencing saber was looking distinctly less adequate now. And then there was no more time for thought as suddenly a sharp pain began pounding his head. Zero raised his sword, pointing directly at Adonis. Come, Prince, and embrace your fate. Adonis' vision was becoming blurry as he tried to keep his bearing. And then the prince found himself taking a step forward. Then another. Horror was soon mixed in with the pain as Adonis found his body moving seemingly on its own. He tried to stop, tried to force his feet to still, to raise his sword and strike at Zero. You have no need for that blade of yours, Zero's voice sounded, an almost hypnotic rhythm to it. The fencing saber fell from Adonis' hand. He took another step forward. Hol ha! That was all Adonis could manage, all he had time to manage, before he felt the sharp point of Zero's blade touch his chest. Adonis came to a halt, the level of panic in what coherent thoughts that still remained reaching fever pitch. Au revoir, Monday Prince, Zero said. The man drew his arm back, and with one thrust sent his blade plunging into Adonis' heart. The sword punched through the prince's back, a shower of blood splashing forth and dripping down his body. A gurgle sounded in Adonis' throat and his knees gave out. He did not topple over, however, his form held upright by the impaling blade. Repose en paix, Zero whispered into his ears, the helmet next to Adonis' face. You will not be alone for long, brother. The rest of our family will join you soon enough. Adonis somehow found the strength to press a bloodied hand on Zero's mask. Who are you? Without answering, Zero pushed Adonis back, sliding his body off of the sword. Before the broadcast cut off, the censors finally reaching that point of desperation, the Empire was left with the sight of an Imperial Prince cut down, falling to his knees and then toppling over completely before an imposing, almost demonic-looking visage. End of chapter 81. That went on a bit longer than I was expecting. I wonder if that counts as murdering the hypotenuse. Yes, I know, this is a major escalation. Yes, I know, this will cause the security on the other royals to be clamped down, hard. Yes, that was intentional on Lelich's part. It'll get touched upon next chapter. We're slowly getting to the next story arc. Or rather, I suppose we are now in said next story arc. It's only going to get bloodier as things develop. Since Cole is part of the Quartermaster Corps, he tends to go out with a lot of supply convoys. Even so, he only comes under attack about every 1 in 5 convoys. Jean on the other hand seems to get attacked once every 3 convoys he escorts with his platoon. Of course, he only seems to get attacked whenever Cole is with him, so of course he's going to blame Cole. A caution on Ragnarok. It's a bit more complicated than what some of you are assuming. I'll just leave it at that for now. I'm not sure what's so draconian about Lelich's methodology. What is at stake is the entirety of the human race. Weighed against that, the deaths of his entire family is a small price to pay for preserving mankind as a species. That is the trade-off that Lelich has decided to make, and considering even just the stakes that all of you are aware of, it's hardly an irrational one. The risk of contacting any of his family members has been deemed too great since he does not know who is complicit in Ragnarok's preparations, and there's also something else going on. That contact itself represents an actual, real danger. Seeing as it's basically the end of the world if he fails, the logical approach would be to minimize the risks and go for the best, most surefire way of ending the threat that Ragnarok represents. It's the kind of situation where if Lelich had a nuke, he would not have hesitated to use it to wipe out Pendragon if he could guarantee that his family, or enough of it, was going to be caught in the blast. Maribel and Yuffie are good friends. If the only ones left were the two of them, Maribel would support Euphemia for the throne. Not least of which because Euphemia is higher in the order of succession to begin with. Anyway, if any of you are Kiseki fans, I started up another FIC called A Trail of Tears that serves as a kind of O that picks up at the end of Trails of Cold Steel 2. It's actually kind of like a cold calculus, I suppose, in that it explores a somewhat darker anti-hero role for what was originally the protagonist. It won't be seeing nearly as fast an update pace as this story, at least until I actually finish Calculus, but I thought I might as well advertise it now. Chapter 82. One of the most emotionally charged arguments for why Lelich Lamperouge and Lelich Six Britannia are two separate individuals is rooted in the former's indifference to the survival of the Princess Nunnally. One point agreed upon by most historians was that the Prince Lelich adored his younger sister and would have wanted nothing more than to see her safe and happy. Agent Lamperouge of this dis, however, was a French nationalist that did not share this sentiment, and the appearance of his distant cousin simply added another target to his list. Combined with his very public murder of the Prince Adonis Gi Britannia, to many this rendered it utterly impossible for Agent Lamperouge to be the same person as the Prince Lelich, and set the stage for the greatest personal tragedy for the Princess Euphemia. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 82. Missa Est. The jovial, almost optimistic mood that had pervaded Pendragon only a few days ago had crashed back down onto the cold harshness of reality with the murder of the Prince Adonis. That it was broadcast nationwide only added to the sense of shock. The reaction of the authorities was predictably heavy-handed, with the Inquisitio executing arrests of suspects on its 3rd and 4th tier threat lists. While many of these people were not actually involved with any genuinely dissident activities, Hereticus was starting to actually catch quite a few people who were actual foot soldiers of the Swords of Michael. Just how aware the Ordo was aware of this was still an open question, but there was no doubt that the Swords, all of them, were starting to feel the pressure. Remind me again, Crow remarked idly, just who it was that said that offing an Imperial Scion would only make achieving our goals harder? How they would clamp down on the security of the rest of the heirs and thus make it impossible to strike at them. Lelich turned back from the window he was gazing out of and regarded Crow. The situation has evolved considerably since then. In fact, the measures the Royal Guards are taking to protect their charges will even work to our advantage. Oh, how? One of the problems that we were facing was the fact that quite a few heirs are simply not located in Pendragon. Now that one has been struck down outside the capital, and its respective security apparatus, that will encourage the others to concentrate to make it easier to defend themselves. Crow snorted. Are you sure that won't just encourage them to do the exact opposite? Initially, that is a possibility, Lelich said. At least until we remove another heir from play. That caused the other youth to fall silent, at least for a brief moment. Well damn, you've certainly got a pair. Do you really think you can pull off another attack like that? Didn't it take you months to set up offing Prince Adonis? Primarily because we needed it to be dramatic and showy, Lelich said. And we do have other operations already well advanced in their preparations. That was true enough, though the hit on the Princess Maribel was currently forestalled due to her deciding to visit Japan. Alright, that's fair enough, Crow said, but even if a lot of the heirs do end up bunkering down in Pendragon, some will still be away, even if because of their official duties. Like the Princess Euphemia. Indeed, Lelich agreed. I presume you know the designated survivor protocol. Crow shrugged. Sure, whenever all of the major figures of state are gathered, there's always someone that's kept in a secure and remote location so that a decapitation strike doesn't wipe out the entire government. And at this point, simply due to convenience if nothing else, the princesses Euphemia and Nunnally will likely serve as the designated survivors, Lelich said. On the other hand, their proximity to the Chinese and Russian federations should offer at least some opportunities. Didn't you already try that once before? Crow pointed out. Failure is not an option, Lelich quoted. It is mandatory. The option is whether or not to let failure be the last thing you do. Catchy, Crow said. Doesn't do us a whole lot of good if it does end up being the last thing we do, however. True enough. Lelich clasped his hands behind him and gazed out the window again. The government is starting to bring in actual members of the swords. Yeah, and it's not just on this side of the country either, Crow said. If they keep at it, they might actually bust one of the cells. And if they bust enough of them, there goes our numerical advantage. That might have been exaggerating, even with all of the swords of God assembled they would have had the equivalent of about a division of soldiers. A less than cohesive division at that. Combined with the forces of the Virginian and Carolinian provincial guards, however, and they might have had enough of a force to actually crack Pendragon in an open assault. How progresses our other preparations? Lelich asked. Well, moving the weapons caches closer to Pendragon hasn't exactly been made any easier the past few months, Crow said. The Inquisitio is starting to really crack down, they're doing random searches and the like for anything that gets 50 miles within the city. I suppose that just means we need to keep our caches 100 miles out or something. Moving all that manpower is going to be trickier though, people are going to be missed, and we're starting to lose some to the conscription drive. Lelich nodded. That was another problem, and another reason why they would need to move soon. With the first wave of conscripts ready to deploy, the Empire was now issuing its second wave of enlistment notifications. Considering people that Britannia needed to fight this war were some of the very same people that the swords would need for its own upcoming operation was actually an even bigger problem than the Inquisitio sweeps. Then we are running out of time, Lelich remarked. We need to act, and soon. Easier said than done, Crow said. Oh, I mean sure, we could start moving manpower over, but unless KN and Alberia are prepared to move, then we're stuck. Indeed, Lelich said, rubbing his chin. Perhaps I will need to pay the fair Cecilia another visit. And here I thought you were the faithful type, Crow said with a smirk. Lelich shrugged. Needs must. He turned again to face Crow. Assuming the dukes are brought in line, how long would it take to shift over all of the sword's assets? Realistically? At least 2 weeks, more likely 3. We've gotten the contingencies ready to absorb all of the people and sit on them until the OP, but we won't be able to do that for more than a week, so say a month before we can actually kick things off. A month, Lelich said. That would be cutting it close. Winter would still be in some force, and even if his message reached Paris in time, there was little chance of the Russians getting their Baltic fleet over to the Pacific to threaten Japan quickly enough. Unfortunately, that was all they were going to have. If that was the case, then he needed to be as thorough as possible. And since he was in the country, it would be an opportune moment to take care of another matter as well. I trust you will be able to handle the logistics for severing the military command net, Lelich said. If you need any assistance, Laura should be able to lend it. No problem, Crow assured him. I might not look it, but I've got plenty of experience planning ops. Lelich snorted. That was putting it a bit lightly considering Crow's irreverence. But that lackadaisical attitude hit a very sharp and determined mind, one whom Lelich was confident would not let him down. So, Crow said. When do you think C's little brother is going to make his next appearance? The fallen prince chuckled. Perhaps it is time for them to put on a joint appearance, lest people think it was all a fluke. Oh? Got a target in mind? Lelich stroked his chin thoughtfully. In a manner of speaking. I think it might be time to pay back the Duchess of Bedivere for her attempt on me. Oh ho, Crow said. And how do you plan on making this anything but a suicide mission? All indications are that Dame ain't gonna hold back if she knows she's up against you. A savage grin crossed Lelich's expression. How many of those helmets do you think your people can fashion in a week? As a Knight of the Round, Monica was not used to being summoned by anyone not the Emperor himself. On the other hand, when a summons was undersigned by the Prime Minister and Heir Secundus, the Lieutenant General that was charged with said heir's safety, and the Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos, not even she could just blow it off regardless of how unpleasant the meeting was likely to be. When Monica entered the conference room, she did her best to suppress a grimace. Only one of the 3 signers were present, that being Lieutenant General Victor Arciad, but the other man already seated was not someone Monica could claim a great deal of joy in meeting again. Baron Stottfeld, Monica greeted. Your presence is unexpected. I am here as a representative of the Duchess of Vauxhall, Heinrich stated bluntly. Monica's expression tightened further. So that explained the Baron's attitude. He was himself Inquisitio and likely knew where quite a few skeletons were hidden. It seemed the Stottfeld family as a whole was not to be underestimated. Victor cleared his throat, drawing Monica's attention. Now that you are here, Dame Kraszewski, shall we get to the matter at hand? Very well, your lordship, Monica said, taking a seat without further invitation. What is it you wish to discuss? Unexpectedly it was Heinrich that spoke. In the course of your investigation of the Prince Lelich you have been documenting and collecting scans of the brains of individuals whom he has suborned. We want access to those records. Monica's eyes narrowed dangerously. How had the Baron known about that? The only ones engaged in that activity that were not part of Loki regiment in the first place were a few outside specialists, and one Captain Revelt. But the good captain was effectively restricted from outside contact and the operatives tasked with monitoring her had found no indications of Claire circumventing them. Granted no one was perfect, but the security should have been sufficient to keep such a detail from leaking. And how exactly did you become aware of that database? Monica decided to just come out and ask. At present you still lack internal expertise for using NMRIs and other more complex medical instrumentation, Heinrich stated simply. The absence of such experts does not go unnoticed, just as when you attempted to acquire the usage of an NMRI to examine the French operative that was captured, before my daughter executed him of course. While Monica was in some ways an intelligence operative it still seemed ludicrous to her that someone like the Baron could put together such disparate and distant pieces together to form such an accurate assessment. True, there were a few analysts of such caliber in Loki regiment as well, but the Baron seemed to be taking it to ludicrous lengths. Why do you want the data? Monica said instead of giving voice to those thoughts. The assassination of the Prince Adonis, Victor took that one. It is clear that quite a few people at the racetrack had been compromised by Lelich. It is also clear that you have found some way of detecting those that are suborned. I have need for that ability if I am to ensure the safety of my charges. Monica glanced over at Heinrich again. And what of you, Baron? I have been tasked with finding and terminating Lelich as a threat to the Empire, the Baron stated bluntly. The knight raised an eyebrow. That is technically a matter for the Ordo Hereticus. Lelich is at present a French national operating as his operative, Heinrich responded. That he is on Britannien soil is a detail. The Lord Inquisitor of Hereticus would probably disagree, but seeing as the Baron had the backing of the Xenos Lord Inquisitor and very likely the Prince Schneisel and his faction at court trying to pick that fight right now was probably not going to be productive. The truth of the matter however was far more complicated than either man could possibly imagine. Unlike these two, Monica had seen the face under the crowned mask, and that face belonged to one Colin Stottfeld, daughter of the Baron presently seated across from Monica. Except recent events were suggesting very strongly that that encounter was staged, an act of diversion. Or maybe something else entirely. Reports from her operatives left behind to keep an eye on CC and her contractor made clear that at the time of the assassination both were in Area 11 and both were roused shortly after news of the incident reached the Princess Euphemia. Unless Colin had discovered some way of teleporting halfway across the world there was simply no way she could physically have been the one that murdered the prince. And based on the weight of evidence, including the obvious compulsion many of the people at the racetrack were under, Lelich was the prime suspect for being the man behind the mask. Unfortunately all that hypothesis did was indicate Monica knew even less about what really happened inside the thought elevator than she originally thought. She had fought Colin, that the knight was absolutely certain of, yet for Colin to masquerade as this Zero suggested the younger woman somehow gained from diverting Monica from suspecting Lelich. Considering Lelich had attempted to outright murder her twice, and had killed people close to Colin, Monica was not sure what that gain could possibly be. Or what the two's connection was. And the thought of a Lelich possessing a code that powerful was more than a little frightening. Of course she was not about to reveal any of this to the two men seated before her. Very well, Monica said. I can provide access to the database, on the condition that any information that you have on Lelich is shared with me in turn. Agreed, Victor said immediately. Heinrich nodded. I will make the arrangements. That seemed a bit too easy, but time would tell just how prompt Xenos would be in revealing anything it did have. Nevertheless there was not much point in keeping the database of brain images private, while opening it up to a select few others to also examine it might yield some unexpected insights. Monica however was not quite done. As a measure of goodwill, she continued, I would like an understanding of just how far information on the Prince Lelich has reached. Victor raised an eyebrow while Heinrich's own eyes narrowed. Oh, do not worry gentlemen, Monica said with a smirk. I do not seek this information for the purpose of silencing anyone. I do need it however to determine just whom I can speak with frankly should new developments warrant it. While the Lieutenant General did not look amused in the slightest, Heinrich actually gave a flippant snort. I will be your point of contact on this matter on the Xenos side, Heinrich stated. And of course he would not be offering anything else. Typical Inquisitio. Then again she would have certainly done the same. Deciding there was no point in pushing, Monica looked over at Victor. The princes Odysseus and Schneisel are full briefed, Victor began, as are the princesses Guinevere, Cornelia, Euphemia, and Mary Belle. All of their guard captains are also briefed. Monica was pretty certain there were others also in the know, such as the Princess Nunnally, considering her rather abrupt reappearance, but that was good enough for now. Oh, there is one other thing, Heinrich suddenly spoke up. The incident at the machine tools factory. Monica stiffened immediately, a reaction that did not go unnoticed by the two men. There was an operative that managed to emerge alive despite the compulsion Lelich seemed to have used there. Would you be able to enlighten us as to how he managed this? The knight's eyes narrowed dangerously. If Xenos really knew that much already, then they had direct proof of an enforcer's existence. That was a far more dangerous secret to be in their possession than the fact that Monica and Loki Regiment was putting together a brain scan database. But how had they found out about Lawrence? Could Claire be the leak after all? Monica would need to investigate thoroughly. And if the captain really was passing information on, Monica would see to it that she was permanently silenced. Since his little run-in with the Directorate enforcer Lelich had become much more circumspect in his movements. As a consequence, on those occasions where he visited the KN estate, whether to woo the fair Cecilia or to discuss matters of strategy with her parents, he had arrived in much less flashier manners. Case in point, it was only after his car was parked in the underground lot of the estate that he stepped out. As far as anyone knew, the KNs were not under such heavy scrutiny as to warrant such precautions, but better safe than sorry. Fortunately, thus far Cecilia had been content to converse with him indoors instead of walking the gardens. And if the mood of the butler that came to greet him was any indication, today was no exception. Master Kingsley, the man greeted with a bow. Hello Frederick, Lelich greeted. Is something wrong? The Lady Cecilia has been feeling unwell as of late, since the murder of the Prince Adonis. Lelich frowned ever so slightly. Was she well acquainted with him? Sufficiently so, the man said. I see, Lelich said. I will be discreet. The butler nodded. This way, Master Kingsley. By this time Lelich was well familiar with the way to Cecilia's room, but etiquette required the forms to be obeyed. He followed the butler up the stairs and down one of the mansion wings before the two came to a halt before Cecilia's room. The butler knocked. Enter. And stepped aside to make way for Lelich. The young man nodded his thanks and accepted Cecilia's invitation. The noble daughter remained facing away from the door, however, simply gazing out the window. Lelich made sure every step was audible as he approached her. Cecilia, he said softly. Finally Cecilia turned about and looked over at Lelich. Ah, you have returned. She then turned away again. Lelich considered the way she held herself. She was not angry or trying to feign emotion to get his attention. Cecilia was genuinely distraught. That surprised Lelich. He had not thought his brother would leave such an impression on Cecilia. Something is wrong, he more stated than asked. I suppose something is, Cecilia said lethargically. Or perhaps it was resignedly. There is indeed something very wrong with our empire, when a man such as Prince Adonis can be murdered in plain sight. Lelich refrained from reaching out to Cecilia, for now. You and the prince were close. Close? Perhaps more so than others. Cecilia took a deep breath. He was kind to me, that much is true. But beyond that, we knew each other little beyond the social functions demanded of those of noble birth. And that was perhaps what truly shook Cecilia. As the daughter of one of the most prominent peers of the realm, she was for the most part insulated from the day-to-day struggles of the masses. True, the imperial court itself could be deadly with its intrigue, acts of open violence were still not the norm. The nobility preferred that any bloodletting be done behind the scenes after all, as if that somehow made the tragedies any less so. Now though someone had dared openly murder an imperial scion and even contrived to have the act be broadcast nationwide. Such an intrusion into the otherwise sheltered world of the nobility had to be a shock to many, not just Cecilia. You do not feel safe. Cecilia turned about again to regard Lelich, a slight smirk touching her lips. I am the daughter of the Duke KN. Though my parents have attempted to shelter me from the worst of it, merely being their child brings with it untold dangers. The young woman twirled her finger through one of her curls. Did you know? As a child, there was an attempt to abduct and ransom me. Lelich shook his head. That he had no heard about, and from the cues of Cecilia's body she was telling the truth. I was too young to remember, but one of the servants accidentally let slip the incident. I confronted my parents, and they eventually revealed to me the truth of the matter, or as much as they were prepared to divulge. Cecilia flicked the strand of hair aside. My father has enemies, ROI. Enemies whom would not shed tears were our blood to be spilt. But those enemies pale in comparison to those the imperial family faces. How true those words were, even if Cecilia's own knowledge remained ever so incomplete. Lelich idly wondered what the young woman's reaction would be once she learned her father was a participant in a coup attempt against the emperor and his children. Do you believe the dangers to be worth the privilege you enjoy? Lelich asked. Cecilia shook her head. It is not the privilege that makes the danger warranted, but the simple fact that I have a loving mother and father. For them, I will weather any storm that comes. That was very unexpected. Or perhaps it should not have been. Lelich had spent quite a bit of time in Cecilia's company by now and gotten a somewhat familiar feel for the young woman's personality. She was proud, that much was clear the moment they met. But that pride was not a hollow one. Cecilia had earned many of the distinctions that were her pride. Her scholastic standing was the fruit of her studious nature, her skill with the hunting rifle an unexpected quality for a lady. About the only thing that could be said to not be hers was the beauty that she was lucky enough to inherit from her parents. Even so, Cecilia did not idly sit around taking it for granted. Her exercise regimen was one that would not have felt out of place at a military academy. That likely had more to do with her martial mother than her father. Lelich offered a kind smile. And that is what forms the core of your radiance, Cecilia. The young lady raised an eyebrow. Praise from you, ROI? Have we become so familiar? Lelich walked over, reached out, took hold of Cecilia's hand and planted a kiss upon it. You would know empty praise when it falls upon your ears, Cecilia, for you have heard it oft enough. For you to consider my words to be praise, I hope that is a mark of your trust in my sincerity. To those words Cecilia actually smiled back as she held Lelich's gaze. That was well said, ROI. And I will admit more than a passing curiosity regarding you. Some of the humor left her eyes. You spend as much time with my father and mother as you do in my company. I cannot but wonder just what schemes bind you to my family. It was more the other way around, though Lelich was certainly not going to say that aloud. As much as I must earn your favor, so too must I earn the favor of your parents. Your mother has been especially demanding of her standards. Of course, Cecilia said somewhat lightly. I am after all her beloved daughter. And again her composure hardened. And you are avoiding the question. Lelich chuckled. That he was indeed, not least because the Duke and Duchess had made clear they did not want their daughter to learn the truth of the matter, yet. He could use his geese to redirect her, but for some reason Lelich felt less and less inclined to do so with Cecilia. Perhaps it was because, when all was said and done, she was genuinely innocent. Your father has set me a task, Lelich answered truthfully if vaguely, one that would see your family restored to the heights of power at court. He has achieved considerable commercial success thanks to winning the military contract for Nightmare production. He next seeks to match it with political success. Cecilia frowned. Success at court is paid for in blood, ROI. Blood like that spilled by the Prince Adonis. The young lady was right, and it had been Lelich himself whom spilled Adonis' blood. But he was certainly not going to tell her that. That has been the standard since the founding of the empire, he said instead. Imagine however if a path to power might be forged that did not demand blood as its toll. A path that saw those that fail left diminished but still whole. Cecilia did not look entirely convinced. I had no idea my father was such a dreamer. That was putting it mildly, but Lelich had the perfect riposte. He drew closer to Cecilia, standing level with her eyes. He dreams for you. For several moments Cecilia simply regarded Lelich, not making a single sound. Eventually however the young woman blinked, seemingly taken aback by his words. She adopted a thoughtful poise and Lelich let her be to mull them over. Finally when she looked back at him her expression was not quite as doubtful. Not quite. An interesting idea, she said. I will have to press father and mother on it. Considering how much they had already lied to their daughter Lelich did not doubt that Cecilia would come away with little to show for it. He almost pitied her in that respect. True the Cayennes did seem to genuinely love their daughter, but they had perhaps raised one that was too decent. Should Cecilia ever learn the full depths of her parents' plotting for her sake even, Lelich was not sure how she would take it. Perhaps she would display the same iron will as her mother and be able to reconcile all the deception. And perhaps not. Only time would tell. But enough of that, Cecilia said. You have come to keep me company and I have been a terrible hostess. Please, sit. Lelich cracked a smile as he accepted the invitation. Cecilia gave a single clap and a servant entered with tea for both of them. As the maid poured Cecilia picked up a box and brought it over to the table. Lelich raised an eyebrow. I see you never tire, he said sardonically. Until I have bested you, ROI, I shall never tire, Cecilia said with a fierce smile. I am a Cayenne after all. That you are, Lelich said with a chuckle. And proceeded to help Cecilia set up the chessboard. Of course, he set the Black King in front of himself. When Cecile received the summons to the Viceroy's palace she knew it was not simply some token courtesy. On the heels of the Prince Adonis murder the princess obviously wanted something. Considering those that were waiting for her in Euphemia's office were the Lady Stotfeld and the mysterious Cecilia Clermont, it invariably had to do with the special project that Cecile was managing for the princess. A project that was late. Your Highness, Cecile bowed. Captain Crumi, Euphemia greeted, polite but stern. I trust you already know why you were summoned. Yes, Your Highness, Cecile responded promptly. Then please. An explanation if you would. Cecile took a deep breath to steady herself before answering. 2 of the superconducting electromagnets that were ordered were found to have defects in their manufacture. Their coils were outside of tolerances. Due to the complexity of their construction, this set us back for basically a month while replacements were made. We have now received replacements and are currently running them through tests and calibrations. Thus far the new electromagnets appear to be within the required tolerances. Is the device ready for deployment? Cecile pursed her lips. Technically the answer was yes, they had not discovered any further problems thus far, but for a machine this complex it really was just a matter of time. Yes, Your Highness, she finally answered, but I caution that we simply have not had enough time operating the machine to have built up a high degree of confidence in it. That did not seem to determine Euphemia in the least. How quickly can the entire assemblage be moved to Common Island and installed? A minimum of a week, Your Highness. See to it, Captain. That was probably as clear a dismissal as any. Cecile bowed again. By your command, Your Highness. Cecile vacated the office very quickly. Something told her that another conversation would be taking place after her departure, and it was not one she wanted to be in any way involved in. After the door closed firmly behind the captain, Euphemia looked over at CC. Your device will reopen the thought elevator. The strange woman tilted her head aside. 'Twill restore the lambent that was lost. That be the limits of mortal hands. But it will permit entry into the thought elevator again. Euphemia pressed. 'Twould grant passage to one who bears a code, CC answered. A code. Euphemia's eyes narrowed. But not a Geass. Heed well, Your Highness, CC said. There be no means for one whom bears not a code to step past the threshold. Thy passage should have rendered thy mind flayed. The frown deepened. And yet I entered and emerged unharmed. More than unharmed. Yet reason would argue that should not be. What means this zero holds to invite thee and see thee unscathed 'tis beyond mine. I shan't risk thy mind and soul with such darkness. To say that Euphemia was unhappy with this turn of events would have been putting it far too mildly. You did not inform me of this prior, the princess said accusingly. Our pact was for mine entry into the thought elevator, CC responded, in exchange for certain sooths thou sought. Should I find greater sooths within the world of C, mine plight was to share what is learned to me. And I am to take your word for it. Euphemia said. CC responded without a hint of hesitation. The princess was obviously not satisfied in the least, but seemed aware that her options were severely constrained. Understand this, CC. The stakes that are now at risk are far greater than when I first approached you seeking to learn the truth. Another of my family has fallen, one whom I may not have held especially close but whom shared my blood nonetheless. And that blood was shed by someone else of the blood. CC pursed her lips, and with obvious difficulty answered. Thou art quite certain? Quite, Euphemia said. The mask and outfit were exact matches, as were the mannerisms. Lelich is zero, and for some reason he decided to lend me aid while also seeking mine and mine family's deaths. He is after something, perhaps even something associated with your own goals. I will have the truth of this matter, CC, and I will have it even if it is your blood that is spilled in answering it. Colin regarded the princess, her liege. The one she had sworn an oath to, more than one in fact. And what if you end up spilling your own in order to learn the truth, Your Highness? She asked. Euphemia and CC both looked up at her. You think I would go too far, Colin? Euphemia asked. I think, Your Highness, that even though you do not wish to, there may come a time when you find yourself having crossed that line without realizing it. The two women held each other's gaze for several moments before Euphemia took a deep breath. We are at a precipice, Colin. I can feel it. Something is about to happen that will change the world, and if we do not get a handle on it quickly enough then it might well end the world. Euphemia looked back over at CC. And the only person who might know anything about this has had her lips sealed. Colin sighed. The princess had a point, but that did not make her any happier about how hard she was pushing. She too glanced over at CC. Is there nothing else you can tell us? Colin asked. A hint, something that we can at least try to act upon instead of just waiting. C's eyes glazed over and the woman's form went stock still. A minute passed before her head tilted and she looked at Euphemia again. A map. Of where? The princess responded immediately. The world. Euphemia rose and walked over to the bookcase, drawing a large albeit not terribly thick volume from the shelf. She set it on the desk and flipped to a page with a world map. CC reached across and grabbed one of the fountain pens and circled several locations on the atlas. The other two women leaned over her shoulder to examine the locations. Japan, Colin said, Mongolia, England, somewhere in Africa, the Middle East, India, 2 in North America, and 1 in Antarctica? What are these? Thought elevators, Euphemia answered for CC. Those are the locations of thought elevators. Hey, didn't realize there were so many in the world, Colin said, then frowned. Wait, that one in Antarctica, isn't it part of the Britannian Antarctic territory? Indeed, Euphemia said, eyes narrowing. In fact, before the fall of the Middle East the Empire had control of 4 of the 9. And Dame Krashevsky did something to the one at Common Island on my father's behalf. She looked at CC. Was that the true aim of the invasion of Japan and the Middle East? To seize control of the thought elevators. Within its pale be the sum and limits of man, CC said. She began circling the ones within Britannian territory, the very ones that Euphemia and Colin had noted. He whom wields such instruments shall hold as his domain all of man. She met Euphemia's gaze. And by a hair's breadth didst thee veer from disaster. A majority, Euphemia said softly. Whatever my father and the Directorate are planning, they need a majority of the thought elevators. Which we had until the Empire lost control of the Middle East. Colin hissed. That's why Japan was invaded? What the hell is the Emperor even trying to do? She had not been expecting an actual answer from CC, not least because of whatever bound the other woman. Nevertheless she received one as the green-haired girl took the pen and crossed out the entire map. Colin's eyes widened while Euphemia inhaled sharply. The princess' previous remark about the end of the world was more hyperbole than an actual assertion. It seemed that was closer to the truth than she had imagined. We need to get the thought elevator open, Euphemia said firmly. And we need to break whatever is binding you. To that CC nodded, and even smirked. Worlds, your highness. 'Tis what rests upon the scales against the weight of mine sins. Report, Monica said curtly. Your grace, the soldier on the other end said reflexively. They showed up half an hour ago, there's at least 100 or so of them. They've gathered around the perimeter but haven't made any moves to brief it. The knight cursed. This was not what she needed right now, not with half the country sweating what had happened to the Prince Adonis. Now they had a crowd of people meandering seemingly aimlessly around the defensive perimeter around the New York thought elevator, all of them wearing the crowned masks of C and Zero. If she did not know better she would have sworn the little bastard was trolling her. Are they armed? One would have thought the officer reporting in would have included that particular detail without being prompted, but no. No your grace, not that we can see. All right, stay put, do not use lethal force on any of those people, and wait until I get there. Yes your grace. Monica closed the channel and slapped the radio back onto her belt. As she emerged on the roof the sound of the helicopter blades whirling could be heard. She might well be flying into another trap but she really did not have a choice. If these people really were more puppets Lelich had created there was a chance that she could disable the compulsion imprinted upon them. And while Monica was not entirely heartless and would prefer to keep these people alive, there was also the practical matter of avoiding the need to create yet another cover for a large body count of dead civilians. Fortunately as the helicopter neared the thought elevator no missiles shot up to down her transport. Monica did not take any chances however, jumping out and hurrying away from the landing pad. And after the revelation that Lelich had a very skilled sniper at his disposal the outfit Monica now wore was considerably less flashy than her usual uniform. It said sad things about the need to take such precautions in the homelands, but then again their opponent was not one to be underestimated. Any changes? Monica said. None your grace, the officer said. They're just standing there. It's getting a bit creepy. The knight frowned, looking out at the perimeter fence. I see. This had to be a diversion, to distract from whatever Lelich's real goal was. Of course. They're moving. Monica had already seen the motion as the mass of bodies began pushing against the fence. I thought you said there were only 100. She said somewhat bitingly. There were your grace, the officer tried. More have been flowing in since my report. The knight did not quite sneer. Position your troops, do not open fire until I give the order. Yes your grace. The range of Monica's canceller was only about 500 feet. Not far, but far away enough to be tactically useful. A shot sounded. Monica pressed herself against one of the barriers. I thought you said they weren't armed. She shouted. They weren't. The officer exclaimed. Looking out Monica saw that was only mostly true. There were definitely a few people sporting pistols and the like but the vast majority did not have firearms. Then again the knives they sported would be just as deadly if they got in range. Go to hell. One of the soldiers shouted. He rose, leveled his rifle, and jerked back as a shot impacted his shoulder. His scream of pain was just barely audible from the discharge of his own gun. The other soldiers stared in shock at the scene, and at the one who pulled the trigger. I issued an order, Monica said coldly and clearly. Anyone who disobeys it, answers to me. It was insane, the Knight of 12 was demanding that they hold fire while coming under fire themselves. Yet the aim of the oncoming people could hardly be called on target, whereas Monica had just demonstrated rather acutely the lethality of her aim. The soldiers began bunkering down and prayed that whatever the Knight intended, it would work quickly enough to avoid any further casualties. Monica turned her attention back to the oncoming crowd. There were easily 200 people now. Where had Lelich found all these people? Before she could answer that question, however, she needed to stop them. Monica reached out, projecting her senses against their minds. There it was, the telltale sign of Lelich's mental manipulation. Except this time, it was a lot shallower of an impression. There was not the complex knot that she had seen in Claire's mind or even that of the compromised gendarmerie private. In fact, she did not sense at all the failsafe. Either Lelich had been sloppier this time around or he had not cared. But if these people really were a diversion, then that probably explained it. He was not expecting them to survive anyway. Monica concentrated, and smashed aside the chains that bound those minds. The first couple rows of people stopped advancing and began looking about in confusion. A confusion that began considerably more heightened as those behind kept pushing. Cries sounded all about and people began scrambling out of the way even as they tore off their helmets. As each wave came in range, Monica triggered her eye again and again until all of the victims were freed from Lelich's Geass. In the end it was all rather anticlimactic. Monica rose from behind cover, examining the sight. Too easy. The shot that sounded sent the crowd screaming and running. Monica blinked. And looked down at the massive gaping wound in her stomach. Oh bugger. The Knight fell back. End of chapter 82. Yay, another cliffhanger. Fun fact. The site claims that this FIC is over 700k words. It's only at 640k in my master draft, including scenes that are for future chapters. I apparently have 60k worth of author notes. I've always wondered just why anime seems to insist on having the female characters shorter, or at best the same height, as the male characters of same or similar age. Or even of younger age. It gets to somewhat ridiculous lengths when like an Infinite Stratos Chifuyu is shown as the same height as Ichika despite being several years older. So the good news is, I'm pretty sure next chapter is when the next Big Bang is going to happen. I'm only about 3 chapters behind where I thought it would be put in. The even better news is that said Big Bang's already written, so only half of the chapter needs to be written. The bad news is, that half that needs to be written is going to be meaty all by itself and could take a bit. And I might take the time to work on A Trail of Tears instead of this story. I'm mildly surprised more of you aren't up in arms about Lelich courting Cecilia. Or finding reasons to hate him for it. Any plan that attempted to see Lelich reconcile with parts of his family would have increased the risk that he would fail outright to stop Ragnarok. Lelich made a choice, the world itself is more important than his family. Therefore he is prepared to wipe out his entire family to ensure the continuation of the world. Granted, he made this decision when he thought Nunnally was dead, but at this point he's too far along his original plan to change gears. Once he decided that the world was more important, then what happens to his family is irrelevant, therefore any plans he makes should focus on achieving his primary goal and should not be distracted by anything that does not achieve that goal, including something as complicated as trying to reduce fatalities. As I said before, the needs of the many. And when the many numbers in the billions, then the deaths of even a few hundred or a few thousand or even a few million is still a price worth paying. The fact that Lelich did choose to save the world over his family, and ultimately perhaps over his own well-being or life, should not come as a surprise. He literally did the exact same thing in the anime. He's just a bit less restrained in my version. I think someone is vastly misunderstanding the balance of power right now in the world. Britannia is currently considered the superior of either the Chinese Federation or the European Union if it was taking them on alone, and in fact most suspected it was the equal of the two combined. The only reason it's having this much trouble right now is it's having to fight both at the same time. Now that it's basically temporarily withdrawn from the European front and is concentrating solely on knocking out the Chinese first, China's industrial capacity is not sufficient to match the empire. It is only if the Europeans go full in to support their nominal Chinese allies that the Chinese have a chance of actually fending off the onslaught that Britannia is preparing to send their way. Those 3 million soldiers that have finished working up? All of them are being staged in preparation of an invasion of mainland Asia and being backed up by the most powerful navy in the world. China's army might be larger on an absolute scale, but its equipment and doctrine is far below the Britannian or European standard, and that's been showing already. Amphibious invasions are hard and require a lot of naval support. China did not possess a Blue Seas Navy, and its naval assets have already taken a thrashing from Britannian forces, meaning it's reaching the point where they do not have the means to mount any further such landing attempts. The Empire on the other hand has most of its navy still intact and are able to build new ships much faster. Therefore in material terms they will be better equipped to carry on the war than either of their enemies alone. If the Chinese and Europeans do not begin collaborating more closely, they'll just end up getting picked off like they always feared they would. Wars are after all won in the factories, and Britannia has a lot more factories than either the Chinese or the Europeans. The Europeans did not exactly let the Britannian forces escape from the Middle East. That part of the war dragged on for 6 months of very heavy fighting. At the end of it, the Britannians were fighting a very stiff rearguard action with General Craig personally leading it. Craig's forces pretty much fought until they were out of ammo and fuel before surrendering, and combined with the support the Britannian naval forces were providing, support that the Europeans were unable to provide for their own forces, they gave a very good accounting for themselves before surrendering. A bunch of the units left behind did not even surrender for that matter, they literally fought to the last man to stall the Europeans for as long as possible to provide time for the evacuation. I have not actually portrayed much if any actual interactions between the Britannian military and the Akatsuki. Thus far Akatsuki has primarily been working with the gendarmerie, which I have already established is much less stuck up than the military, and which has in the past even come into conflict with the Britannian military themselves because of its heavy-handedness. I have also emphasized many times that the degree of insistent racial hatred as shown in the anime does not make sense and that my portrayal of Britannians and their society is intended to be more balanced, and I will refer anyone with further doubts to go back and reread those and come up with new counter-arguments before I bother commenting more on the societal standards. Trying to use the anime as evidence for how racial relations should be misses the point where I repeatedly stated the anime's portrayal is a caricature and too simplified. As far as the Special Administration Act goes, there was opposition, back in the homelands amongst the nobility. Schneisel rammed it through Parliament anyway with his majority in the Commons and the support of those nobles in his faction at court, all of which I noted in the actual story. The tension is there, but at this point it's entirely secondary to the main storyline and I've elected not to dedicate too much time to it because otherwise it would double the length of this story and I would get bored of it. Similarly, the soldiers that Colin has been around with are mostly other members of Euphemia's guard. They were all selected, originally by Jonathan, and then by Valletta, because they could function in an environment where there would be a lot of numbers and would not go all trigger happy. They also swore themselves to Euphemia knowing full well her fairly liberal social attitude. If they could not stand working with non-Britannians, they would have never signed on, nor would they have been given a chance to sign on. In fact, the one person that has been giving Colin grief is Claudio, who is not sworn to Euphemia, but to her sister, the openly racist Cornelia. Had this story been for publishing, it would have been split up into 4 books at a minimum. More probably 5. That being the case, I'm unlikely to ever do a summary of it, simply because any time I spend writing said summary is me not working on the story proper. The closest that'll likely be produced is this FIC's TIF tropes page, which yes, does exist. The lack of a proper character page makes it a bit harder to track certain things, but otherwise it captures a decent range of things from the story that it'll do. And if any of you disagree, well, TIF tropes is a freely editable wiki. And someone please go fix the shout-outs reference to the maxims. They're not Napoleon's, they're from Schlock. I'm not going to do it primarily because I as the author of the work really shouldn't be touching those pages. It somehow feels like it would be dishonest self-promotion if I did. Chapter 83. Spoiler, you all should have seen this coming. The exact circumstances behind the Battle of Pendragon are hard to trace, not least because so many of the instigators died over its course and aftermath. One unambiguous force behind it, however, was Lieutenant Lelich Lamperouge, this disoperative on a campaign to kill as much of the Britannian imperial family as possible. The lieutenant ultimately organized a coalition of forces, replicating on a grand scale the same stratagem he employed in Japan in his attempt to assassinate the Princess Euphemia, to attack the capital of Pendragon. The bulk of the combat strength came from the Carolinian and Virginian provincial guards, which together came to approximately 2 divisions of armored cavalry and mechanized infantry. The single company of Nightmares commanded by the Virginian Provincial Guard also added a significant punch to the attacking force. The rest of the combat forces came from the Christian terrorist organization the Swords of God, a collection of 12 different cells each named after one of the 12 archangels, with the Swords of Michael being the most prominent therein. In fact, the Swords of Michael served as camouflage for the other swords, claiming responsibility for their actions so as to hide the true extent of the organization. The Britannian government was of course not completely unaware of the presence of a 5th column in the homelands. They also noticed a distinct pattern of people across the country not reporting in when summoned for conscription, one beyond the usual draft dodgers. These were clear warning signs that a major operation was about to be undertaken, and the Britannian government reacted accordingly. Nevertheless, the sheer scale of the attack that finally struck Pendragon still came within a hair's breadth of achieving its primary objective, and would almost certainly have achieved it had forces under the command of the Princess Euphemia not intervened, an intervention that secured for her the throne of Britannia. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 83. De Nobis Fabula Narrator. The military airfield in Florida had seen quite a bit of activity since the outbreak of war as personnel and resources were shifted about. For the most part, the planes that passed through were rugged military transports. Today, however, a considerably sleeker and cleaner looking plane was sitting on the tarmac, one that was surrounded by soldiers in maroon uniforms. Those that followed court news would easily recognize the soldiers as members of the Princess Karin's royal guard, and their presence was a fair indication that the plane was intended to bear the princess somewhere. Those that followed news in general would know that after the murder of the Prince Adonis, several of the royal scions that did not reside in Pendragon were making arrangements to temporarily shift their residence to the capital. Despite the attacks that had taken place there, the security of the palace district itself remained intact, and thus was likely a much safer place to be until the terrorists behind the recent events were captured. Not all of the imperial scions were thus retreating, some remained out of stubbornness while others did so of duty. The Princess Euphemia remained in Tokyo, and around her person established another stronghold that protected her half-sisters, the princesses Maribel and Nunnally. The Princess Karin had originally objected to relocating, due in part to her distaste for what she termed the prissiness of the imperial court, but her retainers had finally managed to convince her of the necessity. As such, today she would be leaving her estate and flying to Pendragon, where a residence had already been prepared and merely awaited her arrival. Once there, she would be under the shield cast by a multitude of forces ranging from the Knights of the Round to the royal guards of her siblings. Until then, however, there was a window of vulnerability during which she might suffer the same fate as her brother Adonis, or her brother Clovis. The convoy bearing the princess was late, though the guards on station had been informed of this. The drivers of the two trucks rolling towards the base, however, had not been, and so made their approach with the assumption that the princess was already on board. As they neared the road leading onto the base, the soldiers on duty did not pay them much mind, at least at first. That all changed the following minute as the trucks crossed the initial line of control without offering notification to the oncoming checkpoint. Or slowing. After the events of the past few days, there was no hesitation in the reaction of the sentries. They all drew their weapons and opened fire. Bullets sprayed the front of the first truck and blood could be seen splattering the windshield. The truck began careening out of control, causing the soldiers to dive out of the way as it crashed into the guard post. The second truck, however, charged through without slowing. A moment later the first exploded, a wave of heat and pressure scorching and flattening everything in its immediate vicinity. Alarms were now blaring throughout the base, and those soldiers that were armed began piling out. The armsmen guarding the plane waiting for the princess did not wait for their compatriots to handle the matter. Immediately upon sighting the onrushing truck, one of the soldiers hefted a law and fired off the rocket. The projectile smashed into the truck and detonated, setting off the explosives packed in the vehicle. The combined force caused the ground to shake slightly, and burning rubble and metal sprinkled the immediate area. The threat was, for now, neutralized. The Princess Cornelia did not look terribly happy to be in the same room as the Baron Heinrich Stottfeld, but beyond giving the man a displeased glare, she did not overtly express that sentiment. No one was ever going to accuse Her Highness of being completely close-minded, but her opinion of non-Britannians was well known, and in her mind Heinrich's act of marrying a number would always be a mark against the man. She would still listen to what the Baron had to say, however, if only because the Duchess of Vauxhall had vouched for his professional skill by enlisting him for the task force hunting Lelich. And after a month in which the former prince's acts kept growing in audacity, that task force needed to start showing results, especially considering the events of the past week. Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, Heinrich began, the task force has discovered an extremely disturbing pattern in the past 2 weeks across the Empire, all of which we believe have been instigated by the Prince Lelich. That was a rather abrupt preamble, but then again Heinrich was never one for wasting words. It was a trait Cornelia could almost appreciate, save for her other annoyances with the man. In addition to the overt assassination attempts on the Princess Karin N.E. Britannia and Dame Monica Krzyzewski, the military has seen an extremely disturbing development over the course of the last week. Specifically, reports are coming in all across North America from Colombia to Florida of soldiers in the provincial guards seemingly going AWOL and disappearing. At present count we believe close to 3,000 provincial soldiers have deserted their posts. Cornelia's eyes widened. 3,000? That was effectively an entire regiment all by itself. What is more, an analysis of the reports from the mustering points indicate that nearly 6,000 conscripts have failed to report in for the second mobilization wave, Heinrich continued. Amongst those 6,000, close to 90% have something in common with the missing provincial guardsmen. They are listed as Christian on their birth certificates. The marshal suppressed the urge to curse. They're planning an attack. Heinrich nodded. Yes, Your Highness, and not just with those numbers. Cornelia tilted her head quizzically. What do you mean? We have received reports of desertion from several of the larger provincial guards, but there were a few exceptions, the Baron explained. The two most notable being the Carolinian and Virginian provincial guards. The princess stared at Heinrich. Her face blanched as the implications hit her. The others in the room accompanying her for the briefing were reacting in similar fashion. This is confirmed, she said. Heinrich nodded. As of the latest reports from half an hour ago, Your Highness. Cornelia inhaled sharply. Do you have an estimate for when they will launch the operation? A week, no more than 2, Heinrich answered firmly. This many people going missing cannot be missed, so their window of opportunity will be slim. Indeed, the princess said darkly. We will need to increase patrols. Hells, the Knight of 10 is still recovering. Heinrich said nothing. As far as he was concerned, Luciano Bradley had gotten off light when the swords of Michael beat him into a bloody pulp. Now though, considering the responsibility of his regiment in patrolling the approaches to Pendragon, it was starting to look like the terrorists had targeted him for more than just making an example. "We need to disarm the 2 provincial guards immediately," Marshal Zex Vander said. "Agreed, but that will not be easy," Cornelia said. "If the Dukes Alberia and KN realize that we are onto them, they might prove desperate enough to kick off their operation immediately." Grumbles sounded all about. The right to maintain a division-sized armed force was one of the privileges that balanced the power of the throne against that of the great peers, and intruding upon it was fraught with political danger. Now though that right was threatening to tear apart the empire despite the life and death struggle Britannia was in the midst of. "We should try to move units between Virginia and Pendragon," another officer suggested. "The regular military cannot station forces in the city proper, but we can still establish a defensive line outside of the city bounds." To that Cornelia nodded. "See to it, we must not permit the Virginian and Carolinian provincial guards to cross in force. And put all squadrons along the northeast coast on alert. If the provincial guards do leave their domains, I want the Air Force ready to send them to meet hell." "Yes, ma'am." Cornelia rose. "I will speak with General Waldstein to prepare other contingencies." She then regarded Heinrich almost thoughtfully. "Well done, Lieutenant Colonel." Heinrich bowed his head respectfully. "Your Highness." A single moment of conflict passed over Cornelia's expression before it became stern once more, and she made for the exit. The Princess Cornelia's opinion on non-Britannians was well known. Also well known was her appreciation of competence, and of devotion to family. "That gods be damned son of a bitch," Monica cursed. And then winced. The painkillers were not doing a very good job. The sniper shot had nearly killed her, in fact would have killed her, save for the cybernetic enhancements she had received from the Directorate. Even so, one of her kidneys was a complete loss, and she would be stuck recuperating for months, just when it looked like Lelich was about to kick off his little party. That more than anything else, was frustrating beyond measure. And potentially would end up finishing the job where Lelich's sniper had failed. The door opened and Claire entered. The woman came to attention at Monica's beside. "Your Grace, I've returned from my meeting with Colonel Verrett. Combined with the records from the military, our suspicions appear to have been validated. The Swords of Michael are drawing in members from across the country and will almost certainly be launching a major operation in the near future." Monica bit her lip. The problem here was that they had no clear idea on exactly when in the near future their enemies would strike. The Baron Statfeld's surprisingly rigorous analysis indicated a window of about a week, something that Monica's instincts told her was probably on the mark. But even so, a lot could happen in a week's time. Like her getting shot and becoming bedridden. Lelich was so going to pay for this. What of the Carolinian and Virginian provincial guards? "Officially they have just concluded their training exercise," Claire said. "Nevertheless there is no indication that they are dispersing back to their regular stations." "Thought so," Monica said grimly. "All right, if we're going to head this off we might need to be a bit more proactive. Captain, consider yourself returned to open active duty. Arrange a meeting with the Prince Schneeisel, do it through Colonel Verrett if you have it. It was almost certainly the prince that set her on trying to track Lelich. See if he can cook up some kind of reason to summon all of the seated peers to Pendragon. Something that should definitely provoke a reaction from the Dukes Alberia and KN, which if they decline to answer the summons will cause questions to be raised." "Yes, Your Grace." "And when they have arrived, arrest them," Monica ordered. "I'm giving you command of a company of Loki regiment. Use them to take the 2 into custody. And if they resist, I am authorizing the use of lethal force." Claire pursed her lips but nodded. "By your command, Your Grace." These were increasingly desperate measures, but they were rapidly running out of time. As much as Monica hated to admit it, Lelich had been one step ahead too many times. She could only hope that this time around they were acting instead of reacting. And that their actions were not too late. It was with some relief that Cecile was able to complete the verification of the particle accelerator and ship it over to Common Island without running into any hiccups. Any further delay would probably have utterly ruined any chance of her ever learning the truth behind Suzaku's betrayal. Lloyd of course was more than a bit cross at the amount of time she was putting in compared to her usual duties, but seeing as the Prince Schneeisel himself was placing significant importance on the Common Island experiment, the most the Earl could do was whine. The moment of truth was fast approaching as the technicians finished hooking up the exceedingly complex system. Hopefully being in the field like this would not cause the entire assemblage to just go up in smoke. "Captain Crumey." Cecile turned about to see the princess standing behind her with Colin and Laura flanking her. "Yes, Your Highness." "Do you have a moment?" Cecile pursed her lips. Was this what she was waiting for? "Yes, Your Highness." She turned to the technician. "If any problems arise, contact me immediately." "Yes, ma'am." Cecile followed the other 3 women to a secluded part of the thought elevator guarded by several other armsmen. While the captain felt as if her heart were about to explode, the princess' expression remained seemingly serene. Collins on the hand looked considerably more strained. What I am about to reveal to you, Euphemia began, you may not repeat to any other save myself, Colin, and Laura. If you do so, I will have you executed for treason. Am I clear, Captain Crumey? Cecile swallowed and nodded firmly. Yes, Your Highness. Euphemia returned the motion before continuing. The Tokyo uprising was instigated by a foreign operative in service to the French SDIS. We conclusive evidence that this operative possesses the ability to impose a compulsion on other minds, one that they cannot disobey. We also have reason to believe that such a compulsion was placed on Private Kurugi, and is the reason he betrayed his oaths. It took a moment for Cecile to realize that her mouth was hanging agape. When she did, she immediately snapped it shut. Why, your pardon, Your Highness. Euphemia simply nodded but said nothing. Cecile took in a deep breath. Your Highness is aware of whom this operative is. Yes, and that is information you do not have a need to know. The captain's expression cracked slightly. She certainly did have a need to know, but it was personal, not operational, which was why the princess was not willing to tell her. She took another deep breath. I understand, Your Highness. I am glad, Euphemia said, offering what was probably meant to be a comforting smile. Yes, she did understand, but Cecile's turmoil was not abated. It was not Suzaku's fault that he betrayed his oaths and raised his arms against Britannia. Yet he would go down in history as a traitor nonetheless. That was a cruel, cruel fate for someone whom had tried so earnestly to be adopted by his new society. He did not deserve that, but Cecile was in no position to try and save him from that. If you will excuse me, Your Highness, Cecile said even as her eyes moistened. I should get back to the preparations. There is one other point you should be aware of, Captain, the princess said. Cecile blinked, the tears not quite escaping. The work you do here, its intent is to attempt to determine the truths behind this disoperative, Euphemia said. The nature and source of his power, and perhaps even the means to counter it. That caused Cecile's eyes to widen. Was the princess telling the truth, or was this just meant as empty words of comfort? She considered the possibilities. Thought elevator. She had always wondered just whom had named these ancient structures that. It originally sounded more like a metaphor than an actual descriptor. But now with the princess revelations, perhaps the name was entirely literal. I see, Your Highness, Cecile said after a thoughtful silence. Take some time to compose yourself, Captain, Euphemia said as she took her leave. Thank you, Your Highness, Cecile said even as her mind continued to race. There were so many unanswered questions, not least of which was how an ancient monument like this might be related to the power possessed by this disoperative. Then again Cecile recalled that this thought elevator was not the only one in the world, and that the Europeans possessed two in their territories. Perhaps they too had been combed for their secrets and that was how the operative acquired this power. If so, the ramifications if more such persons appeared, were more than a bit frightening. So lost in her thoughts it took Cecile a moment to realize that she was not quite alone. Though the princess was departed with Laura in tow, Colin had remained behind. Oh, Lady Stotfeld, Cecile said apologetically. Pretty sure we went over this before, Colin said with a dry smile. It's Colin, or Lieutenant Stotfeld if you want to stick with protocol. Very well, Cecile said, offering a smile of her own. Lieutenant Stotfeld. Her expression turned more solemn. So. This was the secret you were keeping? Yeah, it was, Colin said with a nod. Cecile sighed. I can see why. Well, now you know too, Colin said. It ain't gonna be easy, but if you need someone to talk to about this, I'm all ears. The smile that Cecile gave Colin this time was more openly appreciative. Thank you, Lieutenant. Colin. She sighed again. Is this why you said you do not hold Suzaku's actions that day against him? Colin nodded. That's right. I see. Cecile shook her head. I will admit, I am still not entirely sure how to take all this. But, I think in time I will be able to make peace with the knowledge, and not being able to do anything about it. To that Colin nodded. The captain would have to, as Euphemia was not kidding in the least about having her shot if she blabbed. And as one of the people who knew exactly why such execution would be warranted, Colin was pretty sure she would be stuck with performing it. That was not a duty the young woman wanted to ever perform, and one she fervently prayed she would never be called on to do so. C.C.'s lips twitched as she considered the panel before her. To the untrained, or rather unattuned eye, they were just stone slabs. To her eyes however she could make out the faint glow of symbols floating above the cold stone. And when she reached out, the symbols shimmered as her finger touched them. That would do, for now. Art thy ministrations complete? We are ready to proceed at your order, Cecile said. Assuming we could understand said order, was the unspoken subtext. C.C. chuckled. As much as it frustrated her to not be able to clearly explain herself, to the point of the blasted binding trying to choke the life out of her if she tried, and immortality did not make that any less pleasant, it still amused her to consider the mental contortions others had to go through to discern the meaning of her words. At least they got to share in some of the misery she herself endured. Alight thy apparatus, Tenter. Technically it's your device, CC could hear Cecile mutter under her breath. The woman decided she rather liked the captain. All such humor however left C.C's mind as the hum of electricity became audible. That was all the indication any of them had that the thing was even turned on. The antiproton beam was not exactly visible in the containment shell. And then the floor began to glow softly, revealing the bird-like sigil carved upon it. CC nodded. That would do. She stepped forward onto the massive pattern and then onto the sigil itself. A moment later her vision blurred. The next, she was standing in a massive chamber filled with rows and rows of shelves. She was returned to C's world. CC took a deep breath. The binding about her was gone. She grinned, then laughed, and twirled about. She was free, if even momentarily. She was free. Her expression darkened and she composed herself. She was free, and she would exercise that freedom. CC looked about the interior of the thought elevator. In some ways it was much as she remembered it, a seemingly endless library whose shelves were filled with books of the myriad of souls that encompassed the human race. She frowned. Something was off, there was a palpable tension and unease, as if all of the souls connected here were restless and waiting for something. CC had never felt anything like this in all her years. She was soon sharing in this seeming unease. The woman walked past the shelves and books, heading for the center of the elevator. As she neared other differences became more apparent. The shelves looked more run-down and even cracked, the books upon them worn and ragged. It was as if the souls of all mankind were somehow stained, darkened. When she arrived she was faced with not the tables and chairs of a sitting room that traditionally occupied it, but a pulsing blue crystal floating above the ground. CC hissed. And then caught sight of the singular figure standing before the crystal. Said hiss turned into an outright growl. The figure turned about, a glint of light catching on the opaque visor for a moment as he did so. Cecilia, the figure said. It is, good to see you. If the woman's response was any indication, the feeling was not reciprocated. You ass. You are an ass. Where? He is there. There is the ass. The figure chuckled ruefully as it stepped away from the crystal. I am afraid I cannot offer you a drink. Our time here is short. Thou thinkst to feign propriety and camaraderie. CC ranted. Thou set me a task yet set a noose round mine neck. Dost thee take I for a clod, Lelich? Free of her bindings though she was, habit had ingrained within her the archaic pattern of speech. That did not stop her from tearing Lelich a new one verbally. The sudden shaking of the room however did, throwing CC off as she looked about. After a moment or two the tremors subsided. What? Your grievances with me are fair and genuine, Lelich said. And had I the time I would bend knee and sincerely beg your forgiveness. But what I did for your protection, and as much as I regret the suffering you have endured I would do it again. Another tremor swept through the chamber. And as you can see, we do not have that time. Footsteps sounded behind her and CC spun around, sword at the ready. Lelich, they're breaking through. A voice shouted. Is she here yet? C.C's eyes widened as she caught sight of the woman shouting. Red hair disheveled, face covered in soot and dried blood, despite it all she still recognized the other woman. Colin. And she was not alone. Alongside Colin was a silver-haired youth, body battered and leaning heavily on the woman. The two were wearing some sort of armor though the young man's helmet was cracked. Oh good, you're finally here, Colin said in mix of exasperation and relief. We'll hold them off as long as we can, get right out of here while you still can. CC gaped at the woman. It was indeed Colin, but not at the same time. Not her Colin at any rate, much as the Lelich now behind her was not her Lelich. What has transpired? Nemo, armor purge now, Colin said, ignoring the question. CC watched as the black armor worn by the young man cracked and peeled off. Under the armor was a similarly colored skin suit, but not of any material that she recognized. Stop gapping like an idiot and help me here. Colin snapped as she lowered the man she was helping, causing CC to stir. The woman quickly hurried over and knelt by the bloodied youth. His breaths were ragged and pained, but he was still breathing. His eyes flickered as he seemed to flit in and out of lucidity. Mum. Colin smiled gently at him. It's going to be all right, Rye. She leaned over and planted a kiss on his forehead. CC gasped as a crest shone briefly through the armor just below Colin's collar. This Colin possessed a code, much as this Lelich did. And they were seemingly running from something. Something that could threaten a fully awakened code bearer. Find me when you wake, Colin ordered, and then on a louder voice. Take care of him Nemo. And promptly lifted the young man and pushed him into C.C's arms. Go. But. There's no time, they'll be here any second and we can't risk them tracking you. Now go. As if to emphasize the point, Colin gave CC and Rai a shove. A gateway opened before them, one that CC saw led back to Common Island. The woman regarded Colin, and then Lelich. The man nodded. CC scowled. She had come for answers, but she would now be leaving with even more questions. The room trembled again. The crystal behind Lelich slowly lowered itself into the ground and the floor closed above it, sealing it away. Go, Lelich said, walking past CC. And, I am sorry, Cecilia. With one last glance CC reluctantly obeyed. She entered the portal, and light enveloped the two before they disappeared. The shaking grew worse. Colin looked back in the direction she came, a crown-like helmet extending from her own armor and covering her head. Lelich tossed aside his cloak, revealing his own set of jet-black armor. Is this really going to work? Colin's voice sounded. Have faith, Lelich said. In them, if not in me. Colin growled, her hands tightening around a sleek silver rifle that materialized in them. If I didn't have faith in you I wouldn't even be here. I'd be dead, or worse. Lelich's head lowered ever so slightly. Indeed. And I vowed that you would never suffer such a fate as the others. I shall not break that vow. A double-sided sword appeared in his hand and the man tested it. You know, you've gotten surprisingly good with that thing, Colin remarked offhandedly. I had a good teacher, Lelich said, a hint of sorrow tinting his voice. Yeah, guess you did. The tremors turned into an outright explosion and a shower of debris landed before the two. A storm of dust washed over them but neither flinched. Colin hefted her rifle. Preparations are complete? She asked. The thought elevator is set to detonate, Lelich said. With any luck it will take out enough of the warp spawn that they won't be able to trace C.C's transit. It better, cause if one of those things manages to go back, they'll have almost no defense against it. Motion flickered in the cloud of dust. Colin immediately fired off a burst and was rewarded with a sharp screech. The two separated, Colin falling back towards where the crystal used to hang while Lelich charged forth. A tendril lashed out at the man but was immediately severed with a flick of his blade. Another that tried to strike at him from the side was reduced to a perforated mess by Colin's rifle. Lelich danced about Colin's bursts, cutting down a smaller creature that was trying to flank him. Another was in mid-leap when Lelich's blade slammed into its mouth. With a flick of the wrist the creature was neatly split into halves and dropped to the ground with a thud. From her HUD Colin tracked the creatures charging towards them. More and more were appearing and getting past Lelich despite the inhuman speed with which he zipped back and forth. She was still able to keep up, picking off those that got through, as well as offering Lelich support from time to time. The tide was however slowly turning against them. Fire in the hole. This far back Colin hardly needed the warning as Lelich tossed off an explosive. The detonation sent a shockwave that swept aside the dust and smoke and buffeted Colin but she had little difficulty remaining standing. Before her lay a charnel field of bleeding corpses and limbs. The brief reprieve bought by the explosion did not last long however as tremors ran through the ground once more. Colin ejected the clip from her rifle and it hissed from the stored heat. She popped a fresh one in and leveled her weapon at the smoky mist some distance away. The motion when it came was sudden and without warning. Look out! Lelich spun about but his reaction was too slow. Massive bony scythes smashed into him, snapping the sword and pressing Lelich in between them. Colin could almost hear the armor cracking under the strain. She unloaded an entire clip at the monstrosity but her shots only carved shallow grooves in its thick carapace. Lelich let out a deafening cry as a swirl of blue light gathered in his right hand. He brought his fist crashing down, slicing clean through one of the scythes. The creature screamed, whether in rage or pain neither knew, but it did scream. Dismissing her rifle, Colin began forming a cackling sphere of red lightning in her right hand. Leaping into the air, she used the creature's own body as a stepping stone to reach higher still. As she came level with the creature's eye Colin smashed her hand, and the ball of energy, into the exposed organ. The scream that thundered this time was definitely of pain. Even as the creature cried in agony Lelich wasted no time joining the attack. Taking hold of the broken sword, he threw himself into the air towards the other eye. The creature just barely caught sight of him and reared back, trying to protect itself. This time it was the one that reacted too late as Lelich drove the blade into the eye, and shattered it entirely with a massive blast of blue lightning. The creature locked up, its nerves overloading from the sudden bursts of electricity. It was given no time to recover as Lelich primed another explosive, tossed it into the opening he created, and leapt back. The blast shattered the creature's skull and it crumbled into a bloody heap. Well, Colin said between deep breaths. Damn. Lelich examined his armor, noting the cracks along his chest. It would likely not hold for much longer. He then pulled out the other half of his double sword. The blade was still good for probably another few whacks. As he turned to Colin to check up on her however an intense pressure swept through the room. Colin nearly crumbled to her knees but through sheer will remained on her feet, rifle back in her hands. Lelich turned about, gazing in the direction of the still smoking hole. A lone figure emerged, her long green hair swaying with every step. Cecilia, Lelich said darkly. Ah hell, Colin muttered. The woman ejected her empty clip and slapped in a fresh one, for all the good it would do against that. And then another pressure pushed against them, this one on their minds. Colin grimaced. Lelich somehow bore it without visible reaction. It is useless, Krell, he said. You will find that our thoughts are closed to you. The thing that wore C.C's form twisted its head to the side to an unnatural angle. Veins bulged around her sickly yellow eyes. And when her mouth opened, the voice that sounded could barely be termed human. Your tenacity is impressive, but ultimately pointless. All the others have fallen and soon you too shall serve to spawn more of my brethren into the mate realm. Submit to the only fate destiny deigned you worthy of. Lelich considered his current position. His armor was compromised, half of its systems were down and his HUD was fritzing out. He planted the sword into the floor and reached up to pry his helmet off, tossing the now mostly useless thing aside. Lelich, what are you doing? Colin's voice sounded over the radio. Friday, purge armor, Lelich said instead of answering. The black pieces of his armor disengaged and fell to the ground with thuds, revealing a lanky form clothed in a black bodysuit. Gods be damned idiot, Lelich heard Colin mutter. He allowed himself a slight smile. And then his expression assumed a stoic, determined visage as the crest on his back began glowing. A cape appeared seemingly from nowhere, wrapping around Lelich. When it unfurled he stood there armored in black, the crowned helmet resting atop his head once more. Lelich seized the blade and it too shifted form, restoring itself into the double-sided sword that he had cut down so many of the unnatural spawn with. Cover me, Lelich said. Colin needed no further prompting and let loose a barrage at CC. The thing did not even bother dodging, all of the shots bouncing off a barrier of some sort. No such impediment appeared before Lelich as he entered into melee range, spinning the sword into a vertical slash. CC neatly sidestepped it before raising a hand and blasting Lelich with a burst of energy. The armor absorbed the impact with no visible effort and Lelich continued his attack, twirling about to add more momentum to his horizontal slash. With its bare hands CC blocked the swing and even tried to grab hold of the blade. Lelich withdrew before she could get a proper grip, executing a series of quick stabs to try to keep her attention fixed on him. From the side Colin fired off quick shots, this time hitting CC but seemingly doing no damage. CC growled and offhandedly tossed another blast of energy in Colin's direction. The woman threw herself out of the way as an explosion enveloped her previous position, before collapsing into an implosion. Lelich tried to press forth but it was proving difficult to stay engaged with CC while keeping it from getting its hands on him. Suddenly CC lunged, seizing the blade and tugging sharply. Lelich let go, causing CC to rear back from the sudden shift in balance. And then the blade exploded, showering CC in a shower of metal fragments. Again the creature seemed unharmed, but the sheer force of the attack was enough to stun it for the barest of moments. Lelich used that moment for all it was worth as he materialized over a dozen copies of his sword and sent all of them flying at CC. The thing's arms flailed about as it tried to block all of the blows. It succeeded, mostly, when suddenly it lurched forward. Colin ejected the spent cartridge and quickly chambered another one. She had ditched her assault rifle and was now hefting a massive anti-material rifle. Another shot smashed into her target, the explosive force of the bolter round causing the creature to stagger. Lelich kicked himself off the ground, putting some distance between him and CC. A good thing too as suddenly a shockwave erupted from the creature. Any closer he likely would have been sent flying. As it was he was still brought to his knees. They were starting to hurt the creature however, C.C's form was beginning to distort. On the other hand they were still far from winning, if the thing decided to actually shed C.C's form they would be in for a world of hurt. You think this will save your race? It shrieked. You think my death will forestall your inevitable extinction? It'll at least be something I'll take satisfaction in, Lelich replied snidely. A maddening laugh sounded. CC rose, her body twisting about with sickening cracks. I shall see to it that your satisfaction is short-lived, CC spat. Oh shit, Colin murmured. The woman began unloading everything she had, putting bolter after bolter round into CC. Even as the physical body was seemingly torn apart something else was coalescing from the shattered flesh. A little help here. Colin shouted. A flurry of swords flew through the sickly tendrils and bloated membrane to seemingly no avail. The blast of energy that struck afterward caused the mass of translucent flesh to shudder momentarily but that was all it achieved. Its response was far more forceful as Colin and Lelich were tossed off their feet and sent tumbling back. Shit, Colin muttered. Shit, 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 we've got nothing that can hurt this thing like this. The Krell had finished discarding C.C's form, the blob of flesh and tendrils hanging ominously in the air. Misshapen rows of teeth flexed while a myriad of eyes rolled about before fixing their gaze upon the two. Colin collapsed onto her knees again as a massive pressure came crushing down. She panted for breath as her chest was seemingly squeezed by the Chinook force. Lelich slammed his blade into the ground, using it to keep from falling. His muscles burned from the effort however and his legs were quickly buckling. Not like this, Colin rasped. Lelich's mind raced as he tried to find some way of overcoming the Krell. Yet right here, right now, he knew that there was no answer. The creature was simply too powerful, and with only two of them they could not match the Krell. With only the two of them. Lelich's head somehow managed to snap up as suddenly countless explosions enveloped the Krell. It screamed out, in surprise, not pain, but the momentary distraction was enough to break its grip upon Lelich and Colin. Forward, sisters! A voice shouted. Forward, brothers! Let not the Krell find succor or reprieve. A cry thundered in the chamber as dozens of armor-clad figures charged forth, guns blazing as they bathed the Krell in explosive rounds. The creature spun about, the sudden appearance of so many new adversaries momentarily throwing it into confusion. From their midst two figures advanced, wielding not bolters but swords that shone with psychic light. As they closed in on the Krell their comrades ceased fire one by one so as not to hit the two warriors. As if one the two struck and fainted, hacking away at the creature in turns to keep its attention divided. With the presence of the uncorrupted minds Colin found her own bolstered. She rose, tapping into her code and reconnecting with Lelich's. Shall we? Colin grinned ferociously. Let's dance. Lelich seized his blade and charged in to join the melee. Colin took aim, nailing the Krell with pinpoint accuracy even in the tangle of bodies that were her comrades and the creature. Then one by one the other armored soldiers joined in, their shots guided by Colin's Geass as they were fed targets and timing over their link to the woman. The cries of the creature were now of pain and distress. The ferocity of the attacks visited upon it only intensified. Ichor splattered the ground as the Krell's flesh was slowly torn asunder. Its efforts to regenerate, to make good on the blooding inflicted upon it was beginning to be massively outpaced by the damage the humans were inflicting upon it. The creature seemed to become smaller, to fold in upon itself in a future effort to cover its wounds. Finally the sickly membrane and grotesque tendrils began taking on a more familiar hue and shape. A human shape. The fire slackened before stopping outright though no one let down their guard. Crumbled on the ground was the broken form of CC, her body bloodied and battered. The eyes still burned with a dark hate. Lelich stood looming over the woman, his blade poised above her. I am sorry for having failed you, Cecilia. Requiesce in pace. And brought the sword slamming down into her heart. The creature shuddered, a moan all that escaped from its mouth. And then the body slowly broke down, the skin sinking in as the flesh atrophied until only bones seemed to remain. And then that too crumbled into dust, leaving nothing of the woman that once was behind. Colin walked over, dismissing her weapon and placing a hand on Lelich. She would have wanted it to end, she said gently. She would not have wanted to remain that thing's puppet. Yes, Lelich said softly, but I should not have let her fall prey to the Krell in the first place. Colin said nothing in response, only standing at Lelich's side silently for several moments. But their task was not yet done, and the room shuddered once more. The two turned to the soldiers gathered about them. Brothers, sisters, Colin said with a nod. Good work. Inquisitor, one of the sword-wielding warriors said for all of them. Lelich took a deep breath. The final defensive line is fallen. Yes, Inquisitor, the other confirmed. We made for the thought elevator the moment Exterminatus was sanctioned. I see, the man said as he regarded the soldiers before him. Once we were billions. And now, this is all that is left of mankind. And yet, there is still hope. The soldiers exchanged looks. Then, Rye made it. He did, Colin answered firmly. Relief swept over the soldiers, relief but also resignation. Their part was done. And with it would come a most final rest. Another shudder swept under their feet. Brothers of the Grey Knights, Lelich said. Sisters of the Bloody Rose. I thank you for having stood by our side for so long. Know that this grim, dark world about us may yet be undone, and that all of you have played a pivotal role in seeing to the dawning of hope. The shudders were now pulsing quickly. The room itself was effectively shaking. Lelich glanced back towards the center of the chamber. The others followed his gaze. But even with hope, there comes a need for vengeance. For satisfaction. And thus, at the end of mankind, we shall deliver one final blow to the Krell that have hounded and hunted us. By now the crystal was no longer pulsing, it was giving off a continuous glow that slowly enveloped everything about it. Lelich looked back at the others even as Colin took hold of his hand. He squeezed back. My brothers, my sisters. Let the Immaterium ring with the will of humanity, let Hormungandr release its tail and visit upon our foes the true Ragnarok. The light washed over Colin and Lelich. It washed over the soldiers that stood with them. It washed over all of Japan and what remained of Asia. And soon the entire world was alight, as deep within the mantle the veins of Sakuradite resonated with the pulse from the thought elevator, resonated and began to shake apart the very earth itself. In space there was no medium for sound to travel through. Upon earth the thundering cracks of the erupting ground was all that could be heard. As the planet tore itself asunder, however, a silence fell upon the broken world, a silence that ended the screams of billions of souls now freed from eternal damnation. End of chapter 83. Apocalypse. How? I think that might be the first time I actually wrote a scene from C.C's perspective. Well, I suppose it's about time. Rai's backstory in Lost Colors was, well, I've probably overused the word, but stupid is what comes to mind. It makes so little sense contextually that there is literally no way to reconcile it realistically with the geopolitics of the Code Geass world, even before I started making it more realistic. So instead I've decided to recycle the character, ejecting his backstory, while keeping true to what little character he was given in the game. Or rather what character I am inferring he was given, since I've never actually played the game. And by all indications I didn't miss much. And the fact that he's a lithe youth with messy silver hair actually works in my favor considerably for what I have planned for him. Oh yes, I have a lot of things planned for him. I've always wondered if Cecile and Schneisel would constitute a crack pairing or if there's canon support for it. More of an idle thought than anything else, I certainly don't have any intention of actually using that pairing. Note that I am going to definitely be taking a shortish break before the next chapter. I needed to get this stuff out of my system, but now that it's out, I'm going to focus on a few other things first. Either way, I've probably given all of you plenty of fodder to speculate over. For questions on Sharon, I refer to all of you to the Tief Tropes characters page on Trails of Cold Steel. She's under the Rainford group. I look forward to the interesting commentary that I'm sure all of you will be wanting to offer. Tongue sticking out. Chapter 84. Court politics in the Holy Britannian Empire prior to the ascension of the Empress Euphemia could be extremely treacherous as the various imperial cousins sought to position themselves in advantageous ways. The most ambitious of these members even sought to displace the primary line of succession, something which actually became much more difficult to do after the Emperor Charles took the throne and began producing heirs. By the time of the Great War the Emperor had sired nearly 24 children, though attrition had seen the number of survivors cut down to 16 total. This point did not however deter some of the more ambitious imperial cousins, and the Duke Felix Kn possessed ambition in spades. Widely regarded as one of the more traditional nobles, Duke Kn's position at court had been eroding for some time thanks to the rise of the Prince Schneisel and his moderate faction in Parliament. While Kn led other like-minded peers as part of the Conservative Association in the House of Lords, their numbers were simply too few to stop the raft of reforms that the Prince Schneisel enacted to streamline the governance of the empire, a streamlining that saw power concentrated in the central government and removed from the provincial lords like the Duke himself. It was perhaps in recognition of the fact that he would not be able to prevent the further erosion of noble prerogative using legal means that the Duke began to resort to extra-legal methods, from sponsoring the Swords of Michael terrorist organization to lending the use of his provincial guard to Lieutenant Lambrugge in his effort to wipe out the imperial family. Towards a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 84. De Futuro. Have you ever wondered what the world outside was like, Rai? The boy shook his head as he regarded the girl gazing out the window. I do. All the time. Whenever your mother speaks of the lands beyond Japan, of the forests and mountains and deserts, I want to see those lands. Rai nodded as his mother's words echoed in his mind from all the stories she had told both of them. Stories about faraway lands that were once fell under the domain of man. Lands that were no longer fit for mortal man to tread. Do you think we'll get to go see those lands, Rai? The girl asked, slowly turning around, and gazed at him with hollow eyes. Rai started, jerking back. Yet his body did not move, it was as if his feet were nailed to the floor. He could not even lean away, his form was frozen stiff. A hand reached out, and the skin about those empty sockets cracked. Won't you come with me, Rai? The hand drew closer and Rai felt the urge to scream. He could not however, his throat seemed to be as frozen as the rest of his body. You promised you'd always be with me, right Rai? Until the very end. The little girl was no longer so little, she was now a young woman with flowing brown hair tied neatly together, a neat ponytail with a large black bow. Tears began streaking down Rai's cheeks as he gazed at those empty sockets. Forever and ever, until the very end. The hand touched his cheeks, the cold fingers brushing them. With a scream Rai lashed out, the sword he had not even known was in his grip slicing through the figure. He felt no resistance as the blade sank in. Rai shot up, tearing off the sensors that had been hooked up to him to monitor his vitals. His eyes, soaked as they were in tears, had a crazed light in them. A nurse was at his side immediately, grabbing hold of him and trying to keep him from careening out of the bed outright. Her efforts were quickly proven insufficient however, and 2 of the guards quickly piled on to help. By the time Colin reached the room a total of 5 people had grabbed hold of the young man before finally managing to subdue him. He was sitting up now, his lithe form breathing heavily and looking a bit disheveled, thought that might have something to do with the messy nature of his silver hair. The way in which his eyes focused indicated he was at least lucid. And staring intently at her. Colin regarded him carefully. The preliminary examination by the doctors had turned up very little beyond the fact that they could not get the skin suit he was wearing off, nor could they make any holes in it. Colin's own attempt to scan the young man with her geese had also failed, which indicated that he too was a geese bearer. Whose contractor he was remained an open question though. CC had denied emphatically that he had anything to do with her. For that matter, the only bit of information that she could offer was that his name was Rai, and he had some sort of relationship to Colin and Zero, or as they knew him, Lelich. Just what that relationship could be Colin could not begin to guess. She walked over to Rai's bedside and met his gaze, trying to present a comforting front. "Can you understand me?" The youth's head bobbed once. "I am Lieutenant Colin Statfeld Kaujaki, Knight of Honor to Her Highness the Princess Euphemia. You are presently in a room at the Viceroy's Palace in Tokyo. Can you tell me who you are?" His mouth opened slowly. "Captain Rybert Kohler, Imperial Britannian Nightmare Corps." Rybert, which meant Rai was just a nickname. And he looked remarkably young to be a captain. Colin would not have pegged for being more than at most a year or two older than herself. "Well, Captain," she said. "Are you feeling okay?" Rai took another deep breath, and shook his head. Colin frowned. That was probably a stupid question, based on what CC had been able to tell them. He had been engaged in some kind of battle before being entrusted to her. A losing one at that. "Your GR Lieutenant," Rai said softly, and then more firmly. "I have a message I need to deliver. One to yourself, and to Her Maj Highness, the Princess Euphemia." The frown remained as Colin noted the way Rai corrected himself. Almost as if he was about to address her and Euphemia differently. Before she could think much more on it, however, she sensed another presence behind her. Turning about, Colin was not surprised in the least to see Euphemia and Laura there. Not surprised, but a bit exasperated. "Your Highness," she said somewhat chidingly. "I asked that you let me handle the first interview." "Apologies, Colin," Euphemia said with a most unapologetic smile. "Curiosity got the better of me." "You know what they say about the cat," Colin said resignedly. That satisfaction brought it back. Colin held up her hands in surrender. There really was no talking the princess out of anything once she set her mind to it. Of course that did not mean Colin was about to be derelict in her duty and let Euphemia close enough that Rai might be able to harm the princess before she herself could intervene. Colin looked back over at the young man, and raised an eyebrow. Rai was staring very intently at the princess. Not as if he had any intention of trying to do her harm, his gaze was almost painfully obviously one of awe. And something else. Colin felt like sighing all over again. "Men! Clear the room," she ordered loudly. There was just the slightest hesitation, but the soldiers present obeyed. If nothing else, Colin and Laura were both armed, and however fancy the outfit the mysterious young man was wearing, it would offer little protection from a bullet to the face. Once Rai was alone with the three women, Euphemia stepped forward slightly but still remained behind Colin. "Captain Kohler, was it?" Rai nodded, still looking rather intently at the princess. "I am Euphemia Lee Britannia. This is Lieutenant Laura Arsiad, one whom will soon also be my knight. And one whom could be trusted with any message intended for the princess." Rai looked over at the other woman and nodded respectfully. Laura reciprocated. "You have a message for us," the princess continued, getting straight to the point. Rai nodded again. "This will likely sound insane." Euphemia chuckled lightly, again eliciting a look of mild surprise from Rai. "I think, Captain, that the bounds of my belief may be more flexible than you might think." Rai blinked before taking another deep breath. "Very well, Your Maj, Your Highness." There it was again, that slip. It was really starting to sound like he wanted to address Euphemia as Majesty instead of Highness. By this point all three of the women were having suspicions of one sort or another. "Your Highness, for the past few years you and your siblings have been working to find and root out an organization known as the Directorate," Rai began. And immediately caused the three to tense. "I can tell you that you will succeed in purging the organization, but because the act was incomplete, it would plant the seeds for mankind's extinction." Rai closed his mouth and waited for a reaction. It took a minute or so for one to be forthcoming. Euphemia said carefully. "Does that mean from your perspective, this purge happened in the past?" "Yes, Your Highness," Rai confirmed. Colin felt her head spinning. Her life was crazy enough as it was with the code and Geass, now they were throwing time travel into the mix. She really did not need any further insanity. "How long ago?" Euphemia on the other hand seemed remarkably unperturbed. Rai's lips thinned. "Approximately 400 years, Your Highness." "Until now." That number seemed to shake even Euphemia, and the princess simply gazed at Rai unblinkingly. Finally the shock seemed to wear off and Euphemia shook her head. "You are right, Captain. That does sound insane." Rai smiled wryly. "I know it is a lot to take in, but allow me the opportunity to explain, and I think you will find that many questions you have about your own dilemmas will be answered, including that regarding the Lord Lelich." Euphemia's expression flickered. "Lord Lelich?" A nod. You seek his redemption. Rai now had the princess rapt attention, though Colin was now frowning. While Euphemia might still consider Lelich a brother, her own opinion of the man was that of a mass murderer. The only redemption she was prepared to grant the man was a clean death if he showed remorse for all his sins. Otherwise she did not care in the least how mess and end the man suffered, so long as he was ended. Rai looked over at Colin. You are his redemption. The room went completely and utterly still. Colin was not even sure she was breathing. Her eyes remained locked on Rai as something welled up inside of her. It did not take long to explode. Are you fucking kidding me? To his credit, Rai did not flinch at the outburst. If anything, he almost seemed amused. Colin suppressed the urge to strangle the young man, rank and whatever his true nature was be damned. The Lord Lelich was on your side, Rai continued. He always has been. But he cannot be certain whom was on his side, and due to the stakes he could not risk betrayal. And what are the stakes? Euphemia cut in before Colin could start yelling again. What is it that my brother is fighting, that he would murder his own kin? Rai's expression darkened so palpably that even Colin found herself momentarily drawn in by the sorrow on his face. Just enough to keep herself in check a bit longer. He seeks to preserve all of mankind. The looks that faced Rai made clear that that answer was not enough. The young man took a deep breath. There is a great deal to explain. Euphemia walked over to a chair and seated herself. Then you had best get started. Rai again regarded the princess, but this time the slightest of smiles quirked the edge of his lips. Before he could begin, however, a knock sounded, earning a frown from the princess. Colin walked over and opened the door a crack. Apologies, Lieutenant, but she insisted. Colin sighed and nodded. That's all right. Get your butt in here, CC, we're just getting to the good stuff. The green-haired girl gave a sniff and entered, and a thud sounded as Rai suddenly backed into the headboard on his bed. The motion caused the others to look at him quizzically, and take note of the way he stared at CC. Colin closed the door. Is something wrong? She asked. Rai's mouth worked soundlessly for a few moments before he clamped it shut and slowly shook his head. My apologies, he finally said. I will explain in due time, Mum. Colin cocked her head aside, eyebrow raised. Ma'am, Rai enunciated more clearly before clearing his throat. Apologies. The young woman finally shrugged. Probably half the empire pronounced ma'am as mum, though the military tended to try to clean up the regional accents so that everyone could actually understand each other. She did, however, note the other implication in how Rai addressed her. Technically the young man outranked her, but the deference he was showing suggested from his perspective it should have been the other way around. Anyway, you were saying. Rai still eyed CC warily but nodded. I should begin at the start. Your Highness, one of the mysteries that you have been trying to solve is what the objective of the Directorate, and in turn your father, was. Island. The answer to that is a project called Ragnarok. By its name alone all of the listeners could tell that goal was bad news. CC, however, seemed unperturbed. Almost as if she already knew all this. The lack of reaction did not go unnoticed by either Colin or Euphemia. The purpose of Ragnarok, Rai continued, is to make use of the thought elevators to wipe away the barriers between the conscious and subconscious. To effectively unite all human thought into a collective, to permit perfect understanding of each other. And to eliminate any and all differences and individuality. Colin hissed. She instinctively could feel that that was a really, really bad idea. World-endingly bad at that. She almost wondered whether the Emperor had a sick sense of humor giving it a name like that. How is that possible? Euphemia asked. Rai clasped his hands together. That is complicated. The means will become apparent as I continue my explanation. As such, it would make more sense for me to simply continue than to diverge for an explanation now. After a moment Euphemia nodded. Very well. Thank you, Rai nodded. As you have most likely surmised, Ragnarok's success would have significant ramifications on mankind as a whole. By eliminating all differences between people, the greatest source of conflict between people would also be gone. That is the intent of your father. He has, in a word, lost all faith in mankind and does not believe we as a species will ever be able to stop betraying and hurting each other. And so he determined upon a final solution. Euphemia's eyes narrowed. That solution seems more equivalent with death than life. Quite, Your Highness, Rai said. And not just from a philosophical perspective. There is an unintended consequence in destroying the barrier between the conscious and subconscious, one that your father and the Directorate are wholly unaware of. By destroying the barrier, they would also destroy our defenses as a species against mental contamination. The princess cocked her head aside. Mental contamination. Rai nodded. At present, if an individual were to succumb to an outside force, the infection, for lack of a better term, would be limited to that individual. If the barriers between people no longer existed, then to have one succumb would be the same as having all mankind be infected. The four women could roughly follow what Rai meant, as well as pick up on the undertones. Is that what happened? Euphemia asked. Humanity succumbing to some foreign element. Yes, in a manner of speaking, Rai said. From my perspective the attempt to initiate Ragnarok failed, and so the barriers between individuals remained. And while this meant that the infection needed to take the long route and spread to other humans individually, by the time we understood the nature of the threat it had already decimated a significant percentage of mankind. The princess regarded Rai levelly, and with some degree of sympathy. You believe humanity to be lost from, when you came. The smile Rai gave her was one tinged with sorrow. I knew how to field strip and service a pistol when I was 10, Your Highness. I made my first actual combat sortie when I was 14. My 18th birthday, I was leading one of the evacuation groups from Tokyo to our final redoubt at Common Island. That was 2 months ago. Final redoubt, Euphemia said softly. Rai leaned up against the headboard. There were only 2,000 of us left after the fall of Tokyo. He shook his head. We weren't going to make it. And grimaced. No. We didn't make it. The silence this time was of earnest sympathy, even from CC. In coming here Rai had left everything he knew, and left everyone he knew to die. That could not have been easy, assuming all this was true. You have my condolences, Euphemia said firmly. And yet, there is a point to your words. They hinge on whether time travel itself is even possible. It is, and it isn't, Rai said. The others looked at him blankly. It's complicated, he sighed. You can't as a practical consequence travel through time, you can't pop back into the past and then return to the present to see the changes that occurred. The transfer of information is one way. And every time you make a change, you effectively destroy your own time plane. Destroy? Euphemia said quizzically. Rai chewed his lips, seemingly trying to come up with a clearer explanation. This is going to be a massive oversimplification, but you can think of each moment in time as a finite probability that can lead to other probabilities based on the inputs into each moment. Conceptually every possible future exists as a potential path from your current frame of reference, but the probability of each differs based on what has come before and what you do now. The circumstances that lead to your present have a series of fixed events that must occur. If you go back in time and change something however, the conditions required for your exact probability to come about are gone. As such, every change you make will result in a new chain of probabilities distinct from the one that you would consider your present, with the consequence that you really can't change your own past, all you do is act as an input into a different past so to speak. From your perspective, the exact time frame that I come from will never actually exist. I suppose that makes a degree of sense, the princess allowed, though I am afraid I do not quite understand the distinction you are making. You say that you cannot go back into the past, change it, and return, because the changes effected would result in a different outcome. Is that not technically the objective when changing the past? Again, yes and no, Your Highness, Rai said. The issue is that the changes that I effect here will create a distinctly different future than the one I came from. A future which does not have a place for me. Were I to, well, go to that future, it would be no different than my appearance here. Here I have no history, no place. There it would be the same. In fact there may even be another, well, me. I would not displace him upon my appearance, there would simply be two of us. The one that belongs there, and well, me. I see, Euphemia said. Still sounds crazy to me, Colin muttered. I can't claim to be an expert, Rai said with a shrug. I only can tell you the extent of what I learned and what I understand of Nemo's explanation. Euphemia regarded Rai. Nemo. Oh right, I should explain that too, Rai said, rubbing the back of his neck. Nemo. Neural engram mnemonic operator. She, well, technically it, is an artificial intelligence system embedded into my spine. Acts as a secondary memory storage device and also as an assistant operator for combat suits and nightmares. All nightmare pilots get one. An artificial intelligence. Euphemia said curiously. Rai nodded. She can, well, think for herself, is one way of putting it. But she's not a naturally occurring biological intelligence, she was created by people. I see, Euphemia said, even as the others seemed more openly wary. Is it possible to speak with her? Well, she can hear you, Rai said, rubbing his neck again, and I can relay what she wants to say, but without a proper interface for me to sync with, no, not directly. Well, I suppose technology would have seen some advance in 4 centuries, Euphemia said lightly. All right, let us assume for the moment that I accept the possibility of time travel. You said that the failure to completely purge the Directorate led to the extinction of humanity. How? Rai grimaced. The answer to that is whom? Your Highness is already acquainted with him, but the cause for humanity's extinction is the, well, being known as VV. That got everyone's attention, not that he did not have it previously, but if the open glares were any indication yes, VV was known, and very much loathed by basically everyone here, not excepting himself. Before I explain his role, however, I need to finish my explanation regarding Ragnarok, Rai said. Previously I said that the thought elevators are a necessary part of it. In addition to them, or at least a majority of them, there is also another device that you need to employ, the Sword of Akasha. The hiss that sounded from CC was loud and clear. She at least apparently recognized the name, and in letting that be known lent some weight to Rai's words. The sword acts in conjunction with the thought elevators to actually destroy the barrier separating the subconscious, Rai continued, and it is not actually located on Earth. Euphemia blinked. Pardon. The thought elevators and the sword are relics of an extinct civilization, Rai said, one that was in some ways far more advanced than the humans of this era, and in other ways far more primitive. They possessed the ability to effectively reshape the world with thought, and the code and Geass were tools to harness the power of thought to perform what you might term as miracles. They did not have technology in the sense of photonics or neural circuitry, but they did understand the principles of architecture and some basic metallurgy. What they could not achieve with physical tools, they used the power of their minds instead, and thus were able to raise up the thought elevators, and set their crowning jewel, a device that could basically rewrite reality, in a place where they thought none without a code or Geass would be able to reach. The young man pointed upward. The Jovian moon of Ganymede. The three women minus CC looked up. And then looked back at Rai. No offense, Colin spoke for them, but that's only a bit more believable than the whole time-traveling thing. You're suggesting that some prehistoric society that could move things with their mind somehow managed to build something in space, way out beyond Earth's orbit, all the way out by Jupiter. Not move things with their mind, Rai corrected. They could reshape the world around them. The more contractors a code-bearer possessed, the larger the number of minds they could chain together to work as one. Looks of alarm flickered across Colin and Euphemia's faces, and the older girl glanced over at CC. The other woman remained expressionless, however. What do you mean by chained? Euphemia asked. The Geass is a means of control, Rai said. It creates a direct link between the code-bearer and his or her contractor, and allows the code-bearer to effectively, well, borrow the will of their contractor in shaping the world about them. The more contractors you have, the more powerful you are. The young man grimaced. In fact, we are fairly certain that had certain events not occurred, the Geass civilization would have eventually fallen due to the conflict of code-bearers trying to establish total dominance. Colin felt a chill run down her spine. CC had never displayed such abilities, but was that because she chose not to, or because of whatever bound her? Interesting, Euphemia said, causing Colin to look at the princess somewhat incredulously. Very well, assuming I accept your explanation regarding the thought elevators and the Sword of Akasha, I presume they have some relation to what causes mankind's eventual extinction. Yes, Your Highness, Rai said with a nod. As I said previously, someone with a code or a Geass can use the thought elevators to access the Sword of Akasha. During the assault on the Directorate, that was how VV managed to escape with his life. He fled to the sword, likely hoping to use it against his enemies. Due to the severity of the risks, you had Cecilia seal off all of the thought elevators you could reach, preventing the Sword of Akasha from using them and also effectively imprisoning him off-planet. Due to circumstances, it took nearly 300 years before an expedition could be organized to reach Ganymede to investigate the sword directly. And that is when they found it, the thing that we believe was directly responsible for the fall of the Geass civilization. Frowns all around regarded Rai. The events you referred to previously, Euphemia said, for all of them. Rai nodded. We call it a Krell. We're fairly certain it's a xeno life form, one that probably should not even exist in the Matrium. At the blank looks, Rai cleared his throat. The physical, material world. At a minimum it seems to require a host to do so, but because of the barrier that exists between the human conscious and subconscious, it can't directly latch onto a human to serve as a host, unless that human has a direct connection to C's world. His eyes fell upon CC. A code. 4 sharp inhalations sounded almost simultaneously. VV possesses a code, Euphemia stated. Rai nodded. And the Krell, sealed away in the Sword of Akasha, found a host when he fled there to escape capture, and was waiting when the expedition arrived. Wait, Colin said. You said the Sword of Akasha is instrumental to Ragnarok. Would not VV have visited it previously? This time Rai looked over at CC. The entrance to the Sword of Akasha has safeguards in place. You require a code bearer on the outside to open and close it. We believe it was meant to ensure that no single code bearer in the past could come to dominate. According to Cecilia, while she collaborated with VV and the Emperor, she never lent her aid to actually enter and leave the sword. Colin's head snapped over to look at CC. You helped with this insanity. CC raised an eyebrow. Thou art hardly the first to whom I hast plighted a troth to, Colin. The implication to that was quite clear. All right, who the hell was your previous contractor that wanted to basically wipe out all human individuality then? Colin demanded. CC grimaced. The reason why was also obvious. Colin growled and turned towards Rai again. Do you know how to remove the binding on her? Rai blinked. It's not a binding. It's a failsafe designed to destroy a code. By this point one could tell which bits of information CC was not aware of by seeing whether she joined the others in gaping at Rai. This was one of those times. Wait, who put that on her? Colin demanded. And why? The Lord Lelich, Rai said frankly. He did it so that when VV has one of his contractors try to CC.CS code, it would create a negative feedback loop that would destroy both codes. 3 sets of eyes now fell upon CC. The woman in question had an extremely annoyed grimace on her face. That son of a bitch, Colin said in no small amount of wonder. And quickly shook her head. Hold on, if Lelich did this, then why did he try to kill her at Ashford? He did what? Rai said somewhat quizzically. Are you perhaps referring to the Lelich of this time frame? Colin groaned. This is getting too complicated. You are saying that a Lelich in a further point in time somehow placed this failsafe on a CC in his past? Euphemia asked. Rai nodded. That is what my information says. So then there have been multiple intrusions upon our time frame from the future, Euphemia continued. Correct. Rai cocked his head aside. You seem to be taking this in stride, Your Highness. The edge of Euphemia's lip quirked. Believe me, I have had long practice feigning composure. I am not unmoved by all the revelations this day. I see, Your Highness, Rai said, allowing a slight smile of his own before shaking his head. There is one last bit of crucial information, regarding the manner in which the Krell managed to overtake humanity. The young man's eyes darkened. It was able to make use of the code it gained from possessing VV to forcibly create a connection with others within a certain range, to strip away the defenses that are normally built in. And once those defenses are gone, these people become little more than puppets to the Krell, to be used however it desires. That is the fate humanity succumbed to in my time. It is one that I sincerely hope will not come to pass this time around. KN regarded the fancily adorned piece of paper with visible distaste. A summons to all sitting members of the House of Lords was never issued trivially, and the reason for this one was certainly of sufficient gravitas. It was also plain as day just what it was hoping to achieve. The government must be desperate, he said with a sneer, hoping that by summoning me they can somehow forestall the inevitable. And yet it is an artful maneuver, Aurelia said without looking back from the window. They know this will incite much of the nobility into open hostility, that it will demand a response from the great peers. If you decline to appear, people will ask questions. The Duke picked up the piece of paper and resisted the urge to crumple it up and toss it into the fireplace. The words on it was simple enough, but the ramifications, that was another matter entirely. The proposal that was to be put forth before Parliament was to have the central government take direct control of taxation at the provincial level, to more efficiently manage the allocation of funds to the various services the government was supposed to provide. In short, this was nothing less than a direct assault on the prerogative of the great peers like KN, and one that the government could not have possibly thought would stand a chance of passing through the House of Lords. As an excuse to get him and Alberia to Pendragon, outside of their centers of power however, his wife was right, it was an almost artful maneuver. Well, two can play at that game, KN sneered. I will simply make known that I will not even deign to present myself for the debate or vote and will simply register a no in absentia. That might work, Aurelia said, except that suspicions will still be raised once the attack occurs. And if both you and Alberia are no-shows when your provincial guards just happen to cross the border to assist in the defense of Pendragon, no one will believe that you were not behind the original attack. KN ground his teeth. His wife had a point, she usually did. Then what would you propose? This time Aurelia did turn about. Announce your intention to attend and make your way there, but do so in such a way as they will not be able to find you until you enter the House of Lords. After which, unless the government is prepared to arrest you publicly, you should be able to drag out the sessions until the attack begins, at which point you should be able to escape in the chaos. KN's mouth thinned. There are a lot of shoulds in your proposal, Aurelia. Considering the scale of your ambition, the fact that you might have to place yourself at personal risk should not be a surprise, nor a deterrent, Aurelia chided her husband. In fact, your presence would even offer an opportunity, a justification for your provincial guard to act once it becomes clear that the military is impotent. KN hardly looked convinced, but the Duke knew his wife was right. There was always the risk that the government might catch on to this plan and attempt some sort of countermeasure. In a way he was lucky they were not yet prepared to move against him openly, that they wanted him in Pendragon before attempting anything instead of just sending in the army. Very well, he said somewhat glumly. We shall attempt this. I presume you have some idea as to how I am to evade detection upon entry into the city. Aurelia flashed a most unpleasant smile. Seeing as our European CO conspirators have been so successful in evading the capital's security apparatus, I thought we might call upon their services. They have need of your survival as much as us after all. KN felt a slight chill run down his spine. His wife could be an exceedingly ruthless woman, though he liked to think that she was also a dedicated and loyal one. There were times though he found himself wondering just how firm that loyalty was. Still, what she said was right, the Europeans needed him as much as she needed him. So long as he did not miscalculate the extent of that need, he would be there to see this entire campaign conclude. The die was cast, and the risks he faced were significant. Those however all paled in comparison to the prize that he stood to win. Things were afoot. That much was evident to anyone that worked in the Viceroy's palace. Just what the current resident was planning however was still a mystery, just that the Princess Euphemia had struck upon something. First there was the sudden relocation of not only her sister the Princess Nunnally but also her adopted sister Millie Ashford to the palace. That one at least made a degree of sense considering the recent attempts on the imperial family back in the homelands. Then there was the back and forth travel of one Laura Arcead. One day she was dispatched to Pendragon on one of the supersonic transports reserved for use by the imperial family and the most trusted servants of the empire. And then before the day was over she would be back for an hour or two at most before being sent to the capital again. Laura was obviously acting as a courier of some sort for the princess, but just what could be so sensitive as to require hand delivery and yet require such immediate responses no one outside the princess' inner circle could fathom. Even those within that inner circle were not necessarily in the know, though their faith in the princess remained unwavering and they obeyed her orders dutifully. For the royal guard, those orders included fully kitting up and preparing for immediate deployment, somewhere. This included not just the regular gear but also the nightmares like Valletta and Laura's Gloucester, Colin's Guerin, and though he was not actually sworn to the princess, Reen's Lancelot. To those observers that were able to see that much, it was apparent whatever the princess was preparing to do had the support of at least her brother the Prince Schneeisel. That was both encouraging and frightening at the same time. The doors opened and the princess entered with Mary Bell, their respective armsmen on their heels. The members of Euphemia's cabinet, plus a few select others, all rose respectfully. "Be seated," Euphemia said immediately even before she reached her own spot. They obeyed, understanding full well that the princess did not wish to waste any time with protocol. "In a few days' time I expect to need to return to Pendragon for a matter of some importance," she said. "During that time my sister Mary Bell will be acting as viceroy in my stead. Though most of you only know her by reputation, rest assured that on matters of policy Mary Bell and I are of accord. I would ask that you serve her as diligently as you have myself this past year." That last bit was said with the princess gaze locked onto the two attendees of non-Britannian heritage. While Kagaya was to a certain extent used to being included in Euphemia's meetings, Ogai had been taken completely off guard by the summons. For that matter he had yet to find an opportunity to speak with Colin to try to find out just what exactly was going on. The other men and women assembled also exchanged looks of mild consternation. This really had come out of nowhere and they were as yet unsure just how to react. "How long will you be absent, Your Highness?" Reuben asked for all of them even as he respectfully nodded to the Princess Mary Bell to indicate that he meant no slight against her with the question. "I honestly cannot say," Euphemia said. "The gods willing it should be no more than a few weeks." That did not really offer much in the way of comfort. Any further questions? Heads shook, those that moved at all, though confusion remained plainly evident on most expressions. Reuben however cleared his throat and Euphemia looked over at her chief of staff again. The old man smiled gently. "A favor for an old man that has come to think of you as another granddaughter, Your Highness. Please, do take care." To that Euphemia gave a warm smile. She rose, took hold of Reuben's hand, and planted a platonic kiss on his forehead. "You have stood by me for much, Reuben. Done so much for me. I will do my best to heed your request." Then Euphemia faced the others. "I have perhaps not made this known often enough, but I have been most impressed by the service of all whom are now seated before me. What has been achieved in Japan, was the realization of my vision by your hands. You believed, and thus you made it real." The princess curtsied. "Thank you." The door opened and Andreas turned to see the Princess Euphemia enter her office. He bowed respectfully. "General," the princess greeted as she walked over to her desk and took a seat. "Are preparations complete?" "Yes, Your Highness," Andreas responded. "The 100th Infantry Battalion is preparing to ship out now, we should be able to airlift them all to California in a day's time." The man grimaced. "They will not be arriving with much gear however, and we've had to basically commandeer all of the transport planes in Japan to perform the airlift. I apologize for the strain this is causing your own logistics," Euphemia said with a grateful smile. "As for the equipment, my sister has already informed me that provisions have been made to re-equip them as necessary in San Diego. Fortunately there is a large store of arms and other equipment that we were able to commandeer from those earmarked for overseas." The smile turned just a bit mischievous. "The Quartermaster General will likely not be terribly happy with me, I am afraid." Andreas snorted. That was putting it lightly. Granted a single battalion and its equipment was not much compared to all of the divisions being shuffled around, its sudden dislocation was still going to cause a bit of pain due to the disruption it would cause to the Empire's meticulously planned deployment schedule. "Before I depart for the homelands is there anything else I should be aware of?" Euphemia asked. Nothing beyond what was in the last strategic update, Andreas said. There has been some movement by the Russians but we have not been able to get a clear enough picture with our reconnaissance flights. I see, Euphemia said thoughtfully before shrugging. Well General, I leave with confidence knowing that Japan is in your care. And I thank you for the long service you have provided my family. You are most welcome Your Highness, Andreas said, and his expression softened. And know that I pray for your success. Colin looked out at the row and row of soldiers, many of them Japanese. The 100th Infantry Battalion was the first predominantly Japanese battalion in service to Britannia, and the most loyal to the Princess Euphemia personally. Loyal because that loyalty had been repaid in kind by Euphemia herself, to them and to their people. And now she was here to see just how far that loyalty would extend. She stepped forth onto the makeshift platform before them. You all know who I am, her voice carried through the hangar. Just a few months ago we would have been on opposite sides of this war. Now, we're all fighting under the same banner. No, not a banner, a person. Colin's gaze swept across the chamber. You all know whom I mean. That they did. While technically all of them had sworn an oath to Britannia and the Emperor, personal loyalty played a significant role in the workings of the Empire. For the men and women here, their personal loyalties lay with the Princess Euphemia, wholeheartedly and without reserve. I'll keep this simple, Colin continued. Something's about to happen in the homeland. Something big, something bad. Lots of somethings in fact. Enough that the princess siblings back in the homelands are starting to scrape the barrel for people they can trust to try to put out the fires. Which is where all of you come in. Grimaces spread across the crowd, but there was an edge of determination to them. Colin crossed her arms. Now I can't order any of you to do this. She cracked a smirk. Not just because I'm a lowly lieutenant and not even in your chain of command. Even if I was your battalion CO, I wouldn't order any of you to follow me. Because to be frank, the business we're about to get tangled with is nasty. Court business, at that. And it goes all the way up to the top. With her glasses off Colin could sense the nervous tension all of them were feeling. And yet, none of them seemed to actually be hesitating. It was as if they had all already made up their minds. So I'm here to ask, not order, ask all of you to follow me onto the planes waiting outside. There's seats enough for all of you if you are willing to take the plunge with me. I'll be getting on regardless, as well the rest of Her Highness Armsmen. And if any of you... Before Colin could say another word one of the Britannian officers stepped forward. Colin immediately recognized him, even though his uniform was a bit different now. Captain Livingston Ackerman, he said. I will join you. As one all of the soldiers standing behind Levi took one step forward. A moment later all three companies of the 100th Infantry Battalion were once more in line. Colin grinned and gave a hearty nod. Let's roll. Lelich regarded the monument. The tall marble arches made it appear more like a small palace than a tomb, though perhaps that was the intention. Just a month ago the place was the official resting place of 3 individuals, now 2 thanks to the revelation that the Princess Nunnally had not actually perished with her mother. There were growing rumors that perhaps the Prince Lelich had also survived and gone into hiding, and was simply biding his time before making his own triumphant return. How little did those gossipers realize the veracity of such talk, or of how naive it was. It was a rather dreary day, the chill of winter still lingered in the air with dark clouds overcast. Gettysburg might have been a picturesque place under finer weather but today was not such a day. Which suited Lelich just fine, as that meant there were fewer people out to pay their respects and thus a much smaller chance of him being discovered. He walked up to the monument, bouquet in hand. Quite a few others were already placed on the names, apparently the fondness the public had for his mother still strong even after all these years. Or perhaps Nunnally's reappearance had awakened it once more. Lelich set the bouquet down but said no words. He was not here to ask for his mother's understanding, or her protection. Perhaps he was here to say a final goodbye, or to let her know that he would soon be joining her. He had resisted coming here during all the months he was in the homelands but Charlotte's insistence finally wore him down. Now that he was here, he simply could not find any words to utter to these cold stone pillars. He turned to take his leave, tightening up his jacket both to help keep out the chill and to make his face just a bit harder to see. There were still others here after all. Walking down the stone path Lelich passed a few other mourners and ignored them. He had enough to worry about after all. Without particularly paying any attention Lelich stepped aside to let a shortish girl with pink hair wearing a fur coat pass. The deep sigh saw cold air flush out his lungs. Lelich had to give his family some credit, the moment they caught onto his scheming they had not hesitated to respond. Still, his plans were far in advance and come the new day they would bear fruit. And then he would see just to what degree his family was guilty of. Lelich. The young man froze. And ever so slowly he turned about. There standing a few steps away was the girl he had just passed, looking at him intently with a pair of pink eyes. No, not pink. A glint of violet shone. Lelich's own eyes widened. Mother. End of chapter 84. I've actually had this done for a few days. I ended up needing to unload a lot of stuff before I could finally stop and take a break. I could have uploaded earlier, but then my break would have been on this cliffhanger. Which would probably have been cruel. That and the extra time gave me opportunities to slowly clean up the exposition so that it's more coherent and tighter. I think that might actually be an even longer exposition scene than Monica's half explanation of Code and Geass. Note that there's a whole lot more exposition to be done by Rai, but one can only infodump so much in a single scene before it starts feeling stale. Rai will have more to say about the Geass civilization. Right now he's basically had to dump all of the critical points so that Euphemia and Co can understand the magnitude of the threat they're facing, and why they absolutely must not fuck this up. Because they've already fucked it up once and it ended the human race. Note that Euphemia is not actually shifting forces back to the homelands to help with the Battle of Pendragon, that hasn't started yet, she's after something else entirely. On the west coast. And the reason Euphemia's even bringing troops over from Japan is because Cornelia is busy trying to move what loyal forces she does have available in the homelands in preparation for the big kerfuffle that she knows Lelich is about to kick off. We're also about to start doing the shifting between multiple perspectives again. There's just going to be too many things going on at the same time that I can't keep it coherent if I have to keep jumping between different sides throughout a chapter. I am really looking forward to the unveiling that'll be happening in the next chapter. It's going to be awesome. And it'll be a nice bonus to all of the current and former Navy service people that are reading. I know I have at least one. Be careful not to read too closely into some of the lines. Lelich's redemption could be as much Colin beating the ever-loving stuffing out of him as it could be her accepting him. I think the basic questions have been explained by Rai's extremely long exposition. If there are others, feel free to ask them. I'll answer in so much as they do not reveal future developments. One thing that I do want to emphasize is that this is very much not a traveling back in time to fix the preset for Rai. His present is gone. He has no place to go back to. By interacting with the past like this, he's effectively destroyed his past, which eliminates his future. It is just as he said, if he did try to go back to the point in time he was originally from, what he would find is an entirely different world, one where he does not have a place. He might not even exist in that new timeline, or there might be a version of him, but he and that person are distinct and separate. It's not as if he'd be neatly integrated back in. So for him, that's it. His timeline is gone, everyone he knew in it dead, and he has to basically start from scratch where he is now. As a consequence, this basically makes all trips into the past effectively one way. Now you could return to the time plane that you originated from, and then you would be integrated back in. But considering that in that time plane the Earth is gone, there's not exactly any place for Rai to actually go back to. There's thus far technically been 3 zeros that have shown up. 0 in the current time frame, which is basically Lelich copying Crow's imagery, the 0 that fought Monica, which was Colin standing in for Lelich to throw Monica off track, and the 0 that could arguably have kicked off all of the insanity in the story, the Lelich that put the failsafe on CC, severed Euphemia's connection to VV, asked Colin to stand in for him, and who just destroyed his world at the end of the last chapter. Sort of. There is also sort of a relationship between the first and third 0, but that'll need to wait for future chapters. Monica was revealed as the Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus something like 30 chapters back. One would think that those of you that have kept up with this story for over 80 chapters would have done so because you trust me to know what I'm doing, and that anything that I toss out of left field came about because I actually have a plan. Confusion is one thing. The latter half of the previous chapter did come with very little foreshadowing, at least with regard to the specifics. A lot of you picked up that there was something going on that involved either alternate dimensions or timeline shenanigans and that something had gone way wrong, requiring manipulation of the past or whatever. Disliking the direction I took is also perfectly fair, in so much as people all have different tastes, and if you don't like it anymore, I'm certainly not going to hold it against you if you decide to drop the story. Though how realistic this particular development is must be kept in the context of the Code Geass world already having people with special powers and whatnot. I would argue that I achieved a high believability in my story with respect to the more fantastical elements more because I've kept myself consistent with the details, and not because I've adhered to the laws of physics and biological to a hard degree. Ranting and whining because you didn't read closely enough for the subtexts though, you're not going to get any sympathy from me. The entire battle effectively took place inside of the thought elevator, or rather C's world. The fact that those of you who seem so dissatisfied with some of the feats pulled off by Lelich and Colin seem to have abjectly missed that point, does not inspire me with confidence that you will have the patience to actually wait until the development fully unfolds. This story does not seek to provide instant gratification every chapter, it is structured such that there are interleaving arcs that cross multiple chapters and overlap each other. It will therefore be extremely rare for a single chapter to ever be able to stand alone and be considered the chapter that really wows you, nor is it possible to read only a single chapter and be able to understand all the nuances that are in it. You have to read the chapters in the context of everything else, including some stuff that hasn't been published yet. And I'm perfectly fine with that, that's how I write. Ask yourself whether that is the type of story you actually enjoy reading or have the patience for. So to all the readers who have indicated that they trust that I will make all of this make sense, and also to all the readers that at least made known their disagreements or confusion civilly, you have my thanks and I hope I will live up to your expectations. To the rest of you, what I said above. Chapter 85. The final count for Project Damocles cost was over £40 billion, enough money to have built 3 new carrier battle groups outright for the Imperial Britannian Navy. Damocles was the singular most expensive project undertaken by the Holy Britannian Empire up to that point, far eclipsing other contemporary programs like Muspelheim or future projects like Mjolnir. In fact, it would not be until Project Hormungandr that its record for the most expensive single project was broken. A significant percentage of the cost went not into the actual construction of Damocles designs but in creating the infrastructure needed to do so in the first place. To ensure that the work would be carried out in absolute secrecy, the Empire elected to have all of the construction take place in a remote part of the province of Nevada at what was then known as Groom Lake. While this decision significantly increased the program costs since all of the supporting infrastructure had to be built from scratch, the Empire was ultimately vindicated when after the war it became apparent that none of the other powers had any inkling of the massive program's existence beyond a few scant rumors, much less what Damocles sought to achieve. The colossal failure that this represented would significantly mar the reputation of several prominent European intelligence services, from the French Service de Documentation Extérieure et de Contre-Espionnage to the Russian Sluzba Veneshny Razvedki. In Blackest Night, The Great War. Chapter 85. Facile Princeps. The supersonic transport reserved for Euphemia's personal use could cross the Pacific Ocean in approximately 6 hours, about half what conventional planes were capable of. Colin had elected to accompany the battalion on their own planes, as much a show of solidarity as it was to be able to brief them and work with the officers in planning the upcoming operation. Rai, Cece, and the rest of Euphemia's guard accompanied the princess herself. Even with the relatively shorter flight, 6 hours was still plenty of time for Rai to answer more questions about the Directorate, and its agents. "It's not an artificial Geass," he said. "The Knight of 12 possesses an artificial code." He tapped his temple. "In fact, I possess a much more advanced iteration of the design Dame Krashevsky has. Hers was the first successfully implanted prototype." "An artificial code," Euphemia said thoughtfully. "But for what purpose would they have created it?" "To get around the limit I mentioned previously," Rai explained. "They need someone with a code on the outside of the Sword of Akasha in order to keep the door open. The artificial code was one of several attempts to obtain that." "That makes sense," Euphemia said. "So, does this code also permit Dame Krashevsky, or yourself, to grant Geasses?" Rai shook his head. "After 400 years that is still beyond human science." "Ah. Well, I hope you do not take offense to this, Captain, but I do take a measure of comfort from that," Euphemia said with a slight smile. "None whatsoever," Rai said, returning one of his own. "Does possession of an artificial code also make you vulnerable to possession by the Krell?" Laura asked. "The one Dame Krashevsky has does," Rai answered. "Mine is hardened against any such intrusion, and Nemo serves as a second line of defense. Eroding those defenses would do so much neurological damage that I would be dead by the time it actually broke through. And a corpse is of little use to the Krell as a host. Freedom or death, then," Euphemia noted. "To exist as that thing's puppet is a fate far worse than death," Rai stated firmly, a glint in his eye. Euphemia acknowledged his conviction with a nod. "Then in that case, what exactly is the mechanism behind the Geass jamming that Dame Krashevsky performs?" "A fairly simple one. She is able to interrupt the connection between a Geass holder and the code bearer they are contracted to." It was an unexpected side effect, but one that the Emperor Charles seems to find useful. "And can your artificial code do the same?" Euphemia asked. Rai nodded. "We also found it extremely useful for temporarily severing the connection of the Krell with its puppets." And grimaced. "It made euthanizing them simpler." The world that the captain came from was a grim one indeed, Euphemia surmised. Still, the fact that VV never entered the Sword of Akasha would suggest that the prototype Dame Krashevsky possesses is also not able to fool the security system that protects it. "Also correct, Your Highness," Rai said. "In fact, I believe the artificial code I possess is the first that was able to do so." "So it took 4 centuries to reach that point," Euphemia noted. And then frowned. "There is one point that remains unanswered. 0, Lelich, severed my connection to V.V's code. With whom am I contracted to then?" Rai blinked. "I honestly do not know, Your Highness. That was not part of my briefing." And after a thoughtful pause. "And if Nemo knows, she is not authorized to release that information to me?" Euphemia raised an eyebrow. "Your assistant can keep such secrets from you?" Rai smirked. "She does more than keep secrets from me, Your Highness. She also makes sure I keep certain secrets from you. Like if I tried to discuss certain future developments like classified information or classified information." The princess and Laura both regarded Rai quizzically. A mental block that effectively scrambles my speech when I say something that might reveal information that was felt should be kept from you, Rai elucidated. Is that for the purpose of making sure certain knowledge of the future will not influence us? Laura asked. Another nod. My understanding is that classified information, and tired grimace, went through and tagged all of the data that were not directly relevant to what you would need to know to keep the Krell from becoming a threat. Beyond that, they wish for you to make your own decisions, Your Highness. Euphemia rubbed her chin thoughtfully. And yet you have revealed much to me already. One being that Britannia exists as some sort of state even 400 years from now. And remains an empire. Rai smiled slightly, seemingly impressed by the princess' insight. The empire endured, Your Highness. In fact, I would argue that humanity survived as long as it did against the Krell because of its leadership. It is regrettable that I cannot tell you more about its achievements. At the same time, I can understand why they would elect to withhold certain bits of information from you. Like the fact that I become Empress. Rai froze, remaining so for several seconds before he finally managed to work up a response. That is not something I can comment on. Are you sure? Euphemia asked. I would have thought if your Minders really had not wanted you to reveal that filter would have never let you accidentally start addressing me as Majesty. The princess was insightful and astute. Rai pursed his lips as he seemed to consider the possibilities. Your Majesty, he finally said. Euphemia I, the 99th Empress of the Holy Britannian Empire. And eyes widened. The Iron Heart of Britannia. Euphemia's own expression remained controlled though she regarded Rai intently. He opened his mouth again. Classified information. And grimaced. It seems there are limits, Euphemia said with a slight smile. That there are, Rai agreed. Still. Euphemia frowned. The Iron Heart of Britannia. I am not sure I like the sound of that. From Rai's expression it was clear that her reaction was well justified. In fact, the young man almost looked pained to be unable to reveal why. In its own way, however, that also told Euphemia something, and the princess vowed to not let that come to pass. It was impossible. It was utterly, absolutely impossible. His mother was dead. The pink-haired girl standing before him looked nothing like her either, even ignoring the obvious difference in age. And yet the way she held herself, the mischievous tilt of her lips, that bright confidence in her eyes. All of them reminded Lelich of his mother, the late Empress Marianne. And then recognition struck. Anya Alstream, the Knight of Six. Lelich was not really one to panic. When faced with a problem he preferred to approach it from an analytical perspective. Identify the source, determine the most efficient way of neutralizing said source, and then execute. Some problems however had very simple solutions if only because the situations they were encountered in set hard limits on what solutions were feasible. This particular case was one such situation. The pistol was in his hand and Lelich got off a single shot before he found himself slammed onto the ground. Lelich, stow. That was as far as the knight got before Lelich slammed his head against hers. The sharpness of the pain left him disoriented for a brief moment, but the same also was enough to make Anya reel back. Lelich pushed her the rest of the way off and began beating a very hasty retreat, not even taking the time to try to shoot her. That was taken care of as Charlotte and Laura made their appearances, weapons drawn. The Knight of Six however was not alone. Stop! Anya shouted. Lelich ignored her and kept running. Shots began sounding, at least some of which came from Charlotte and Laura. Damnation Lelich, listen to your mother when she tells you to stop. The Knight of Six was either crazy or really full of herself, Lelich was not sure which. He did not really care either, right now the only thing that mattered was getting the hell out of here. Just his bloody damn luck to run into a Knight of the Round at a time like this. After sliding around another tomb he spared a glance to see just how many pursuers were after them. 6, from what he could see. All fairly well armed at that. We need an exit, he said. No shit, was Charlotte's ever so helpful retort. We've got at least 2 squads converging on us, if you could hijack any of them that'd be really handy right now. Easier said than done, as unless he was prepared to resort to overextending his geese he would need to make eye contact long enough to actually issue a command. And if these people served the Knight of Six, they might well have been issued orders to make sure that did not happen. Suddenly the shooting stopped. Lelich looked over at Charlotte quizzically. The Frenchwoman shrugged and peered out carefully to see what was going on. Lelich. That was the Knight of Six again. I want to talk. The young man in question frowned. This has to be a ploy, to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. Why bother? Charlotte countered. They're already converging on us, it would have been only a matter of time before they surrounded us and took us down. Unless they want me alive. That elicited grimaces from both his companions. What do we do? Laura asked. Lelich considered his options. You on the radio with Phi. The German girl nodded. All right, I'll try to stall, you and her organize an exit for us. He looked at Charlotte. Make sure whatever happens they do not take me alive. Charlotte grimaced but nodded. Understood. And kept her pistol trained on Lelich. Satisfied, Lelich nodded in turn and raised an empty arm out from behind the memorial. When no one shot at him, he stepped out, holding up his gun to make clear he was not pointing it at anyone. A moment later the Knight of Six emerged from cover as well, though Lelich could make out several soldiers staying back and just waiting for him to make the wrong move. He could worry about them later. For now the younger girl in front of him had his full attention. The younger girl who was for some strange reason beaming a bright smile at him. Lelich was starting to suspect the Knight of Six really did have a few screws loose. It's just as Charles said, you've grown up into a fine and capable young man. The smile disappeared into a reproachful frown. Except for the whole trying to kill your family thing. Lelich was very rarely ever taken aback by the weirdness life often threw his way. This time though he was not quite sure what to make of the flippant tone of the Knight of Six. I am sorry Dame Knight, but there seems to be some sort of misunderstanding, Lelich said. You act as if we've met before. Well, I suppose you probably don't recognize me in this form, Anya said. Though now that I think about it, you should at least recognize Anya, no? She was residing at the villa as a pupil of mine. Lelich's eyes narrowed. And then it clicked. You were being taught etiquette by. And promptly clapped his mouth shut. Though from the smile Anya was beaming him it was already too late. Bingo. She took a step closer and Lelich promptly took a step back. A pout replaced the smile. There is no need to be so cold, Lelich. I do not recall being familiar with you in the first place, was the former prince's response. Anya cocked her head aside. Nana and Yuffie would often argue about who would get to marry you when you grew up. And flashed a smile. I told them that they would have to beat me first if they wanted a shot. Lelich frowned again. Those words were eliciting some long-buried memories, though assuming his remembrance was not completely muddled by the passage of time it was his mother that had said that to his erstwhile siblings. You have, an interesting recollection, he stated blandly. Anya puffed her cheeks out as if affronted. Do you really think that you were the only one CC ever granted a Geass to? That caused Lelich to start and he examined the younger girl more closely. Was it actually possible? I have never heard of a Geass that allowed outright possession of another's body, Lelich said very carefully. Well, not really possession, Anya, or perhaps Marianne, said. More like sharing. And smiled again. Anya's arguing very strongly that we should at the very least take you prisoner before continuing this conversation, but I know you, Lelich. You were always very thorough. You've ordered that lovely girlfriend of yours to shoot you before letting that happen, no? Lelich made no response, but his silence still served as confirmation. You'll have to introduce us sometime, Anya. No, definitely Marianne said. If I'm going to be a mother-in-law, I need to properly appraise the woman you've fallen for. This was definitely one of the more surreal experiences even for him. And then a thought occurred to Lelich. A question, mother. The woman in the form of Anya Alstream clapped her hands together. Oh? Finally willing to accept the truth. That depends on the answer you give. Lelich gripped his pistol again and the soldiers accompanying the Knight of Six made to draw their weapons as well. Do you pursue Ragnarok? For a moment the expression on Anya's face froze. And then it returned to the genial, even playful smile that she was feigning before. Is that why you have chosen to act out? Marianne asked. I must say, I am very disappointed in you, Lelich. All this could have been resolved without any bloodshed had you only chosen to talk with your family instead of trying to be thorough by murdering all of them. Lelich tilted his head down ever so slightly, noting the flashing of Laura's hands as she issued a series of signals. I see. Anya cocked her head aside. You see what? For you Ragnarok does not represent a threat, thus you consider it something that can be discussed. Lelich pressed his pistol against his head. I am answered, mother. The word was more spat than spoken. Au revoir. Lelich. The shot that sounded would have taken Anya down, but she possessed not only her own talents as the Knight of Six but also the experience of her predecessor, the Empress Marianne. She had seen through the ruse immediately and was already getting behind cover so the shot by Laura missed cleanly. Even that was a distraction however as an armored Humvee suddenly crashed through the fencing surrounding the cemetery and skid to a halt behind Laura and Charlotte. Move! Fi shouted. Lelich was right behind his comrades and jumped through the open door. The Humvee was already pulling away as he slammed it shut. Nice going Fi, he complimented. We'll need to ditch the car soon, Fi said from the driver's seat. Too conspicuous. The girl was actually standing upright in order to actually reach the pedals with her petite form. Where did you even get it in the first place? Charlotte wondered even as she kept a watch for pursuit. Stole it from the group that came with that night, Fi responded. I slashed the tires of the other ones as well, that should at least slow them down a little bit. Good thinking, Lelich said as he pulled out his cell. There were a few calls he needed to make. Before he could start dialing, however, it began vibrating. Looking at the incoming number, he frowned. What is it? Julius, we've got a problem, Reiner's voice sounded on the other side. KN's been grabbed, looked like an Inquisitio wetwork team. And they did it inside the House of Lords too. Lelich cursed. It seemed the government was pulling out all the stops. They were out of time. Initiate endgame now. A brief pause passed. Understood. That was the last word Reiner uttered before a click indicated he had hung up. Lelich closed his phone and glanced over at Charlotte. Her expression was one of grim determination. It's starting, isn't it? Lelich nodded. The die is cast. And smiled darkly. Let the games begin. The thought elevator located in the province of California was like its counterpart in New York, closed off to the public, with a small contingent of soldiers guarding it. They numbered only a single platoon, seeing as no one seriously contemplated anyone actually attempting to advance on the site in force. The soldiers were more to keep wayward civilians from doing something stupid. They most certainly were not intended to stand off an entire battalion, which was what the men and women guarding the thought elevator found themselves facing as the new day dawned. When faced with such a force differential, the only sane thing to do was to stand down, which the platoon was convinced to do after it became clear that they were not facing some sort of rogue element. Or rather, if this was a rogue element, it was one directly backed by 3 of the 4 most prominent heirs in the line of succession, which put the decision of how to respond so far outside their pay grades that they could hardly be blamed for not committing suicide by actually trying to fight. For her part, Colin found herself remarkably thankful that common sense had broken out amongst the Brightonian soldiers. She might have not hesitated to kill them in the past when they were on opposite sides, but now, after learning everything that Rai had to tell them, they were going to need all the help they could get, and going around killing Brightonians just trying to do their job was not the way to go about getting it. With Rai and CC flanking her, Colin led a contingent of soldiers into the thought elevator's inner chamber. The soldiers were probably a tad unnecessary, but better safe than sorry. As Rai had made clear in his relatively easy-to-understand explanations, the thought elevators were necessary for the Directorate's plan of initiating Ragnarok. More specifically, 5 of the 9 needed to be tuned to resonate with the Sword of Akasha when it was fired. The 2 in North America and 1 in Antarctica were already set to do so, while the 1 in Japan had actually been locked out by another code-bearer. Rai was not entirely forthcoming in whom that code-bearer was, but Colin could read between the lines that it was the work of the future, apparently less insane Lelich. Now they were about to do the same thing with CC to the thought elevator in California. That was guaranteed to provoke a reaction from the Directorate, and more importantly VV, which would present them with the opportunity to capture the little bastard and neutralize his code with the failsafe CC was carrying around. In theory. Are we sure this will get VV to come out in the open instead of just sending more assassins after us? This is not just about trying to lure him out, Rai responded. Stopping Ragnarok is in its own way as important as stopping VV. If he succeeds in destroying the barrier between the conscious and subconscious, then the Krell will not need a code-bearer to enslave all of humanity. True enough, Colin muttered. Besides, Rai continued, even if we fail to neutralize VV and he still flees into the Sword of Akasha, we still have the option of dropping a few classified information on it. Rai frowned as Colin shot him a quizzical look. A few what? Sorry, there's an automatic block on me so that I don't reveal too much about the future, or my past, Rai said. Apparently that one's something that I shouldn't be talking about. Oh okay, Colin said. So, eventually the Empire develops a weapon that's able to kill a code-bearer? Why didn't you guys use it against V.V? Rai smiled sadly. Who says we didn't? Colin kept her mouth shut. She already had enough of her foot shoved in it. Instead she turned her attention back to CC as the woman approached a set of stone panels reminiscent of the ones in the common island thought elevator. Throughout all this CC had more or less ignored the banter going on between the two, instead simply concentrating on her task. Her objective was simple, though it was only now possible thanks to information that Rai had provided. As the young man explained it, in order for the Sword of Akasha to be used to affect the entire world, it needed to be synchronized to at least 5 of the 9 thought elevators that existed. Thus far the Directorate had successfully synchronized 3 of them, and failed to synchronize the one at Common Island because a lock had been placed on it. This lock was something that only a code-bearer was supposed to be able to do, and to unlock it required another code-bearer to physically access and open it. Monica's artificial code was not quite up to that task, a fact that the Knight had reported to the Emperor and the Directorate. The result seemed to have been an assumption by the Directorate that all codes were now blocked, which was sloppy of them. That or Vivi was too much of a brat to actually travel over to Japan and try it himself. Of course, if Euphemia had had any inkling that he was about to enter her domain, she would have pulled out all the stops to try to kill the little bastard, especially after his stunts with the Hereticus wetwork teams, which might have also given Vivi pause. Being immortal was not the same as being immune to harm after all. At this point, however, desynchronizing a thought elevator was definitely going to provoke a reaction from the Directorate, and considering what was at stake, Euphemia and her siblings were more than ready to face down their own father to stop Ragnarok. They were running out of time, however, if the latest analyses from the Inquisitio were any indication. Lelich was also planning to strike, and soon. After a few moments CC turned about and nodded. "'Tis done." "All right, then let's." "Ma'am." Colin and Rai turned about to see a Japanese soldier rush over. The man came to attention before the two. "Ma'am, Her Highness requests that your team return to Fort Irwin immediately upon completion of Lady Clermont's work." Colin frowned. "Inform the princess that we are on our way." "Yes ma'am." As the soldier hurried off, Colin glanced over at Rai. "Any idea what this is about?" The young man pursed his lips. He did, but the look he gave Colin made clear the only answer that he would be able to give. "Classified information." "Bugger," Colin muttered. Fortunately for the two, the helicopter ride back to the base took only about half an hour. The rest of the battalion was left to set up a more robust defensive perimeter around the thought elevator, which would hopefully be enough to keep the Directorate from moving on them until whatever this latest crisis was passed over. As Colin hopped off the helicopter and observed the flurry of activity about the base, however, she had a sinking feeling that that would be some time yet. "Where is Her Highness?" she shouted to the armsman that came over to meet them. "Inside the command center," Alexander answered. "This way." They followed the hulking man into one of the buildings and then through the twisting hallways before entering the frantic scene that was the base's nerve center. This was not the first time Colin had seen such a room. She often accompanied Euphemia on the princess visits to MacArthur Base, and the Viceroy's palace also housed a similar command and control center. What she could not recall seeing, however, was the sheer level of panic that seemed to permeate this room. And amidst all this chaos and confusion, the Princess Euphemia and her entourage stood as an island of relative calm and composure. "Your Highness," Alexander said, clicking his heels together. "Thank you, Lieutenant," Euphemia said, dismissing the man and nodding to Colin and the others. "Your Highness," Colin echoed, then looked out at the room again. "What has happened?" "Dame Nu could probably explain it better than I," Euphemia said, prompting the captain of her guard. Valletta grimaced. "We've lost contact with effectively the entire military command net on the East Coast, from New England down all the way to Florida. This includes Pendragon, and can only mean one thing." Colin inhaled sharply. "He's made his move." Euphemia nodded, and then looked at the young man trailing Colin. "Captain, is there anything that you can tell us about this?" Rai's jaw worked soundlessly for several moments before a grimace finally emerged. "You, emerge," he managed with visible and painful effort. Colin's eyes widened, as did that of Valletta, as the two women immediately made the inference. She would emerge as Empress. Euphemia herself, however, somehow managed to keep her expression composed. Her eyes, however, a cold hard light seemed to shine from them. "I see." She turned to Valletta. "General, if you would please ready all of the transports that will carry myself and my guard." "Your Highness, if you intend to return to Pendragon, I must insist otherwise." "Pendragon is not my destination," the princess said, to Valletta's surprise and relief. "Not immediately." "Premature relief. If there is need to relieve the city, there are forces that must be marshaled. I intend to see that they are." "Just, whom are you referring to, Your Highness?" Valletta asked. The gaze with which Euphemia regarded the captain of her guard was stern, and confident. And uncompromising. "Have faith, General. What I do with full awareness of the consequences." "That does not entirely assure, Your Highness," Valletta said with a sigh before coming to attention. "I will see to it." To that Euphemia gave the woman a grateful smile. As Valletta hurried away to carry out her task, however, Colin felt just a tad apprehensive. Your Highness," she spoke up. "You're not planning on doing what I think you are, right?" The princess cocked her head aside. And then flashed a smile. Colin did not feel reassured in the least. "What do you mean the defense net is down?" Cornelia screamed. The officer cringed but did not falter at least. "We can't raise any of the microwave communications centers that should directly be connected to Valhalla Base, Your Highness." Cornelia let loose a string of expletives. Colonel Verret and Baron Stotfeld had warned about the possibility of this, but Cornelia had presumed that the increased security measures the military had undertaken would be sufficient to at least ensure one of the microwave relays would survive. She had underestimated Lelich, again. "Has General Waldstein been informed?" "A message was dispatched to him," the officer said. But confirmation was not yet forthcoming, was the unspoken subtext. "Declare martial law in the city, my authority," Cornelia said. "Stand up the gendarmerie and every soldier we've got. Inform the Inquisitio that I am going to require all of their assault teams be mobilized as well." "Yes, Your Highness," the officer clicked his heels before retreating to relay those orders. Cornelia turned to another officer present. "We need to get messages out to the rest of the military. Mobilize our helicopters, get someone westward enough to send out a message. Make sure all Imperial Scions stay the hell away from Pendragon until this is over, and issue a general order to all military forces. Any provincial guard units outside of the boundaries of their jurisdiction are to be treated as hostile and neutralized with all due force. Yes, Your Highness. With those orders issued, Cornelia hurried out from her office to the actual command center. The forces directly under her command in Pendragon were fairly limited, most of the actual military strength lay in the hands of the Knights of the Round. On the other hand, if she could get in touch with the rest of the military, she could bring down the hammer on the traitors that were about to invade her city. If Your Highness. Another officer called out as she approached. This one, however, wore the colors of her royal guard. Cornelia slowed ever so slightly as the man caught up with her. Your Highness, the palace district is under attack. General Arcead reports irregular units attempting to breach the perimeters of the royal estates. Cornelia's eyes widened. They were already inside the city and going straight after her siblings. And then a not-so-distant explosion sounded. Cornelia looked about. What was that? Klaxons began blaring. Enemy forces sighted, a voice on the intercom announced. All personnel assume stations. Cornelia cursed again. This was a multi-pronged assault, an exceedingly well-planned and coordinated one at that. Lelich's forces were trying to keep them isolated and separated, all the better to whittle them down. And in an urban environment the fighting was going to get atrociously difficult. Cornelia spun about and broke into a run towards the command center. There was no way the Virginian and Carolinian provincial guards could have reached Pendragon already, these had to be insurgents from the swords of Michael. If that was the case, they still had time before heavier forces reached the city. They needed to put down these insurgents before then, or else they would be fighting on too many fronts. And if that happened, Pendragon, and the Empire with it, might well fall. Your Highness, we are being challenged. Euphemia nodded and toggled the mic on her headset. This is the Princess Euphemia Lee Britannia, Authentication Alpha Alpha Charlie 79er Delta 11 Zulu, requesting permission to land at Groom Lake. A moment passed with the only response being the hiss of static. And then, authentication confirmed. Permission granted, Your Highness. Please do not deviate from the assigned course and lane, Groom Lake's defenses are set to automatically engage. Understood, and thank you. With that, Euphemia took off the headset, nodded to the pilot, and took her leave of the cockpit. The 5 planes that made up her group slowly began their descent. When Euphemia returned to the captain, she found Rai, Colin, Laura, and CC all looking out the windows. The princess chuckled. You all seem rather eager. Colin glanced over with a smirk. Rai's fault. When he realized where we were going, he started gushing, a bit incoherently at that. Wherever it is you're taking us, he got real excited for. The princess looked at the young man in question, whom feigned a cough. My mother used to tell me stories about your era, Your Highness. And about Project Damocles. About how it was one of the greatest technological achievements of its era, and how it completely changed warfare. Well, that was the idea, Euphemia said with a wry smile. After something like 40 billion pounds, one would hope it would make some sort of difference. 40, Colin choked. She went back to looking out the window. And frowned. I'm not seeing anything. That's probably intentional, Euphemia said. The landing lanes were configured to provide as little of a view of Groom Lake's main facilities as possible. Though you'll probably see at least something as we get closer. That's a lot of security, Colin said. On top of putting it in the middle of the desert. And yet, in spite of our best efforts, your father somehow managed to stumble upon Damocles' existence, Euphemia said dryly, and used it to blackmail the government to not out your civilian persona of Colin Stotfeld. Colin blinked. He did what? You mean he never told you? The girl in question shook her head. Not a peep. Well, at least he kept his word, Euphemia remarked. Colin said nothing for a few moments before nodding. Yeah, he does that. And frowned. I hope he's okay. To that Euphemia could find nothing to say. She was faintly aware that the Baron Stotfeld had been summoned to Pendragon for some special assignment, not that she had any idea what said assignment was. Now, however, he would almost certainly be caught up in the fiasco that was unfolding. Gasps sounded from Colin, and Laura. Even CC made a sound, of some sort, definitely one of surprise. Euphemia could not help but smile. Is that? Colin started. Are those? And kept finding herself at a loss of words. By the gods. Before settling on 3 that aptly summoned up her reaction. Euphemia walked over to a window herself and gazed out. Just passing out of view, one could barely make out what appeared to be a large flight deck below them, one that was flanked by 4 massive spheres mounted on trapezoidal pylons. And that was all they were able to see before the plane dipped downwards for its final approach. A few minutes later they were on the ground and the hatch popped open. Colin was the first out, by this time her Geass having provided her with a view of exactly what it was the Empire had hidden out here in the middle of nowhere. The sheer scale of it was still a shock, but she kept her attention focused on her duty and scanned the immediate area around the plane for any threats. Once satisfied, she climbed down the stairs with Laura immediately after, and only then Euphemia. Rai and CC trailed the trio, but before long a full squad of armsmen were positioning themselves protectively around their charge. An honor guard had been assembled to meet them, somewhat hastily by the looks of it. As Euphemia approached, however, they snapped to attention with crisp precision and presented arms. The elderly-looking admiral and his immediate subordinates all bowed respectfully as Euphemia came before them. The princess responded with a respectful curtsy. "Your Highness," the stoutly built man greeted. "Welcome to Groom Lake." Colin gave the man a look over. The white hair and neatly trimmed mustache gave the man a noble, dignified bearing. The uniform and insignia of a full admiral simply added to the natural authority he exuded. She did not recognize him, but then again there were lots of Britannian flag officers that she would not have been able to name off the top of her head. And if he had been entrusted with something as secret as Damocles, then little wonder he would be kept out of the public limelight. "Admiral Merkatz," Euphemia said, giving Colin a name to the face at least. "I suggest we dispense with the formalities, the Empire is facing a most grave situation." "Indeed it is," the elderly man agreed. With a nod from him the honor guard was dismissed. "Shall we head to the command center?" he suggested. To his surprise Euphemia shook her head. "Admiral, is 8th Fleet prepared to sortie?" Sharp breaths sounded all about, from both sides but for different reasons all about. Officially the Holy Britannian Empire had only 7 numbered fleets, with operational ranges that stretched across the entire world. The ones Colin was most familiar with was the 3rd and 7th Fleets because of their active involvement in the Japanese theatre. There had been talk of organizing an 8th Fleet if the war's scope increased, though with the shipyards busy with rebuilding 6th Fleet most expected it to be at least a few more years before there was an actual need. Now though the princess was making abundantly clear that an 8th Fleet already existed. And it was somehow stationed in the middle of the desert. Of course those that had managed to get a peek out the plane windows as they approached already had an inkling what the princess meant. For her to confirm it was still another matter entirely. For the officers with Merkatz their own reactions were for a different reason entirely. True 8th Fleet had spent the last few months working up, and they had even had the opportunity to conduct a few squadron exercises. Still deploying the fleet on such short notice would be a Herculean challenge. But not an impossible one. "Your Highness believes the situation in Pendragon to be so dire." "Admiral," Euphemia said firmly. "The military command net has been severed. And we have reason to believe that the Virginian and Carolinian provincial guards will be participating on the attack on the capital. We are well past the point of belief, to one of certainty." The gasps that sounded this time were for entirely different reasons. After a moment however Merkatz nodded. "Very well Your Highness. By your command, 8th Fleet will launch." Ceremony demanded that when one stepped aboard a ship one asked permission from the officer in charge to board. Even with the harried preparations underway this particular tradition was being carried out. Of course the officer on duty most certainly was not expecting a personage so august to be stepping off the gangplank. It took him a moment to recognize just whom was first off the walkway, but when he did his voice was loud and clear. "Air Quartus arriving." "Permission to come on board, Lieutenant?" Euphemia asked. "Permission granted Your Highness." And so she did. Moments later klaxons began blaring all about the base and men and women hurried to their stations. The entire fleet had been put on high alert the moment the command net to Pendragon was severed, so most of the personnel were already on board their assignments or were close at hand. Within a matter of minutes the gangways were withdrawn and hatches began closing. Lines were severed, equipment secured as a steady whine built up in pitch all across the landscape. Soon enough the klaxons were barely audible over the noise of the engines spinning up. "Status," Admiral Willibald Joachim von Merkatz, commanding officer of the Britannian 8th Fleet spoke as he entered the flag bridge, Euphemia and her entourage in tow. "All ships are reporting in now sir," the communications rating answered, not missing a beat despite the obvious surprise at just whom was accompanying the Admiral. "Empress Marianne reports all systems green, personnel are proceeding with lockdown." Merkatz nodded as he gazed out the window of the flag bridge, at the flight deck that stretched out before the island. Crewmen in yellow and blue jackets hurried about, checking each of the hornets up top and making sure they were secured. And then a dark blue form hopped up on the railing next to Merkatz's station. The Admiral cracked a wiry smile. "That might not be the best place to be when we launch, Tittles." The bushy-tailed cat gave the Admiral what could only be described as a chiding gaze before sniffing and returning to looking forward with regal poise even as his tail flicked back and forth. Merkatz allowed himself an amused chuckle as he too looked out once more. "Prince Lelich and Prince Clovis reports all systems ready," the rating continued. "Task Force escorts all report systems green." The young woman looked up at Merkatz. "All ships report ready for departure, sir." "Very good," Merkatz said. He took a deep, full breath. 8th Fleet, Task Force 80, lift off. 8th Fleet, lift off." Workers scattered across the massive hulks still being assembled set down their tools as they looked up, and waited. The whine turned into a roar and slowly the massive hulls rose off the ground, their majestic hulls gleaming under the sun. From the ground, countless workers and soldiers cheered as the fruits of so many years of labor, all the tears and sweat, were vindicated. First the 4 Caerleon-class destroyers, their sleek rounded shapes sliding through the air and taking up a square formation above the massive complex of docks. The 4-point defense turrets on each ship were rotating about, ready to engage anything that dared approach, while the single railgun slung under their noses extended. Then the 2 Loegra-class battleships, vessels whose massive widths gave it an almost graceful, bird-like impression. Those wings however served as platforms for 8 64 megajoule railguns, each capable of engaging enemies over 200 miles away. Combined with 192 vertical launching system cells mounted on the central body, these ships represented the most powerful warships ever fielded by any power, far eclipsing the old big gun battleships and the newer guided missile cruisers. And finally, the crown jewel of the 8th Fleet, the Albion-class carrier the Empress Marianne, namesake of the beloved Empress slain so many years ago, rose and assumed its place at the center of the formation. Over 1,000 feet in length and its beam approximately 700 feet at its widest, the Empress Marianne was the largest warship ever built by any nation on Earth. While the 4 railguns mounted aboard packed an impressive punch all by themselves, the true form of the carrier's power projection came from the 88 planes embarked on board. There might one day be an enemy that could survive to engage it, but that day was not today. All ships report systems nominal, the rating said. As a single unit the 7 ships continued to rise until they were mere specks from the ground. We are at altitude, Admiral. Set course for Pendragon, heading 80. All ships, ahead flank. Heading 80, ahead flank, aye Admiral. The fleet slowly turned about and began its flight east. 5 hours, that would be how long it would take for them to reach Pendragon. And when they did, Mercatz was determined that it would not be too late. End of chapter 85. There are a bunch of reviews stuck on the site. I am seeing them, though there are 2 long reviews whose second halves are cut off by the email notification preview. Anyone who thinks that this story is now a fantasy story is not reading carefully enough. Or paying close enough attention. Anyway. A while back I mentioned how any active or retired naval servicemen/women were in for a treat later in the story. Well, this was the treat. What Damocles is in my story, the Britannian 8th Fleet in all its glory. Or rather, Task Force 80 of the Britannian 8th Fleet. There's also a Task Force 81 that's wrapping up construction and workup but weren't ready for deployment. They will be shortly however, at which point the other major powers are going to have really bad days. In the original anime the Sword of Damocles was presented as a strategic game changer, something that effectively no one could effectively counter, save for the enforced fluke that was the Lelich and Suzaku combo. In practice, the anime Damocles had so many flaws that it wasn't a weapon of war, it was a massive showpiece. When I started writing this story I wanted something that would actually live up to actually being a game changer. The opportunity arose while I was considering how to deal with flying ships in my version of the Code Geass universe. I knew I wanted them in some form, but the problem with flying ships is that they represent such a major paradigm shift in how war would be fought. And I wanted any flying ships I had to be actual, warships. That was when the idea came that I could turn my Damocles into a project dedicated to building an entire flying fleet for the Britannian Empire. While the existence of the Avalon is well known to the world at large, Britannia intentionally overemphasized the limitations and costs of its flight system to make other countries think that they were several decades away from ever actually applying the technology on a wide scale. The other countries bought it, and Schneisel, along with Cornelia and Euphemia, were able to start up Project Damocles at Groom Lake to build 8th Fleet. This required a lot of money, not just for building the ships themselves but also to build the infrastructure to build the ships. Simply put, they created a little bolt hole to build the fleet in secret. For the lack of a better term, there are 10 dry docks at Groom Lake, 4 dedicated to destroyers, 2 to battleships, and 2 to carriers. So yes, there is technically a second Albion-class carrier nearing completion already. It was intentionally staggered because the carrier was the riskiest thing to build without the float system perfected. And yes, there are 2 other dry docks unaccounted for. There's a reason for that. The ships that have been built thus far fall into basically pretty simple categories. The Caerleon-class destroyers are escorts, equipped with point defenses to protect the fleet proper against smaller threats like enemy jets and the like. They do have a single railgun to provide them with something to use against heavier targets, but their job is not to crack the enemy. The Loegra-class battleships on the other hand are there to basically flatten any target that it aims at. Finally the Albion-class carriers serve as command ships and as, well, flying aircraft carriers to provide even more striking power for the fleet. And a fighter screen is necessary. All of the ships are equipped with the Blaze Luminous system, so they are basically all guaranteed to survive at least the first wave of an enemy attack, unless the enemy is dropping a nuke or something or launching an insanely large number of missiles against a single target and those missiles actually break through. That being said, as impressive as these warships are, the truly strategic assets being constructed at Groom Lake would have to be the troop transports. Each of them is capable of transporting an entire regiment and all of its equipment to any place in the world within basically a day. That is what the last 2 dry docks have been churning out, and there are a number of them ready to go and parked in the Nevada desert. You can rightly presume that when they are unveiled, the leadership of the other countries will be shitting bricks. A few asides, beyond the troop transports, none of the ships are equipped to transport or deploy nightmares, not even the aircraft carriers. And you're not going to be able to sneak up on these ships with flying nightmares either. They have this thing called radar and people, looking out the windows standing watch. And anything that tries to get close and whose identity cannot be verified will get blown out of the sky by any of the varied weapons mounted on the ships, from railguns to cruise missiles to anti-air missiles to anti-ship missiles to just regular bullets and so on. Yes, the episode where the Black Knights tried to hijack Nunnally's ship came off as really stupid to me. A smoke screen? Launch a missile and blow it away. Even better, the missile's likely to also catch the approaching nightmares in its blast radius. As I mentioned, there are a bunch of reviews stuck. And I know for a fact that in the past the site has not sent me notifications of reviews as well, so until that gets cleared up, any questions that do not get answered, you can assume I did not see the notification or they were in parts of the reviews that got cut off in the email previews. Once the reviews get fixed, I'll answer any such questions in future author notes. That being said, one review which got cut off got far enough that I saw a question/statement about nightmares and more or less asking why I haven't given them a bigger role. I didn't get the entire review, so I only saw part of it, but it's enough for me to be able to make the following statement. My answer to that is quite simple: nightmares as weapons of war have very specific scenarios and conditions where they are better than other weapons. Mechanically, nightmares are extremely complex, meaning they need a lot of support to actually deploy. Sakuradite does not change that, it just makes that it's actually possible to build motors powerful enough to support those frames. Even then there are upper limits, which means that nightmares are almost certainly less well armored compared to conventional tanks and so will take far fewer hits to bring down. Their advantage is in their mobility and the fact that they can carry weapons heavy enough to punch through tank armor. This makes them the most useful in an urban environment. In open plains and the like they are still superior to tanks, but air power would be a better counter to enemy armor, or even enemy nightmares, than sending nightmares out to face such an opponent. There's really nothing that can be done with the technology of that era to significantly change that. The float system takes too much power and the nightmare is not aerodynamic in the first place, and I'm not going to do transforming mecha. That requires a level of engineering way beyond what Britannia should be capable of. In a realistic setting, nightmares are not miracle weapons and the logistics involved with their deployment makes them very expensive to employ. As such, the Empire will only deploy them if the situation warrants it, such as a major offensive operation like in the Middle East, or in defense of a place that actually has nightmares already stationed there, like in the Battle of Tokyo and the upcoming Battle of Pendragon. Otherwise they stick with regular troops and tanks. The other simple fact is that there have been very few instances where a nightmare's usage is actually warranted in my story. There's a reason why Suzaku and Colin fought for a grand total of like 3 times. All the other times when there is conflict, the sides fighting are better served to use just infantry, to keep the collateral damage low if nothing else. Chapter 86. The Order of the Valkyrie is the highest award for valor in the Holy Britannian Empire. Granted only to those individuals whom demonstrate courage and dedication above and beyond the call of duty, it is also only awarded posthumously, an indication that the Empire feels those who merit it are truly worthy of entrance into Valhalla. Over the course of the Great War it would be awarded a total of 472 times, to not only those of pure Britannian lineage but also to many whom were deemed numbers. And in the aftermath of the pivotal Battle of Pendragon, the Empress Euphemia would see fit to award it to 46 individuals, the highest for any singular engagement in the war. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 86. Hoc est bellum. Down. Victor felt the pressure of an uncomfortably close explosion brush his back as he took his own advice. The rocket might have missed but a few feet closer and the concussion itself would have been enough to kill him. As it was, all it did was blow another hole into the palace, of which there were admittedly quite a few already. These insurgents were if nothing else remarkably well equipped. Sir. I'm all right, Victor said as he rose. Someone find that RPG launcher and put him down. The Viscount himself had more pressing concerns, like coordinating the actual defense of the palace. To do that, however, he needed a better tactical view of the battlefield, which he was not going to get while being shot at like this. Retreating slightly deeper in the building, he hurried towards the vehicle bay. Several of the other Nightmare pilots were already preparing to sortie. As much as Victor would have loved to join them, his own frame would have to remain behind. On the other hand, its infosphere would be extremely useful in accessing the tactical updates flowing in. Hopping in, Victor took a brief moment to get caught up. Enemy forces were pressing in mostly from the south and west, at least for this skirmish. There were simultaneous attacks taking place against the residence of the Prince Odysseus and Schneisel, Valhalla base, the headquarters of the Inquisitio, and even the Imperial Palace itself. The attackers had the element of surprise, the defenders the advantage of familiar ground and the fact that reinforcements were already mobilizing. If they could hold out, the insurgents would be overrun and slaughtered. If Second platoon, move east and then south, I want those insurgents flanked. I want one squad of infantry shifted to hold the western perimeter, do not allow the enemy to link up. With only 50 armsmen total, and only 30-some actually present at the palace, Victor was seriously short-handed. On the other hand, the 30-some soldiers he did have were very good at their jobs, and several of them were full knights like him. The 4 nightmares that made up the second platoon maneuvered east and then swept southward, blowing through the clump of insurgents trying to force their way into the palace. They got off one last RPG, but the shot missed and the explosive rounds of the nightmare rifles shredded their ranks with contemptuous ease. The insurgents on the western side saw their fellows being cut down, but with the wedge Victor's forces were pushing out were in no position to help. Another rocket streaked through the air and smashed into one of the nightmares. The Gloucester was mostly unharmed but paused briefly to find the source. Down the street another dozen or so insurgents could be seen making their way towards the palace. Damnation, how many of them are there? Victor muttered. Second platoon, engage enemies approaching from the south. The blue-colored Gloucester rolled out from the vehicle bay and Victor swung it northward and then west. With his only platoon of nightmares presently engaged, his was the only one left to support the defenders immediately around the palace. He was taking a considerable risk, but with the situation what it was, they needed to end this skirmish quickly before they could link up with the other Britonian forces in the city. The AFVs were fortunately starting to make a dent in the attacking force on the west side, their heavier guns forcing the insurgents to keep their heads down. Drawing the massive sword mounted on his nightmare, Victor charged through and smashed the clumps of enemy soldiers. Screams and cries sounded, but the few shots that got off bounced ineffectually off of the nightmare's armor. Those that were out of the immediate reach of his sword found no solace either as the Gloucester's pistol thundered. Soon a bloody stain covered the streets and lawn. Report, Victor said into the radio. Second platoon, enemy forces have been neutralized. No sign of any other insurgents. Third platoon, palace grounds appear to be secure. Victor nodded. Have the servants and casualties evacuate into the shelter. All units prepare to move out. His orders issued, the general changed the radio channel. Colonel Maldini, do you read? The wait was mercifully brief. General Arciad. Thank the gods you're all right. For the moment, Victor said. What is His Highness' status? We're holed up in Frere Palace, Kanan responded. Prince Odysseus' guard are holding the line, but there are a lot of them. We're going to have to evacuate. Understood. Can you make it to the Imperial Palace? A pause. Negative, there seems to be several large insurgent groups actively engaging the palace defenders. Another pause. The Avalon is currently parked at Bifrost Air Base. If we can reach there, we can evacuate all of the Imperial Scions with us. That was a sound plan, assuming they could make it that far. Victor brought up a map showing the layout of the city. Have you been able to get in contact with General Enneagram? Not yet, there's been a lot of interference with the command net. We're... A wash of static suddenly flooded the channel. Colonel. Nothing. Victor grimaced. All units with me, he said. We need to move now. The 4 nightmares rolled in behind him and Victor watched as the hatches of the AFVs closed. From the status indicators he was down to 28 effectives. It would have to do. They just took out the radio transceiver, Kanan reported. The room shook again, causing Karine to flinch. Having so recently been the target of insurgents, the suddenness of this attack was taking its toll on the girl's composure. Guinevere placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, doing her best to calm her sister. We need to leave, now, Schneisel said. The insurgents seem to have brought a great deal of explosives with them. If they keep this up they could well cause parts of the palace to collapse outright. Can we link up with General Arciad? Odysseus asked. Kanan shook his head. I have no idea, Your Highness. The general seemed to have his own situation well in hand, but there is no telling how many insurgent forces stand between us. Then we should proceed with the original plan, Schneisel said. His siblings nodded. Evacuating to Bifrost and then using the Avalon to escape might seem cowardly, but considering the intent of this attack was obviously to try to kill as much of the Imperial family as possible, the action was not unwarranted. And with the combined guards of 4 Imperial Scions gathered in one place, they might well have the numbers to break through. The building trembled again. If they hurried. Seeing his sister nearly fall over, Odysseus picked Karine up. The girl gave a yip but quickly tightened her grip on her brother. The sound of gunfire was now quite audible as they proceeded out of the shelter and towards the vehicle bay. How many insurgents are out there? Schneisel spoke into the radio. There are at least 2 platoons worth hitting us, Your Highness, came the tense answer. Look out, gods damn it, keep your heads down. Your Highness, please evacuate now, they've overrun the outer perimeter. Things really were looking desperate if that was the case. When they reached the garage, 3 AFVs were already waiting for them. Everyone won, Odysseus said, gently putting Karine down into a seat. Another explosion rocked the building, this one causing part of the ceiling to collapse in the bay. Screams sounded and figures could be seen amidst the dust. The turret on one of the AFVs swerved and unloaded, pouring lead into the breach. More cries could be heard and bodies tumbled, none of them wearing the colors of the guards. Gods, they've breached the palace! Odysseus shouted. He bounded down the ramp, grabbing hold of a rifle from a downed armsman. What are you? Schneeisel began. Go. The second prince's mouth hung open mid-sentence. Odysseus looked over at his brother. He gave a forlorn smile. You and I both know which of us is more important to the empire, brother. It is you who will sit on the throne one day, not I. It is you that must live. Go. Keep our family safe, do not let any more of them fall. Schneeisel found his mouth suddenly dry, his throat locked tight with no sound escaping it. And then bullets bounced off the side of the AFV, forcing him to duck into the vehicle. An armsman promptly slammed it shut before giving a shout into his radio. The armored vehicle roared to life and raced for the exit with a second right behind. More insurgents poured in from the breach but found themselves under withering fire immediately from the remaining AFV. Alongside the other armsmen, Odysseus opened fire as well, helping pick off those that somehow managed to make it through the initial gauntlet. The insurgents did not go down without a fight, however, a few hanging back to try to provide some cover for their fellows. An arm peeked out and swung, tossing a grenade into the chamber. Odysseus threw himself to the ground as the blast made the floor shudder. The machine gun on the AFV stopped, all the signal the insurgents needed to pour in. The surviving armsmen reacted immediately, one climbing onto the turret and shoving aside the dead occupant. Others tried to keep the pressure on, but the explosion had disoriented them just long enough for the enemy to start taking positions within the garage. Odysseus suddenly heard the distinctive pop of another grenade pin. Looking about, he feared the worst, then saw a familiar but aged figure in the blue outfit of his own guard toss something towards the enemy. A moment later several insurgents went flying as the explosion tore through their midst. Keep on them! Odysseus shouted. It was now the insurgents whom were disoriented, and with the machine gun back in operation were mercilessly cut down. Another armsman popped a grenade and those insurgents that had managed to stay under cover were quickly forced out. Caught under the sights of the surviving defenders they fell, but not without exacting a final cost. Gunfire could still be heard in the distance, but for the moment the armsmen here were victorious. Odysseus rose, carefully watching the still forms to make sure the insurgents were actually dead and not just playing possum. And then he caught sight of the blue-clad form. Philip. Rushing over to the elderly man's side, Odysseus inhaled sharply at what he saw. Philip winced, his hand pressed against a side stained dark with blood. Why, your highness? Oh Philip, Odysseus said, kneeling by the side of his old attendant. You stayed. Philip offered a weak smile. How could I not, your highness? And coughed. Lie still, we'll get that bandaged right up, Odysseus said, before rising slightly. Medic. Due to the nature of their duties, all armsmen were trained in first aid and could serve as a medic if need be. One was immediately at Philip's side and began trying to stem the bleeding. The look on his face, however, was not one of optimism. Philip, Odysseus said, his voice straining from the effort of every word. Oh gods, if I hadn't stayed, you wouldn't if I. The butler reached out, seizing hold of Odysseus' hand. Your highness, Philip said, smiling once more. Did I do the right thing? Odysseus asked, tears clouding his sight. I honestly cannot say, your highness, Philip responded. But, I do know this. I am proud, my prince. The grip loosened, and when Odysseus managed to wipe away the tears, the eyes that met his own were empty. And yet, there was a content smile on Philip's face. Your highness, the other armsman said gently. We need to evacuate you as well. With a steely visage, Odysseus placed Philip's hand on the man's chest. He rose, gripping the rifle tightly. We still have a mission, he said. So long as I remain, the insurgents will have reason to continue sending forces this way. And every soldier they send is one less chasing after my family. The armsman's eyes widened. Your highness. Please. The general is already proud of you. Odysseus' expression remained one of firm determination. And when we meet again, I will not have given him reason to be less so. In his youth Heinrich had been an avid hunter, gaining a proficiency with his cherished Remington Model 721. The Model 700 that he now cradled was so squeaky new that he was probably one of the first to actually fire it in action. Alongside him was Eleanor, sporting a more weathered Model 725. Due to her past experience as an actual sniper in the Britannian army, the colonel was putting on a considerably better showing than Heinrich. Not that the Baron was doing badly himself, if the fallen forms dotting the approaches to Munin Tower was any indication. Then again, the insurgents seemed to be focusing most of their efforts on Hugin Tower, home of the more domestic-focused Ordo Hereticus. Little surprise there. Bloody hell. The rounds bounced harmlessly off the reinforced concrete of the tower walls, causing a splattering of dust and smoke to momentarily obscure Heinrich's vision. They were fairly high up, so it took a bit of luck and skill to land any shots by them. Of course those insurgents actually trying to hit them tended to use slightly heavier weapons. Heinrich caught sight of a figure lugging around a large tub. He shifted his aim, and pulled the trigger. The insurgent toppled, the RPG he was carrying somehow setting off and blowing apart several of his own compatriots instead of taking another chunk out of the tower. Down below at ground level the Inquisitio tactical teams were putting up a dogged fight to keep the insurgents out of the building proper, which was also where the kill team originally put together for Lelich was now fighting. Again they were helped by the fact that most of the insurgents were busy storming the Hereticus headquarters and those presently attacking Munin Tower seemed more interested in keeping the Xenos teams contained than forcing an outright breach. A distant rumble sounded, and even this far up Heinrich could feel a slight tremor. The gasp that escaped the young woman next to him more than summed up his own reaction as he watched the flurry of dust and smoke that washed out from the ground level of Hugin Tower. As they watched the shadow cast by the building began to visibly shift. Oh hell! There really was no place to run. If physics decided that the crumbling tower on the opposite side of the street was going to crash down on the one they were standing in, there was no time to even attempt an evacuation. That did not stop Heinrich and the others from backing away from the windows and pressing against the opposite wall. The rumble this time was more deafening than distant and a gust showered them with a fine layer of dust. When Heinrich opened his eyes however he saw that he was still alive, and still staring at an intact outer wall. The lights were off though. Everyone all right? He asked as he brushed himself off. Coughs sounded as the others picked themselves up. We appear to have survived, Eleanor remarked. That we did. Heinrich turned towards his other companion and extended a hand. Come on Claire, up you go. The captain accepted and let the Baron pull her up. She quickly moved to the window however, gazing out at the scene below. There was still a cloud of dust billowing out but the rumble that used to be Hugin Tower was already visible. Claire grimaced. She was after all Hereticus, and the only reason she was up here witnessing the destruction of her organization's headquarters was because she had been over here to confer with Eleanor and her team. Crazy bastards, Heinrich muttered as he joined Claire. If that had worked they'd have knocked out both Ordos for some time. As it is they ended up dropping the building on top of their fellow insurgents. That was true enough, a good chunk of the insurgents had been clustered in between the two towers in an effort to keep the Ordos from coming to each other's assistance. Those unfortunates would have had no time to run and if lucky had died when the tower collapsed on them. Of course Munin Tower was hardly being besieged on only one side and gunfire could already be heard starting back up. Come in, Heinrich said, hefting his rifle. Still plenty of killing to be done today. Claire grimaced but nodded. That there was. An opportunity enough for a measure of revenge as well. She followed the others as they hurried down the hall to another side of the building. Suddenly a loud bang nearly caused all of them to stumble and when Claire looked up she saw light filtering in around the corner. Following the Baron they came up a hole blown through the outer wall. How many explosives did those bastards bring? Heinrich muttered. Peering through his scope the Baron quickly found the insurgent responsible, whom was busily jamming another RPG into his launcher. A quick pull of the trigger made sure he never got the chance to use it. Claire and the others immediately took up positions, replacing the group of Xenos operatives that had been caught in the blast. We've got more incoming, Eleanor said aloud. The insurgents that had been keeping a perimeter around Hugin Tower are starting to head our way. They're persistent, I'll give them that much, Heinrich said. We need to get them away from the tower, they might just have enough explosives to try to bring this one down as well. They've managed to dig in though, Eleanor observed. We'd need to wait, what's that? Shifting his rifle in the direction the colonel seemed to be looking Heinrich caught sight of several Humvees racing towards them. At about 1,000 yards away the machine guns mounted atop opened fire, spewing lead at the clumps of insurgents gathered around the tower. Even before they rolled to a stop doors popped open and soldiers in tactical gear poured out, ducking into cover and encroaching upon the insurgent positions. Well that's a sight, Heinrich remarked. It's the gendarmerie. Looking through her own scope Claire confirmed the Baron's observation. Painted atop the hoods of the Humvees was the clutched gauntlet of the Britannian gendarmerie. And then she caught sight of a purple-haired woman shouting orders even as she led the charge. Captain Veilstein, Claire muttered, before allowing herself a slight smile. We meet again. Shifting focus, Claire found an insurgent rising to take a shot at the oncoming gendarme. He suddenly slumped over as Claire ejected the spent cartridge from her rifle. This battle could still go either way, but it was starting to look like the fates might wish for them to see another day. Contrary to the impression some may develop due to the concentration of military strength in the capital, Pendragon was not a fortress city. Its approaches were wide open and the majority of firepower in and around the city were concentrated in a series of bases out the outskirts of the metropolis. It did possess an air defense network, but again these were configured primarily to protect the military bases that housed the forces of the Knights of the Round. As such when Bifrost Air Base detected incoming aircraft that did not broadcast the IFF signal of the only military aircraft allowed in Pendragon airspace, that of the Verflonier Guard commanded by the Knight of 4 Dorothea Ernst, the response that was scrambled was a pair of F-15 Eagles from the Guard to engage. Reports were already flowing in from the rest of the city about a massive insurgent attack, and Dorothea had been briefed already about the probable source. The chances of the approaching planes being friendlies was effectively nil, especially considering their radar profile. The F-4 Phantom II was an older design, having been retired from frontline squadrons several years ago, with those units not scrapped outright being transferred to the few provincial guards rich enough to actually maintain an air combat element. Two such guards were the Carolinian and Virginian Guards, whom even if they were not already suspected of treason had no authority to be operating their planes this far north of their respective provinces without explicit permission from the central government. Just what they were thinking even bothering sending the planes over was an open question considering how antiquated they were compared to the F-15s now rising to meet them. It was of course not just the planes themselves where the differences lay, the weapons they mounted were also several generations apart. The Brightonian military tended to prefer that the domestic-facing provincial guards not be equipped with the latest weapons systems, and this extended to the missiles provincial air guards were armed with. For air-to-air missiles, provincial forces were restricted to short-range AIM-9E sidewinders, perfectly serviceable weapons that could engage most any opponent that might actually manage to intrude upon the Empire's airspace. It had its limitations. Specifically, the infrared seeker had problems at lower altitudes due to the background infrared emitted by the Earth and bounced around by the clouds. Its most fatal weakness was however the fact that it had to be fired at the rear quarter of a target in order to lock on. The AIM-9L that was the current complement of the Imperial Brightonian Air Force on the other hand possessed an all-aspect infrared seeker, allowing for head-on shots. In addition, the L model carried an upgraded warhead, ensuring lethality regardless of angle of impact. And then there was the medium-range AIM-7 Sparrow, equipped with an active radar seeker that allowed its users to fire and forget, and capable of ranges a third greater than that of the AIM-9. The AIM-7 was specifically restricted to only the IBAF, and the F-15s that were in the air now carried 4 each. Forensics conducted after the Battle of Pendragon would indeed confirm that the planes downed by the Verflonier Guard were F-4s assigned to the Virginian Air Provincial Guard and the Carolinian Air Provincial Guard. The battle that raged below however would be a far closer thing. The defenders of Valhalla Base were a token force, only a single battalion barely numbering 1,000 soldiers. The base itself barely warranted the name seeing as it was in truth a collection of office buildings embedded in the heart of the capital. Nevertheless, its planners had given some thought to the possibility of an attack, something the insurgents were discovering a bit too late. Several of the buildings around the officially acknowledged perimeter of the base were in fact also government-owned, though via cutouts and fronts. They were connected to a rather extensive network of tunnels that allowed the soldiers stationed in them to mobilize quickly and efficiently. They also provided ample vantage points, creating effective kill boxes for any attacking force that thought they could bypass them and directly hit the main offices. Of course, once said attacking force realized what was happening and the element of surprise was expended, they could attempt to storm and root out the defenders. The purpose of the outer perimeter was not to defeat any frontal attacks however, it was to buy time for the heavy hitters to fully mobilize. Most of the buildings part of the official Valhalla base site were office buildings. One however was a garage fully equipped to maintain the single platoon of nightmares kept as a reserve force on site. Cornelia watched as the 4 Gloucesters rolled out, splitting into pairs and mowing down the insurgents trying to besiege the outer perimeter. Valhalla would hold, but if the rest of the city was to do so she needed to get a grip on what the situation actually was. Status: We've lost contact with Frere Palace, one officer said. General Arciad however has checked in and is reporting that he is working his way there. Enemy forces are also attacking Munin and Hugin towers. Wait, we just lost the data link to both. Cornelia frowned. She could almost be impressed by the tenaciousness of these insurgents if they actually did manage to take down the Inquisitio headquarters. Achieving their objectives was however definitely taking a toll on the attackers. There were at least 100 casualties along the perimeter and counting. The problem was as of yet they did not seem to be running out of reinforcements. Coupled with the fact that this battle was taking place in a densely populated urban environment, the fighting was going to get incredibly messy for both sides. We've re-established contact with General Enneagram. An officer shouted. She's on command channel 5. Cornelia grabbed hold of a headset and adjusted accordingly. Nonette, are you there? Hey Cornelia, the other woman responded lightly. Hell of a mess we've got here, hey. The princess grimaced. Indeed. Alright, listen, I've got a single battalion of nightmares that I'm trying to get to Frere Palace. I heard some chatter that Victor's also headed that way but I haven't been able to get through to him. See if you can give him a heads up, let him know they'll be under his command. Understood. What of the rest of your forces? Trying to link up with the Prince Schneeisel and the rest of your siblings, Nonette responded. They're apparently making a break for Bifrost. That made sense, the air base still appeared to be secured and they could use the Avalon to escape. Cornelia frowned. Wait, then shouldn't all of your forces try to link up with them? You'd think that, Nonette said with a chuckle, but the insurgents are still hitting Frere really hard, and the radio chatter indicates there's still quite a few armsmen there. They're protecting something. Cornelia's eyes widened. I see. I will try and relay the word to General Arciad. Good shit, gotta go. There's way more of these bastards than there's any right to be. The line cut off there and Cornelia offered a silent prayer for Nonet's success. There was more work to do however. Get me General Arciad. TCH, Lelich needs a good spanking for this. Gino glanced over at the display showing the Mordred and wondered if Anya, or rather, Marianne, knew she had said that on the shared command channel. Probably not, the woman tended to be just a tad careless when at times when she thought she could openly express herself. As a consequence Anya had developed a reputation for seemingly bipolar behavior, which irritated the actual girl to no end. Not that she was in much of a position to complain. The two of them were in their respective nightmares surveying the situation about the Imperial Palace. The sheer size of the structure and its surrounding grounds meant that any force seeking to successfully breach and sack it needed significant numbers to do so. Unfortunately it looked like these insurgents, the Swords of Michael, actually did have the numbers to make a credible attempt. They were not winning, far from it, not with the 3 battalions of nightmares steadily grinding them down. Combined with the infantry detachments supporting the nightmares and the insurgents' numbers was not quite as daunting. Off in the distance another nightmare toppled, its frame smoking from the multiple missiles that had impacted. Still, the insurgents were putting on an impressive fight and the amount of man-portable anti-armor weapons they possessed was nothing to sneer at. Your lordship. Gino turned his nightmare about and regarded the 2 companies that had finished mustering. All right, Alpha Company with me, Bravo Company with Anya, Gino said. Our objective is to cut off the enemy reinforcements that are still trying to reach the palace. Sir. 12 nightmares fell into formation, with their respective commanding knights taking point. Tristan and Mordred were 2 of the most powerful nightmares in service after all. They were better utilized taking the enemy head-on than hiding behind others. As they emerged into the streets Gino was quickly greeted by enemy fire. Light arms were however quite ineffectual against nightmares and a quick burst from the machine gun mounted on his frame sent those that survived scurrying for cover. Said cover, and those huddling behind it, disappeared in a shower of rubble and probably gore as the round from Gino's Varus rifle impacted. The sudden shock was enough to disorientate several other groups of insurgents that had been too close but those Gino left to his subordinates to deal with as the rifle cycled. It was not enough to keep the enemy from shooting back however. Another rocket came at them but Gino had seen it early enough to maneuver aside. The nightmare behind him had not and took the hit right in the chest. The shaped charge did not quite penetrate the armor but there was visible cracking. Watch your surroundings. Gino snapped. The insurgents have ample anti-tank weaponry and they've shown no hesitation in employing them. Why yes sir. As if to accent that another rocket streaked past them, this one narrowly missing its target as the nightmare swerved. The Varus recharged Gino switched to an anti-personnel round and fired into the building the missiles were being shot from. The resulting detonation and explosion muffled most of the screaming that sounded but no further attacks were launched. This block cleared out Gino led his forces further west. The insurgents were using a variety of vehicles to move their troops, most likely commandeered from civilians caught up in the fighting. Of course even armored cars would not stand up to a nightmare for long but the complete lack of armor meant even less time for the enemy to bail if they were sighted. After taking out 2 trucks however Gino noticed that the insurgents were forming another perimeter, reacting to the appearance of his forces with remarkable speed. Someone had to be coordinating all this, likely one of the provincial guard deserters. Still the insurgents were responding to the flow of battle like experienced soldiers. That promised to make rooting them out a much more difficult task. Checking his display Gino noted the directions the enemy were maneuvering towards. There was likely going to be an ambush around the next block, likely an effort to catch his forces in a crossfire. Second platoon, with me. First and third, advance carefully, keep the enemy's attention on you but do not get drawn into their kill zone. Yes sir. With the other 4 nightmares Gino veered off and began moving perpendicular to the rest of his force. After 2 or so blocks he caught sight of some enemy soldiers hurrying about. He kept going for another block, then turned. Weapons free. Moments later the 5 nightmares emerged behind the insurgent position, guns blazing. The few that had enough time to respond fired back ineffectually before also being cut down. Down the road Gino could see another position intended to flank his main force as it approached. In fact it was already trading shots with the other nightmares and judicious use of rockets were keeping the mechs from pressing too aggressively. Gino maneuvered west, preparing a flanking maneuver of his own. As he rounded a corner however his nightmare smashed into a moving van. Tristan shook slightly but otherwise was unaffected from the impact. The sudden barrage that bathed it was a bit more problematic. This close Gino had no time to react as the soldiers he had run into brought their weapons to bear, including another rocket launcher. 2 were let off, one somehow missing despite the point-blank range while the other smashed into his arm. The motor whined from the impact but he could still move it, and the nightmare fired off another shot from its Varus rifle. It was complete overkill but the round did a thorough job smashing the group of insurgents into his right. The ones on his left lived just a bit longer as the nightmares following Gino let loose, gunning them down. Sir. Are you all right? Peachy, Gino said, testing his right arm again. The motion was a bit slower than he would have liked, but it was at least still functional. Come in, we've still got more terrorists to take care of. Yes sir. Looking at his tactical feed, Gino grimaced. Fenrir Regiment was making good progress clearing out the attackers, but their own losses were slowly climbing. Only 4 of its 6 Nightmare battalions had been ready for actual combat deployment, the other 2 had substantial numbers of frames laid up for routine maintenance. They could probably cobble together another company, but at this point that would just make up the mech losses they had suffered thus far. The other regiments in the city were also fighting their own fires, and whether any of them would be in any position to send support was an open question. It was pretty obvious the swords of Michael forces were at approximately division strength, a rather impressive achievement for what were supposed to be just a bunch of terrorist cells. Now they were looking like a full-blown 5th column. And that was before the reported involvement of the Virginian and Carolinian provincial guards. All in all, this battle was starting to look considerably less of a sure thing than he would have liked. If the 2 provincial guards were able to enter Pendragon in force, then they actually stood a good chance of overwhelming the Knights of the Round. True, once their treachery became known, the rest of the Brightonian military would waste little time in putting the traitors to the sword, but there was always the possibility that if their victory was complete enough, the Dukes Alberia and KN might be able to spin this and portray themselves as patriotic nobles that came to the capital's defense and only arrived too late to save the imperial family. Gino's grip on his controls tightened. As a Knight of the Round, sworn to His Majesty's honor, and entrusted with the secrets regarding the Empress Marianne, Gino could not let that happen. They would hold on, and they would exact vengeance upon those that betrayed the Empire, regardless of whose blood flowed in them. Victor was not sure just how many insurgents his forces had killed this far, it had to be in the hundreds. With his platoon of nightmares acting as the vanguard, they managed to avoid getting dragged into firefights and bogged down as they maneuvered through the city. Here and there he tried to lend what aid he could in their passage, in one place breaking a siege on a police station and in another preventing insurgents from organizing themselves for further attacks. In the face of the entire city going up in flames, however, those efforts seemed minuscule, and the only thing he could try to take heart in was that despite their deep penetration into the capital, the insurgents were running into major difficulties actually cracking their targets. Of course, then there were the places that they were making headway, like at the Inquisitio headquarters. Reports were garbled, but it seemed that at least one of the towers had suffered severe damage, the extent of which was still not entirely clear. Some claimed said tower had been brought down outright, while others insisted that the damage, while extensive, did not amount to outright destruction. With too many things on his own plate, Victor was not going to bother trying to sort through the inconsistencies and simply noted that if there was to be any help, it would not be coming from the Inquisitio. The battalion of nightmares that he had managed to link up with, however, were welcome indeed, and proving to be very helpful as they fought their way to Frere Palace. The insurgents had poured a lot of manpower into trying to take the place, with the consequence that a lot of their forces were concentrated along the approaches to the palace. Breaking through those forces was proving to be a slog, and a costly one at that, as another nightmare went down from concentrated enemy fire. Keep on them. Victor ordered. 3rd Platoon, move west and approach from the south, I want you around on their flank. Yes sir. Lieutenant Gavelli, get your platoon back into the AFVs, we're going to punch a hole through the enemy lines and I want you through and making a run for the palace when we do. Yes sir. On his display, Victor watched as the infantry fell back and piled into the armored cars again. Once their hatches shut, he took up position in front of them. 2nd Platoon with me. For Her Highness. The 5 nightmares broke out from their lines and charged straight forward. They were immediately the focus of enemy fire, but Victor had timed his advance carefully. A moment later that fire slackened as the 3rd Platoon completed their flanking maneuver, hitting the enemy on the side and throwing their positions into chaos. Veering a bit westward, Victor led his own platoon in rolling up other groups of insurgents. A single beep indicated one of his nightmares being neutralized, though whether it was a hard kill or just a mission kill, Victor did not have the time to find out. The others kept going, and the steady fire of explosive shells left the road smeared with blood and gore. Behind the general, the AFVs roared through, drawing only light fire that its armor was more than able to shrug off. The machine guns they mounted answered in kind, adding to the carnage inflicted upon the insurgents. Hatches popped and the platoon rushed out, advancing across the palace grounds. The insurgents, still trying to fight their way in, suddenly found themselves fighting a two-front battle, never a good thing. Cut off from escape and still facing extremely stiff resistance from the palace defenders, the desperation of the insurgents became palpable. Another rocket was let off, but this one aimed at the palace instead of the nightmares or advancing soldiers. The explosion caused an entire section of wall to crumble, taking with it several more of the defenders holed up inside. The insurgents made a mad dash, trying to force their way in and delay their eventual defeat for just a bit longer. The stunned armsmen within recovered quickly, however, bayonets already fixed and swords immediately drawn as the insurgents came upon them. In their midst, a broad-shouldered figure wearing an ill-fitting suit of armor over a ragged court uniform, met the attackers with blade in hand. Odysseus deftly parried the thrusted bayonet with his saber before proceeding to skewer his opponent. Another tried to take advantage of his momentary extension to do the same to him, but the prince drew back in a graceful slide, delivering a slash that severed the attacker's hand. Even as the man gaped at the spurting blood, Odysseus was already executing a second stroke of the blade. This one removed his opponent's head. Spinning about, the prince batted aside a poorly aimed knife stab, proceeding to demonstrate the proper technique as he impaled the offending attacker. Another again tried to take advantage of his focused attention, but a bang ran out as an armsman got off a shot, nailing the would-be assailant. In all the chaos, the soldiers advancing on the palace found themselves unable to lend any aid, as they could not risk shooting into the melee without risking hitting their own comrades. They wasted no time racing across the grounds, bayonets quickly fixed and a bloody yell announcing their imminent arrival. Seemingly aware that their chance was gone, that one of them would escape, one of the insurgents popped a grenade and tossed it into the air. Had he let it drop to the ground, more than one armsman would have been prepared to leap atop it to save their fellows. As it was, all they could do was try to leap back. Two tackled the Prince Odysseus, trying to get him clear of the blast. Their exemplary bravery, and that of the Prince Odysseus himself, would be noted in the aftermath of the battle. Alas, that would be a posthumous acknowledgement. End of chapter 86. Okay, now that the reviews have become unblocked again, I can see the full reviews. And while I cannot prove it, the pattern of reviews I never see notifications for and whatnot seems to suggest that the cause is reviews submitted from the fanfic app that is causing the system to clog up. I know that I'm going to have at least 2 more chapters for the Battle of Pendragon. I say at least because in truth what Lelich is up to will technically take place in parallel to the battle and will require quite a bit of writing all on its own. So we're looking at probably at least 3 more chapters for this entire Charlie Foxtrot, if not 4. After which I hope to be able to present a crowning moment of awesome. Or maybe an awesome moment of crowning. Expect quite a few tearjerkers beforehand though, the body count is only going to increase from here. It should be noted that in the heat of battle, the soldiers dispense with the whole lord or lady bit and just revert to sir or ma'am. The latter is after all faster to say. Geno's Tristan does not have a fortress mode or whatever the blazes it's called in the anime. His thing is a pure ground combatant. In truth, my version of the Tristan is really a customized Lancelot, or at the very least borrowed very heavily from Camelot. Developing custom nightmare frames is expensive, even for a knight of the round, and Geno isn't quite so high up there that he can call up the money to do so. Technically the only ones with truly custom nightmares are Bismarck and Anya. The other knights that actually use nightmares use variants of existing models, mostly Lancelot derivatives. Though Reen has the latest and greatest of the Lancelot family, since Camelot is the one that's doing the active development. And with regard to what I said above, Dorothea and Michelle do not have nightmares. Dorothea is a pilot and Michelle is an admiral. If they do fight, they'll be fighting using their respective services equipment. Like a fighter or a battleship. I suppose in some respects Geno's attitude here is a bit darker than how he's portrayed in the anime. As a character he always felt unnecessary in the original series. And his personal angsting got old really fast, considering we had already been through that whole song and dance with Suzaku. The reason he is the way he is in my story is not because I intend to make him darker or edgier or any of that nonsense, it's primarily because the scene he's in the middle of a battle. There was a sense that Geno did at least try to take his duties seriously, and considering the strain that the situation is putting him in the chapter, I would expect him to be acting more seriously and less flippant. When he's not getting shot at and so forth, we'll probably see more of his good humor. I however refuse to write Geno as a naive upper-class twit. That line he had about how he doesn't understand things because he's a noble is personally one of my most hated lines in the entire series. That's not a sign of sheltered upbringing, that's a sign of complete lack of common sense. I already mentioned the Brytonians having Aegis in one of the opening snippets, I have no idea how many chapters back. The main guns on the warships are railguns, with the ones on the battleships being able to fire projectiles at Mach 7. And considering the amount of kinetic energy such a projectile would impart upon impact, they don't so much as need to hit a target as they just need to hit close enough that the concussive forces do the rest. And they're really not intended to hit fast-moving mobile targets. Think bunkers and maybe the odd tank that's moving slowly, not a race car. Accuracy is in general not as much of a problem as one might think, especially considering upgrades to the targeting software was part of that £40 billion budget. They'll need spotters on the ground or in the air for an over-the-horizon shot, much as with current cruise missiles, but the Empire put the guns on those warships to use against long-range targets. And each railgun shot is way cheaper than using a cruise missile, never mind the fact that they can't reload the VLS cells without docking at a shipyard. As an aside, that £40 billion is in 1960s money, and as I am assuming equivalency between the US dollar and the Brytonian pound, we're talking closer to $400 billion in today's money. The Apollo program cost about $110 billion in today's money. The F-35, with all of its cost overruns, is standing at about $50 billion for development costs with a projected $300 billion acquisition cost. Though under Euphemia's watch there would never be a program as botched as the F-35, especially considering she would never do something as inane as try to get a single plane that could fulfill the requirements of 3 different services. Though there's going to be a development in the near future that makes the concept of a joint strike fighter much more feasible for the Britannian Empire than it ever did for the US. With respect to the notion of smaller nightmare frames, or effectively power armor, that's actually harder to do than large bipedal mechs in many respects, especially one that is as durable and powerful as say the Spartan Mjolnir armor. The former just requires powerful enough motors, a vehicle-size power system, and computation levels equivalent to the late 90s/early 2000s. The latter requires a high-density man-portable-sized power source, much smaller motors that have some very high torque numbers, and advances in material sciences to produce the actual armor that is tough enough and strong enough to withstand weapons fire while still actually being wearable by a person, something we still have not achieved with modern ballistic protection. That, and you also need some sort of kinetic energy absorbing padding that will keep someone from dying from just the concussive forces of an explosion. Fitting all of that into something that can be worn like a suit is much harder than building a 2-story tall bipedal mech. I also never really considered power armor as a possible replacement for nightmares in my take of the Code Geass universe. Stylistically they would not be nightmares anymore. If there would be power armor, it would be in conjunction with nightmares. From a tactical perspective they would be serving different roles. In fact power armor has shown up, Lelich and Colin, and Rai, were wearing them in the timeline that Rai came from. Robots don't really have much to do with atomic power. Robotics are macro-mechanical systems which there was already a basic understanding of even during World War II. Also keep in mind that the Germans bungled their initial experiments and were not certain atomic fission was even possible for a while. If the rest of the world took their cues from them, a justification can be crafted for the lack of progress towards inducing atomic fission. As for the frigate warhead, I have no idea what the physics behind it is supposed to be. The explanation that I've seen doesn't feel very strong or coherent. Tin cans are important. Just look at the Battle of Leyte Gulf and what a bunch of tin cans managed to do against a fleet of Japanese capital ships. Guess what the 4 destroyers that are part of Task Force 80 are named after? I would say this is more of a case Zulu than an Operation Buttercup. Buttercup, when it comes, is going to be brutal. What Nouveau Paris managed to avoid, Paris will not. Ahem. Though I suppose the reaction of my French readers is going to depend on whether they themselves are Parisians or not. Chapter 87. The appearance of the Britannian 8th Fleet came as a complete and massive shock to the subjects of the Empire, never mind the other nations of the world. While military tacticians and strategists worldwide had been aware of the potential ramifications of the float system developed by the Empire should it ever be employed on a wide scale, most believed the subterfuge enacted by the Prince Schneisel, Princess Cornelia, and Princess Euphemia that the technology was still too immature to produce anything more than showpieces like the Avalon. The Europeans were also making strides towards development of their own float system, but lacking the Empire's bountiful supplies of saccharide, their progress was slow and the systems developed considerably less efficient, likely a contributing factor to the dismissal by the European leadership of the practicalities of military applications of the system. While at the time of the Avalon's construction it was true that the float system suffered from flaws that rendered it unsuitable for military deployment, what the rest of the world could not have guessed was that the Britannian Empire would make a massive gamble that they could lay down ships before the system's technical problems were remedied and still be able to install the updated float systems into the new ships without need for massive alterations. Thus was Project Damocles born. The gamble paid off, and by the time the Great War started the Britannians were in the final stages of working up Task Force 80 of the 8th Fleet, with the ships of Task Force 81 nearing completion as well. Overnight the conduct of war had suffered a tectonic shift. Britannia's enemies scrambled to muster some sort of response, but their efforts were woefully and painfully inadequate. From the entire German U-boat fleet to the distances that separated Britannia from its enemies, all of the strategic nuances that the other nations relied upon to help balance against the Empire's military and industrial might were rendered irrelevant. And with their public unveiling, construction of the new ships no longer needed to be confined to the Groom Lake facility in Nevada. Shipyards and manufacturing sites around the Empire began tooling up. It was likely this fact, more than anything else, that made clear to the Chinese and European leaderships that despite the fallout from the Battle of Pendragon the war was turning against them. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 87. Quer clausum fregit. It looks like the attacks are petering out, Your Highness. Cornelia nodded. The intensity of the attacks was certainly decreasing, suggesting that the swords of Michael were running low on either manpower or ammo. Hopefully both. As it was, the damage they had managed to inflict was already too high. Valhalla had held, though the entire western side of the base had been completely trashed in the fighting. The insurgents had actually managed to bring down Hugin Tower and might well have done the same to Munin Tower had the gendarmerie not arrived to flank them. The Ordo Xenos definitely owed Brigadier Kessler for having reacted so quickly. In an almost darkly humorous way, the reaction of the Ordo Hereticus to the destruction of their headquarters was garbled, to say the least. For much of the battle, despite the tower's early fall, Hereticus command channels continued to insist that the tower was still standing, albeit heavily damaged. Some of its senior officers that were still active even insisted on correcting anyone on the radio whom reported the destruction. The exasperation this caused for the gendarme actually at the site and even the Ordo Xenos operatives was palpable. It had taken a direct order from Cornelia herself to get the Hereticus operatives to shut up about trying to maintain the fiction that Hugin Tower was still intact. The one senior operative stupid enough to try to explain to her Hereticus policy on maintaining its image of invulnerability was subjected to a 5-minute-long string of expletives that ended with a threat to have the man shot and his ashes dumped into the Atlantic. Cornelia's patience for this kind of bureaucratic nonsense was long exhausted, and considering how eager several of her officers looked at the possibility of her actually carrying out her threat, so was everyone else's. After that they were finally able to focus on the flow of events without more inane nonsense. The attacks on the rest of the palace district were very much a mixed bag. While the majority of her siblings had escaped safely to Bifrost Air Base, Odysseus and a detachment of guardsmen had remained behind at Frere to stall the insurgents. Her brother succeeded, at the cost of his own life. While Odysseus' demeanor was always more subdued than Cornelia found a proper crown prince should possess, she never once doubted his strength of will. And his love for his family. To have him prove that love like this. Cornelia was well past the point where she would be granting Lelich any leniency. Even worse, Odysseus was likely not going to be the only one of her family to fall this day. One of the other targets the insurgents had struck was Parliament itself. The attempted ploy to get the Dukes Cayenne and Alberia into the city had also seen a full sessions of the House of Lords be summoned, ironically giving the swords of Michael the perfect opportunity to kill a significant percentage of the most powerful peers of the realm. Peers that included her uncle, the Duke Villaines. There was no confirmation, mainly because the very small detachment of guards stationed at Parliament had been overrun almost immediately, and none of the other loyalist forces in the city had been able to spare anyone to try to check up on the place. If they were lucky the insurgents had deigned to take some hostages. If not. Cornelia's fist tightened. If not, she would see that the swords of Michael were made the martyrs they so desired. Your Highness, a report from the Imperial Palace, another officer spoke up. Fenrir Regiment has repulsed the attackers and Lord Weinberg is leading a contingent to start sweeping the palace district. Some good news, Cornelia allowed. That meant there would be at least one more mobile force taking the initiative instead of hunkering down and letting the insurgents roam the city freely. Cornelia had already detached one of the surviving companies to do the same, but the Nightmare's Fenrir Regiment possessed were much heavier hitters than mere infantry. Still no progress in re-establishing communications. She asked next. No, Your Highness, the officer said with a grimace. We've managed to get a few messages in and out, but the connection is extremely patchy and we're dropping a lot of data packets. At this point it's going to be faster to manually ferry messages using helicopters and the like, which is what General Ernst is starting to do. All right. 12th Division was supposed to establish a perimeter south along Interstate 95. See if we can get in touch with them and if they've sighted any provincial forces trying to come up north. Yes, Your Highness. Cornelia looked over at another officer. 14th Division was in transit to just outside the restricted secure zone. At this point I think the requirements of the contingency clause have been more than fulfilled. If they aren't already on their way, I want them moving now. Yes, Your Highness. While the sheer scope of the attack that hit Pendragon came as something of a shock, Cornelia had not ignored all of the warning signs her subordinates had brought her. Orders were cut almost immediately to position regular army units in range to come to Pendragon's defense when the time came, but the cut in communications was playing havoc with their ability to actually summon them. In truth, a message should have been physically dispatched the moment the command net went down, but the speed of the initial attack had left everyone too busy to send anyone. The breathing space they had now though would see that remedied. Talk to me, Dorothea, Vice Admiral Michel Manfredi said to the Knight of 4. I can do better than that if your tactical uplink has the bandwidth for it, Dorothea said. Michel exchanged a few brief words with his communications officer before responding. Our transceiver is still fully functional, and there still seems to be a direct line between here and Bifrost. Good enough. A moment later Dorothea's face was replaced on Michel's display by a video feed obviously being routed from one of her planes. See that? The Admiral frowned. It looks like a significant number of armored vehicles being transported by truck. That's exactly what it is, Dorothea's voice sounded. One of my fighters caught sight of them on its way back to base, they're about 30 minutes out. And those don't look like M60 patents to me. Despite not spending much time around ground vehicles, Michel was at least nominally familiar with the arsenal of the Imperial Britannian Army. That turret, are those, M48s? Yeah, and you and I both know who's still driving those around. Michel grimaced. It has to be the Virginian Provincial Guard. Maybe even the Carolinian. No doubt, and if they reach Pendragon we're going to have a hell of a time. Unlike the insurgents, these bastards actually do have proper anti-air weapons, and something tells me if you start unloading on them with Wisconsin or even our missile cruisers we're going to end up leveling a good part of the city. The battleship Wisconsin was one of 4 Iowa-class battleships that the Empire had built back in the 1940s. The last big gun warship, they remained in service for only two reasons. As fast battleships they were still able to keep pace with the newer generations of missile destroyers and cruisers, if only barely, and their heavy guns were unparalleled in the amount of fire support they could bring to bear for amphibious landings, as demonstrated during the invasion of Japan. There was a litany of complications in integrating these warships into more modern task forces. Their electrical power generation was subpar compared to that of the newer ships, their overall electronics suites had required several updates, but limited available onboard space meant they still did not possess the full range of capabilities available to the newer and smaller cruisers, and to actually fire the main guns required quite a few systems to be shut down to avoid damaging them. Those main guns were however a sight to behold. The 16-inch Mark 7 gun was in fact the product of a massive miscommunication between the Bureau of Ordnance and the Bureau of Construction and Repair. The former had assumed the Iowa class would continue to use the Mark II guns mounted on the older South Dakota class battleships, but the latter assumed that the Iowa class would mount a lighter and more compact 16-inch variant, and so produced a design that could not actually mount the Mark IIs. When this mistake was discovered, the General Board had some extremely terse words for all involved, but the Bureau of Ordnance was able to develop the Mark 7 design and thus avoid the need to completely scrap the existing plans. The end result was however an extremely powerful weapon. Able to fire shells weighing up to 2,700 pounds at speeds topping off at 2,690 feet per second and with a range of up to 24 miles, the Mark 7 gun was able to effectively flatten anything it was aimed at. While a firing rate of 2 rounds per minute might have seemed slow, the Wisconsin was possessed of 9 Mark 7s that could all be fired independently of each other, ensuring a steady rain of destruction on anything that dared approach it. In fact, when the possibility of upgrading the analog Ford Instrument Company Mark 8 Rangekeeper to a digital system was mooted during one of the refits the battleships underwent, it was pointed out that the blast radius of the shells fired by the gun was larger than the current fire control circle of error of 260 feet. The Empire certainly possessed missiles with more destructive force, but there was something awe-inspiring at seeing the guns of a battleship let off. And when firing into an urban environment, the carnage they could wrought was difficult to understate. It would appear the Princess Cornelia's southern screen was not able to stop them, Michelle said. More likely than not it was too concentrated and the Provincial Guard managed to bypass them in all the confusion, Dorothea said. The jets that the Provincial Guard sent up would have easily spotted them before reaching Pendragon. And getting blasted out of the sky when they did. Do we have anyone on the ground that can serve as spotters? Michelle asked. That's supposed to be Luciano's job, Dorothea said bitingly, but his regiment's been in shambles ever since he got his sorry ass handed to him. I've been trying to get them to establish a reconnaissance screen outside the city, but the idiots seem too caught up in the battle inside. Michelle grimaced. If I can't get spotters on the ground, then I'm not going to be able to get precision strikes against anything that's moving. Wisconsin's guns have the firepower to take out targets just with proximity hits, but the cruise missiles need a lot more help with ground-based targets. I know, Dorothea said. We're only going to get one shot at this. They're going to need to stop to unload all those tanks. If you can hit them when they do, soften them up. My boys and girls can then try to bomb the crap out of them. If we're lucky, we'll take out most of their heavy stuff. The Admiral considered it for a moment before nodding. Sounds like a plan. I'll have my staff plug yours into our command net. Something tells me timing is going to be crucial. You and me both. Godspeed, Admiral. As Dorothea signed off, Michelle allowed himself a slight smile. The insurgents attacking Pendragon now were Christian traitors to the Empire. There were however many others whom were proudly loyal. The escape to Bifrost Air Base had been more than a bit harrowing, but they ultimately made it. So far the insurgents had not been able to approach the base in force, probably something to do with all of the attack helicopters in the air patrolling the area. That was not to say the insurgents did not make no attempts at advancing, as 2 smoldering Cobra wrecks marked some of the successes they had. This of course needed to be balanced against the bodies strewn along the approaches to the base that marked their other, less than successful efforts. Of course every attack helicopter that was forced to loiter in the area was one less that could be sent to support the other soldiers fighting in the city, and fighter bombers were not quite the same as close air support. The base not without its ground pounders, however, there were 2 company of airmen trained as infantry to provide physical security. Combined with the 4 battalions of nightmares that were now concentrated at the base under the command of Major General Nonet Enneagram, and the insurgents would have a rather difficult time cracking its defenses. Avalon is ready to launch, Your Highness, Nonet said. Is there a reason you are not on board already? Schneeisel cracked a wry smile. How many of my family has fallen thus far, do you know, General Enneagram? Nonet frowned but humored the prince. 7, Your Highness. A nod. It seemed the knights of the round were well aware that Lelich was no longer counted amongst them. 7. And how many in just the last year and a half? The knight pursed her lips. 3. 3, Schneeisel concurred. 3 fallen while I remain safely cosset. I will leave when all of my family is safely away, General. And right now there are close to a dozen that remain either trapped in the city or outright unaccounted for. Nonet's lips twitched in a mixture of irritation but also respect for the prince's decision. Respect however was not the same as agreement or even acceptance. Your Highness, if I have to I will toss you over my shoulder and throw you on board, Nonet said. Your presence here is neither safe nor helpful. We're looking at something like 2 divisions of armor and infantry headed our way, and if I have to keep my regiment here to babysit you I can't send them out to help put out all the other fires that are raging right now. Schneeisel allowed himself a chuckle. Cornelia always said you had a sharp tongue. She knows me well, Nonet responded with a wide grin. Now, am I going to have to carry through with my threat or? Your Highness. The two turned about to see an armsman in Schneeisel's colors running up. Your Highness, we're getting a transmission from an incoming plane. It's from the Princess Euphemia. The expression that crossed Schneeisel's face was a frown. The thoughts that raced through his head were a mixture of disbelief and worry. Surely his sister was not so reckless as to try to approach Pendragon in this sort of situation? Schneeisel was not quite running as he followed the armsman towards the closest communications relay. His gaunt was however wide enough that it might not have made much of a difference. The video feed was awash with static but the figures it showed were still recognizable. And when Schneeisel saw just whom stood next to his sister, he understood. And smiled. Euphy. The smile was barely visible on the grainy screen but Schneeisel could still make it out. His sister dipped her form ever so slightly in greeting. Brother. It is good to see you safe. That he was for now, though the same could not be said for too much of their family. I see you have brought with you Admiral Merkatz, Schneeisel said with his usual composure. I presume that means the veil has been lifted. This seemed an appropriate stage for Damocles' debut, Euphemia said, that quirk of her lips somehow visible. That it is, Schneeisel agreed, smiling back at his sister. The others participating in the link tried to remind themselves that for all the strange sense of humor the imperial family demonstrated, its members did tend to be extremely competent individuals who knew when to take things seriously. Usually. I have also requisitioned several of the Naglfar-class transports to bring 3 loyalist regiments with me. They should be arriving about an hour after the rest of the fleet. To that news Nonet's eyes lit up. From context she already knew that the princess was bringing along a substantial force, but now with hard numbers she could start considering the best way to turn the tide of this battle. Or at least screw the nails on the enemy's coffins. How far out are you presently? Schneeisel asked. Joachim cleared his throat, taking over that bit of the conversation. The fleet itself is approximately an hour out, but I can begin deploying our carrier wing immediately to provide air support. What do you have with you, Admiral? Another voice cut in, and at the same time one of the monitors flickered to reveal Dorothea. 4 squadrons of Hornets, 2 equipped for strike operations, Joachim answered. How long for them to reach us? In theory Dorothea could have figured that out in her head had she known a few critical pieces of information. Like which fleet was supposedly on approach and was only an hour out. Seeing as she did not have that information however it was faster to just ask. 20 minutes, Your Grace. 20 minutes, they would just make it. Admiral, is your AWAC able to loiter? Dorothea asked, referring to the E2 Hawkeye that the Admiral was using to establish communications with them. Yes, Your Grace. All right, in about 30 minutes we expect the Traitor Provincial Guard units to begin offloading their armor. That'll be our window of opportunity to hit them fast and hard. Understood, Your Grace. I will have you plugged into our air control network. Dorothea's face disappeared and Joachim himself moved away to coordinate with his own officers, leaving the 2 Imperial Scions to continue their own discussions. Schneeisel took a deep breath. There was no point in hiding the truth. Euphy. Odysseus. He stayed behind to try and buy us time to evacuate. The princess' expression remained frozen on the screen but motion in the background made clear it was not some technical fault. I am sorry, Schneeisel said, bowing his head. Euphemia reflected her brother's motion and after a visible deep breath looked back up at him. You hold no blame for actions that are not your fault, the princess said, a touch of pain just barely audible in her otherwise serene tone. I will reserve my wrath for those who are. Your Majesty. Charles turned about to see Bismarck drop to one knee. Gino and Anya report that the insurgent attack on the palace has been defeated. Their remaining forces seem to be concentrating for assaults on other parts of the city. About blasted time, a reedy, almost whiny voice sounded. Bismarck grimaced but did not openly rebuke VV for his interjection. That he would leave to his liege if the emperor felt the need. Unfortunately it looked like this time he did not. What of the provincial forces that were reported to be encroaching? General Ernst and Admiral Manfredi have devised a stratagem to try to whittle away their numbers, Bismarck answered. Your daughter the Princess Euphemia is also inbound with substantial reinforcements. That got Charles's attention. Oh. A naval task force of some sort, Bismarck said, sounding almost confused. They bring with them 3 regiments of loyalist forces. If the Knight of One was befuddled by just what forces were accompanying the princess, his liege seemed to immediately grasp it. An approving smile appeared in Charles's expression. She has shown will, he said, almost proudly. A disgruntled sound escaped VV. This time Charles did deign to take note and raised an eyebrow at his nominally elder brother. Surely you have not forgotten the trouble your precocious daughter has caused us thus far, Charles. If by trouble you mean retained our control over Area 11 and its thought elevator, the Emperor glanced over at the blankly looking youth, provided you with a suitable test subject for the Directorate's latest experimentation, and finally back at VV himself, and helped us locate CC, then no, I have not forgotten. VV frowned. His brother had been growing distant of late and this latest rebuke was only the strongest in a growing line. Before he could muster a response however Bismarck shifted, drawing the attention of the two siblings. The man's motion indicated he was receiving some sort of report, and the manner in which his eyes narrowed indicated he would be sharing it once the other side was finished delivering it. Your Majesty. Like now. We've re-established partial contact with our forces outside of Pendragon, including the survivors of the detachment of troops guarding the New York thought elevators. Survivors. Charles and VV immediately latched onto that word. What happened? VV demanded immediately. Bismarck shot the boyish figure an irritated look but at a nod from the Emperor answered. They were attacked by a large force, company strength at least. The majority of the defenders were overrun, the few that escaped have been trying to call in reinforcements. This is what he was aiming for. VV snapped immediately. The entire attack on Pendragon was a distraction, Lelich is bogging us down here while he seeks the true prize. V.V.'s statement was condescending on so many levels that Bismarck and Charles both were sorely tempted to throttle the figure. As it was the time that they would no longer need to tolerate his presence was fast approaching. We need to send forces to retake the thought elevator now. Impossible, Bismarck scoffed. Communications with the rest of the military is still spotty, and ordering the New York Provincial Guard to mobilize would be effectively impossible. Not entirely true but considering V.V.'s near complete ignorance of military matters the difference would be lost upon him. The scoff that sounded made clear that in this instance that was exactly what happened. Of all the very well then, is there not a helicopter at the palace? I shall take it and deal with the matter myself. That elicited another raised eyebrow from Charles. What his brother of course meant was that the small detachment of Directorate operatives that we with him would be dealing with the problem, and he would be going along to micromanage. Then again perhaps VV would be too busy playing with his puppet to interfere too much. Still, this did present an opportunity of sorts. See that the helicopter is prepared, Charles ordered. Yes, Your Majesty, Bismarck nodded before speaking into his radio. Charles turned towards his brother. I suggest you assemble your forces, brother. I shan't be long, Charles, VV said before sauntering off, the Suzaku puppet trailing behind. Once his brother was away Charles turned to his knight. The time has likely come. Have Anya take a detachment of Loki regiment. Remove VV from the board. Bismarck smiled. By your command, Your Majesty. Aurelia considered the tactical chatter that they were picking up. All of it was on fairly short-range radio, which suggested that the swords of Michael were successful in disabling the long-range communications network that tied Pendragon to the rest of the military. Impressive, but it appeared that the Knights of the Round and the other forces in Pendragon had managed to mostly fight off the insurgents, even if the swords of Michael were able to inflict some hefty losses. Perhaps enough that her own forces would be able to finish the job. Begin unloading. She ordered. The combined forces of the Virginian and Carolinian Provincial Guards numbered approximately 2 divisions worth of infantry and cavalry. The M48 tanks they possessed might be older than the M60 that was the standard now but they were still quite serviceable. Nightmare armor also tended to be thinner than that mounted by main battle tanks so the 90mm guns they mounted would still be quite effective. The 13 Gloucesters that made up the only company of Nightmares in any of the Empire's Provincial Guards were however top-of-the-line war machines and Aurelia's own personal unit had been further customized to increase its performance. Have we been able to establish contact with forces in the city? Aurelia asked as she strapped into the gold-styled Nightmare. Even now the Countess was careful with her wording. There would be an aftermath to this battle after all and best to remain as ambiguous as possible to allow for some creative reinterpretation. Yes milady, one of her officers responded over the radio. Indications are the Imperial Palace still stands, as does Valhalla Base. The majority of the Imperial family have evacuated to Bifrost Air Base, but the Avalon appears to still be parked on the ground. Which meant that said family members were probably still holed up there instead of evacuating, a rather curious decision. Looking at her force disposition Aurelia was feeling pretty confident about being able to overtake Bifrost, even with its substantial air combat element. The Virginia Provincial Guard possessed a healthy complement of modern anti-air weapons after all, and if they could shoot down enough of the Verflonier Guard she might be able to deploy her own planes. As Aurelia watched her forces disembark and form up a shrill whistle began to fill the air. Having participated in plenty of live-fire exercises over her career, she quickly recognized the source. All units into the city now. She shouted. The warning came far too late as a series of explosions ripped through her forces. Several of the tanks disappeared under smoldering fireballs while clumps of infantry were blown aside. Move it now. Whether anyone could actually hear this order was an open question, but enough seemed to have heard the first one that they immediately began rushing towards the city. Vehicles that were already manned also started up, and those close enough pilled in or atop. More shells fell, though the accuracy was not quite dead on. That did not mean the explosions that erupted from their impact was not deadly. Even over the thundering blasts a roar was soon audible. Aurelia cursed. The city's defenders had timed this perfectly, first using artillery to soften up her units before calling in airstrikes to try to finish them off. Incoming air units, Aurelia said into her radio even as her nightmare sped into the city proper. I want eyes on the sky, shoot down anything that tries to make an attack run. Even as her forces hurried to escape the artillery bombardment, she could see soldiers doing their best to obey her orders. The 12 other nightmares were still all intact, and 2 carried full-up surface-to-air missile launchers. And while the man-portable SAMs were shorter-legged, they were still potent weapons. The only problem was that, like the Sidewinders in the Air Provincial Guard's inventory, their trackers also needed to be fired at the tail of a plane. Her forces would need to take the hits before they could respond effectively. The roar of jet engines was soon of deafening volume as the fighter bombers executed their attack runs. They were definitely aiming for her armored and mechanized elements, trying to cripple her mobility and take away her hard hitters. It was a sound strategy, and the helicopters that could be seen closing in made clear the Royalist forces intended to keep the pressure on as much as they could. Nevertheless, air power was rarely sufficient to outright win battles, especially when the other side was able to shoot back effectively. One jet went down before it managed to even attack, the concentrated fire from her nightmares using their rifles gutting it. Another fell victim to the larger SAMs her other 2 nightmares launched as it passed overhead. A third exploded when it flew straight into an expertly timed missile fired at just the right angle. The others, however, swept past and could be seen circling to make another run. Keep moving. Aurelia shouted into the radio. Once we're in the city, their field of fire will be constricted to our advantage. The other side had of course thought of that, hence the presence of the attack helicopters. Of course, the problem with said helicopters was that despite their better maneuverability at low altitudes and speeds, that same position made them that much more vulnerable to ground fire. Even as they subjected the provincial forces to swaths of fire, their would-be victims fought back, hard. The number of attack helicopters began dropping quickly, in no small part due to the rapid ability of the nightmares to adjust their aim. The heavier rounds of their rifles were more than adequate for punching through the relatively thin armor of the A1 Cobras. While the Cobras were certainly inflicting losses upon her forces, it was not the sort of crippling blow that would have rendered the Provincial Guard defeated. The fighter bombers coming in for their second, and final, attack run found far fewer targets available. Most of the forces still able to move had managed to get into the city, and though they could still see some of the armor and nightmares, the available lanes of attack limited just how many of them would even have a shot. At the same time, this constriction allowed the ground forces to concentrate their fire more effectively, downing 2 more enemy jets before they could launch an attack. The ones that followed inflicted a few more kills, but the Provincial Guard's combat strength remained substantially intact. Aurelia gave a satisfied smirk as the planes fell back. They were bloodied but not beaten. Status, she said into the radio. It took a bit of time for the reports to flow back, but as they did, Aurelia was able to assess her current standing strength. They had lost at least 2 companies of infantry and almost that much in terms of armor. The nightmares were however all still intact, and amongst those forces that had escaped were a good chunk of her M113 armored personnel carriers. Those APCs would be crucial in allowing her forces the freedom of maneuver necessary to take the fight to the Royalists again. All right, Night Company, 2nd and 3rd Battalions with me. Remaining Virginian forces, your objective is the Imperial Palace. Carolinian forces, make for Bifrost Air Base. If we are to have any chance of success, it must be secured before the Avalon can escape. The soldiers began falling out towards their respective targets. Aurelia spared a single moment longer watching them go before setting out herself. And when she reached Valhalla Base, it would finally be time to settle their score. Well, that could have gone a lot better, Nonette said dryly. Agreed, Dorothea said. They may be provincial guardsmen, but they demonstrated steadfast discipline while under fire. Not sure we should be praising the enemy here, Nonette said with a slight grin before her expression regained its serious demeanor. All right, one group is definitely headed our way. I'm going to take 2 of my battalions and try to whittle them down, maybe stop them outright. Hopefully by then reinforcements will be able to reach the city. Dorothea nodded. I still have ground attack planes available, if you find an opportunity to call upon them, do not hesitate. Oh, I won't, Nonette said, flashing another grin before taking her leave. The Knight of Four massaged her temples. She was well used to her compatriot's flippant attitude and was not in the least surprised Nonette continued with it now. At the same time, she did not doubt in the least that the Knight of Nine would indeed do everything in her power to try to stall and even defeat the provincial forces that were now approaching Bifrost. Unfortunately, the options Dorothea possessed to assist her were severely constrained. Air strikes in an urban environment without ground forces calling targets could get extremely tricky. And that was without the other side having effective counters to her planes. For now all she could do was get her planes refueled and rearmed so that if the provincial forces did manage to launch an attack on Bifrost she was ready to give them a pounding. Dorothea regarded the countdown on the display. Then again that might not be necessary at all. The Princess Euphemia was only half an hour out. Hopefully the arrival of 8th Fleet would be as much of a shock to the traitorous provincial guardsmen as it had been for herself and the rest of the rounds. At the edge of Pendragon, Bifrost Air Base was a relative oasis of calm compared to the smoke that could be seen rising from several other parts of the city. As they made their final approach, Euphemia maintained a serene, composed demeanor. Colin, however, had learned how to read the subtle changes in the princess' expression that reflected her true mood. Euphemia was pissed, perhaps even more so than when the Directorate kidnapped and murdered family members of her confidants back in Japan. Little wonder she was insisting on touching down at the base instead of remaining safely aboard the Empress Marianne. The helicopter landed without incident, but Colin, Laura, and Rai took no chances, quickly shepherding the princess aboard the still-parked Avalon. If they were lucky they could convince the rest of the imperial family to evacuate and thus also remove Euphemia from the combat zone. And maybe avert the tragedy that would see her placed on the throne in the process. Colin glanced over at Rai. The young man's expression had been tense throughout. If they were making any progress in changing the timeline, he was giving no indication thereof. The group entered the observation deck aboard the Avalon and the other members of the imperial family all rose. Schneisel immediately came over, taking the young woman into a tight embrace. "You did not need to come all the way yourself," he chided gently. The slightest hint of irritation flickered in Euphemia's eyes, but she recognized the concern that underpinned those words. "I am a daughter of Britannia," Euphemia said. "I do my duty, whatever the risks." Schneisel grimaced, giving the girl a gentle pat on the head. "Would that you not have had to assume such duties so early." The princess smiled at her brother reassuringly. "I do not regret having done so. Whatever the costs, whatever the burden, all I accept willingly." That may be so, but the strain that Euphemia had been placed under, they were taking a toll on the young woman. That much even Colin and noticed during her service to the princess. For those whom had known Euphemia all her life, the change since that fateful day was in some ways more painful to witness. Outside the Avalon several more planes were landing, the ones carrying the rest of Euphemia's guard and the 4 nightmares that accompanied her. The rest of 8th Fleet hung in the air, low enough that people could make out their forms with ease. Despite the gravity of the situation, quite a few soldiers could not help but gap at the sight. The 4 Caerleon-class destroyers were one thing, as despite their number they were only half the size of the similarly shaped Avalon. The massive La Grace-class battleships however dwarfed both other types and cast an imposing shadow on the ground as they hovered there. The manner in which its 4 bottom gun turrets were actively seeking was also just a tad unnerving. Then there was the Albion-class carrier, the Empress Marianne, which was actively launching and recovering its F-18 Hornets as they participated in the Battle of Pendragon. "To think that is what the 3 of you have been keeping under wraps," Guinevere said, a touch of amusement in her tone as she too came over and took hold of Euphemia. "Well, now that I've gotten a good look at them, I suppose they were worth me scrimping along with only one new dress a month." Euphemia giggled slightly, letting herself sink into her sister's arms. After the death of the Empress Marianne, it was Guinevere that had stepped in and looked after her while Cornelia was forced to refocus on her military career. Many people would feel blessed just to have a single mother. Euphemia had had the privilege to be loved by 3. "Is there any news of Cornelia?" Euphemia asked as they separated. "Or Uncle Augustus?" "Valhalla Base still stands," Schneisel answered that one, "and General Arciad is putting together a relief force to try and reach it. And now that 8th Fleet is here, we should be able to detach a few of its ships to provide air support." Euphemia nodded. The VTOL capability of the float system was exceedingly useful in that regard. "As for Augustus, I'm afraid we do not know," Schneisel continued truthfully. "He was attending to the House of Lords, but..." To that Euphemia nodded again, more solemnly. And then she regarded Schneisel with a determined visage. "Brother. An opportunity has arisen, one which we should not let slip." An eyebrow rose. Something told Schneisel that he was very much not going to like this. With communications in such poor state, we should be able to move upon the New York thought elevator without alerting the Directorate. Colin mentally cursed. So that was what Euphemia was plotting this entire time, and she had thought the princess was being way too quiet on the flight over. Schneissel's gaze shifted from Euphemia, to that of her current and future knight, to the strange woman named Cece, and then to the youth that was apparently from the future Rai. From their expressions it was clear Euphemia had not discussed this little brainstorm of hers with them beforehand. The one Schneisel paid special attention to was Rai, however, to see if his expression would reveal anything. The young man's face was pensive, but that was about it, which unfortunately did not reveal if he possessed any foreknowledge about the outcome of this endeavor. "The risk is considerable," Schneisel said instead. Euphemia cocked her head aside and the edge of her lips quirked slightly. "Brother. What exactly is it that we do that does not entail considerable risk?" "That may be so, but Schneeisel was not about to concede ground quite yet. He placed a hand upon Euphemia's shoulder. I have lost one sibling this day. I would not see another fall. That did give Euphemia pause, but she still seemed determined to press the point. Before she could, however, an interjection came. He's right, Your Highness. Euphemia looked back at Colin, eyes widening ever so slightly. The older girl grimaced. CC and I can go handle the thought elevator with the rest of your guard. There's no need for you to come along. Granted, Euphemia had not made explicit mention of doing so, it was pretty obvious to all that that was what she intended. And what happens when your presence is challenged? Euphemia countered. Considering the events that are unfolding, you would almost certainly be regarded as hostiles. My authority might convince the soldiers stationed there to stand down. Or it might not. Laura took this one, at which point you would have needlessly endangered yourself. All of us signed up for this, Euphi. Trust us to see it through. Again the princess hesitated, and Schneeisel felt a hint of relief starting to appear, as it seemed like Euphemia might be talked out of her plan. True, this was an opportunity that they should not let escape, but as both Colin and Laura had said, it could be done without Euphemia's presence. In fact, her tagging along was liable to make the situation more complicated, not less. Schneeisel opened his mouth to add his support to his sister's companions. Another voice, however, beat him to it, in a manner opposite to what he hoped for. The princess should go. Stunned gazes fell upon Rai, and the young man grimaced. He did not back down, however. If events are unfolding the way I think they are, the princess should go. Colin's jaw hung there for several moments before she finally managed to will it shut. Are you serious? She hissed. Rai gave her a flat look. If your desire is to ensure Her Highness' safety, then she should go. Eyes narrowed all about. Are you suggesting that Bifrost will not be secure? Schneeisel asked. Rai shook his head. Bifrost is fine. The forces that will be concentrated here will be more than enough to see off any attempts by the provincial forces to seize it. There are, however, other considerations. Roles that the princess must fulfill. Euphemia turned and placed herself before Rai. Roles that I must fulfill. Is Empress one of them? Gasps sounded from the other imperial scions. Schneeisel's reaction was more measured, but even he was not unmoved by the implications. And the obvious vehemence by which Euphemia seemed to want to avoid that outcome. Rai remained silent for several moments before finally settling on the composition of his response. There will be an opportunity. A slim one, but an opportunity nonetheless. That was all he had to say, and that was all Euphemia needed to hear. She nodded and turned back to Schneeisel. I will be departing shortly, brother. And with even firmer conviction. I shall see you upon my return. End of chapter 87. Do not expect me to be able to keep up this pace for that much longer. Once I get the rest of this arc off my chest, I'm likely to go take a mental vacation. And maybe work on a Trail of Tears instead. The Swords of God are technically doing a lot better against the Britannian forces in Pendragon than the JLF did in Tokyo. Part of that is down to doctrine and planning. The JLF were an atrophied force, they had not been able to conduct any actual large unit training exercises since the fall of Japan, and so were really rusty. A significant portion of the Swords of God were, however, active or reserve servicemen/women in the provincial guards, and even those that were not had at least some combat training drilled into them by other swords. The JLF also spent a ludicrous amount of resources in building up a force of nightmares, but never was able to develop the tactical doctrine to properly employ them. Their intent was to use them to offset the Britannian advantage in nightmares, but when the Boreas showed up, the Empire's response was to employ all of the counter-nightmare tactics that it had developed as contingencies, most of which did not involve nightmare-on-nightmare combat. JLF target planning was also spotty. And not nearly as thoroughly planned as it needed to be. Part of that was Lelich's fault, since he set them against a target they were never planning on trying to take in a first strike. He's learned since, and the reason it took this long to get the attack on Pendragon organized was because they spent a lot more time planning out the details of the operation. Granted, most of those plans went out the window once the fighting actually started, but they provided good guidelines for the swords once they hit the ground and were on their own. Of course, now the Carolinian and Virginian provincial guards are here, and they're packing a lot more firepower. On the other hand, 8th Fleet has arrived and more reinforcements will be pouring in soon. The battle itself is not over yet, and I don't know whether I'm going to need another chapter outright or just half of it to wrap it up. Only after it's over will we shift over to Lelich's perspective to see what he's been up to. And of course resolve the collision of forces that are about to descend upon the New York thought elevator. Technically the Empire doesn't have nukes yet, it only has atomic weapons. And Euphemia only ever uses the one. Not on Paris though. I have something special planned for Paris. And the Eiffel Tower. Case Zulu means invasion of home system imminent. It showed up in the first Honorverse book. That is actually an interesting point. The France in this timeline has not had to suffer through World War II. They had a milder version of WWI which led to the formation of the EU, but there's going to be a strong nationalistic streak that dominates the thinking of a lot of the larger European countries. Then again, France did surrender pretty quickly after its standing army was effectively defeated by the Germans and Paris fell in World War II. Whether that happens here or not will at least partially depend on the terms the French government expects to be on the receiving end of. Britannia is not quite going to demand an unconditional surrender like the Allies did to the Axis powers during World War II, but the concessions it will demand will be very painful politically. The broad strokes were outlined a lot of chapters back in a dinner between Schneisel, Cornelia, and Augustus. Not much else to say, there weren't that many other reviews requiring comment or response. Chapter 88. The damage inflicted upon Britannia by the Battle of Pendragon was considerable. By the time the treasonous provincial guards arrived, the Swords of God insurgents had managed to reduce the loyalist forces in the capital by a third. Their most significant achievements were most certainly the destruction of Huygens Tower, which also saw the deaths of a significant number of the leadership of the hated Ordo Hereticus, and the assassination of the Prince Odysseus. The Crown Prince elected to remain behind with a contingent of his guard at Frere Palace while the rest of his family evacuated. He then proceeded to intentionally draw the attention of the insurgents so as to give his siblings a greater chance to reach safety. Tragically, the Prince Odysseus and his forces fell to the last man just as reinforcements led by Lieutenant General Victor Arciad reached them. The Prince Odysseus was not the only imperial scion to face a reckoning on this day. With the majority of the provincial forces successfully entering the city proper intact, the battle was joined anew even as reinforcements brought by the Princess Euphemia and summoned by the Princess Cornelia began to arrive. With the presence of 8th Fleet's ships, one could well have made the argument that a loyalist victory was assured, but Major General Aurelia Knle was not one to easily concede defeat. Understanding well that time was her enemy, General Legin split her forces into 3 components for one final, even desperate push against Bifrost Air Base, the Imperial Palace itself, and finally Valhalla Base. There she would cross swords for one last time with her old mentor Field Marshal Zex Vander, and her old classmate and friend, the Princess Cornelia. In Blackest Night, The Great War. Chapter 88. Mors Certa, Hora Certa. The reprieve that Valhalla Base had enjoyed after the initial waves of insurgent attacks petered out was well and truly over. While the insurgents had been remarkably well armed and disciplined, their successes were more due to the element of surprise than anything else. The provincial forces were considerably better organized and possessed the depth of force needed to actually maintain pressure on any gains they made. One such gain was a complete breach of Valhalla's defensive perimeter, haphazard as it was. Schneisel had not lied to his sister when he informed her that Valhalla still held. In fact, he was both honest and earnest, based on what he knew. Valhalla did still stand, but its occupants were hurriedly trying to evacuate as its defenses crumbled under the relentless onslaught. "Don't bother dumping the systems, just get your people out of there," Cornelia shouted into the phone before slamming it down and making for the door herself. "Gilbert. Is my nightmare ready?" "Yes, Your Highness," the man said, one hand on his earpiece. "We need to hurry though, they're starting to hit the building with." The very loud crash that sounded was accompanied by shaking that nearly saw both topple over. Given further impetus to move, they hurried down to the vehicle bay where 2 more nightmares were waiting, along with an elderly gentleman with an eye patch. "Zex, why aren't you evacuated?" Cornelia demanded. "This is my station, Your Highness," the field marshal responded calmly. "I will not abandon it until all of my people are safely away." Cornelia grimaced but did not argue, there was no time. "Fates be with you, Field Marshal, I will buy what time I can, but I will expect to see you come the new dawn." Zex cracked a slight smile and snapped a crisp salute. "By your will, Your Highness." The princess climbed into her Gloucester and with Gilbert right behind her the two charged out. The single platoon of nightmares that were stationed at Valhalla had already fallen, but not before taking down 2 accompanying the treasonous provincial guard. Cornelia frowned as she caught sight of a gold-colored Gloucester. That could only be one person. The incoming fire slackened before dying down completely. A beep sounded inside Cornelia's nightmare, indicating a request to open communications with her. She accepted it and a regal-looking woman with silver blonde hair appeared on a display. "Aurelia," Cornelia greeted with just a hint of tension. The other woman cracked a slight smile. "Cornelia. It has been a long time." "Indeed," the princess agreed before taking a deep breath. "Why are you doing this, Aurelia? You cannot seriously believe that you and your husband will be able to usurp control of the empire." "Oh, I knew it was a long shot," Aurelia agreed. "In fact, the moment it became clear that the insurgents had failed to kill you and Schneisel, I knew we were almost certain to fail." "Then why?" Cornelia demanded. "Why even bother launching this attack? You could have stood down, saved countless lives, including possibly your own." Aurelia raised an eyebrow. "You would have argued for clemency for my sake." "I would have," Cornelia stated very clearly. "And as heir tertius and marshal of the empire your word would have lent great weight," Aurelia said bitingly. Cornelia's eyes widened ever so slightly as the pieces starting falling into place. This is about your father." Aurelia's own expression tightened, offering confirmation of that point. The late Maximilian L. Egan was a respected officer in the Imperial Britannian Army, having planned the campaign that saw Japan added to the Empire as Area 11 as Chief of the Imperial General Staff. For a time many thought that he would be named Marshal of the Empire as a reward for his years of loyal service, but 5 years later the Emperor Charles made the surprise appointment of his daughter Cornelia to that august position instead. By that time Cornelia was already a major general, having actively distinguished herself in the Philippines campaign as a divisional commander. She was still relatively junior in terms of seniority however, and save for one point would never have been considered for the position of Marshal. 2 years after Cornelia's elevation Maximilian passed away, leaving his title and lands to his sole offspring, Aurelia. "Tell me, Your Highness," Aurelia said bitingly. "Do you really believe yourself to have deserved your hallowed rank? Were your achievements so grand that you should have been catapulted above those whose services stretched back to before you ever drew breath?" Cornelia grimaced. "My appointment was no slight to your father, Aurelia, and I had nothing but the greatest respect for him. But not enough to not take away from him what should have been his finest moment," Aurelia said coldly. "You and your brother, your machinations to concentrate power in your little cabal. Have you ever considered those whom you stepped upon to do so?" Cornelia's jaw tightened. 846. That caused Aurelia's own expression to freeze momentarily before confusion became visible on her face. "What? 846 soldiers," Cornelia repeated, 4th Battalion, 9th Infantry Division, Battle of Bataan. "It was the last redoubt of the Filipino forces, and I was heralded a hero for avenging the deaths of the 4th Battalion after they got encircled by the enemy and wiped out. Do you know who was the one that got them encircled in the first place, Aurelia?" The other woman said nothing at Cornelia's bitter smile. "I was the 9th Divisional Commander. I overextended our lines, sent the 4th right into the trap that killed all of them. Do you know who it was that salvaged that entire situation, Aurelia? The one that actually won the battle?" Again Aurelia made no answer. "It was one of my regimental commanders. You've probably heard of Andreas quite often in the news. I try to make sure his achievements are well recognized." The bitterness of Cornelia's smile nearly turned it into a grimace. A rather pitiful attempt at penance for having taken credit for his achievements all those years ago, because it was decided that I needed the credibility in order to justify my rapid rise in the military. How many people we've stepped on? The question you really need to ask is how many people we've gotten killed in the pursuit of our ambition. Cornelia's nightmare raised its lance and pointed it directly at the gold Gloucester. "I watched as my family was cut down one by one. To stop that, I would have paid any price, Aurelia. You and I were friends. I would have given you a chance to stand down, I would have done everything I could to spare your life and that of your family. Now that we stand opposed on the field of battle, I will not show any mercy or quarter." For a moment the golden nightmare remained still. Then it hefted its sword and assumed a ready stance. "And I would not ask for any," Aurelia responded levelly. As if that were a signal the two nightmares charged one another. As they neared Cornelia thrust her lance, a motion that Aurelia neatly parried aside even as she spun about, slamming her shield into the Princess Nightmare. "Your Highness! Stay out of this, Gilbert!" Cornelia shouted. "I will settle this myself." It was perhaps a bit crass for Cornelia to snap at her own knight like that, but in the heat of battle civil niceties were often a luxury one could not afford. There was also a purely practical side to the princess' rejection of her knight's assistance. At present the battle had been reduced to just the duel between the two of them and the rest of the Virginian forces were holding fire as they observed. The longer they did that, the longer the rest of the base had to evacuate. But if Gilbert jumped in and tried to assist her, that might prompt the Virginians to do the same and recommence the wider battle. The impact of Aurelia's blow pushed Cornelia's Gloucester over, but the princess kept her machine upright, taking advantage of the momentum in her lance spinners to twirl around and delivering another thrust with her lance. This time Aurelia blocked the attack with her shield, its form visibly deforming from the impact. At the same time she brought her sword slashing down, slicing through the lance and snapping it in two. Cornelia was not quite disarmed, but she was definitely at a marked disadvantage. Before the two could separate, Cornelia launched her slash harkens, latching onto Aurelia's frame by its torso and sword arm. The motors strained as the other woman declined to cooperate, but Cornelia was already on the move, closing in to deliver a stab from the fallback knife her Gloucester mounted. To her surprise, however, Aurelia's nightmare banked hard to the left, jerking Cornelia's mech with her in the process. It was just enough to throw off Cornelia's timing as her thrust hit nothing but air. The gold Gloucester then stopped trying to retreat, charging in even as it turned sideways, ramming into Cornelia's machine with its shield again. The princess bounced about inside of the crash webbing, the combination of the impact and the tangling of her cables making it harder to stay upright. Angling her blade, Aurelia stopped resisting and let the cable reel her arm in. The sword proceeded to slam into the Harken launcher, smashing it to bits and freeing that appendage. Aurelia wasted no time severing the other cable with a quick slash and opened up the distance a bit more as Cornelia's machine fell to one knee. The princess breathed heavily, assessing the state of her nightmare. It was more than a bit banged up and Cornelia was not sure how much more punishment it could take. Aurelia's nightmare however did not seem any worse for the wear. Some of it was almost certainly because Cornelia was not landing any actual hits on her. It appears your husband's company has been making improvements to the Gloucester frame, Cornelia remarked dryly. With all the upstarts nipping at our heels, you surely did not expect us to be sitting idle. Came Aurelia's response. The purple Gloucester slowly rose once more. It was not completely unarmed, but against Aurelia's nightmare Cornelia knew she was completely outmatched at this point. But not outwitted. Her radio was still functioning, and she was receiving a steady stream of updates about the reinforcements headed their way. And the battleship that had been in range for quite some time now. Cornelia quickly issued a terse but firm command before answering Aurelia. You've put a lot of thought into this, Aurelia, Cornelia said. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, even back at the point you were thorough and methodical. Aurelia snorted. Trying to stall for time, Cornelia. The Golden Nightmare shifted its stance, preparing to charge once more. At least accept your defeat with some grace. Defeat? Cornelia said with a slight sneer. A light blinked, signaling execution of her order. Maxim 20, when sie nicht willen sind auf ihr eigen Stellung sie erfahren, fällt ihnen auch der Wille zum Siegen. The Elegin family was like that of the Lamperouge descended from French nobility. And despite their pride as Britannian aristocrats, they did maintain some trappings of their heritage, including a passable fluency in their ancestors' language. The Les Britannias on the other hand were predominantly of German descent, though one could be forgiven for assuming they too were primarily French due to the Empress Annabella's maiden name of Villa-Inés. Some generations back a minor French noble had immigrated to the very western part of Germany and married the daughter of a local noble. His descendants remained in the area until they escaped to Great Britain and then Britannia during the upheaval of the Napoleonic era. Cornelia and Euphemia were the latest generation of that line and like Aurelia both were also fluent in the language of their ancestors. Aurelia however knew only a few words of German and so spent a single moment trying to parse the words Cornelia uttered. It was doubtful she ever did figure it out. Cornelia slammed the ejection button and her cockpit blasted off from her heavily damaged Gloucester. A second later the ground around it and Aurelia's nightmare disappeared in a cacophony of destruction. The 4 shots fired by the railguns mounted on the Prince Clovis had been perfectly timed and sequenced, carving a path of destruction from the 2 nightmares all the way back to where the bulk of Aurelia's forces were lingering watching the duel. The initial impacts killed at least a third of them and the remaining nightmares of the Virginian Provincial Guard were amongst the losses. The survivors were still trying to figure out what had happened, or whether they were still alive for that matter, when another barrage of fire scathed their ranks from behind. Several dozen nightmares advanced through the streets, led by a blue Gloucester. An ashen-colored nightmare streaked through the sky before landing in front of where Cornelia's cockpit had landed. Turning about it opened fire, but lingered protectively over the pod even as Gilbert's nightmare hurried over. Your Highness! The knight shouted over the radio. The top of the pod cracked open to reveal a battered Cornelia. She was still alive, though the blood streaking down her face was probably less serious than it actually was. Head wounds were often like that, when they were not genuinely life-threatening that is. Your Highness, are you all right? There was a distinct hint of pleading in Gilbert's voice. Cornelia looked up and gave her knight a pained smile. I'll live Gilbert, even if my body really wished otherwise at the moment. The sigh that Gilbert let out was audible enough to be picked up and relayed by the radio. That was far too reckless, Your Highness. Maybe so, Cornelia said as she tried to rise. Tried. Sir, Your Highness, a more youthful voice sounded from the ashen nightmare, we should hold further conversation until you're evacuated to a safe location. Cornelia grimaced slightly, not at the soldier's very sound suggestion, but at the pain from every movement she tried to make. She definitely had broken a rib or two in her little stunt. Maybe calling down fire on your own position was not such a good idea after all. I will take Her Highness to safety, Gilbert said as he carefully picked up the cockpit. Cover me. Yes sir. It was in some ways rather ironic, Cornelia thought. Not so long ago a Lancelot had threatened to murder Euphemia. Now another was helping keep her alive. What a difference just a few months could make. Gino pulled his nightmare back, just barely evading a tank shell shot his way. It really was amazing how quickly things could go to hell. While the insurgents were basically a spent force, the provincial forces that were now coming for him were anything but despite the pounding they had suffered from the naval bombardment and air strikes. In fact Gino was pretty sure the bulk of the Virginian Provincial Guard were arrayed against him, and even without their nightmares they were a formidable force. And with Anya gone her Mordred was just sitting there in the vehicle hangar because they did not have anyone else actually able to pilot the thing besides himself and General Waldstein. The knight took aim and nailed the tank that had just tried to do the same to him. The Varus round cut cleanly through the armor, cooking off its armor and leaving the vehicle a smoldering mess. The Mordred's wide-range attack capabilities would have been nice, but something told Gino he would be more useful in a nightmare he was actually familiar with, not trying to learn on the fly how to make effective use of the larger nightmare's cannons. The situation was however getting stickier and stickier. Nightmares excelled at mobile warfare, outmaneuvering their opponents to deliver the killing blow. When forced to adopt a defensive posture, they were much more vulnerable than tanks due to their lighter armor even if they were mounted with comparable weapons. With Fenrir Regiment's Nightmares reduced to only 3 battalions worth, the Loyalist forces no longer held the numerical and qualitative advantage to ensure victory. Victory, if it was to be obtained, would be very hard fought. 2 more advancing tanks went up in flames, but the barrage of fire that answered their deaths took out the last pair of Nightmares defending the entrance into the palace grounds. Gino cursed. "Platoon, with me." The 4 Nightmares stopped firing and moved to follow. One fell victim almost immediately to the enemy units they were trying to disengage from, but Gino did not stop. He led the others away as quickly as he could, spraying the main gate with his machine gun even as he waited for his rifle to cycle. The infantry that had tried to force a breakthrough dove for cover or tried to backpedal. The Nightmares accompanying Gino kept the pressure on, however, scattering the enemy forces even as they tried to take up positions that offered some kind of cover. The problem of course was that civilian buildings were not really built to withstand cannon fire. A second Nightmare went down and the structure it had been behind ended up collapsing atop it as well. Another shrill whistle sounded as Gino fired his Varus again, taking out 2 tanks that had stupidly been lined up. His forces were inflicting some pretty heavy losses on the Provincial Guard, but they were being whittled even faster. Not too far from their current position a very loud explosion sounded. Glancing over, Gino saw a very large billow of smoke rising from a section of the wall. While the wall surrounding the palace was designed to be able to withstand some degree of heavy weapons fire, even it had its limits. It seemed that section had reached it, and in the process another hole into the palace grounds was created. The smoke made it hard to see clearly, but Gino was pretty sure he could make out the forms of soldiers pouring in. "Back into the grounds," he ordered. "Western perimeter, back into the grounds." Not just the depleted platoon accompanying him but also the rest of the company fighting along the west side of the palace began pulling back. Gino was the first through the gates and swung his Nightmare about to try to keep the enemy forces pouring through dispersed. No such luck there as a trio of rockets came forth to greet him. The blaze luminous absorbed 2 but the third scored a clean hit against his chest armor. It held, barely, and Gino responded with another burst from his machine gun. The defenders already fortified inside the perimeter also opened up, and in theory the wide open ground should have made it an ideal killing field. The provincial forces had thought this through however, and tanks and AFVs started pouring through the hole next, acting as a screen to protect the next wave of infantry. The first group had merely been bait, to draw a reaction from the defenders to see how firmly they were entrenched. Very was the answer to that question, and hence the heavy armor now tracking dirt all over the grounds. The gardener was going to be most upset. Cannon fire roared and holes began peppering the palace itself. So were the housekeepers for that matter. "General Weinberg," a voice sounded over the radio, "please pull your forces out of Zone 3 within the next minute, fire support incoming." Gino's eyes lit up. The good news was there was fire support incoming. The bad news, that support would turn into friendly fire if he did not get his troops out of the target zone. He fired off a rapid series of orders, trying to disengage his forces from the Provincial Guard. A minute was however not a lot of warning, and as the seconds ticked down Gino watched with a grimace as the western grounds of the palace literally disappeared under a barrage of fire. The ground began shaking so much that Gino forced his Nightmare down onto a knee. Even then he was doubtful he could have been able to tell the difference between the aftershocks of the bombardment or his own Nightmare falling over. When the mini-earthquake finally subsided, Gino surveyed the results. It was pretty clear at least a platoon of his own forces had been caught in the kill zone, though he would have been hard-pressed to find anything left of them. The bulk of the fatalities had however been the provincial forces. The entire force of tanks and AFVs were reduced to pieces of scrap. That was however far from the full scope of the destruction the bombardment had inflicted. A trail of destruction was left behind that actually led outside the walls, while also blowing a few more big holes in it in the process, and through them Gino could see what looked to be 2 blocks of rubble. Whatever his compatriots had used on the rebels was almost excessive in its destructive power. Firing second sequence. More roars thundered, accompanied by noticeable tremors. This time though the targets had been along the southern perimeter. "Status." Gino spoke into his radio. "Targets neutralized," the voice said. "Prince Lelich settling into station keeping mode." Gino blinked. What was the Prince Lelich doing? And just what was he doing here, seemingly helping the Loyalists when he was the one that had precipitated this entire battle? And then a shadow enveloped his Nightmare, causing Gino to look up. His jaw spent several seconds dangling as he took in the massive construct floating, looming in the sky. What the hell is that? Fortunately for Gino's dignity his radio pickup was turned off. Still he might have at least gotten an answer to his question. Looking at his tactical display Gino saw that indeed, the thing looming ominously close to the palace was broadcasting a bright neon IFF identifying itself as the Prince Lelich. Which was all sorts of ironic considering what he knew about the not quite deceased prince. Then again, there was the question of just what the blazes the Prince Lelich was. Gino toggled his radio. General Waldstein, come in. A moment passed. This is Waldstein. What is it, General? It still felt weird to Gino to be addressed so formally by his mentor. General, are you seeing this thing in the airspace by the palace? A chuckle actually sounded over the radio, which indicated to Gino that whatever it was, it probably was on their side. Bismarck was after all not a man to ever make light of the demands of his duties, and if the ship, Gino supposed, was a threat, he would have made that clear in succinct and blunt terms. The Prince Lelich is one of the products of a secret weapons program the Prince Schneeisel initiated, Bismarck said. When contact was lost with Pendragon, the Princess Euphemia activated them and brought them with her to relieve the capital. Perhaps he made that judgment too soon, Gino mused, seeing as anything the Prince Schneeisel had a hand in most certainly could not automatically be considered non-threatening to the Emperor, the man whom Gino was sworn to. If the Prince were so inclined, this was the perfect opportunity to make a move on his own father. And with the Prince so disused dead, Schneeisel would be the one to take the throne. It looked like Fenrir Regiment could not relax quite yet. Though just what the blazes they would be able to do against something like that Gino had no idea whatsoever. If the guns on that flying ship were able to do that to the traitorous provincial forces, they would have little trouble making mincemeat of his own forces and the entire imperial palace for that matter. Sir, should we be moving His Majesty? Gino asked very carefully. We shall see, Bismarck said. In a few hours' time, it will have mattered not. For now all we can do is wait for news of Anya's success or failure. Or rather the Empress Marianne's, Gino knew full well. The young man sank into the seat of his nightmare. Waiting was not something he was very good at. But when faced with forces such as this, perhaps it was a prudent course of action. Not like there was not plenty of work still left to do. Gino looked back over at his tactical display. Time to round up the troops. The approaches to the Parliament building were blocked by makeshift barricades with armed insurgents holed up behind them. Their numbers were however noticeably thin and quite a few seemed uncertain as to whether they should still be here. The bulk of their compatriots were either dead or scattered, and contact with the provincial forces was also growing increasingly spotty. The tide of battle was obviously turning against them, assuming they were not in the process of being completely routed already. Still, without more intel, the insurgents guarding the Parliament dithered and sat tight. Had they decided to ditch their weapons and gear and make a run for it, they might have even made it. Now though, the attention of the loyalist forces was turning towards this, one of the last enemy redoubts. The gunfire that sounded took the insurgents by surprise, not least because they first started coming from inside the building. Those manning the perimeter however did not have any time to worry about what was happening inside, as they suddenly found their own positions under fire. From seemingly out of nowhere, soldiers poured out of buildings and around corners, catching the insurgent positions in crossfires. Those that managed to fire back found their efforts woefully inadequate against the onslaught that swept towards them. Explosions began popping as grenades were flung at the barricades. They hardly seemed necessary as the combined gendarmerie and Xenos kill teams moved in. Inside the Parliament building itself, the fighting was less one-sided. Using the classified tunnels only the Inquisitio knew of, the gendarmerie and Ordo Xenos had slipped soldiers inside to launch a two-pronged attack to liberate the building and any hostages the insurgents might still be holding. There was a limit to how many soldiers they could cram through those tunnels however, and the two forces elected to send their very best through to make the insertion count. Claire ducked, nearly avoiding a bullet to the brain even as she returned fire. Her own burst caught the enemy soldier dead center, and the AP rounds of her rifle were not inconvenienced in the least by the man's body armor. Clear. As Claire kept watch down the corridor, more soldiers rushed out behind her down another hallway, one Sarah Veilstein in the lead. At the next intersection, Sarah's hand came up and the soldiers accompanying her came to a stop. Footsteps, not theirs, were soon audible and closing in. Taking a flashbang from her belt, Sarah pulled the pin and bounced it around the corner. Shots sounded and a single burst was fired off before the cacophony of light and sound erupted. Even as the enemy tried to fight through the disorientation, the gendarme captain was on the move. The moment she was around the corner, her rifle was barking and 3 quick bursts dropped all of her targets. The squad continued advancing, breaking out into a brisk jog as they hurried towards the main atrium. That would be where their compatriots would be entering, and the layout made it a perfect place for the insurgents to lay an ambush. It was their job to make sure that ambush never happened. Suddenly from around another corner a soldier came bounding out and nearly crashed into Sarah. The gendarme took only a brief moment to apprise and identify him before slamming her bayonet into his chest. The man gave her an incredulous look, the last he ever managed, as Sarah fired a burst to permanently put him down. Without any hesitation, Sarah planted a boot on the slumping figure and pushed him off her bayonet. Let's move it. The soldiers obeyed, and as she took up the rear guard, Claire spared a single glance at the fallen figure. Another insurgent. Sarah had made that judgment in a split second and reacted accordingly. The captain was well deserving of her reputation, it seemed. They were coming up from the atrium now, and the insurgents were already busy firing downward. All the better since they were now faced the wrong way. After a brief moment to let her team get into position, Sarah flashed the go signal. As one they opened up, catching a dozen insurgents and clearing their side of the atrium. At the same time another kill team emerged on the other side and gunned down their targets. Clear! Sarah shouted. Clear! Came the response. She emerged out of cover and only once someone on the other side also did so did the rest of her team emerge. Atrium secured, Claire said into her radio. We're moving on the Lord's chamber now. The gendarme captain was already on the move and Claire hurried to keep pace with Sarah. Surprisingly no one was waiting outside to greet them with bullets, the sentries likely having left to respond to the initial intrusion. Sarah gave the door a quick scan. Not seeing any indications of traps, she concluded. I'll take point. No, let me, Claire said. Sarah raised an eyebrow. If there is a trap and they manage to take out the point man, we're going to need you alive to figure out how to get into the chamber, Claire said. After a brief moment Sarah nodded and waved at the door. After you then, Captain. Claire flashed a wry smile. Why thank you, Captain. The rest of the team took up positions even as other teams did the same at the side entrances. Lightning team ready, Sarah said. Claire listened as the others also signaled their readiness. All teams in position, Sarah continued. Forcing entry in 3, 2, 1, mark. Claire gave the door a hefty kick, managing to partially tear it off its hinges as it flung open. She was through right away, and was not greeted by enemy fire. The bloodying had already been done. Inside were several insurgents, very recently killed considering how their blood was still pooling, and quite a few nobles also slumped over. Quite a few were however still alive, including a stern but determined-looking noble with his dark grey hair tied into a ponytail. Duke Villaines. Claire was immediately at the man's side and the Duke gave her a wry smile of his own. Captain. Glad to have you join us. And winced. Medic. Claire shouted. One of the other soldiers was immediately with them, pulling out bandages and other implements. The Duke's wound did not appear fatal, though he was in some obvious pain. What happened, sir? Claire asked. When we heard the gunfire start up, Augustus answered, we decided to do something about it. And glanced over to the side. We decided to do something about him. Following his gaze, Claire found herself looking at another noble, this one with flowing orange hair decked out with a fur shoulder stole. She recognized the slumped-over figure immediately. Duke KN. Augustus nodded. We knew this was a make-or-break moment. We decided that if nothing else KN needed to pay for what he's done. And so we made sure of it. That they did, Claire mused as she met the Duke's empty eyes. Even though it obviously cost the other nobles much, they had not shirked from the duties that came with their prerogatives. But Augustus was not the only survivor, and quite a few of the other lords were simply playing dead to see just whom would come through the doors. Now that it was apparent salvation was upon them, they stirred. Some of them at least. Claire grimaced. At least 2/3 of the lords stayed down, whether from a previous purge or their last desperate gambit. But the Duke Villaines was still alive, and looked likely to make it out of this, while the Duke KN had been made to pay for his crimes, permanently. That was a start. Nonette frowned. She had positioned her nightmare battalions directly in the route the rogue provincial forces would need to take to reach Bifrost. Once they were close enough, her ambush would have sprung and probably given the enemy vanguard a very thorough blooding. If she was lucky, the enemy would be routed entirely and she could run down the bulk of their force before they were able to actually threaten the base. Of course, the only problem with that little plan was the simple fact that the enemy was thus far disinclined to actually walk into her ambush. In fact, they had stopped entirely and seemed to be showing no sign of getting a move on it. Either they had lost their nerve, or someone in their chain of command actually had a brain and realized there was no way they were going to crack Bifrost. That technically would have counted as a win, but Nonette could not help but feel just the slightest bit disappointed at that prospect. She was not quite done fighting after all. The radio crackled as someone transmitted to all open channels. This is Geass Alberia of the Carolinian Provincial Guard. Nonette's eyebrow rose. The son of Duke Alberia himself had accompanied his father's forces for this little misadventure? Either the young man was seriously bold or he had considered the possibility that the operation would be a bust and his presence would be needed to try to resolve it peaceably. At the very least, young Geass was showing quite a bit of spine. I request to speak with a commanding authority at Bifrost Air Base. There were quite a few people whom could fulfill that requirement, Nonette herself being one had she actually still been back at base. The one that actually responded, however, was no surprise whatsoever. This is the Prince Schneisel. Speak your piece, Geass Alberia. And here would be where things get interesting, Nonette mused. Your Highness, my thanks for answering, Geass said politely. It is obvious to both of us that despite the intact nature of my father's forces, the chances of our achieving a breakthrough at Bifrost is effectively nil. And even should General Le Guin's forces succeed in their objectives, that would only delay the inevitable as you marshal the rest of the Empire against us. I have no desire to see further loss of life on either side, and I am prepared to stand down the Carolinian Provincial Guard and surrender it into the custody of your forces if you are willing to promise fair treatment for those under my command. Fair treatment for his troops, Nonet noted, but no mention of his own treatment or that of his family. Fair treatment for your troops, Schneeisel repeated. Is that your only condition? To Geass's credit, his response was immediate. It is, Your Highness. Very well. Schneeisel was also not one to dither. As heir secundus, I give my word that those members of the Carolinian Provincial Guard whom lay down their arms and surrender into the custody of the forces under my command will be treated fairly. And that was that. All forces, Nonet said into her radio, weapons hold. So long as the Carolinians do not violate the terms of their surrender, we'll keep from blowing them away. Acknowledge. The Rogers from her company commanders flowed in promptly to the knight's satisfaction. Nonet let herself uncurl atop the seat of her controls. It would certainly have been exciting to go toe-to-toe against the Provincial Guard, but she was not about to gainsay the word of an imperial scion. Especially not one that controlled enough local firepower to also turn the imperial palace into a pile of rubble. Nonet was starting to appreciate just why the regular armed forces were not permitted close to Pendragon under normal circumstances. Sure, the Knights of the Round had pretty thoroughly kicked the crap out of the insurgents and would have almost certainly been able to defeat the 2 divisions of rogue provincial guardsmen, but doing so had reduced their ready forces by something like 30%. The remaining 70% was still a powerful force, but it was starting to get a tad outnumbered by the units summoned by the Princess Cornelia and brought by the Princess Euphemia. If they and the Prince Schneeisel had decided to launch their own coup, the Rounds might have put up a hell of a fight, but they would have ultimately lost. Within a few minutes she could see a parade of soldiers with hands folded behind their heads approaching. There were a lot of them. Accepting their surrender was one thing, sorting through all of them and finding some place to park them during that process was going to be another matter entirely. Nonet considered her possibilities. Letting them into Bifrost itself was probably not a very good idea. Then again, there were a couple of warehouses a couple of blocks away that might be able to hold them. It would not be comfortable, but they would only need to sit tight for a day or so before they could be shipped out to proper prison facilities. Nonet got to work. Schneeisel let out a heavy sigh of relief. It was almost dawn and the past day had left little time for rest. With the Carolinian Provincial Guard having stood down, however, and combined with the rescue of the Duke Villaines and the other surviving lords, it looked like the Empire might just emerge from what was quickly becoming known as the Battle of Pendragon mostly intact. True, the government was in shambles right now with its ranks decimated. But the core of his support was still intact, and the faction that he and Cornelia had spearheaded would soon be welcoming in fullness the third leg of the iron triangle that would keep it inviolable. Assuming Euphemia returned to them after dealing with the New York Thought Elevator. That was the one bit of uncertainty right now, along with just how their father would react to the three of them so thoroughly derailing his plans for Ragnarok. If he reacted badly, then the Empire might yet go up in flames if Schneeisel and Cornelia were forced to use the forces loyal to them to kick off their own coup attempt. They would almost certainly win, especially considering nothing the Knights of the Round possessed would be able to take down 8th Fleet. That did not mean killing their father and his most ardent supporters would be easy, and in the aftermath of Kaen's failed coup, launching his own would have significant political ramifications. Your Highness. Schneeisel glanced back to see Kanan behind. You really should get some rest, Your Highness, the Colonel suggested, politely but firmly. The Prince allowed himself a slight smile. I am afraid sleep would elude me, until we can determine Yuffie's status. Kanan's lips thinned, but the man did not protest. He knew his liege well enough to press further on that point. The death of his brother had shaken Schneeisel, more than he had ever been so in the past. More than Lelich and Nunnely's reported deaths, more than Clovis' all too real one. Perhaps it was because Odysseus had died for his sake. Whatever the reason, sleep seemed more like a waiting nightmare than the unconscious bliss it should have been. How is Cornelia? Schneeisel asked. Resting, Your Highness, Kanan emphasized ever so slightly. Her Highness broke 2 ribs and the doctors sedated her to set them. And the Duke Villaines is also recovering well. Schneeisel nodded. His chief of staff was efficient like that, always thinking ahead to what else might be on his mind. It was one reason why he valued Kanan's input, and took the man's advice to heart. This time he would wait just a bit longer before doing so. The prince looked out the window of the Empress Marianne's observation deck. It really was a beautiful sight, the rising of a new dawn. In the future he should make the time to appreciate it more often. A heavy thud beat in Schneeisel's chest. The prince frowned, placing a hand over his heart. And then he felt as if a hand was clasping his throat, and squeezed. Schneeisel gasped, air filling his lungs. And yet he felt none of the flow of breath. Grabbing hold of a handle, he tried to steady himself to no avail as the strength from his leg seemingly gave out, then his grip also loosened. Your Highness. Schneeisel's eyes flickered in shock as his entire body seemed to crumble, his senses deadening one by one. Kanan grabbed hold of him, but the prince felt nothing from his assistant's hands. The other man's mouth moved, frantically screaming something, and the sounds reached Schneeisel's ears but not his mind. The air flowed in and out of his own mouth and nose and his lungs filled and emptied with every breath, yet all he could feel was the stranglehold that was filling his mind with a blistering burn. Then his sight too seemed to wash out until nothing but whiteness filled his mind's eye. Down in Bifrost's hospital, the instrumentation hooked up to the Princess Cornelia let out a shrill alarm as her vitals went completely haywire. The doctors and nurses that responded began applying sedatives to try to calm her racing heart, and then frantically called for a defibrillator as her heart rate plummeted. Even as they raced to try to save her, another youth, a black-haired knight in training that had distinguished himself the past day and was already being referred to as the Ashen Chevalier, toppled over as he entered the hangar the Asik had commandeered for their use. Back aboard, the Empress Marianne armsmen rushed to carry their charges to the infirmary, from the Princess Karine to the Prince Schneeisel. And across a continent and an ocean, just as the day was ending in the land known to some as Japan and others as Area 11, 2 other Imperial scions suddenly began convulsing. Mikasa grabbed hold of Nunnally, shouting for a medic. Sayoko was immediately at their side, quickly checking the girl's pulse and noting the rapid fluctuations. This was beyond her ken, however, and the princess was hurriedly rushed to the hospital wing of the palace, as was her half-sister the Princess Mary Belle. Time of death, 9:23 am GMT, March 18, 1963 CE. The Emperor Charles Zi Britannia. The Prince Schneeisel L. Britannia. The Princess Guinevere de Britannia. The Princess Cornelia Lee Britannia. The Princess Mary Belle Mel Britannia. The Princess Karine N.E. Britannia. The Princess Nunnally 6 Britannia. End of chapter 88. So yeah, that happened. Ahem. We'll be going back a couple of hours in the next chapter to unveil everything that happened in the thought elevator involving everyone that's assembling there. The thing with Aurelia's father should have probably had a bit more foreshadowing. Ultimately though, I felt she needed a bit more motivation than just supporting her husband, especially considering she's smart enough to realize their plans had failed the moment she reached Pendragon and so many of the royals were still alive. Cornelia and Euphemia being part German also probably needed better foreshadowing. It's something that I decided on fairly early but just kind of never really came up. We'll see if I have an opportunity to work it in more. For what she said, I refer you to Maxim 20 of the 70 Maxims for the maximally effective mercenary. And thanks to my German friend for helping provide a translation. Technically Claire and Sarah should have each been leading teams of their own, they're both captains. I decided that I wanted at least one scene with the two fighting alongside each other, however, and so put them on the same team. That, and I suppose I could justify it that Claire is technically more an intelligence operative than a combat team leader. Those are generally two rather disparate specialties. No Tesla coil for the Eiffel Tower. Though there will be a hint in next chapter's opening snippet. It'll be a very, very subtle hint though. Chapter 89. A smallish stray cat with a distinctive eye patch pattern that wandered onto the grounds of Ashford Academy. Arthur was originally adopted by the Ashford family and served as both pet and mouser of the academy grounds. Arthur proved popular with the student body, and despite the many treats and snacks he was offered, the cat remained a prolific hunter. At rough count, over a dozen kills can be confirmed during his tenure at Ashford due to his habit of leaving dead rats and mice on the doorstep of the Ashford family residence, a habit that, while not at all endearing to the household staff, likely resulted in them never seeing any live vermin. There was also one reported incident of Arthur taking down a hare as large as himself. Not long after the Empress Euphemia's ascension, Arthur was gifted to Her Majesty by the Ashford family and became one of the many mousers that lived in the imperial palace. His habit of leaving kills on the doorstep of his owner, in this case the front door of Her Majesty's private retreat, persisted throughout his tenure. Arthur would eventually succeed Peter III as chief mouser of the imperial palace and performed his duty with distinction and dedication for 13 years before passing away after personally delivering one last kill to his mistress. Shortly after, the memorial statue of his original owner, the Princess Nunnally 6 Britannia, was recast to include Arthur seated on her lap. Of Blood and Iron, The Reign of Euphemia I. Chapter 89. Lelich ad Portis. Got incoming. Laura turned about and picked up her binoculars. It was dusk and the lightning was hardly what one would call illuminating, but her sharpened senses still easily picked out the helicopter that was approaching. Whomever was on it was in a hurry, and very cocky considering they were heading directly for the thought elevator. Bring it down, she ordered. Roger Dodger, Crow said. The anti-material rifle he possessed was very much a custom job, something that Crow had put together on the side at his official job as an armorer for the Virginian Provincial Guard. It fired the same .50 caliber round used by the standard M2 machine gun and was capable of hitting targets up to almost 2,000 yards away. Against the relatively light armor of the helicopter on approach, it was almost child's play. 2 shots sounded in rapid succession, though Crow's rifle was not quite capable of semi-automatic fire. That really would have been impressive. As it was, the helicopter began spiraling out of control almost immediately, very quickly disappeared below the tree line. A distant rumble could be heard from its crash. Laura spent another few moments watching the trail of smoke rising from the crash before nodding in satisfaction. Target neutralized. Crow chuckled. Was there ever any doubt? One can never be too careful, Laura responded with a smirk of her own. It had been a few hours since their force seized control of the thought elevator. Most of the defenders were wiped out, but at least one had escaped to sound the alarm, for all the good that would do with the defense net down. In fact, this was the first attempt by the authorities to actually approach the structure. Stupidly at that, one did not approach an entrenched enemy position via helicopter unless one was absolutely certain the other side did not have the means to just shoot you down. Of course, it was always possible the helicopter's occupants had not known the thought elevator was now in the possession of insurgents. It would not have mattered either way, however, they were still dead regardless of their intent. Crow stretched, cracking his neck. Freezing his ass out here on guard duty was not his idea of fun, but at least the company was less frigid than the weather. Laura could be quite adorable when she let her guard down, and the way she almost fawned over Crow's rifle was actually pretty amusing. Maybe he would let her take the next shot. The girl was a very quick learner and there was seemingly no weapon she could not handle on the first try. A subtle pressure swept over Crow and he instinctively rolled over to look back. Or rather up, as it turned out. Oh. Wow. Thought elevators were for the most part simplistic-looking obelisk structures that rose up for about 10 or so stories, which for a prehistoric civilization was a pretty remarkable feat. Their exterior was a dull shade of pale white with no markings or inscriptions to really distinguish them from a sheet of flat rock. The interior, of course, was more impressive looking, the walls covered with symbols that archaeologists had yet to decipher the meaning behind. Then of course there was the actual arrangement of the internal structure, the ancient civilization somehow having the engineering capability to create chambers that were perfect cubes in dimension. All this paled in comparison, however, to the sight that unfolded above them. Spinning square tiles of blue light began appearing one after the other, overlaying each other until their accumulated numbers created a circle. If one looked really carefully, one could still make out the fact that the circle was made of discrete pieces. And then the tiles began to grow as they rose. Not uniformly either, some extended outward while others remained the same. A few even seemed to even shrink. With the naked eye it was hard to precisely follow the motion, but that was hardly necessary with the glassy construct that was left in their wake. At first it looked like an upside-down pyramid. Then edges started extruding from the triangular sides. Crow blinked. And blinked again. The squares that had made up the original circle were not just rising upward, they seemed to almost be folding over themselves, turning what was a pyramid shape into a perfect sphere. No, not a sphere. As he tried to focus on a single point, it was as if he could catch glimpses of square facets. Except they did not remain in place, they were constantly shifting, each corner changing which facet it was part of moment from moment. The entire arrangement was starting to make him a bit dizzy. What in God's name is that? He wondered aloud. A hypercube, Laura responded, apparently having no trouble observing the construct as it literally unfolded. Much as a cube is a 3D projection of a 2D square, this is a projection to the 10th dimension. Our minds and senses can't properly comprehend it, all we can see is a sphere with hints at something that extends further. The hypercube is, however, the true form of the thought elevator when it is unsealed. Well, Crow said. Never thought I'd see anything like that. So old Charlie was sitting on a secret this big? Hey. He glanced over at Laura. So is it really safe to blow it up? Laura actually took a moment to consider the question. Her answer took nowhere as long to deliver. No. This is as close as we can get, Your Highness. Euphemia nodded, though her attention was on the massive sphere-like structure a short distance away from the Avalon. Interesting, she said, a slight glint in her left eye. A hypercube. Colin gave the princess a curious look. You can tell what that is. Just the physical structure, the princess said as she glanced over at Rai and Cece. As for what exactly it is, we would have to consult our experts. Cece snorted but said nothing. Rai, however, was more obliging. The thought elevators are not entirely in phase with the matrium, their true forms exist within C's world. What you normally see, the obelisk structures, are anchors that provide a convenient point of access. The young man frowned. What we're seeing now though is someone having pulled the thought elevator back into the matrium, or at least its exterior. The true structure of the thought elevators is, however, decidedly non-Euclidean. As such, it is extending in dimensions that the human eye is not capable of truly observing. The structure may look like a sphere, but in truth it is actually a composite structure that exists in higher dimensions but which looks like it's overlapping each other. Could Lelich have done this? Euphemia asked. Rai pursed his lips. Possibly. Technically only someone with a code could disable the mechanisms that keep the thought elevator sealed away. A code bearer, the princess said, her expression darkening. Like VV. A nod. He may have decided to make his own move. That would immeasurably complicate things, but it might also create an opportunity for them. If they could corner VV and eliminate him, then the entire chain of events that led to Rai's future could be averted and the human race preserved. Of course they still needed to determine just how many parties were converged on the thought elevator. Thus far they had determined that at least 2 helicopters had approached the thought elevator, with one getting shot down after coming too close. Despite not having anyone at the site of the crash, Colin's Geass was still sufficient to pick up indications that quite a few of its passengers actually managed to walk away, and head towards the thought elevator. A second group had sensibly put down further out and also headed towards the thought elevator. By this time both groups had arrived and there were indications that a firefight had broken out, with quite a few bodies strewn about the perimeter. Whether that was indicative of one side winning outright or the fighting had simply shifted inside was an open question, however. It was also why Euphemia's guard was preparing to deploy with full tactical loadouts. "Shall we get going?" the princess said. Her words might have been phrased like a question, but it was most assuredly an order. The four headed down to the armory where the rest of the guard was already suited up. The sight of the princess putting on tactical armor was however eliciting a lot of strained expressions. As Rai started putting on his own gear, Roy meandered over and placed a firm hand on the youth's shoulder. "Just so we're clear," the armsman said. "The princess is here because of you. If anything happens, we'll be holding you to account for it." Rai met the older man's gaze without flinching. "I assure you, Captain, if anything does happen to Her Highness, it will have been because my life alone was not enough to balance hers." While Euphemia was far enough away, this little exchange escaped her ears. Colin had heard it loud and clear. She suppressed a snort, not least because the princess would have heard that, and busied herself putting on the rest of her own gear. Rai's recommendation upon them first catching sight of the thought elevator was to prioritize ammo and not bother with any fancy electronics. Radio would apparently work, sort of, inside the thought elevator, but that was about it. When she was done, the young woman had 6 magazines stuffed in her 2 pouches, another pair strapped to her thighs, and one more in her rifle. The pistol strapped to her back would only have the single magazine in it, but if she somehow managed to burn through the 200-some rounds she was already carrying for her rifle and still not have killed whatever needed killing, the pea shooter was probably not going to do much. Plus, even with her athletic build, all that weight was starting to add up, the 2 full canteens of water not helping in the least. Euphemia, on the other hand, was given ample pistol ammo, though after Valletta's attempts to talk the princess out of accompanying them inevitably failed, the princess was warned very sternly that if she ever got into range to actually use said sidearm, then they were doing something very wrong. Discretion, not valor, needed to be her operational doctrine this day. "Are we set?" Euphemia asked. "Yes, Your Highness," a less than enthused Valletta responded. The princess offered an apologetic but determined smile. "Very well then, General, let us disembark." The Avalon was far too large to actually land by the thought elevator. There were no clearings large enough in the forest to do so. Technically it could have made one with a combination of its railgun and blaze luminous shield. For now that still seemed a tad excessive, however, and so the contingent of soldiers and Euphemia boarded the helicopters that were kept aboard for routine transfers. The drop was made quickly and efficiently, and Euphemia did not even scream this time as she was rappelled down in Riza's arms. Once on the forest floor, the armsmen fell into formation and they advanced cautiously but quickly towards the thought elevator. Colin knelt by one of the dead soldiers and examined his kit. Standard M16 rifle, tactical armor that would not be out of place of the Brightonian Army or the Provincial Guard. There was nothing terribly distinguishing these individuals. Except perhaps the manner of their deaths. "Any insight, Lieutenant?" Valletta asked. The young woman frowned. "This one was killed with a sword." She glanced at another corpse. "That one, it looks like his throat was crushed by someone's bare hands. Whoever hit these guys were very, very good. Directorate enforcers," Rai said from behind Colin. "They are all Geass contractors of VV. Those that survive the training process are some of the deadliest people around." "Do you know how many there are?" Rai shook his head. "Most of the Directorate's records were purged during the assault on their headquarters." "Wonderful." The guard captain was becoming ever less enthused with this little endeavor. "In that case you will be taking point, Captain." "Lieutenant, stay with Her Highness at all times. Any order you need to issue to keep her safe, I am giving you carte blanche now." That took Colin aback a bit, but she nodded. "Yes, ma'am." And paused. "Does that include orders to you, ma'am?" Valletta smirked. "A sergeant in motion outranks a lieutenant that doesn't know anything. And an ordnance technician at a dead run outranks everyone," Rai added on. The two women regarded him curiously. The captain shrugged. "Personal experience." Valletta chuckled. "Someday we will need to buy you a few rounds and hear some of these stories of yours, Captain." She looked back over at Colin. "So thus far we have at least 2 forces at play here." "Yes, ma'am," Colin said, refocusing on the task at hand. "And I don't think these people here were soldiers, I think they might have been more insurgents." "Well, if we're lucky the 2 sides will wipe each other out," Valletta said with feeling. It was a sentiment Colin fully agreed with, though the princess probably was still far too sentimental about her brother. "Let's get a move on," Valletta ordered. "Yes, ma'am," the 2 responded in sync. The explosion kicked up a fair amount of smoke and dust, creating a haze that obscured the figures that rolled around the corner. Reiner gasped for breath as he slumped back against the wall. Did we get him? If only, Crow said, his ears perking up at the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching. His sword was already drawn and swinging, but the looming figure that rounded the corner batted it aside almost contemptuously. He was even smiling as he did it. You'll need to do better than that against the dire wolf boy. Reiner pushed himself back and fired off a quick burst from his rifle. The man was however already on the move, jumping up and kicking off against the wall to increase his already substantial speed. The rifle was almost torn out of Reiner's hand. Instead the barrel was snapped outright, leaving him with half a weapon. The German youth's reaction was immediate, letting go of his rifle and drawing both his sidearm and knife. The slash was deftly blocked and the single shot he got off before a shoulder slammed into him was way off. The impact tossed Reiner back as if he were a rag doll. As it was, Reiner was mildly amazed he had not broken something outright. From behind, Crow brought his sword crashing down, but his target was already sliding into a counterattack. The sword had yet to even strike the ground when a boot slammed into Crow's side and sent him crashing against the wall. He let out a pained gasp and was still trying to find his footing when another foot pinned his sword arm against his chest and against the wall. You've got spunk, kid, the man said with a smirk, but you've a long way to go before you're in my league. Oh yeah. Crow responded as flippantly as he could. Well, what about hers? To his credit, the dire wolf did not spend any time being surprised. His suddenly retreat meant the knife that tried to gut him in the kidney stabbed nothing but air. Of course Laura had anticipated the dodge and her knife was already swing back into a slash. The motion was not quite fast enough to catch her target, but the tip of the blade met just the barest amount of resistance. Laura pressed her advantage, using her smaller frame to duck into the man's guard. The downward punch he threw suddenly became a springboard as she pushed off it, landing a solid strike with her knee. The man gargled, clutching his jaw as he reeled back from the blow. He threw another punch, this one sailing right past Laura's head as she spun about. The man's hands suddenly opened and moved to seize her long flowing hair. Against many other opponents that would have allowed him to stymie Laura's advance. With the German girl, however, the decidedly non-regulation hair was very much an asset, not an impediment. For one, it served as a far too tempting target for those prepared to fight dirty. Seizing the hair after all required remaining within Laura's reach, something any of her compatriots could tell you was a very bad idea when she was armed with a knife. The stab in the arm was hardly fatal. It was however likely very painful, and the dire wolf noticeably flinched. The involuntary jerk meant another split second where Laura could continue her attack. This she did without mercy, and the next stab went right under the man's arm. The girl's aim was obviously, but she was not quite able to get the blade to sink in deeply enough. The palm that slammed into her chest sent her flying back, and this time Laura let out a cry as she crashed into the wall. Before the dire wolf could try to press his advantage, a shot sounded and he tumbled onto his knee as the bullet tore through his ankle. He looked up just in time to see another blade swinging downward. Bleeding heavily and unable to move with one leg out of action, the dire wolf simply glared defiantly until the very head. The cut was clean, and with a wet thud his head fell to the floor. Laura stood, patting herself off before proceeding to retrieve the knife shoved into the corpse's form. She then glanced over at Crow. You all right? Crow managed a weak smile. Peachy. Really thought he had me there, but then you showed up like the guardian angel I knew you to be. Laura's cheeks flushed ever so slightly. Still owe you for the knife. Can't have you dying before then. Crow chuckled and gave the girl an affectionate pat on the head. To his mild surprise, Laura did not bat his hand away. Yeah, well, I think we can count ourselves even here. He withdrew his hand. Did you manage to lose those other guys? Not as Laura turned about. Come, we need to meet up with Lelich and the others. If we are to stand any chance against the rest of those enforcers, we will need their help. Don't know about that, Crow said as he gave his sword a quick swing. You seem to take this guy down without any trouble. Laura grimaced. The element of surprise and help from the two of you. Had I faced him alone, 9 out of 10 I would be the one bleeding out on the floor. That Crow found he could not quite disagree with. Instead he simply nodded and followed Laura as the three of them headed deeper into the thought elevator. Lelich had already been warned about the Directorate enforcers entering the place. Hopefully he would have a plan for how they would all be able to walk away from this mission. The interior of the thought elevator was a mixture of corridors and open chambers. Valletta would have called it a maze, but the layout was actually very sensible. Assuming one could wrap one's head around the fact that it extended into multiple dimensions. The walls were for the most part completely blank, though every corner or intersection had symbols carved in them indicating according to right directions. And if the chambers had been used for something in the past, they now sat eerily empty. Their intended destination was the core of the thought elevator, which of course was buried deep within the construct. The body of troops had been marching for close to an hour, running into one or two more bodies along the way, before finally making contact with something still drawing breath. General, we've got people up ahead half a mile, Colin said into her radio. Count 12 soldiers, heavily armed, a girl that I think might be the Knight of 6, and the Knight of 12. Valletta nodded. At least now they knew that Colin's Geass also worked inside this strange place. No Geass users accompanying them. No ma'am. Though. Spit it out, Lieutenant. Yes ma'am. There's something weird about the Night of 6. I can still read her, but only partially. Valletta frowned. That likely meant something, but now was not the time to dwell on it. There were more pressing concerns. Do they know we're here yet? I don't think so. Their attention seems to be focused in front, not behind. Wait, they're doing something. Yeah, they're definitely taking up. Okay, I've lost sight of them. I think the Knight of 12 just activated her jammer. That was unfortunate. Defensive positions. Lieutenant, stay with Her Highness and keep her back. Yes ma'am. Captain Kohler, any suggestions for how to deal with Dame Krishevsky? Valletta asked on the tactical channel. We should avoid exchanging fire with her forces, Rai responded. Her cooperation will be necessary to secure the Directorate's main facilities intact. This is assuming she has any intention of talking, Valletta pointed out. I can attempt to initiate contact, ma'am, Rai suggested. They might be willing to not shoot at one individual long enough to listen to what I have to say. Do it, Valletta ordered. Doing, Rai responded. Up ahead the young man held up a hand to signal for the others to hold back. He then proceeded to carefully approach the other position. Around that corner, that was where the rounds and their forces would have taken up position. It was a natural choke point. Rai slid up to the edge but did not break cover. Friendlies! He shouted. His keen ears picked up the slightest sound of rustling. They had heard him, loud and clear. Identify yourself. A male voice responded. They were being very careful here. Captain Rybert Kohler, accompanying Her Highness the Princess Euphemia and her guard. The delay this time was noticeably longer. When the response came, however, it was a very pragmatic one. Radio Channel 6, the other man said, and he proceeded to rattle off which cipher to use with it. Rai relayed the message back to Valletta and then set his own radio to that combination. Technically he should not be listening in, but if he really was not to, the general could order him to get off. This is General Valletta new. General Krishevsky, do you copy? And since she had not, he would be a good little eavesdropper and not be heard himself. This is Krishevsky. Well, this is certainly a surprise, General. I was not expecting to run into you today. Or Her Highness for that matter. General Krishevsky, as you have likely surmised, we are the force that is currently behind you, Valletta said, sticking to business. We would prefer not to find our two sides engaged. Yeah, you'd probably kick our asses, Monica said. Didn't exactly have a lot of time to put this team together, so if you're all here with the princess, you definitely outnumber us. Valletta was about to open her mouth again before clamping it shut. The other woman was good. She was being flippant and yet actively fishing information from Valletta, including just how many soldiers were accompanying her. Your Grace, we have reason to believe our respective objectives align and that our chances for success would be considerably increased if we were to work together. Really? And what makes you say that? Dame Krishevsky, another voice interrupted. A clear, determined voice. Considering the situation, time is not likely a luxury either of us can afford. Shall we stop dancing around the issue and get to the heart of the matter? This time the Knight of 12 did not have an immediate snarky response ready. Then again, being mildly disrespectful with a fellow brigadier general was not quite the same as being disrespectful to the fourth in line to the throne. Very well, Your Highness, Monica said very carefully. What is it that you think I am here to do? To neutralize V.V, the princess answered. We found indications of a Geass user at the entrance to the thought elevator, and seeing as you are not being accompanied by any, they are obviously part of another force. Another brief pause passed before the knight answered. Well, I suppose there's no point in hiding it. That is correct, Your Highness, we are here to neutralize VV on His Majesty's orders. And yes, I think I would like your assistance on the matter, especially if you've brought most of your guard with you. Then we are agreed, Euphemia said, so long as the other matter is also resolved. That caused Valletta herself to blink. What other matter could the princess be referring to? What, other matter? The general now frowned. There was a slight tension to the Knight of 12's tone that suggested the other woman knew exactly what the princess was referring to, but was reluctant to admit it. A very simple matter, Euphemia continued. The soldiers killed along the thought elevator's perimeter were not Brightonian regulars. In fact, they appear to be more of the insurgents that launched the initial attack on Pendragon, insurgents that Lelich suborned. And seeing as there has been no indication of my brother in the city itself, the most logical place for him to have come is here. That is a very interesting chain of thought, Your Highness, Monica allowed. Ah. There was a definite note of impatience in Euphemia's voice that Valletta immediately picked up from that single sound. Then allow me to be more forthright, Dame Krishevsky. My brother is here, somewhere in the thought elevator. And in addition to your orders to neutralize VV, you also have orders to kill Lelich. My own goals however would see Lelich live, which I am afraid puts our respective forces at odds with one another. And while we would appreciate your assistance in dealing with the other geese bearers that Vivi has undoubtedly brought with him, we do not require the use of your artificial code to neutralize their abilities. That was tipping their hand a bit more than Valletta liked, but she let the princess continue. Her Highness could demonstrate remarkable resolve when there was something she absolutely wanted. As I have said, I would very much prefer we not come to blows over this matter, Dame Krashevsky. In fact I think I can provide a very strong case why trying to kill Lelich here would be a major mistake on my father's part, one that would in fact endanger Britannia rather than preserve it. We do not have time however, and so I will make this offer only once. Our respective forces can work together to neutralize Vivi, whom is actually a far greater threat than you yet realize, and we can work together to take my brother alive. I will require a response now, otherwise your forces will be regarded as hostile and treated accordingly should we actually meet. The princess was not bluffing, that Valletta knew. And because she knew this she immediately set about issuing orders to the rest of the guard in case they ended up needing to launch an assault on the round's position. They outnumbered the enemy something like 3 to 1 but if the other side was entrenched that numerical advantage would not mean much. Monica said, sounding remarkably ambivalent, would your highness believe that, I am actually very open to trying to take Lelich alive. Valletta frowned but did not stop her preparations. I would like to, Euphemia answered without any noticeable hesitation. I will admit some surprise to this however, I would have expected you to be rather determined to see through his death, considering he has attempted to do the same to you twice thus far. The chuckle from the knight actually carried through the radio. Oh, I'm nowhere near forgiving Lelich for that, I assure you, your highness. But, certain circumstances are in play where I'm really not in a position to just outright kill him anyway. His mother would be very cross with me if I did that, and the Empress Marianne can be rather scary when she's pissed. The confusion on Valletta's part was now total. Surely the Empress Marianne's death was not faked as well? If so then the depths of the conspiracy surrounding the 6 Britannias was truly staggering. The Empress Marianne, Euphemia said tentatively. She is still alive. She is, and she is listening in on every word we're saying, Monica said. A beat passed. And she wants you to know she's quite proud of you and thanks you for looking after Nunnally. Despite her own surprise Valletta felt her guard raised again by that last remark. It was too appealing, to consider that the Empress Marianne was still alive. And yet, where is Her Majesty? Euphemia asked. Colin did not sense anyone that would fit her profile accompanying you. Oh well, that would be a tad complicated, Monica said. In fact this is something better explained face to face, if you are so willing, your highness. Very well, Euphemia accepted almost immediately. Valletta grimaced. Of course the princess would agree. Sometimes she wondered whether her highness ever actually considered the risks that she ran. Probably she did, and still went ahead with them because she thought the potential gain was worth it. That might have made serving her highness more rewarding, but it was also considerably more ulcer-inducing. Not to mention Valletta was fairly certain she would be going grey in the not-so-distant future. General New, Euphemia said over their internal net. We will advance to meet Dame Krashevsky and her forces. Understood your highness, Valletta said. Captain Kohler, if you would. Yes ma'am. From his position Rai rounded the corner, keeping his rifle pointed down but ready to snap up at a moment's notice. The soldiers accompanying the 2 knights of the round were also coming out of cover, all 12 of them. They also kept their weapons down but remained vigilant. As the rest of the guard arrived Monica and Anya also emerged. Rai kept a close eye on the Knight of 6, noting the slight gleam in her eye. And the barest hint of a smile. Yes indeed, the Empress Marianne had been listening. Rai idly wondered just how the princess would react when this particular bombshell was dropped. The guards parted way to let Euphemia through but Colin remained a few steps in front of the princess, ready to shield her if need be. Monica and Anya stepped forward themselves and bowed respectfully. Your Highness. Dame Krashevsky. Euphemia looked over at the shorter girl and smiled slightly. Hello Anya. It has been some time. That it has, Anya said in her usual monotone. And then smiled. You are looking very well, Euphy. The princess blinked. So did Colin for that matter. The sudden change in tone was so jarring that it was as if 2 people talking. And then gasps sounded from not just Euphemia and her knight but also Valletta as realization sank in. Anya clasped her hands together and beamed a bright smile at all of them. So I hear you intend to help bring my son back home. Do you have a plan? You do have a plan, right? But of course. Charlotte shot Lelich's back an annoyed look, not that the young man could actually see it. The slight shifting of his shoulders however indicated he knew just what she thought of his response. At this point the only thing to do is to proceed with our original plan, Lelich continued. After I've initiated a resonance cascade, we will use this thought elevator to translocate to the London thought elevator before the cascade destroys this one. With any luck that will take out the Directorate enforcers that are chasing us, which will eliminate a significant impediment to us repeating the task with the other thought elevators. And if they manage to catch up to us before then? Charlotte pressed. Then we kill them. A succinct, if not entirely helpful answer, considering just how hard Directorate enforcers were to kill. Then again their little party did have some advantages not possessed by more mundane peoples, though that had not been nearly as much help as it should have been the last time they ran into an enforcer. The next anchor should be up ahead, Lelich said. Eyes open, if they come at me when I'm deactivating it, I'm going to be a sitting duck. Do you like your ducks roasted or boiled? Phi asked Charlotte. I'd prefer that it still be able to fly, thank you very much, Charlotte responded. Bit too late for that, Annie quipped from in front and Bertolt chuckled from alongside her. Lelich sighed. I see I remain the butt of your jokes. Charlotte smiled beatifically, again not that Lelich could actually see. Need to do something to keep your head from swelling too much. A heavier sigh sounded, though a tint of amusement colored it. We're here, Annie announced shortly thereafter. The anchor that now stood before them was not really recognizable as an anchor despite Lelich naming it so. In fact, the perfectly smooth cube standing on one of its corners probably better qualified as abstract art. There were 8 of them total in the thought elevator and thus far Lelich and CO had visited 5. This would be the 6th, and hopefully they would be able to get to the last 2 without running into any of the enforcers that were reported to have arrived. Charlotte and Phi spun about, weapons ready as the sound of footsteps reached them. Lelich's own turn was nowhere as hurried but his rifle was also ready to go. Annie and Bertolt parted, taking position in the gaps between the 3 that were previously behind them. As the figure came into view all 5 felt a slight chill run down their spines. Well, I suppose the Grandmaster can actually be right from time to time. If the slight inflection in tone was any indication the man did not hold the Grandmaster in much esteem, not that that would change much about their current situation. I see you did survive, Lelich remarked dryly. That must be quite the geese you have in that case. The man chuckled. Your maneuver at the factory was quite clever. But as you said, I have a very impressive geese, and that helped level the field immensely. Don't suppose you'd mind sharing what kind of geese could let you survive being gang-piled by 1,000 berserkers? Lelich asked offhandedly. Now where would the fun in letting you in on my little secret be? The man smirked. Though where are my manners? Seeing as this is the second time we have met, Your Highness, it would be rude to not at least introduce myself. You may call me Blade Lord. All sets of eyes immediately drifted towards the nasty-looking sword in the man's hand. That name, or rather title, actually sounded rather like an understatement considering what they had seen last time. I don't suppose you're being chatty because there's a chance we can talk you into walking away from this? Lelich asked. Frayed. Opening fire when someone was in mid-sentence might be construed as rude. Or fighting dirty. Those people in the trenches would consider it to be a measure of pragmatism. Battles were not fought by being fair or letting the other guy have a sporting chance, they were won by stacking the odds as heavily in your favor as possible. And when the odds were stacked against you, you did everything in your power to level the field again. When going up against a superhuman swordsman, you did that by pumping enough lead his way to make sure he never got in range to actually use that sword. Of course that superhuman bit made keeping him at range much more complicated than it really should have been with 5 rifles all gunning for him. It should have been physically impossible for a human being to outrun a bullet. And it was impossible. The trick to Blade Lord's seeming impossible feat was fairly simple, he simply made sure not to be standing in the line of fire when the trigger was pulled. It was not that difficult to figure out, or for that matter to come up with a counter. Of course after having observed Blade Lord's absurd reaction times Lelich quickly arrived at the conclusion that they needed at minimum 6 people coordinating fire all at once to stand a chance of actually hitting him. That was a tall order with just 2 people, and seeing as they were 1 short anyway their chances of landing a shot were still not great. It was however just barely enough to keep Blade Lord from closing on them, for now. Scatter. Lelich ordered. The 5 dispersed, some more quickly than others as they alternated who was trying to find cover and who continued firing to stall Blade Lord. The decreased volume of fire allowed him to get closer of course but that was also intentional. Charlotte and Annie sprinted in opposite directions, moving to flank Blade Lord even as he charged straight for Lelich. In his path however stepped Phi, whom despite her small frame was in a 3-way tie with Annie and Laura for hand-to-hand proficiency. Her rifle was already slung over her shoulder and in both hands were a pair of customized pistols fitted with blades under their barrels. Blade Lord's sword offered him far greater reach than Phi. She on the other hand had 2 weapons that could be independently wielded. The gun blades were tricky to employ but in the hands of an expert were devastating short-range weapons. Ducking a slash, Phi knew better than to think she was in the clear. Her prudence was rewarded as one gun blade met the suddenly reversing sword. Her second pistol was leveled at Blade Lord but it was already pointing at open space by the time it got off a round. A quick series of thrusts and parries prevented Phi from trying to shoot again but she was just barely able to keep pace with the onslaught. Leaping back, Phi detached herself from the engagement just as 4 other rifles opened up again. The time that she bought had been enough for the others to reposition themselves. Her own pistol soon joined in, and again Blade Lord was momentarily too busy evading their lines of fire to overtly threaten any of them. Of course they could not keep this up forever, if only because eventually they would be out of bullets. In fact, that was exactly what happened as Annie's magazine ran dry and she stopped firing. Blade Lord immediately took advantage of the slight slackening in fire and charged straight for the girl. Her magazine had just hit the floor when he was upon her, except that Annie was ready and waiting with two short swords drawn. The ring of metal clashing sounded as she parried the thrust, pushing Blade Lord's sword down to try to create an opening for her own. The man however deftly sidestepped her own slash and was on the offensive again. Annie had however learned her lesson from their previous encounter, making sure not to overextend herself and always keeping one blade angled and prepared to deflect any of his attacks. The intensity of fire from the other rifles slackened but did not entirely stop. Even as Fi and Charlotte were reloading, Bertolt and Lelich took careful aim, shooting not at but around the two combatants to try to restrict Blade Lord's movements. Just as they needed to reload, Fi and Charlotte resumed firing themselves, never letting up on the pressure. And while it was too early to say their stratagem was working, none of them were dead yet. Of course Blade Lord was himself no fool and recognized very quickly what they were trying to do. And given enough time even his endurance would be sapped and he would slow, at which point sheer numbers would see him overwhelmed. His solution was simple and direct. He was here to neutralize the greatest danger to the Directorate, and while his followers were proving to be remarkably resilient and dangerous all by themselves, Lelich was the primary threat. As the young man stepped to reload, Blade Lord disengaged from Annie and crossed the distance to Lelich in the blink of an eye. Lelich's immediate reaction was to retreat. He was however far from matching Blade Lord's speed, something he was well aware of. The single second that he gained however was just enough for him to drop his rifle and draw the sword strapped to his back and meet the one that would have decapitated him otherwise. The two blades touched for only a single moment before the older man's bounced and angled into another vector of attack. Again Lelich parried it, if only barely, but he was rapidly losing ground. Fi and Annie both charged in to try to force Blade Lord to engage them instead, but the man knew exactly whom he was after. Instead of directly deflecting or countering them, his every motion saw him slide past a thrust or slash into an attack of his own directed again at Lelich. As skilled as the young man was with his sword, and as much as he had improved since their first encounter, he could not keep pace with the onslaught being delivered against him. And then he made his first, and probably last mistake as he overextended a leg just too far. Blade Lord gave it a hefty kick, knocking Lelich off balance and throwing wide open his guard. The sword that came down should have been the end. All his effort, every sacrifice he made, for naught in the face of failure. A loud ring sounded as another blade met it. Lelich fell onto his back, but he barely noticed the impact. Instead his eyes, and that of everyone else here, were locked on the white-clad figure whose sword had saved his life. A sword wielded by a woman whose eyes were as hard as the steel of the blade. "You will not lay hands upon my son." So declared Marianne VI Britannia, the former Knight of Six, and consort to the Emperor Charles. End of chapter 89. I thought I would be able to get this over within 2 chapters. That is starting to look a tad optimistic, but we will have to see. There's likely going to be a lot of talking that needs to happen, which always stretches out things. That being said, I expect the next couple of chapters to be genuinely hard to craft, so they'll likely take longer to churn out than the last 4 or 5 chapters. One thing I forgot to mention last chapter was that Anya's Mordred is a custom design, sort of. It's an improvement over the Gawain prototype that Camelot had been working on previously, intended to pack a particle cannon in a more compact form factor. Mordred itself is still a prototype though, and the Britannian military is still extremely dubious as to the practical worth of a heavy nightmare like the Mordred. Anything that requires the amount of firepower that it packs to kill is generally more safely engaged from a very long distance. Aurelia is dead. I'm not sure they'll ever be able to actually find enough of her body to bury. She was kind of at ground zero of the railgun strikes. And Mao does not exist as an ex-contractor. I mentioned in an earlier note that the time CC would have spent with him overlaps with the time that my CC would have spent with Lelich in Europe. I had written a much longer note regarding what happened to the imperial family, but in light of some of the remarks it's pretty clear that not everyone has picked up on all of the nuances just yet, or the long-term ramifications for that matter, so I'm going to hold off on it until we're done with the thought elevator stuff. That being said, one thing I do want to make clear is that not once in the story did I ever try to create the impression that a path existed for Euphemia to ascend to the throne while Schneeisel or Cornelia were still alive. In fact, I went out of my way to make clear that Euphemia would not ascend the throne if either were alive. The fact that Euphemia became Empress was pretty much a notification that the two would die, the only question was under what circumstances. The summary itself pretty much lays out the fact that Euphemia's ascension is one that is marked by tragedy after all. Reen's mention at the end of last chapter was meant as a hint of sorts. Those people who know his background in Kiseki should be able to make a decent guess as to what the hint is about. In truth, it was kind of a toss-up whether Reen or Victor would die during the Battle of Pendragon. I needed one of them to do so, and I had sketched out scenarios for both. The problem ended up being I couldn't fit Victor's scenario into the flow of battle, and so I ended up axing it, which left Reen holding the short stick as it were. I had good rationales for either death built into their respective scenarios, so with Reen's death his is now in play. I'll see how many of you can guess why he died in story before it's actually revealed. Chapter 90. Snippet spoiler, potentially significant. One of the viler slanders against the Empress Euphemia was that because she did not perish alongside her extended family in the biological attack that struck all of them down worldwide, Her Majesty was not actually a daughter of the Emperor Charles and thus not a Britannia to begin with. The first to dare publicly voice such doubts was the Duke Helmut Alberia during his trial for treason, a mistake that nearly saw the Duke lynched by the furious crowds that had assembled outside of Parliament. This of course did not stop the Empress detractors or political opponents, domestic and otherwise, from continuing to whisper such notions behind closed doors, but the general public of the Empire remained steadfast in their belief in Her Majesty's legitimacy, a belief that was considerably reinforced by Her Majesty's difficulty in carrying a child to term. While the Empress Euphemia might have survived the bioweapon employed by the European Union, it was abundantly clear that she was not unaffected. Despite Her Majesty's continued insistence on seeing to all of her official duties, it was obvious to many close to the Empress that her endurance was considerably reduced even from her time as Viceroy of Japan. The true extent of the harm Her Majesty's body suffered from the attack, however, only came to light during her first pregnancy. Just as the Empire felt a glimmer of hope that the Britannian imperial family would be continued, news of tragedy arrived that Her Majesty had suffered a miscarriage at the start her third trimester. The cause was determined to be an inexplicable shutdown of the fetus brain, the very same cause of death that had struck down the rest of Her Majesty's family. The Empire mourned with Her Majesty at the loss of her son, and was forced to contemplate the very real possibility that the Britannia line would end with her. Of Blood and Iron, the Reign of Euphemia I. Chapter 90. Necessitas entium timidos fortes facit. The Empress Marianne VI Britannia was during her prime regarded as one of the best swordswomen alive. Of her peers only Viscount Victor Arciad, Duke Zexvander, and General Bismarck Waldstein were considered credible challengers to her blade, and only the Viscount could claim to consistently best Marianne. Part of that was almost certainly due to the advantages his Highland claymore provided in their duels, that in Victor's immense physical strength meant he was one of the few people able to wield the sword and not be outpaced by Marianne. Zek's record in dueling the Empress was a bit more uneven, losing about as often as he won against Her Majesty. Bismarck on the other hand tended to fare very poorly whenever he was matched against Marianne, despite being able to hold his own against the other two. Polite company refrained from commenting on possible rationales. The weapon of Marianne's choice was the spadroon, a Scottish derivation of the sabre that had both a sharp tip for thrusting and an edge for cutting. It allowed for a certain flexibility in approach that often took less prepared opponents by surprise when the wielder would switch between different angles of attack. And during her time as a fencing instructor at the point, Marianne passed on her favorite techniques to quite a few students, ranging from the Princess Cornelia and her friends the Ladies Aurelia and Nonette to other promising up-and-coming cadets like one Jonathan Eyre. None of them would have ever dared claim they actually reached the level of caliber of Her Majesty, of course, but each of them were most definitely considered masters of the blade in their own right. Marianne just happened to be a master of masters. Lelich had only vague recollections of his mother's fencing abilities. During Cornelia's time as captain of her guard, the two would often train together, and from time to time he would invite himself into the gym and watch. He never recalled his mother losing, in fact she was almost always smiling whenever their blades met. There was no smile on her expression this time, however, just a cold, almost grim determination to skewer the man that now dared cross swords with her. Bladalord's thrust was meant as a feint, to get Marianne to deflect and thus momentarily open her guard. And if she did not parry, then his blade would have carried true to her heart. The knight however declined to be baited, instead stepping back just far enough that her opponent's lunge would fall short. She then brought her own sword crashing down, forcibly batting aside the man's weapon to force her own opening. Her sword's bounce led it straight into a thrust of her own, forcing Bladalord to retreat, not withdraw. His stance was still recovering when Marianne turned her thrust into a diagonal slash. Their swords met and Bladalord actually felt himself being pressed by the Empress. The son might have been only passable as a swordsman, but the mother was in another league entirely. Twisting his wrist, Bladalord managed to disengage their swords but not push Marianne's weapon away from her center. The woman's sword slid along his and remained angled towards him, ready to parry any attack he might attempt, or launch one of her own. That was exactly what Marianne did, lunging forward and driving the tip of her blade at her opponent's heart. Bladalord batted at the incoming sword, diverting it and seemingly finally creating an opening for him to drive home his own attack. His eyes widened as another spadroon appeared in Marianne's left hand and thrust from under to parry his sword. The blade in her right hand came slashing down, and not even his considerably enhanced reflexes were enough to move his body enough to evade the blow. A wet thud sounded as Marianne's blade sliced through the man's wrist, severing his hand and the sword it gripped. Bladalord had about a second to register his sudden incapacitation, but Marianne was not one for half measures. He was just starting to turn his head to regard her when the woman finished spinning about, the sword in her left hand flickering with cold precision. Blade Lord's vision shifted and he was suddenly regarding Marianne sideways. Then upside down. Then she disappeared from his view entirely as his sight slowly but surely dimmed. As the three parts that were the Blade Lord's body bled out, the swords disappeared from Marianne's hands and she turned to regard her son. The manner in which she placed her hands on her hips looked more like a mother preparing to scold her child than a woman that just decapitated someone in a duel. Lelich was not quite sure if he should be afraid of what she might say next, or what she might do next. Lelich 6 Britannia. Full name. In that tone. Every child whom has had the pleasure of having a mother rear them knew exactly what those two combined meant. He was in deep, deep trouble. It was somewhat remarkable, after all his years as an intelligence operative, after all the people that he had killed, directly and indirectly, Lelich actually winced upon hearing his name like that. Something deeply ingrained in the human psyche always would. You, young man, are long overdue for a good spanking. Lelich blinked. His mother sounded entirely serious, and from what he had seen she would not hesitate to actually hang him over his lap and do just that. Yet somehow the mere thought of it, the image that conjured, was just so ludicrous that it momentarily broke through his panic long enough for him to compose himself. Marianne's glare continued unabated. Some would compose himself. Lelich cleared his throat. I'm afraid I'm a bit past the point where such punishments are warranted, mother, he said dryly. The wide smile that Marianne flashed him was in no way reassuring. Oh, you're never too old for a scolding from your mother. And you can tell your girlfriend to lower her weapon, I'm not here to hurt you. Much. That is reassuring to hear, Lelich muttered under his breath. And I'm afraid her gun won't do much good against me anyway. That got Lelich's mind to focus again and recall that, officially his mother was dead. And their apparent last meeting was via the night of 6. I suppose bullets might not be terribly effective against ghosts, Lelich said before looking over at the corpse and severed head. Then again you seem to have little trouble affecting us mere mortals. There was a time when Lelich would have felt assured by the smile on his mother's face. Right now he was trying to determine if it was a prelude to his death sentence. There are some advantages to being able to directly manifest in C's world, Marianne said before glancing back over at Lelich's companions. Oh, calm down dears, I'm just here to talk. My last conversation with my son got interrupted after all. Her gaze fell upon Phi. By you, if I recall correctly. For such a cute little thing you sure roughed up my troops something awful. You'll have to forgive us ma'am, Charlotte spoke up, if we're not about to take your word just like that. Marianne shrugged. Fair enough. And looked back over at Lelich. Now, where were we? Ah yes, Ragnarok. Tell me Lelich, what do you actually know about it? The young man's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint visible in them. The change did not escape Marianne. I know that what you seek is equivalent to the death of mankind, Lelich stated. Without individuality, we lose the very thing that defines us as a species. Without our differences, we would have no reason to advance. We would stagnate, and stagnation is death. Agreed, Marianne said. For a moment Lelich did not quite register his mother's response. When it finally sank in he blinked in confusion. Pardon. Marianne gave Lelich a reproachful look. If it weren't for your stubbornness and paranoia, we could have resolved this the last time we met. Your father does not seek Ragnarok, Lelich. He hasn't since you were born. Lelich continued staring blankly at his mother. What? Do you know why your father conceived of Ragnarok, Lelich? The young man shook his head slowly. Because he had given up on humanity. Because he saw no hope for people to ever rise above their base instincts, to not automatically try to step on others in a pointless race to try to climb to the top. And because everyone he loved, everyone he cared about, were either taken away from him or turned out to be lying to him. So he and his brother Vivian decided that enough was enough, humanity was beyond redemption and thus the only recourse was to defang it. And if the long-term consequence was that mankind would descend into a dead end and become extinct, then so be it, at least it would be a peaceful end instead of one in fire and brimstone. That is an abysmally stupid conclusion they arrived at, Lelich said bitingly. Especially considering it won't be a peaceful end. Humanity will be consumed, not pass away in blissful ignorance. Marianne tapped her lip with a finger. Interesting. Yuffie said much the same thing. The two of you obviously know something that has been driving your own actions. Lelich frowned again. Yuffie. You owe your sister a big apology, Marianne continued. And a big thank you. Even after you tried to kill her she's willing to try to bring you in alive. The smile this time was almost gentle, and ever so proud. I always knew she had heart. And she's proven that she has a backbone to back it up. The look was now reproachful. Whereas you just seem to have a thick skull. Lelich was having difficulty trying to remember the last time he was so flat-footed. It was probably when Charlotte punched him the first time they met. Or was it when Nunnally decided to reveal that she was still alive, a desperate ploy to get him to stand down? The women in his life, they all seemed to have a tendency to do that. Do you have a point, mother? Lelich asked flatly. Yes, I do, Marianne said firmly. My point, Lelich, is that your presumption of your family's involvement in Ragnarok is just that, a presumption. When the only one actively pursuing it is Vivian, not your father, not I, and certainly not any of your siblings whom you have tried to murder. Marianne's eyes actually flared in anger at that bit. You have been extremely close-minded, Lelich. I would have expected better from you. This time it was Lelich's own eyes that flickered in a mixture of irritation and even anger. Not working towards Ragnarok? Tell me then, mother, how is it that the Directorate still commands such influence in the Empire? And what was the point of conquering Japan and then the Middle East if not to seize control of their thought elevators? From what I have seen, Father has been fervently pursuing the means to achieve Ragnarok, with the complicity of every single individual whom has assisted in Britannia's conquests for the last decade, and inflicted untold suffering upon millions of people in the process. Tell me, what could be worth such sacrifice, if not his dreaming of Ragnarok? The answer should be obvious, Lelich, Marianne said, nonplussed. You do know how hard it is to kill a code bearer, no? After all, you used an anti-tank missile on CC and her contractor in Japan. What your father has sought all these years is the means to permanently kill Vivian. CC did tell you about him during the time you two were together in Europe, did she not? Lelich let out a harsh bark. This is the first time I've heard the name, much less that I had an uncle that is as insane as my father. That finally gave Marianne pause as she regarded her son. There was a genuine confusion in his eyes, beneath the anger and frustration. You really don't know, she said in some wonderment. Well, I suppose that explains much. Vivian, or rather Vivi, is your father's twin brother. Older twin brother. And he's the narcissistic little prick that tried to murder me and Nunnally because our love for each other was seeing Charles's faith in mankind restored. And that faith was causing him to waver on the need for Ragnarok, and distance himself from Vivi. Lelich regarded his mother levelly. Vivi is a code bearer. Correct. Then he would be the one overseeing the Directorate. Also correct. Then why the fuck did father not restrain him after he went rogue? Lelich demanded. A code bearer is difficult to kill, yes, but no more difficult to imprison than any other human. Did CC teach you nothing in the time the two of you were together? Marianne said somewhat incredulously. You would probably save both of us sometime by just assuming, no, she did not teach me anything useful, Lelich said snidely. Or perhaps it better suits your efforts to stall by feigning surprise at my ignorance. Lelich was now back on his feet and gripping his sword tightly. He stood absolutely no chance against his mother if she manifested her own weapons again, not even with the others helping. That did not mean he would not give it his all. Marianne frowned. Lelich. At this point your refusal to even listen is starting to become a bad joke. By your actions you have attempted to kill more people opposed to Ragnarok than those supporting it. You have contributed more to Ragnarok in the past year than your father has in the past decade. And it will be on your head if Vivi manages to achieve his mad dream because you have struck down all those that stand in his way. On the contrary, it will be I whom will do what you and father have, for some undoubtedly asinine reason, failed to do all these years. Where you have let Vivi be to plot and scheme, I will burn down everything that he has built and salt the earth the ashes rest upon. A hiss sounded, one that Marianne quickly recognized. That moment was however still a second too late as the smoke grenade was tossed between her and Lelich. She immediately lunged to seize hold of her son but fell just a few scant inches short as other forms tackled her. The figure that latched onto her back was surprisingly light. The two that seized hold of her arms were not and together the three managed to pin her, at least long enough for Lelich to beat a hasty retreat. When the haze finally cleared neither he nor Charlotte were anywhere in sight. Marianne turned her head and regarded the petite girl seated on her back. What, no knives or bullets? Oh, these will work on you then. Fi said, holding up her gun blades. Well they might slow me down, Marianne said. Then again you might want to drop those before the others see you threatening me with them. More footsteps sounded and several dozen soldiers flooded into the chamber, weapons all pointed at the clump of bodies. Wisely the three German youths held up their hands, Fi putting down her weapons first, and getting off of Marianne. They were wholeheartedly dedicated to Lelich's cause, and part of that dedication manifested in not throwing their lives away pointlessly. Your Majesty, are you all right? One of the soldiers, a dark-skinned woman, asked. Well seeing as Lelich managed to give me the slip, I'll have to answer no, Marianne said as she rose. We will need to hurry if we want to catch up with him. Understood, Valletta said, then glanced at the prisoners. What should we do with them? Marianne's lips thinned. Taking them with us would slow us down. Nevertheless I am not so crass as to suggest they be executed out of hand. She turned to regard Euphemia as the princess stepped forward. I leave the decision of whether to spare soldiers to keep watch over them to you. Euphemia regarded the trio thoughtfully. The problem is we cannot leave anyone behind to escort them out either, they would undoubtedly get lost. She turned to Monica. Unless you're willing to guide them. Monica smirked. Yeah, no, sorry your highness, but babysitting is not something I signed on for when I became around. Restrain them and we'll just carry them along, Rai put in. Would that be feasible, General? Euphemia addressed the question to Valletta. The guard captain nodded, albeit a bit reluctantly. Then let us not waste any more time, Euphemia said. As the three prisoners were tied down, not without a bit of passive resistance on their part, Euphemia regarded the cube in front of them. Captain, what is that? An anchor, Rai said. It ties the thought elevator to C's world. Any reason why Lelich would have come here? At a guess, he intended to destroy it. Doing so would have ejected the thought elevator from C's world, forcing it back into the matrium completely. That would effectively neutralize it as a relay for the Sword of Akasha. Then should we not attempt the same? The princess asked. Reversion would cause a massive amount of energy to be dumped into the matrium, Rai said. Minimum safe distance would be upwards of 100 kilometers. Euphemia did the quick conversion in her head and visibly blanched. Does Lelich know this? Likely, Rai said. The princess hissed. Then let us hurry before my brother truly does cross a line I cannot forgive. With their prisoners secure, the entree group moved out again, breaking into a brisk jog. Lady Stotfeld, don't say anything, just listen, the earpiece sounded with Rai's voice. Colin kept her expression impassive. Rai was taking point again, and despite the pace he was setting did not sound winded in the least. I was able to get close enough to take a very cursory scan of Lelich's geese, and there is something extremely unnatural about it. That did not sound good. Colin suppressed a grimace. As far as I can tell, his geese is no longer rooted to C's world via CC. In fact, it looks like he is in possession of a direct link. It was becoming harder and harder to keep her face expressionless, if only because of sheer confusion. Based on Monica's explanation, a geese user's connection had to go through whichever code bearer they were contracted to, and if that connection was severed they would lose their geese. Except Euphemia was already seemingly an exception to that rule, something that not even Rai could quite explain. There is only one instance where this can happen. Or maybe he could. Lelich's geese is on the verge of transforming into a code outright. That caused Colin to blink, but fortunately no one seemed to think that odd. That was possible? Then did that mean her own geese could also turn into a code? Colin was not sure if she should be scared of that notion or not. Immortality did sound like it would have its perks, but considering how Lupa CC could be, there were definite costs as well. A very faint frown appeared on Colin's expression. That still did not explain the princess situation, but with her standing right next to Euphemia she could hardly ask Rai about that. If Lelich does gain a code, we need to shut him down, hard. A code bearer would be able to use the thought elevator as an amplifier, to effectively reshape the world around them. The area that they could affect would be limited, in so much as a single thought elevator working alone can affect perhaps a distance of about 200 kilometers. That was emphatically not a limited range in Colin's book. But he could potentially destroy the entire Atlantic East Coast. Yeah, no, that was definitely not limited. Colin's grip on her rifle tightened. My artificial code would not be able to override the authority of a natural code, but I will be able to detect when someone tries to make use of the thought elevator's systems. If that happens, he needs to be put down with everything we've got. The Empire must endure. The Krell is not the only threat out there that humanity will eventually face. Colin made a mental note to herself to drag out of Rai everything he knew about the future, mental block be damned. There is also the fact that if VV becomes desperate enough, he might also attempt to make use of the thought elevator. Of course, they could not stick with just one potential psychopath, they had to have two on their hands. We can't kill either of them, at least not without extracting their codes. We can however wound them badly enough that they'll be incapacitated for a time, but it's going to require us to unload everything we've got on them. VV. I do not doubt would be a welcome target, but I am afraid the Lady Marianne and the Princess Euphemia might still object to such measures against Lelich. Technically Rai had himself to blame for that one, it was he who gave Euphemia the idea that Lelich might somehow be redeemed. The Princess Guard will not obey an order from me, but General Nu has issued them standing orders to obey you. I am going to use 3 keywords, one to signal that we need to take down Lelich, one for VV, and one for both. When I say any of them, it will be a notification that I intend to act. I will leave it up to you to decide whether to follow my lead. This time Colin did not even bother hiding her grimace. This had the potential to turn into a Charlie Foxtrot of epic proportions. Lexington for Lelich. Vampire for VV. Werewolf for both. Well, at least it would not be hard to differentiate between the code words. Off in the distance Colin heard gunfire. Great. Just great. Spent all night trekking through the thought elevator, the sun was probably close to rising outside, and now she was being asked to potentially betray the trust of her liege. The day was barely getting started and it already sucked. Colin supposed it could be worse. They outnumbered their opponents something like 5 to 1. That should count for something. Colin Statfeld Kaujaki would learn a new lesson before this day was out. Do not taunt Murphy. Was that really your mother? Charlotte asked as they ran. Yes, and no, I do not have any idea how she appeared, Lelich preempted her second question. What are we going to do now? Charlotte asked instead. Lelich grimaced. He did not like abandoning his compatriots, but they were starting to run low on options. The objective remains unchanged. Enough of the anchors have been destabilized that I should still be able to initiate a resonance cascade. We should head for the core, from there I'll try to pull the others out remotely. Charlotte nodded. That might work, assuming their opponents were not already waiting for them. And also assuming the others lived long enough. They had not had contact with Laura and her team for over an hour after all. Still Charlotte did not slow. They had a mission, and their only chance of living past this day was to succeed. The two did not stop to rest as they headed towards the core. Their muscles were soon burning from the exertion, but considering whom were behind them there was little choice but to keep going. As they got closer, however, certain sounds started reaching them. Sounds like gunfire, and a lot of it. How many magazines do you still have left? Lelich asked. 3 for my rifle. Here, take my pistol mags. Lelich grabbed the 2 Charlotte held out and proceeded to hand her into his remaining rifle magazines. As they crossed another threshold, suddenly a figure slammed into Lelich, knocking him off his feet. Charlotte snapped around, weapon ready, but immediately lowered again when she saw the steaming figure in Lelich's arms. Laura. The German girl cried out on pain, but her eyes focused at the sound of her name. Despite the blistering heat of her skin, Lelich held onto her, trying to support her as best he could. Water, now! He shouted. Charlotte had her canteen uncorked and splashed the other girl. More steam rolled off her skin, her entire body locked up in shock from the pain. Oh God, Laura, what happened? Charlotte cried out, emptying her entire canteen. That finally seemed to cool the German girl's body down, but her form now trembled, curling up into a fetal posture. Blisters and burn marks were now appearing all over her skin, and Charlotte was grimly certain they were appearing under her clothes as well. And then a wave of heat washed over them as well. Charlotte looked back and gasped at the figure that stepped forth, and the still form he was dragging along. Well, a lethargic voice sounded. Looks like the mouse has led me back to the big cheese. The man tossed aside the burnt body, the double-sided sword the youth was gripping finally falling loose and clattering on the floor. I've gotta say, you picked your partners well. Those 3 actually put up quite a fight. They didn't stand a chance, of course, but they lasted way longer than I expected. That's something. Probably. Charlotte's eyes widened. The next moment her rifle snapped up and she went full auto, emptying her entire magazine at the approaching figure. Small flickers of flame dotted the air in front of him, but none of her shots managed to hit. Yeah, they tried that too, the man said. He opened his palm and a torrent of flames began coalescing over it. My turn. Charlotte instinctively grabbed onto Lelich and Laura, trying to shield them with her body. Suddenly she was turned about and it was Lelich whose back faced their opponent, and would bear the brunt of the flames. The heat was almost overwhelming, she felt as if her body was being roasted. Flickers of red light flashed every time she tried to open her eyes, bright enough that they immediately squeezed shut again. And then the heat lessened, the air no longer scorching her lungs with every breath. Charlotte opened her eyes, and found a dark cloak wrapped around her and Laura, and a figure clad in black armor staring back at her. With a pair of crimson eyes. Lelich. The Black King released them and stood, the light casting a bright sheen off of his silver-colored hair. He turned to face the flame-wielding man, a ring of metal sounding as he drew a dull grey sword. Get Laura out of here, Lelich said. Run back the way we came, return to my sister and mother. They will lend you aid. Charlotte's eyes widened. Her mouth opened to protest. Lelich's head turned back to regard her, and she watched as his face disappeared behind a crowned helmet. Go. The girl's mouth clamped shut even as tears began to cloud her eyes. She spun about, daring not to look back as she obeyed his command. A command that she feared would be all too final. Colin frowned. We've got incoming, the girl that escaped with Lelich. Charlotte. And, she's carrying someone. She hissed. Someone badly hurt. Is it Lelich? Euphemia asked immediately. No, it's another girl. Never seen her before. Your orders, Highness. If Charlotte requests our aid, we will render it, Euphemia said firmly. If there is something that could cause her to abandon Lelich like this, we must learn what it is. That was a fair point, Colin found herself agreeing with. I see her, Rai said. The young man made a point not to level his rifle at Charlotte as she approached. Especially considering she was in tears already. Please, Charlotte gasped. You have to help her. She's not going to make it otherwise. Medic. Rai shouted. An armsman was immediately at the 2 girls' side. As he examined the silver-haired one, he grimaced. Third-degree burns, at least a quarter of her body. We need to get her out of these clothes. Get me rags, soak them in water. The other soldiers responded quickly as Charlotte and the medic pulled off most of the burned girl's clothes. The rest of the guard were soon with them. Marianne strode over and bent over. Charlotte. The French girl looked up, meeting Marianne's gaze without flinching. Where is Lelich? That caused her expression to quiver. He stayed behind. To try to stop that enforcer. And break down completely. That bastard killed Crow and Reiner. Just, burned them alive. That elicited grimaces all about. None of the armsmen here were fans of Lelich, but they did have a sense of honor and compassion. They would not shed tears at the deaths of the former prince and his followers, but they would not wish upon them suffering such as this. Marianne rose and turned towards the others. Your Highness, you and your guard need to stay here. Anya will remain with you to help guide you to us, or if worse comes to worst, out of the thought elevator. CC, Monica, Lieutenant Stottfeld, Captain Kohler, with me. Colin blinked, not missing the fact that the Empress was specifically singling out those individuals with some sort of connection to Code and Geass. Though just how she had picked that up about Rai, she could not begin to guess. Your Majesty, Euphemia spoke up. What is going on? My dear son has had the very unfortunate luck of running into the one directorate enforcer who actually knows how to tap into C's world in order to reshape the world around him, Marianne said briskly. We need to get to him now if we're to have any chance of saving him. You need to remain here with your guard until the coast is clear, or be prepared to retreat and bomb the thought elevator into oblivion if we fail. Your Maj. You are not going to argue with me about this one, Yuffie, Marianne said, no humor at all in her tone. McBurn is far too dangerous an opponent to engage with non-combatants in tow, and despite your insistence in accompanying your guards today, that is what you remain. If you want us to win, you will need to remain here. Am I clear? The princess regarded the woman that had effectively raised her after her own mother's death and reluctantly nodded. Clear, Your Majesty. Good. Marianne allowed a slight smile at that. But if we do not hear from you within 15 minutes, we will be coming in ourselves. The smile disappeared. Euphemia continued regarding the older woman levelly. We do not have the luxury of retreat, Marianne, Euphemia said firmly. We must press forward and neutralize VV, otherwise all will be lost. Lelich said much the same when I ran into him, the Empress mused. It looks like you and I will need to have a long chat after all this is over. Euphemia tilted her head aside slightly and smiled. After all this is over. I'm coming as well. Heads turned and gazes fell upon Charlotte as she rose from her friend's side. She returned those gazes with a look of steely determination. While admirably courageous, you would not last a second against McBurn, Marianne said. In fact, it's a miracle that you and your friend managed to escape. Only a Geass holder or a code bearer would stand any. Colin inhaled sharply as she suddenly noticed the same thing Marianne did. Where she previously sensed Charlotte was now a void, not unlike what Colin felt whenever she tried to extend her Geass over Euphemia or CC. Or for that matter Rai or Monica. Not unlike, but not entirely the same either. Not the same, because it felt not unlike the void that was one Lelich 6 Britannia. What the hell, the girl muttered. You all know about Lelich's Geass, Charlotte began. You treat it as a Geass of compulsion, of imposing his will upon others. But that's not what it is, that's not it at all. It's Lelich opening himself up to others, his mind, his will, his very soul. That can cause others to lose their own will, to obey him blindly. But that is an aberration of his gift, a corruption that he has been forced to rely upon in order to survive, to keep fighting against the darkness that encroaches upon mankind. Charlotte looked over at Marianne, and then Euphemia. Those of us whom accept his gift, whom he has imparted a fragment of himself. It is not the brand of a slave, but a mark of the love that he feels for us. A mark of our acceptance is an affirmation of the love we hold for him. And in that bond, the greatest gift within his means to grant, a shield from the curse that is Code and Geass. Lelich watched Charlotte go for a moment longer, and then turned to face his opponent. The man wore an atrociously garish outfit, the red overcoat not doing much to hide the lazily tied-up vest underneath or the pants with crisscross patterns running down its side. It was his hair that really stood out though, the messy curls running down all the way to his chest and colored an unnatural teal before shifting into a pale red. Lelich was not sure if the man just had bad taste or was too lazy to bother finding clothes that would actually warrant the designation. I would know the name of the man I am about to kill. The man snorted. Confident, aren't you? Well, you at least have some guts to stand up to me, so why not? They call me the Almighty Conflagration, but that's a bit wordy, so you can just call me McBurn. And I don't need you to point out the irony either. Lelich took a step forward. Then another. Your connection to C's world is strong, he said. Strong enough that you can shape the world around you while within a thought elevator. Oh, so you know about that. McBurn said. Then again you just did the same thing, so I suppose we're not so different in that regard. Perhaps not, Lelich agreed. But after today our paths will diverge. I will go on to slay your master, and you will be dead. Had. Now you're just being cheeky. McBurn reached out, his hand seemingly breaking through the air and reaching into some place else entirely. From this someplace he drew a sword of his own, a curved blade whose top had spikes protruding from it. Lelich tightened the grip of his own, much more plain-looking sword. Seeing as I've bothered to bring out my own sword, try to at least. Lelich did not wait for McBurn to finish. He closed the distance between them in an instant, ignoring the onslaught of heat that pressed against him and intensified the closer he got. As their swords met, the chamber about them shuddered from the force of the impact. Cracks emerged upon the very walls and the thresholds shifted chaotically as they were thrown out of phase. With a hefty shove, McBurn sent Lelich reeling back, not that the two stayed separated for long as the man launched his own attack. This time it was Lelich that blocked, his knees nearly buckling from the effort. He could not overpower McBurn, not directly, so Lelich stopped fighting back, letting his opponent overextend from the sudden lack of resistance. Suddenly from the end of his sword another blade shot out, aimed perfectly to impale McBurn. The sudden thrust was however caught by McBurn's bare hands and the blade shattered in an explosion of light. Lelich felt the shards of metal impact his armor. They hurt, but none seemed to actually penetrate even as he himself was thrown back. When the dust cleared, McBurn remained standing, no worse for the wear from his own attack. Not bad, he said with a smirk. I thought that double-sided saber was a pretty stupid idea, but now I've seen two of you actually make something out of it. Might have to look into it myself, it might even be fun. Lelich felt a spike of anger flash. He had only known Crow for a short time, but he had come to like the jovial young man. Crow was firm in his beliefs, had a strong sense of conviction, and most importantly was at heart a kind person. Not a gentle one, far from it, but he at least could sympathize and empathize with the people he ended up hurting with his conviction. It was why Lelich had been prepared to pull him out of the homelands at the conclusion of his operation, to offer him a way out. And a place with his little family. Now though, Crow would never have that chance. Reiner was also gone. And Laura, he could only pray that he was right about his mother and sister. All because of the man standing before him. The armor Lelich wore shifted slightly, the plates hardening and thickening as his thoughts sharpened. His blade also became less dull, a glint flashing off the keen edge. He took a step forward, and crossed the divide between the two of them in a flash. McBurn parried the slash with ease and proceeded to blast Lelich with a whirlwind of flames. The Black King was not even phased, launching into another attack with a thrust aimed for his opponent's heart. This too was deflected, Lelich's sword knocked upward. And again a second blade manifested from its end, Lelich turning the motion into a spin that sought to gut McBurn. The enforcer tried to catch the blade again, but this time a sharp pain shot through his hand as the edge sliced right through his skin. As it was, he barely managed to avoid losing his fingers as a coat of flame enveloped his arm. That was enough to shield his flesh to a degree, but not enough to stop the motion of Lelich's sword. With his sword fully materialized, the Black King knew exactly what he was doing. Every swing, every thrust that was met simply acted as the springboard for another attack. As McBurn parried one stroke, Lelich would spin the sword about to threaten him with the other blade. The attacks that McBurn himself launched were deflected, with the motion employed to launch counterattacks with equal deftness. Lelich was far from being a master swordsman, but he had applied himself to learning the art of the blade rigorously. He knew well his limits, and he trained hard to overcome them and to develop defenses to cover those points that he was weak at. While his pedigree was impressive, his level of athleticism was still far short of that his mother maintained in her prime. Perhaps because of this, he was diligent in maintaining the edge that he did possess. McBurn was in many ways the complete opposite. Widely considered the strongest enforcer, even more powerful than that of the Blade Lord, his strength was such that he rarely if ever needed to exert himself. His Geass was the most advanced of all the Directorate's test subjects, and VV had held great hope that it might even emerge into a full-fledged code. As such, on the rare occasions he was permitted to fight, McBurn barely needed to even try to defeat his opponents. And without a challenge, there was little opportunity for him to improve his skills, to hone his own edge. No reason to develop the split-second instinctual responses that could mean the difference between life and death when faced with an opponent that could genuinely threaten him. An opponent like Lelich. Physically, Lelich should have been no match for McBurn. Inside the thought elevator where one's will could be directly manifested, things were different. Lelich lost himself to the purity of the moment, his mind focused solely on wringing every ounce of willpower he could to bridge the gap between him and McBurn. And somewhere along the way, Lelich reached a point where it was he that stood above the almighty conflagration. It was Lelich that was pressing the strong enforcer of the Directorate. And it was McBurn that found his sword shattered into a million pieces, with nothing to stop Lelich's blade from cleaving through his body. The man's reaction was muted, his expression still retaining that bored look it defaulted to. But there was also a hint of surprise, of shock, as the shining blade that Lelich now wielded carved its way from his shoulder down to his waist. Blood trickled along the path of the sword, staining both it and the armor that Lelich wore. The flames that would have evaporated the droplets were gone, replaced only with the stillness of empty air. The almighty conflagration had been snuffed out, its flames quelled by the will of the Black King. McBurn's form collapsed on the ground, a pool of blood quickly forming about it. Lelich remained in his pose, as if unaware that his enemy was dead. And then the armor peeled away, revealing a haggard-looking youth. The second blade of his sword disappeared and the one that remained cracked as all the stresses it experienced began to manifest. Lelich collapsed to one knee, and then tumbled back. He could hear the faint thud of footsteps closing in, but he no longer had the strength to do anything about them. Someone was calling his name. That was the last thought he had before he blacked out. End of chapter 90. I was actually expecting to reach the point where it's revealed how the Imperial family is killed this chapter. I suppose that will have to happen in chapter 91. I debated whether I wanted to use that particular excerpt as the opening snippet, I really did. It has possibly the biggest spoiler since the one about Colin's knighthood. Then again, it's very much a long-term spoiler, and not one that has any immediacy to this particular arc or the one that is incoming. It should however make clear just what I meant when however many chapters back I said that even if Euphemia wins, her victory does not come without significant, long-lasting costs. Nor will they feel necessarily like victories. Marianne's treatment in the anime was just so underwhelming. After all that build-up, she was not a very impressive person, let's just say. So I decided to make my version a lot more impressive. And yes, she just took down Loie in about 2 minutes. For those of you curious, Loie's Geass is one that basically allows him to control his body with obscene precision and speed. He can push himself to be faster, his reaction time is effectively instantaneous, and for short bursts he can achieve basically superhuman feats. This makes him absolutely deadly in melee combat, and he is perfectly capable of giving Marianne a run for her money. Which is what he did. But she ultimately turned out to be just a tiny bit better, and that made all the difference. That and Loie had tried to kill her son. God help you if you try to pull that shit in her presence, because he might be the only thing that will keep her from gutting you as painfully as possible. McBurn's Geass is a bit more complicated. What you saw him do was him taking advantage of the environment inside the thought elevator to basically make manifest his will. And use that manifestation to kill Reiner and Crow in the process, while badly wounding Laura. What his Geass is, I guess we'll find out when Yuffie and Co crack open the Directorate's database. Maybe. As for Marianne's Geass, simplistically it allows her to move her consciousness into other people's minds. To do so however she needs to be able to sense other people's minds, which was why she could actively detect when Charlotte basically closed her own mind off like that, something that normally only a Geass holder or code bearer can do. Personally I consider Lelich to be one of the more interesting parts of the story. My only regret regarding his role in the story is that there aren't more scenes of him. I suppose that's what I get for being a bit lazy with terminology, so I suppose it's only right that I explain the thought elevator's structure in a bit more detail in an info dump. The thought elevator does not exist purely in a 3-dimensional space. It extends all the way up to 10 dimensions due to limits that the civilization that built them ran into. Human minds however cannot really perceive beyond 3 dimensions. We kind of perceive a 4th dimension in the flow of time, but we can't navigate it. The humans of the precursor civilization were able to create an abstraction that allowed them to actually navigate the 10 dimensions, though only within the isolation of the thought elevator. What this abstraction creates however is, well, interesting. Consider a square. In a traditional 2D plane, each corner can at most be connected to 4 squares total. If each square were a room, then each corner could be thought of as a door, and so each door leads to 4 places. Extend that to a 3D environment. Each corner now is part of 8 cubes. Extend that all the way up to 10 dimensions. As such every chamber that the characters have been going through in fact leads to 1 different locations. Humans can only inhabit the 3D space within the thought elevator, but that 3D space can be permutated all sorts of different ways within the 10D space that exists. To go from place to place is not a matter of drawing a straight line in the classical sense. If you were to actually try to track the location of the people using GPS or something, they could feel like they've been walking for hours and you could see them move maybe a meter. Conversely, depending on which doors they take, they could end up bouncing up and down from a 3D perspective while only taking a few steps from theirs. The perception of the people regarding their immediate surroundings inside the thought elevator appears Euclidean, if only because that is the limit of what human senses are capable of processing. In truth however, the way the dimensions overlap means that Colin's range on her Geass is really screwed up. What used to be a range of about a mile out becomes basically impossible to actually measure. If Colin could actually work out the way that the dimensions are overlapped, she'd actually be able to see everything happening inside the thought elevator at will. Except that her grasp of such higher dimensions is nowhere good enough, she would need help in some form. That should tell you that whatever civilization built the thought elevators, they were potentially mathematical geniuses at an intuitive level. Or just downright insane. I'm not sure there's a difference. Of course, there is one person amongst their little party that is able to intuitively grasp higher dimensional perception. Now if only the two of them could just link up and put their minds to work together. Tum. Chapter 91. Snippet spoiler, Met. A full accounting of the individuals killed by the European bioweapon targeting the Britannian imperial family would have been difficult to perform even in times of relative peace and stability. At the height of the Great War it was a sheer impossibility, not least because European denials of the attack extended to obfuscating the numbers of their own citizens, most whom would have been unlikely to ever suspect a common lineage with the Britannian imperial family, that died as a result. Of those that resided within the empire, however, more detailed records exist. One such individual was Lieutenant Reen Swartzer, the adopted son of the Baron Theo Swartzer. Reen's relationship with the imperial family had been a closely held secret of the Swartzer family. What is known is that Reen's biological father was the Emperor Charles himself. The identity of Reen's biological mother remains unknown, though it is commonly accepted that she was almost certainly a commoner and likely passed away early in his childhood. The Emperor, recognizing that he could not keep his illegitimate son both close by and safe, entrusted the boy to his old friend the Baron Theo, knowing that the Swartzer family would see that Reen was raised well. For a time the Emperor's plan worked. By all accounts Reen grew into a fine young man, enlisting in the Britannian Nightmare Cadet Brigade when he came of age and was on the cusp of completing his rulement. His participation in the Battle of Pendragon with the Lancelot Valimar and his assistance in evacuating the Princess Cornelia from Valhalla base had also been noted, and many suspected that the young man's future to be bright indeed. This was not to be, however, as Reen fell alongside the rest of the family he never knew on that fateful day in March of 1963. Upon learning of his death, his half-sister, the then princess and soon-to-be Empress Euphemia, formally recognized Reen as an imperial scion and a prince in his own right. When the statues honoring the fallen members of the imperial family were unveiled at Memorial Plaza, the one for the prince Reen was amongst them. As a gesture it could never be more than a mere token compared to the prince's life for Reen's family and friends. It however served as a declaration by Her Majesty that she would never forget her family, not excepting the seemingly least of them. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 91. Nemo Malus Felix. As consciousness returned to Lelich felt a gentle warm cradling him. It was enough to make him want to fall back asleep, to enjoy the sense of safety and comfort he now felt. With the warmth however quickly came aches in his body. It was a dull pain, but every time his body shifted it would momentarily flare. That was enough to fully waken Lelich, and he slowly opened his eyes. Another pair of purple eyes met his own. Charlotte smiled, relief and joy suffusing her face. Charlotte! Lelich whispered. Her grip on the youth tightened, but Lelich felt no pain from her touch. His breathing calmed, and with it the throbbing of his aches lessened. As his thoughts sharpened and he recalled the events that immediately preceded his awakening, however, his body tensed and he winced from the pain that was elicited. Easy, Lelich, Charlotte said gently. We're okay. For now. With great effort Lelich turned his head about. The rest of his party, those still alive at least, were gathered about him, though Laura was a bit further away. The German girl was heavily swathed in bandages, but he could see the rising and falling of her chest as she breathed. She was still alive. How long was I out? Lelich asked. About 10 or 20 minutes, Charlotte said. Not very long. The young man sighed. I take it then that we are prisoners. Charlotte nodded, glancing over at the armsmen keeping a careful watch over them. The princess and her companions are trying to determine what is happening inside the core. Thus far we have accounted for 3 enforcers, but there is apparently still one remaining. Lelich snorted. Well, with our luck he will be the strongest yet. Oh, it probably won't be that bad, a clear and alluring voice sounded. The only one Vivi has with him isn't even really an enforcer, just a puppet that he likes to play with. Lelich turned his head, slowly, about. Ah. We meet again, Mother. Marianne knelt down by Charlotte and reached out, giving Lelich an affectionate pat on the head. Indeed we do. And despite everything else that you have done, I do want you to know that I am proud of you defeating McBurn. That was no easy feat, and that you rose to the challenge in defense of those close to you is also very admirable. Lelich said nothing, simply regarding his mother. After a brief silence Marianne sighed. Oh Lelich, whatever am I going to do with you? You just had to inherit both of your parents' stubbornness. That elicited a sympathetic sigh from Charlotte as well. Lelich raised an eyebrow as he regarded his lover. The French girl's response was to simply smile at him. This resulted in a sigh of resignation from Lelich himself before he looked back at Marianne. You have something you wish to discuss, Mother. Seeing as I am likely incapacitated for the near future, now is as good a time as any. Oh good, it seems that you do know how to listen, Marianne said with a smirk. Her expression quickly assumed a more solemn tone. Why, Lelich, are you so dead set on doing all this yourself? Why can't you trust any of your own family? The pained look on Lelich's face was probably at least partially due to the very genuine physical discomfort he was in. The rest of it however was from something far more deep-seated. You, possess a Geass, mother. Marianne nodded, letting Lelich set the pace of this conversation. And you do not consider that to be a curse? Marianne clasped her fingers together thoughtfully. It is both a gift and a curse. Those who wield it poorly are consumed by it. Those who learn to control it become transcendent. Lelich chuckled dryly at that. Would you consider CC to be such a transcendent individual? Marianne smiled slightly. Perhaps that is what ascension does to what used to be a mere mortal mind. And again the smile disappeared. But you and I both know that there are other circumstances surrounding her condition. Lelich blinked. Condition. The Empress rubbed her chin. So much that you do not know, and that we do not know in turn. Let us take it one step at a time. Why do you consider the Geass to be a curse? Lelich's expression tightened. The Geass's power, mother. A corrosive, corrupting power. It rots away our minds, our very souls. The code? It is the path to damnation. Arthur tried to turn his realm into an manifest. Instead he left his people unable to think and act for themselves. Where are the Celts today, save as a memory that our Germanic forebears swept aside? North sought advantage over the other Khanates, and unleashed upon the world the Black Death. Tell me, mother, how could I trust my own family, when they seem to so freely accept the very same code and Geass? Marianne pursed her lips thoughtfully. And then reached out, taking hold of Lelich's hand. She gave it a gentle squeeze, enough to let her son know she meant it but not so as to cause his bruises to sting. You do not need to hate yourself, Lelich, she said kindly. You are not bound to become a monster. You can choose a different path. Lelich clenched his jaw. I became a monster the first time I ever used my Geass, mother. My only redemption is death, and it is one I will gladly welcome when the time comes. Charlotte's grip on Lelich tightened again, the young woman making perfectly clear that if she had any say in the matter that death would be long forthcoming. Marianne gave the French girl an approving smile. The Empress regarded her son once more. You are loved, Lelich, Marianne declared. And you love in turn. So long as that is true, you are not a monster. Euphemia was severely tempted to remain by Lelich's side, to be with him when he woke up if only to demand an answer from her brother as to why he had inflicted such suffering upon their family. The Empress Marianne was already seeing to that, however, so the princess focused on her own task. Namely, how to deal with the final wrinkle in their efforts to put Vivi down permanently. A wrinkle that was wholly unexpected. You have got to be fucking kidding me, Colin hissed. The others glanced over at the most unladylike language from the young woman, but the knight was nonplussed. I assure you, I am being perfectly seriously, Monica said, just a hint of amusement coloring her tone. After he was declared Kia, Private Kururugi's body was transferred into Directorate custody for the purpose of examining his brain to try to learn more about Lelich's Geass. Apparently the Directorate researchers determined that he was a perfect match for their enhancement program and so installed within him their latest suite of cybernetics. His stuff is at least 3 generations ahead of the suite I received, and far more extensive. He's faster, stronger, and could probably take down the princess' entire royal guard all by himself. Oh, and he also has an artificial code, so your Geass will be useless against him. Kururugi will not be a problem, Rai stated. I will neutralize him. That elicited a raised eyebrow from Monica. Oh? So am I finally going to get an explanation as to who you are exactly? Classified, Rai said. The Knight of 12 snorted. Classified? I'll have you know, Captain. Classified level extremis, under direct authority of the Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Chronos, Rai said somewhat harshly. Drop the subject, Lord Inquisitor Krashevsky, it is beyond your remit. Monica spent a second or so gaping at Rai before managing to shut her mouth. She regarded the young man with much greater wariness now. Dame Krashevsky, we do not have the time for this, Euphemia interjected before the knight could find her own words. An explanation will be provided to you once the matter with Vivi is resolved, but until then you will need to accept my word that Captain Kohler is a loyal agent of the Empire and that he speaks the truth. The Knight of 12's gaze shifted from Rai to the princess and back to Rai again. The truth, hey, she said blandly. So that means there's an Ordo out there that deals with time that I don't know about. Her tone was still completely flat. That should make for quite the interesting story. Despite Monica's complete monotone, the knight seemed willing to play along, for now. If Suzaku has an artificial code and can jam Geass's, that probably means the Empress Marianne won't be able to get close, Colin said, directing them back to the matter at hand. Nor will Dame Alstream. Correct, Monica agreed. But if Captain Kohler here is as good as he claims to be, Suzaku should be neutralized quickly, at which point we should be able to capture Vivi without much difficulty. Our objective is to kill him, Dame Krashevsky, Euphemia reminded the knight. Monica regarded the princess. Well, you're obviously insinuating that you have the means to do so. Are you going to tell me what that is, or is that also classified? Euphemia exchanged glances with the others and after a nod from both Rai and Cece looked back at Monica. The binding that currently restrains CC is actually a failsafe intended to destroy a code, the princess said. It was intended to trigger when one of V.V's contractor would attempt to extract C.Cs code. In the process, it would destroy not only C.Cs code but also V.Vs via the link he has to his contractor. Monica raised an eyebrow. How the hell is it supposed to do that? We do not know, Euphemia answered frankly. But recall what happened to you when you attempted to scan CC with your artificial code. That caused the knight to adopt a thoughtful pose. Hey. Alright, fine, maybe it can do that. So then the question is who implanted it in her? Or is that another one of those things you want me to take on faith that you'll explain to me later? I am glad you catch on quickly, Euphemia said with a smile. Monica snorted. You know, if we get killed before you tell me, I will be quite cross. She then looked over at CC and Colin. The two of you do understand that if her code is destroyed, then all of the contractors she has will also lose their Geass. I can live without my brain constantly trying to have a stroke, thank you very much, Colin retorted. Well, sure, but you're not the only contractor CC has, Monica continued. I mean, we'll all be glad when Lelich loses his compulsion Geass, I don't care what his girlfriend claims, but the Empress Marianne is also a contractor, and the only reason she's with us now is because of her Geass. If she loses it, she'll basically be stuck in her coma for the rest of her life. Euphemia glanced over to where Marianne was kneeling by Lelich's side. It seemed her brother was awake. Then we should discuss the matter with her, the princess said. Her Majesty has already made clear several times that she is prepared to do what it takes to see VV ended. Euphemia's lips thinned. We shall see the extent of that conviction. The group made their way over to where Lelich and Marianne were seated. The rest of Lelich's compatriots, Charlotte included, regarded them warily, but the former prince himself seemed too weary to bother. Your Majesty, Euphemia said, addressing Marianne directly. The woman gave the princess a smile. Since when did you need such formalities with me, Euphy? Just call me Auntie Marie like you always did. The princess' cheeks flushed ever so slightly and Colin wondered at the woman that could throw both imperial scions off balance so easily. This was the Empress Marianne, the favored consort of the Emperor Charles, and the woman that had raised several of her husband's children and laid the foundation for the heights they stood at today. Colin sensed that she probably would have liked the Empress had they more time to get to know one another. Time that they simply did not have. Marianne, Euphemia allowed, still keeping a somber tone. We have a way of neutralizing V.V's code, but the method would also result in the destruction of C.Cs. And the loss of every Geass either has ever granted. At that Lelich actually perked up. Colin had already heard every word of his exchange with his mother, indirectly of course, and so was not surprised in the least. That the prince seemed so willing to write off his own mother in order to be gone of his own demons though, while the knight understood the necessity of it, she could not approve of his eagerness. Just how the blazes she was supposed to be Lelich's redemption was beyond Colin at this point, nor was she eager to find out. Ah. Well, telling me now at least makes consent simpler. You have my permission to take my body off life support when this is all over. The forthright manner in which Marianne addressed the matter caused the others to all simply stare at her. Even Lelich seemed taken aback by his mother's bluntness. I have been on borrowed time ever since VV attempted to murder me, Marianne said sanguinely. I had but one wish, that my children would be returned to their proper family. And though the path to its fulfillment has been torturous to say the least, it has been met, and I will entrust their continued safety. The Empress reached out and gave Euphy an affectionate pat on the head, to the daughter that I never had. The princess regarded the woman for several long seconds. She then abruptly threw her arms around Marianne, clutching onto her tightly. Surprise suffused Marianne's face for a brief moment before she smiled and returned the embrace. Take care of my fool of a son, Euphy, Marianne said. I will, Auntie Marie, Euphemia whispered softly. Colin allowed herself a smile. While she had realized this long ago, it was nice to see further proof that the members of the Brightonian imperial family could be as capable of love as everyone else. Sometimes it felt like they loved too strongly, and when they found someone they felt they absolutely must protect, nothing could stop them, not even the very person they so cherished. Colin glanced over at Lelich. The young man was regarding his mother intently, but the hand he was clasping belonged to the French girl holding him in her arms. Colin frowned. Lelich might have lost nearly everything from his previous life, but he had managed to build a new one for himself in Europe. A new family. And yet he risked it all to wage what seemed to be a vindictive, ultimately self-destructive war against Britannia and his old family. Lelich. Heads turned to regard Colin as she spoke, including that of the young man in question. She leaned over and brought her face right before his. You're not telling us something here. There's something you are afraid of, something beyond just the code and the Geass. Something that you're risking her for in order to stop. Charlotte's eyes hardened noticeably. She was obviously not a fan of the way Colin was addressing her lover. Colin did not care. What are you afraid of? Colin demanded. Lelich's expression flickered and the gaze that met Colin was somehow devoid of any light. He rose ever so slightly and Colin could almost see her own reflection in the dark pupils of Lelich's eyes. What do you see when you go to sleep, Colin Stotfeld? He asked. Is it a blissful serenity that soothes your soul, or do you hear the screams of entire generations as they are consumed in flames? Colin held that gaze unflinchingly and silently. What will you do, when you hear pleas for help from those you will never be able to save? Those whose minds have been consumed, whose souls have been extinguished to feed a great hunger. Metaphor, Colin said sharply. You keep speaking of souls and pain and yet you seem deaf to all the pain and suffering you have inflicted. What makes you think those screams aren't because of you? Charlotte hissed and seemed ready to snap back at Colin, but the tightening of Lelich's hand caused her to close her mouth wordlessly. Colin, however, was not done. What gives you the right to be so selfish, to kill so many people, just to silence your own bloody nightmares? Lelich returned Colin's gaze. His eyes were now as if a void. The faint violet shade that Colin thought she had sensed before was now gone, replaced by pitch black. Shall I show you my nightmares, Colin? Lelich asked, his voice utterly hollow. For a moment Colin simply stared back at Lelich. Then without warning she reeled back as if struck, rolling into Cece, whom caught hold of her. Colin! Euphemia said in alarm. The girl clutched the side of her head, her back arching back unnaturally before her form went limp. Heavy breaths lifted Colin's chest as she tried to calm her thundering heart. That did not prove easy. Colin, are you all right? Euphemia asked her knight. The girl started nodding, and then abruptly shook her head. Tremors continued to run through her body and she was certain Cece could feel them as well. The other woman took hold of a hand. For some reason that calmed the jitters and Colin was able to finally calm her breathing. She swallowed, a sudden dryness scratching at her throat. Euphemia turned back to her brother. Lelich. What did you do to my knight? Lelich glanced over at Euphemia as best as he could manage. I showed her a glimpse of those very nightmares she sought to dismiss. The princess frowned. And then drew closer to Lelich. If you can show her, then you can show me. That caused Lelich to flinch. It was a slight motion but Euphemia had no trouble seeing it. Her brother even started looking away, but Euphemia would have none of it. She reached out and took hold of Lelich's face, gently albeit firmly, and forced him to meet her gaze. Show me, she commanded with firm conviction. Lelich's jaws tightened but he did not try to pull away from Euphemia. His eyes darkened again until the princess found herself staring at a pair of pitch-black orbs. And then before she knew it, it was as if she was drowning in them. The world seemed to spin about Euphemia and she grabbed her head trying to get a grip on her senses. Her vision cleared, but she was no longer in the eerily lit but still strangely bright chamber of the thought elevator. Instead all about her were dark clouds and an ashen haze. The uniformity gave the world a monochrome shade, though flickers of light gave glimpses of colors beyond gray and gray. Euphemia spun about, getting her bearings. She was standing in the courtyard of some sort of castle, one that most definitely emphasized the martial aspects of such structures. Dozens of black-clad figures stood at attention, bearing strange-looking weapons that Euphemia barely recognized. They had the style of guns and blades, but not of any model she could recognize. All however had sinister implements of some sort or another mounted on them, from barbed hooks to serrated edges. These weapons were meant to maim and mutilate, not to kill quickly and cleanly. The shuffling of footsteps alerted Euphemia to the approaching figures. She turned about, and gasped instinctively as she recognized them. All of them. In the lead was Schneeisel, but this was not the kindly yet determined brother that she knew and lived. There was a chilling light that shined from otherwise deadened eyes. The armor he wore was relatively understated and functional, save for the sharp blades coming off of his wrist. And what Euphemia fervently hoped were facsimiles of skulls serving as shoulder pads. But it was not even the visage that Schneeisel presented that frightened her so, it was the figure that swept across the yard behind him. It was Euphemia herself, dressed in a black gown whose surface seemed to shimmer with every step. And upon the ripples of fabric the princess swore she saw faces twisted in anguish and agony fade in and out. Euphemia felt her stomach twist in horror. Had she been capable of it, she almost certainly would have been emptying its contents. For all Euphemia knew her physical body was doing just that as she experienced this vision. But the worst was yet to come. More footsteps sounded and when Euphemia turned about she saw a haggard-looking figure being dragged across the courtyard by Colin and Suzaku. Except that neither youths looked anything like Euphemia could recall. The Colin here held none of the determined poise Euphemia recalled in her own knight. This Colin's eyes were a fiery crimson, with veins bulging along their edges. And Suzaku, there was such a void of emotion on his expression that he seemed more puppet than man. The two and their prisoner stopped before Schneeisel and Euphemia and they promptly shoved the man face first onto the ground. Euphemia did not recognize him at all, and those within the vision seemed equally nonchalant. As far as they seemed to be concerned, their prisoner was no one special. Just another tally to mark off. Master, Colin said with a bow. Euphemia felt a chill run down her spine at the coldness of the tone. A resistance spy that was attempting to scout the palace perimeter. Schneeisel clucked his tongue. The chattels never do seem to learn, do they? A chill quickly became far too inadequate to describe the icy grip that seized her upon hearing Schneeisel's voice. It was as if needles were being jammed into her spine. Lots of needles. Well, I suppose in that case there is no point in trying to make an example of you, Schneeisel continued. Any abject lessons that need to be taught will come with the next harvest anyway. The prisoner actually whimpered at that. Whimpers, not in fear but actually in relief. The man was actually glad that whatever was next to come would apparently be quick. Euphemia doubted it would be painless however. Brother. The princess gasped. That voice. It was her voice. But there was a tinge of something alien, something so utterly devoid of any hint of warmth or humanity, that Euphemia found herself yearning to hear herself speak just to confirm that no, it was not her own voice that sounded so. And yet Euphemia could not muster the will to utter a single sound, for fear that she might draw the attention of these things. Might I have this one? The other Euphemia asked, licking her crimson lips. Schneeisel glanced back at his sister and smirked. If it would so please you, dear sister. Be my guest. The whimpering became something else entirely and the prisoner tried to scurry away. And then a scream sounded as Colin slammed a blade through the man's knee, pinning him in place. Euphemia sauntered up, swaying her hips side to side in an almost seductive gaunt. Under more normal circumstances a man would become speechless at the alluring figure. The sobbing from the prisoner however was growing louder and louder. Euphemia leaned over and looked into the man's eyes. Hush! The single word silenced all sound coming from his mouth but the manner in which he gasped made quite clear it was not because he had been calmed. Far from it. His entire body was starting to shake and the wound where he had been skewered was bleeding more and more as his motion exacerbated it. Euphemia reached out, taking hold of the man's face with both hands. The shaking stopped, but again it was not due to the man being calmed. The sheer desperation the flickering of his eyes conveyed made that very clear. And then blood began to seep out of his face as flecks of skin seemingly flaked off. The Euphemia bearing witness to all this tried to look away. Tried to run away. Yet her feet were as if planted to the ground and her body frozen entirely in place. She was forced to watch as the flesh of the prisoner was stripped away bit by bit, not just the face but the entire body, until all that was left was sickly white bone. The skeleton crumbled into a heap and the dark princess rose, inhaling with an expression of absolute bliss. Her dress shifted, and for the briefest of moments a new face shimmered across the fabric before disappearing in the folds. And then the woman's form straightened. She turned about, and gazed straight at Euphemia. Across her breasts, a bird-like crest glowed. Well, well, the familiar yet bone-chilling voice sounded. What do we have here? A sound finally escaped Euphemia. It was barely a whine, more a whimper. She tried desperately to move yet again she was frozen to her spot. The woman before her turned, her dress swaying from the motion as she took a step closer. Then another. Sheer panic now gripped Euphemia, and something else entirely. She desperately willed herself to move, to do something, anything to break away from the withering gaze now cast upon her. And yet she could not. The other Euphemia came before her, reached out with one hand, and stroked Euphemia's cheek. A single tear was wiped away. Do not fret, brother, the dark visage whispered. We have not forgotten you. We shall never forget you. Euphemia froze, surprise managing to break through her sheer terror if even for a bare moment. And then she was free, free to stumble back and away from her darker self, free of whatever bound her so. In doing so however a new sight came into view, one that saw terror quickly seizing hold of her once more. A head, mounted upon a pedestal. From the rear all she could make out was the messy black hair. Swallowing, Euphemia managed to very slowly crawl about to get a better view. Her heart felt as if it stilled as Lelich's pale complexion was revealed to her sight, a complexion colored only by the faint purple light from his left eye. Euphemia screamed. Euphi! The princess thrashed about, her fists hitting something before hands seized hold of her arms. No! Let me go! Your Highness! Another voice sounded. Please, calm yourself. Euphemia's eyes shot wide open though she continued to struggle even as her vision cleared. Her mind was still overcome with horror, with terror, and even the sight of familiar faces was not enough to placate her. And then she felt a warmth envelop her, soothing the edges of her fear. The tears in her eyes did not abate but Euphemia embraced that warmth wholeheartedly. Rai grimaced as the princess latched onto him, squeezing so tightly that he could even feel it somewhat under his armor. He cradled her as gently as he could, stroking her head as she buried herself in his arms. Rai had caught a very brief glimpse of what Lelich had showed Euphemia and Colin. It might have been entirely necessary for them to finally be able to overcome the distrust that yet lingered, but he was still highly tempted to beat Lelich into the ground for this. Euphemia had done nothing to deserve such cruelty. And now you know, Lelich's voice sounded. Rai glared at the other man, and blinked as Lelich actually managed to rise. Charlotte however kept a hold of him in the case he stumbled, which seemed all too likely considering how shaky his posture was. It is within the realm of possibility for my family to destroy the world to slake their thirst for power, Lelich continued. Better to remove that possibility entirely, than to risk misjudgment because of sentimentality. A sharp slap sounded, causing all those gathered about to freeze, including the one whose hand was so extended. Lelich blinked in surprise as Charlotte was suddenly in front of him while still retaining her grip. Her head had jerked aside from the impact and she was half glancing at him. And then she turned her head back to regard Marianne. Your Majesty, Charlotte said coolly. You do not know the depths that your son has endured. You do not know the lengths that he has gone through for us. If you find his actions to require punishment, then so be it. But you will have to mete out that punishment to us first. It was not just Charlotte whose gaze was so implacable. Annie, Bertolt, and Phi all rose despite their restraints and kept their gazes locked on Marianne. The woman raised an eyebrow as she regarded her son. I have many reasons to be proud of you, Lelich, Marianne said firmly. But you have also given me many reasons to be disappointed in you. Considering the unyielding loyalty and dedication that your love for them has inspired in your compatriots, I am most disappointed that you as yet still do not understand something about your family. We love, with the wholeness of our being. That love can bring great sorrow, and great tragedy. But we will never stop loving just because there is a risk of pain and suffering. Marianne gently but firmly maneuvered Charlotte aside so that she would stand before her son. She then reached out and embraced him. And I will never stop loving you, regardless of what pain you might bring to me. Lelich's composure wavered. And then began to crumble outright. Tentatively, his arms rose until they closed around his mother. It had been so long since she held him in her arms, yet the sensation triggered memories long thought lost. He tried to hold them at bay, but just as his body instinctively sought to accept his mother's embrace, his mind unconsciously reformed them and played them back. A time when he was happy. A time when he knew nothing but unconditional love for his family. His brothers, his sisters, his mother, even his father. Lelich closed his eyes, the tears he could no longer hold back spilling through nonetheless. He wanted to go back to that time so desperately, to never have been faced with that loss of innocence. That was however impossible, and so he clung onto the fragment of that love that was now returned to him, his mother. Colin splashed her face with another dose from her canteen. She shook her head, letting the water roll off. The young woman still felt far from refreshed. In fact, her stomach was still more than a bit queasy from the fragments of Lelich's vision that she could still remember. Thank the gods most of it was already fading, but she could still feel a pervasive sense of horror filling her just trying to recall the sights. Little wonder Lelich had gone insane. Colin grimaced. She was far from forgiving the prince for everything he had done, all the people he had gotten killed, but she was starting to consider that maybe, just maybe, Lelich was not completely beyond redemption either. The grimace deepened. Things had been so much simpler when she was just an insurgent. Back then knowing who to shoot was relatively straightforward. Now she needed to deal with politics, espionage, time travel, extra-dimensional demons, give her a simple target to put a bullet in any day. Then again there was still one last thing they needed to do, Vivi and Suzaku were still waiting for them inside the core. Putting her helmet back on, Colin walked over to Valletta. The general nodded to her. Lieutenant. You all right? Probably. Maybe. Colin shrugged. I'll keep for now, ma'am. Another nod, though one that was genuinely concerned. Valletta then regarded Euphemia as she approached. The princess' face was still a bit pale but her poise was steady and eyes clear. General. Are we ready to move out? Yes, your highness, Valletta said. Captain Kohler will be taking point to neutralize Kurugi. Once he is engaged, I will lead our forces to storm the core and temporarily neutralize VV. Only after then will Lieutenant Stottfeld escort you and the others in so that Ms. Clermont can deliver the killing blow. The princess nodded. The plan was sensible and straightforward, which argued well for its chances of success. Of course she did not succumb to the temptation to actually say so out loud. Euphemia Lee Britannia had a healthy respect for Murphy. In fact, due to her powers she could actually calculate the exact probability of something going wrong with the plan. That was high enough already without her tempting fate. Wait. Heads turned as Lelich was helped over to them by Charlotte. The rest of their companions had also had their restraints removed, a tentative show of goodwill. They were of course not given any weapons. You can't wait for the captain to engage Suzaku before trying to neutralize V.V, the prince said. If he has access to the thought elevator's controls, then he's in a position to do a lot of damage. In this regard Lelich be correct, CC agreed. Vivian's code art all the key he requireth. Lelich gave CC a strange look. Why are you talking like that? Colin gave a snort while CC shot Lelich a very annoyed look. Hast thou the mind of a clad? Thou art the source of many years of mine contrived tongue. Lelich looked over at Colin and Euphemia. What? What we've been able to determine you, or a Lelich at least, is responsible for CC being forced to talk like that, Colin answered with a slight smirk. She's been holding that against you for a while now. The prince blinked and looked back at CC. Wait, is that what happened at the London Thought Elevator? Verily, CC said dryly. Hey. CC looked like she was severely tempted to strangle Lelich for his nonchalance over her inconvenience over the past decade or so. Two things stopped her. The rather pointed look Charlotte was giving the green-haired girl and the clearing of her throat by Valletta. Perhaps we should return to the matter at hand. Agreed, Euphemia said. Though what means do we have to neutralize VV quickly? She looked over at Colin. Do you think you could snipe him from range? Colin licked her lips. Maybe, if I could actually see that far. The problem is the way this place is laid out. Every time I try to look further than a room or two I get completely thrown off by the weird geometry. It's like, the rooms are overlapping with each other. Euphemia nodded. Yes, each room is in effect a permutation of 3 of the 10 dimensions that the space occupies. That elicited blank stares from everyone except Rai and Lelich. Euphemia sighed. It is unfortunate that I cannot just project my computations of the thought elevator's layout to you, the princess said. That would likely permit you to navigate between the different layers and substantially increase the range of your Geass. Rai cocked his head aside. You should be able to do so, your highness. This time the blank stares were directed at the silver-haired youth. And how am I to do this, Captain? Euphemia asked after a beat. Rai cocked his head aside and after a brief moment both Colin and Euphemia felt their left eyes tingle. What are you doing? Colin asked, more curious than worried. The Geass serves as a link to C's world, Rai answered. And via C's world that link can touch other minds. With the right mediation, it can do things like this. Colin blinked as suddenly her view of the thought elevator expanded. In fact she could see literally everything in it. Oh, wow. This is how you can perceive the world. Euphemia said with equal wonderment. Colin blinked again and looked at the princess. You can see what I see. I think so, the princess said tentatively. Hey. Well that's quite the trick there, Captain, Monica remarked. I suppose this is another one of those classified secrets I'll be told about later. If Her Highness so deigns it, Rai said blandly. The Knight of 12 snorted. All right, Colin said. I can definitely snipe that little prick. Where's Riza? She's the only one that was packing a sniper rifle. If VV is neutralized then Sozako should also go inert, Monica said. Right now he's nothing more than a puppet that VV pulls the strings of and a bullet to the head should be distracting enough that he won't be able to muster the concentration to do so. Even better, Rai said. Still, I'll be much happier once he's in pieces. Quite a few others nodded in agreement. With their plan ironed out the party made final preparations. Just one more battle and they could return home triumphant, or so they hoped. The interior of the thought elevator core was fairly nondescript. There were several projections of light floating in midair, their sources not readily obvious, but otherwise this room looked no different than the countless other chambers scattered throughout the thought elevator. Save perhaps for the slightly elevated platform in the center. And as befit his opinion of himself VV stood upon that platform, waiting with nervous energy for his enemies to make their appearance. Since reaching the core he had observed the progress of both Lelich's party and the Princess Euphemia's as they closed in on his position. His original stratagem of dispatching his enforcers to individually hunt them down had proven to be a mistake, separated they had been overcome one by one. True, if it had only been Lelich and his compatriots like it should have been he would have emerged victorious. Or perhaps not, seeing as Lelich had somehow managed to defeat McBurn all by himself. VV grimaced. And then there was the sudden and completely unexpected appearance of Marianne. That woman should have been dead, how could she? VV never completed the thought as a bullet ripped right through his head. The impact from the round sent blood and gore splattering all over the platform as a large chunk of V.V's skull was pulverized. At that same moment a silver blur charged into the room and landed a solid kick against Sozaku's head. The head snapped at an unnatural angle as the entire body was sent flying back. Rai was right with him and spun around to deliver another kick to the stomach. An audible thud sounded as his foot impacted the armor that sheathed Sozaku's body. Rai was already winding up for a third blow, his fist flying to meet Sozaku's face. This really was too easy. Without VV controlling him Sozaku was basically a brain-dead dummy. If he could inflict enough trauma on Sozaku, do enough damage to the other youth's cybernetics, then if VV had the chance to recover he would not be able to assert control again. Another thud sounded, but it was not from Rai's fist making contact with Sozaku's face. Hey! Rai's arm was suddenly twisted about and a knee slammed into his chest. His own armor shattered from the blow but Rai felt only a tap, certainly not enough to stun him. The surprise was also wearing off almost immediately as he spun about, blocking the punch that Sozaku threw next. Rai seized hold of the hand and wrenched the arm back, replaying Sozaku back for his earlier maneuver. Instead of kneeing the youth, however, Rai slammed his elbow down on Suzaku's back. On any ordinary person, the force of the blow should have been enough to snap their spine. For an enhanced super soldier like Suzaku, it was merely an inconvenience, as he quickly recovered to launch another counterattack. Soldiers poured into the chamber, weapons leveled. Most were trained on the platform where Vivi lay, but others quickly pointed their weapons at the two youths tangled in melee. No one opened fire, however. One simply did not risk friendly fire like that. As she strode in, Monica snorted at the sight. Yeah, sure, you'll take care of him, no problem. The knight tossed aside her cape and drew her sword. Kids these days, too cocky for their own good. Keep an eye on Vivi. If his body so much as twitches, pump a mag into him. Before the knight could join in, however, an intense pressure suddenly settled into the chamber. What? Her gaze, and that of everyone else save for Rai, whom was presently engaged, shifted over to the platform once more. V's body was still lying there in a bloody pool, but the air above him began to shimmer. With every passing moment the form seemed to solidify, seemed to take on an actual shape. A bulbous, egg-like shape with a horrific sack of flesh hanging from its bottom. Tendrils flickered about and a pair of mandible-like appendages clicked. The translucent skin that sheathed its main body did nothing to hide the pulsing network of synapses that overlapped and folded in on itself underneath. Vampire! Rai suddenly shouted, giving Suzaku a hefty punch to the gut and drawing his pistol to take aim at the hovering creature. Before he could fire, Suzaku was upon him again, delivering a solid uppercut and knocking Rai off his feet. In Rai's place, however, another did open fire, and another sniper round blasted into the chamber. It struck the still semi-permeant creature, causing its form to quiver slightly even as an unearthly screech filled the chamber. All units open fire on my target now. Colin's voice sounded over the radio. The soldiers present regained their wits and rifle fire lit up the chamber. Then more screams sounded as suddenly Monica began slicing her way through the very soldiers that she was supposed to lend aid to. Outside of the chamber, Colin swore, dropping her sniper rifle and grabbing her rifle again. Keep Her Highness out of there! Colin shouted even as she broke into a flat-out sprint. This battle should have been a cakewalk. Vivi should have stood no chance, and sheer numbers should have seen Suzaku overwhelmed what with herself, Monica, and especially Rai present. It was, however, quickly turning into anything but. End of chapter 91. Hey look, yet another cliffhanger. Ain't I a stinker? That little bit about Vivi in the end here should answer a lot of questions. As well as raise some new ones. At least for those of you who recognize just what happened here. The events in the thought elevator are taking way longer to develop than I thought. We're at the point where we might take even longer than the actual Battle of Pendragon, which is kind of impressive. It'll mean that I'll have dedicated something like 7+ chapters to this single sequence of events, which is longer than I've done for literally any other arc. I hope you've all enjoyed it at least. And I am going to be so glad once this arc is over so that I can go back to a sane update schedule instead of feeling like my head is going to explode if I don't get all this stuff out. Of course, the cleanup after all this is going to take something like 2 or 3 chapters in their own right, and the urge to get that out is so strong my break might take a while to arrive. The vision Lelich gave Colin and Euphemia was probably way more macabre than anything I've written thus far. And now all of you know why Lelich nearly went batshit crazy. That is the stuff he's been seeing in his dreams thanks to his Geass. And why he's so unwilling to even talk to his family. From his vantage point, they're the ones that are going to bring about the literal end of human civilization. As to whether Lelich's visions are real or not, well, I've already presented one alternate timeline that was able to send information back, so to speak. I hope that I've presented Marianne well. I wanted to show that she was a strong woman, but she was also someone whom was able to inspire love in Charles and whom planted the seeds for the woman that Euphemia grew up into. I most definitely did not want to reuse the crazy weirdo that was in the anime. The lack of foreshadowing there was as bad if not worse than some of the surprises I've tossed you guys. My surprises, however, I at least build upon and expand. Marianne in the anime was just, no. I keep saying that I'm going to show the actual attack on the Imperial family next chapter. And I keep ending up with way more prose than I expected. You'll all just have to wait one more chapter, I suppose. One consequence of banging these chapters out so quickly, way more errors are creeping in. Then again, way more errors for me still seems to be orders of magnitude more coherent than a significant percentage of stories posted on the site, so I think all of you can live with it in exchange for the faster release schedule. Yuffie's future husband has already shown up in the story. There's one review that's stuck in the queue, and hopefully that's not an indication that more will just end up stuck as well. They do eventually become unstuck, and in the meantime the email notification lets me read all of those that aren't too long, but there are reviews that get cut off because of length, so if there is something you absolutely want to ask, make sure it's at the start of the review, not the end of it. Anyway, closing in on 700 reviews. Slowly but steadily they go up. I wonder if I'll hit 1000 before this is over. To those of you curious, I have breached 700k words in my master draft. The remaining 76k that the site is counting are all author notes. Chapter 92. Snippet spoiler, I don't tell you when she died. The French Service de Documentation Extérieure et de Contre-Espionnage and its successor organization the Direction Générale de la Sécurité Extérieure are not known for their transparency or willingness to share information. Despite this, a few facts are known regarding Lieutenant Charlotte Dunois, an operative that worked closely with Lieutenant Lelich Lamperouge. Charlotte was the illegitimate daughter of the industrial magnate Christophe Dunois, a member of one of the founding families of the Dassault Dunois conglomerate. After her mother's death, Charlotte was taken in by her father, but indications are her stepmother remained hostile to the presence of the girl and her childhood became an extremely unhappy one. Shortly after being sent to boarding school, however, Charlotte became acquainted with Lelich and the two developed a rapport. Charlotte would follow Lelich into a military lycée, being one of the first girls to ever win entrance, and then into joining the SDAS as a field operative. Needless to say, a romantic relationship between the two is considered established fact. The two are known to have been in Japan along with a Captain André Divina, helping to arm the Japanese Liberation Front and encouraging it to initiate the Tokyo Uprising. While Captain Divina was ultimately captured and executed by Britannian authorities, the former two were able to escape the area and return to France, where they were promptly dispatched to the Britannian homelands with a larger team to attempt to stage a similar uprising against Pendragon itself. And while the subsequent insurrection by the Swords of God and treasonous provincial forces from Carolina and Virginia ultimately failed, the deaths of nearly the entire Britannian imperial family and a substantial number of its peers might well have proven fatal. Despite her complicity in these acts, Lieutenant Dunois is primarily remembered amongst the Britannian populace for another reason entirely, for she is the first and thus far only foreign intelligence operative to have been buried with full military honors at the Gettysburg Imperial Cemetery amongst other distinguished personages such as the Empress Marianne and all too many of the imperial Britannian family. Exactly what Lieutenant Dunois did to deserve this honor remains a classified secret to this day, but popular rumor has it that after learning of the full extent of her lover's plans for the thought elevator located in the province of New York, she turned against him for the countless deaths it would cause and sought to aid the Princess Euphemia in stopping him. In Blackest Night, The Great War. Chapter 92. Quem dies volt perdir? What just happened? Euphemia demanded. No one was quite able to answer, not least because the cries over the radio were less than coherent. One person, however, did not wait about for clarification. Separating himself from Charlotte, Lelich's black hair was suddenly bleached into an ashen silver and his purple eyes darkened into a crimson red. The next moment his body was wrapped in black armor and he was bounding after Colin. Merde! Charlotte hissed before turning to the princess. We need our weapons back, now. From Roy's expression it was clear that was the last thing he was prepared to let happen with how quickly the situation was descending into a Charlie Foxtrot. We're not going to try to shoot you in the back, Charlotte pressed. Lelich just went in to try to help despite the fact that he should barely be standing. We need to go help him. Euphemia grimaced but after a very brief moment nodded to Roy. Captain! Return their weapons. Roy very much wanted to protest but his instincts were screaming at him that returning their weapons to the operatives would actually not make the situation any worse. That things would be getting worse in general was pretty obvious. Lelich's compatriots were handed back their weapons and they immediately charged off after their leader. That earned them a grudging respect from the armsmen. The prince might not have an actual royal guard, but it was clear that he inspired a degree of loyalty that well matched their own. Euphemia. The princess turned about to regard the woman as she stepped past. Remain here, Marianne said very firmly as she began towards the core. Euphemia's eyes widened. But, the Chancellor will. The Chancellor should only affect me if Anya gets into range of its effects, the Empress said. That is why she will remain here to protect you. That caused the petite girl to come to a stop behind the Empress. Marianne turned about and gave Anya an affection pat on the head. Thank you for having put up with me, Anya. I know it hasn't been easy. And I know that you'll do just fine without me. Anya gave a subdued nod before reaching out and giving Marianne a hug. The Empress returned it but the two parted quickly, time being of essence. Euphemia ground her teeth. Everyone was going to fight, everyone but her, meaning that those others that could fight like the captain and his squad needed to remain behind to babysit her. Her hand settled on the rapier at her side. She knew she should show restraint, to remain here as she was told. Doing nothing was however turning into the hardest thing she was ever asked of. Valletta cursed as she blocked the swing by Monica. Dame Krusweski. What are you doing? Monica's only response was to thrust her spadroon at the guard captain. Valletta deflected, uttering another expletive as she found herself putting everything General Eyre taught her into practice trying to keep pace with the Knight of 12. Monica was a ferociously competent swordsman and with her enhancements was physically stronger and faster than any human should be. The next thrust grazed Valletta's side and the general batted the blade aside before using the bounce to direct her blade into a thrust of her own. Monica's sword flickered, blocking the attack and the two blades ground against each other. Valletta did not even try to overpower the knight, instead stepping aside to disengage without opening herself up to an immediate follow-up attack. That did not stop Monica from trying however, but the slash lacked the angle to seriously threaten Valletta and the guard captain easily parried. Monica circled about, a pair of blank eyes meeting Valletta's gaze. She then lunged again, delivering a diagonal slash aimed right for her opponent's center. Valletta blocked only for Monica to step in, her arm raising and angling her sword downward. The blade slid down and would have skewered Valletta had she not landed a kick on Monica's shin. That caused the knight to grunt and lean forward, sending her sword slamming down into the ground and sinking in next to Valletta's foot. The guard captain then smashed her fist into Monica's face, but the knight was not even phased, using the momentum of the spin she was sent into to pull free her sword and swing it in a horizontal slash as she came about. Valletta just barely blocked the slash, her arm stinging from the effort. Monica however pressed, her wrist twisting about to point her sword straight at Valletta's chest. The attempt at parrying did not quite deflect the thrust, the blade punching through Valletta's armor and wedging itself in the plate. Valletta's other hand swung about, pistol in her grip. She opened fire, the first shot streaking past Monica's cheek while the second went wild as the knight backhanded the gun away. Valletta jerked to the side, trying to either dislodge Monica's sword or snap its blade outright. Unfortunately the sword was very well made and the two women remained interlocked, while Monica's grip remained on her sword. A red and black blur slammed into Monica, knocking her grip on her sword loose and sending the knight tumbling away from Valletta. Colin rolled, hopping back to her feet and brought her katana crashing down on Monica. The knight of 12 was just getting up onto her knees and brought up her wrist to shield herself. The blade bounced, striking something hard enough to deflect its edge. "Oh come on!" Colin exclaimed. Monica pushed herself off the ground, a new sword materializing in her hand. "General, I'll take her, keep the guard focused on the Krell." "Roger." That was the only word Valletta spared as she hurried over to join the rest of her troops. Colin kept her own attention focused on Monica. The knight's eyes were still hazy blanks, confirming Colin's suspicion. The Krell had seized control of her via her artificial code, just as Rai had warned could happen. Of course, considering that there should not be a Krell present at all, that the thing should have been still trapped in the Sword of Akasha, so things were obviously unfolding very differently from how they were supposed to. "All right, Rai said we needed you alive, so I'll try to not kill you," Colin said. Monica's response was to take a step forward and execute a vertical slash. Colin blocked, twisting her katana about to push the other knight's sword aside. Of course, losing just a limb or two still counts as alive, the girl added as an afterthought. The two circled each other, their differing postures reflecting the different types of swords and styles each wielded. Colin gripped her katana with both hands, Monica her spadroon with one. The red-haired knight held her blade up at an angle, her opponent pointing hers downward. Colin lunged forward, the katana rising and snapping down for a quick slash. Monica's blade came up and met it with equal speed. Metal rang out, the katana bouncing back. That was the entirely wrong reaction against someone with a rapier, and Monica thrust laterally straight for Colin's stomach. It was knocked aside however as Colin's katana sliced downward diagonally and the girl immediately reversed the swing to try to pierce Monica's throat. Colin really did intend to try taking the knight of 12 alive, but fighting her with anything less than killing intent was suicide. Monica turned, angling her sword arm towards Colin and giving her enough time to deflect the thrust. The knight of 12 slid forward, letting her sword grind against Colin's blade to lock it in place. Colin tried to backpedal, but she was on the reactive side, not the proactive side, and was just a step too slow as Monica landed a punch against her gut. The armor plating actually cracked under the force of the impact, an indication of the hideous strength the knight was capable of. Colin still felt something from the blow however, and her form faltered ever so slightly. It was just enough for Monica to disengage her sword without risk of Colin slashing at her, and flipping the weapon about slammed it through Colin's armor. As it was shoved through to the other side, a red trickle ran down the blade. Colin's eyes widened as a sharp pain shot through her. She gaped at the knight of 12, the shock locking up her entire body even as her grip on her katana loosened and the sword fell to the floor. Monica yanked her own blade out of Colin and shoved the girl aside. Colin crumbled, her eyes glazing over as she hit the ground. Without a parting glance, the knight of 12 turned about and prepared to rejoin the fray. She took one step, and then felt something pull at her leg. Looking down, Monica saw Colin stubbornly grabbing hold of her ankle. The knight showed no sign of irritation or frustration. She simply raised her sword and prepared to pierce Colin's heart. The sword dropped. Rai ducked, Suzaku overextending his arm and suddenly being tossed through the air when it was seized by the captain. The puppet was seriously starting to piss him off, not least because its performance was way higher than it should have been for this point in time. Of course, that was really the least of his problems, considering that there was a bloody fucking Krell in the Matrium, something that his allies really were not equipped to take on. He was, assuming he could beat Suzaku into the ground before it was too late. Suzaku landed lightly and leapt back towards Rai. He got perhaps a few inches when something tore through his chest, blowing a hole the size of a fist through it. A mixture of blood and synthetic fluids leaked from the wound and Suzaku dropped to his knee. The barely man-portable cannon was already disappearing from Rai's hands, projecting a weapon that complicated took a lot of effort and concentration to actually make sure the damned thing would not explode in his face when he fired it. He could not afford to hold back at this point however, and if Suzaku was actually still able to stand after getting hit by a railgun round, they had way bigger problems. The puppet tried but was still wobbling on his knees when Rai landed a solid kick against its head, causing it to snap unnaturally from the neck. His opponent down, Rai turned about and dashed across the chamber towards the platform. Black angular armor soon covered him and a thick and sturdy claymore formed in his hand. Power swords were slightly less complicated to project than a railgun and surprisingly were actually more effective against transient entities like Krell. At least that was what Nemo's tactical assessment suggested. Since that assessment was paid for in the blood of countless thousands of men and women whom had faced the Krell and its slaves in his own timeline, Rai was prepared to take his support AI's word for it. Leaping through the air, Rai used his momentum to drive the sword as deeply as he could into the creature's translucent flesh. Tendrils immediately lashed out to try to seize hold of him, but as they made contact with his armor a pulse of electricity erupted, fraying the appendages. The creature's screeches grew higher in pitch until they were almost inaudible to the human ear. Inaudible, but not ineffectual, as a sharp pain started running through the heads of the soldiers. Rai's helmet dampened the worst of it, but he could still feel a slight hum in the back of his head. He twisted his sword, wrenching it free and spilling loads of the Krell's ichor, before promptly slamming it back in to continue carving up the creature's body. Bullets suddenly peppered Rai's body, and not because the soldier's aim was off. Several of the armsmen were actively targeting Rai, their eyes now also a blank haze like that of Monika's. Despite the wounds inflicted upon it, the Krell was somehow still able to make use of BY Geass to start exerting control over the others nearby. Fortunately, the armor he was projecting was more than up to handling the small arms fire of this era. It also had a few other features he could take advantage of. Rai's hand cackled with electricity as a charge built up on the exterior of his armor. He slammed a fist into the Krell and the creature shuddered, smoke coming off its body as its flesh charred from the sudden infusion of electrical energy. Still the creature clung tenaciously to BY's broken body, a body that was already starting to reform itself. Rai grimaced. There were simply too many targets, he was simply not doing enough damage as he was. A black-clad figure stepped into the chamber and suddenly the soldiers trying to shoot Rai shuddered and began clutching their heads. Even from where he stood, Rai could feel the pressure Lelich's Geass emanated as he warred with the Krell to wrest away its control of its puppets. Off to the side, Monika's knees buckled, the sword she was about to slam into Colin's head clattering onto the ground beside the girl. The Krell roared in fury as its control was usurped, and then in pain as Rai delivered another blast of electricity into its badly mauled form. It suddenly tore away from VV, leaving the boyish body and ripping free from Rai's grip. And charged straight for Lelich. Oh shit! Rai exclaimed. A normal human mind was shielded from the influence of a normal Krell. They could eat away at the mind, eventually destroying it, but they could not take possession of it. A code bearer was however vulnerable to possession because of their connection to C's world, a reflection of the immaterium formed by an ancient civilization to harness the combined will of mankind. Geass holders technically were not vulnerable since their connections were indirect. Those whom had established a direct connection, however, those whose Geass was in the process of transforming into a code, were. And when said Geass holder already possessed the power of compulsion, the potential for it to be complemented by that of the Krells was in a word utterly horrifying to contemplate. Lexington! Rai shouted. He charged after the Krell, trying to close in and slow it down long enough for Colin to perhaps take a shot at Lelich and put him down before the creature could seize control of him. Out of the corner of his eye, however, Rai caught sight of Colin's still form on the floor. He did not have time to utter another curse. Instead, Rai tried to form the railgun once more, to create some weapon that would be powerful enough to shatter the armor Lelich himself was projecting and kill the former prince. The outline of its form solidified in his hands, but even as he brought it to bear he knew it was too late. The barrel was still forming when he tried to fire, the weapon exploding and tossing him clear across the room. The projectile sliced through the Krell and shattered on Lelich's armor, cracking the plate but failing to actually penetrate. Lelich himself stumbled back, but the creature's momentum carried it the rest of the way and it seized hold of him. The cry that sounded this time was of triumph. A spasm ran through Colin's form as she woke. She gasped, pain running through every part of her cold body. With great effort she raised her head, and bore witness to the armsmen about her all falling to their knees clutching their heads. Screams filled the air and a sudden flare of pressure ground upon Colin's mind. She too would have cried out save for the dryness of her throat and the numb pain that rendered her mute. Instead all she managed were more gasps as she tried futilely to stand, to do something. Anything. To stop the black-clad figure that now stepped across the chamber past all of the writhing soldiers. Lelich stepped atop the platform as a bloodied VV slowly rose. The figure looked about in a daze, as if unsure of what was going on. Who are you? The helmeted figure looked down at VV for a brief moment, and then seized hold of the smaller figure by the neck and lifted him off the guard, the massive overcoats flapping about. Gah! What are you? That was as far as VV got before a crack sounded as his neck snapped. The crest on the back of his neck glowed for a brief moment before disappearing. And then one started glowing across Lelich's back. With casual disregard the young man tossed aside the still form, and turned about to face the oncoming sound of footsteps. Charlotte and the others came to a stop at the threshold of the core and Marianne was soon beside them. All of them immediately sensed that something was very, very wrong. That's not Lelich, Phi said, raising her weapons. No, Charlotte agreed, leveling her own rifle at her lover's form. That is not. The crowned helm tilted aside as the figure regarded them. It then raised a hand. Colin felt another wave of pressure batter at her and wheezed as the air was seemingly squeezed out of her lungs. And while the operatives and Marianne shuddered, they somehow remained on their feet. Lelich's arm remained raised, but there was a noticeable confusion in his poise. It seemed he had not been expecting that. Charlotte's expression was grim. It was also of steely determination. Case Finn, she said. Without warning all of them opened up on Lelich, the four maneuvering about the chamber. To her credit Marianne did not attempt to stop them, a sword instead appearing in her hand as the Empress took up a defensive posture in case Lelich tried to close on them. Pathetic. The voice that sounded was Lelich's. It was also that of an entirely different monster. Such small insects, whom scurry about as if doing so will save you when your master's boot falls. Charlotte ejected her empty magazine and slapped in a new one. Annie simply discarded her rifle, grabbing one from one of the downed armsmen and resumed firing. You think you know power. You think you possess knowledge. You are nothing but animals, wallowing in filth of your own making. Phi grabbed a grenade, popped it, and tossed it at Lelich. The explosion washed off the figure without any effect. You are fit to be nothing but chattel. To be bred and slaughtered at the whim of your betters. Colin wheezed, her latest effort to rise causing her to instead curl up into a fetal position as her body cramped up. Allow me to show you power. Blood suddenly erupted from Annie's shoulder as a sword materialized and slammed right into her. She tumbled, crashing into the ground even as she struggled to wrench free the blade. Allow me to show you despair. Bertold leapt back but cried out as his leg was caught in the torrent of metal shards and mangled beyond recognition. Allow me to show you, the truth. Electricity crackled in Lelich's hand and the air shimmered as a sphere of plasma coalesced. A bright, searing light shone from the open palm and the others were forced to avert their gaze or be blinded outright. Colin grimaced, her fist tightening even as she felt strength wither away from the rest of her body. It could not end like this. She had come so far, lost so many people. Naoto. Inu. Her mother. And she had gained so many others. Millie. Euphemia. Cole. No, it would not end like this. She refused to let it. The girl's eyes began shining, her mind demanding the impossible from her broken body, that it become whole once more to carry forth her will. And then Colin felt herself rise. Her back straightened, her legs pushed upward, and her feet steadied themselves. No more blood spilled to further stain her ragged gear, instead it flowed through her body as it grew in strength with every passing moment. Colin tore off the shattered armor. A red greave enveloped her foot as it took a step forth. Crimson gauntlets covered her hands and wrists. Clad in scarlet armor, Colin's grip closed around her unbroken katana as she stepped before Lelich. Raising her sword, a ferocious glare was cast upon the man. I'll show you the bloody truth. Euphemia gasped as her connection to Colin was restored and she was given a first-row seat to the devastation in the core. And the person responsible for it. Your Highness. Roy said worriedly. The princess did not immediately respond as she worked out what had happened for such destruction to be wrought. As she focused on specific details, a flow of memories from Colin provided her all the context she needed to see how it occurred. Her sight fell upon Lelich, and she watched as Lelich seized hold of Vivi. She watched him snap his neck and rip out the boyish figure's code, claiming it as his own. And she saw the ominous aura that surrounded Lelich, the telltale that something was very, very wrong with her brother. Euphemia spun about to face Roy. We need to move in, now. Your Highness. Captain, that is an order, Euphemia cut him off. If we do not act now none of us are leaving this thought elevator alive. We move, now. Without waiting for a response Euphemia began heading for the core. She nodded to CC. It is your turn. All rests with you. C.C's eyes darkened but she nodded in turn. Then let us avant. And may the Almighty grace us with his favor. The princess then regarded Anya. Monica is down, as is Suzaku. The Geass Chancellor is no longer in play. The girl's expression hardened and her wrists flickered, revealing a pair of very long knives. Euphemia smiled approving and turned towards the core. Let us be off. Valletta hissed as she regained consciousness, her body feeling like it had been fed through a meat grinder. It probably did not help that she was being dragged across the ground. The moving stopped and she was rested against a wall. You all right? The knight looked up and was surprised to see that the one pulling her along was actually the petite German girl. I'm alive, Valletta managed. What's going on? Phi's normally stoic expression winced. We're in a bad spot. Very bad. Valetta looked about and grimaced right with her rescuer. One of the other youths had a hastily applied tourniquet wrapped about the stump of one of his legs. The taller, blonde-haired German girl was dragging two other soldiers out of the core chamber, one Valetta recognized as the unconscious knight of 12. The French girl that was Lelich's lover was pulling with her one more. That's everyone, Annie said. None of the others made it. Valetta's eyes widened and she looked about despite the pain that the movement elicited. Only two others of her guard were present. She had entered the thought elevator with almost 40 soldiers. Now, counting those that were detached to protect the princess, she was down to less than a quarter. Gods above and below, what had happened? The hall shuddered slightly as if to hint at the answer. Wah! General! Valetta looked back and grimaced as the princess and the rest of their force approached at a quick jaunt. Euphemia knelt at the older woman's side. General, are you all right? Yes, your highness, Valetta tried to claim, though the stiffness of her words betrayed the lie. Euphemia however smiled kindly and nodded. Good. She stood. I have made great demands upon you, General. I thank you. The princess drew her rapier, causing Valetta to gap at her. Your highness. Euphemia regarded Valetta. The general's mouth closed without further word. Her highness would not be deterred. Either she would emerge victorious this day or not at all. And something told Valetta she would share her liege's fate one way or another. The princess graced Valetta with one last smile at the general's silence before turning to Charlotte. We need to get CC to Lelich, to destroy the code he took from VV. Doable, Charlotte said, wiping some of the dried blood off her forehead, but we're going to need to stop Lelich from throwing around small suns in there. Small what? At a guess he's turning the air into a plasma and then fusing it together, Charlotte said nonchalantly. Probably don't want to get hit by one of those, a code bearer might survive getting vaporized, but I really wouldn't hold my breath. Euphemia tapped into Colin's side again and watched as Lelich did indeed throw another searing ball of fire. The inside of the core was covered with scorch marks and the walls were visibly buckling. Rye was wearing a sleek black armor that had cracks running down its frame and components peeled off outright. Colin's own red armor was in better shape but even it had signs of significant wear. As for Marianne, there was none of the usual cool composure she was renowned for under circumstances of distress. How are we supposed to get close to him? Euphemia said aloud. It takes time for him to perform the reaction, Charlotte said. About 20 seconds. If we can get to him in that window, we win. 20 seconds, Euphemia said as she watched the air about Lelich shimmer as he seemingly drew it into his hand and start glowing. The princess drew her rapier. He's almost done, after the next blast we move in. Charlotte nodded, grabbing hold of Valetta's spadroon. Right behind you. The corridor shuddered again as another sphere of plasma erupted. Every man and woman still on their feet charged into the chamber and was immediately assaulted by the sweltering heat and thinned air that was the result of Lelich's constant bombardment. They weathered it as best they could, not letting the hostile environment distract them from their mission. Annie and Phi opened fire immediately, their shots landing with unerring accuracy. An audible growl sounded from Lelich, not from any inconvenience he was suffering but more just from irritation. The momentary distraction however allowed Colin and Rye to close in again, their respective swords aiming to decapitate and disembowel. Lelich caught the two blades with his armored gauntlets, sparks crackling as the edges ground against his armor. With visible effort he twisted about and slammed the two into the ground. Colin simply bounced back up, her katana disappear as she released her grip and reforming in her hand as she launched another attack. Rye was slower to recover, exhaustion and his wounds starting to catch up with him. Lelich sidestepped Colin's swing and blocked the thrust from Euphemia's sword. Charlotte's slash scrapped the back of his armor but left not a scratch. A wave of pressure pushed everyone back. That might have put them out of reach in terms of melee weapons but it also opened him up to all of the rifles and guns pointed his way. And while this range was spitting distance for her, Riza's sniper rifle did pack a lot of power and the impact from her shot actually caused Lelich to pause, if only for a second. Pitiful insects, Lelich sneered. The scions of Britannia think themselves so mighty? You flatter yourselves as masters of your own fates? Those whom share this tainted blood, your only fate is to die. The last word echoed in the chamber and a pulsation glowed for a singular moment, nearly blinding the combatants. Euphemia fell to her knee as a sudden pressure seized hold of her, trying to squeeze out all the air from her. She wheezed and gasped, managing to draw some air with great effort. What have you done? She uttered. And then voices echoed all about them. What? What is happening? The princess tried to look about. Bother. Can't breathe. Cantina what? Her eyes widened. Mary Bell. Sleepy. Something, calling. No, Cornelia. I'm sorry. Lelich, I'm sorry. Her blood ran cold. Euphemia rose, her knuckles white as she gripped her rapier. Stop him! She screamed. Stop him now! The princess charged Lelich, delivering a powerful thrust with her rapier. The blade shattered outright upon impact and Lelich backhanded her across the head. Euphemia tumbled back, collapsing on the ground. Blood began to seep from her forehead. Euphemia! Rai screamed. Marianne and Anya advanced in sync, attacking Lelich from both sides. The Empress dual swords forced Lelich to focus entirely on her, leaving his back completely open for Anya to stab with her own knives. His armor was finally starting to show slight wear, but his defenses still remained formidable enough for him to counterattack and force the two to beat a temporary retreat. Their absence was quickly made up for, however, as Charlotte re-entered the fray. The air started shimmering again and a faint glow formed in Lelich's free hand. That hand rose, the plasma yet to become superheated but well on its way. Charlotte was not deterred, slamming her spadrune through the coalescing light. The blade snapped from the impact as the heat weakened the metal fatally, but the sudden transfer of heat caused the fusion to peter out. Charlotte was now within Lelich's guard, but she no longer possessed a weapon. Lelich on the other hand was never unarmed and a blade materialized pointed straight at Charlotte. The French girl did not attempt to dodge, letting her momentum carry her even as the sword punched through her chest and shot out with a geyser of blood out her back. One hand seized hold of Lelich's sword arm and the other his throat. Charlotte's eyes glowed and suddenly Lelich's form froze. A moment later the crowned helmet shattered, revealing a crazed expression and pitch-black eyes. Now! CC rolled behind Lelich and seized hold of his head. The coil that wound about her throbbed before suddenly seizing hold of Lelich as well. The scream that sounded came from both of them as an indescribable pain tore through both mind and body. The code that both bore was shattered bit by bit, the mind which housed it twisting and burning as the connections were frayed and severed without regard for either end. That was still infinitely better than letting the code remain connected to the mind in question as it was eaten away by the anti-code CC carried. For Lelich the pain was increased by an order of magnitude as the Krell found its own connections ripped out from his mind as his connection to C's world was severed. He did not lose it entirely, but in its arrogance and overconfidence the Krell had attempted to meld via the code just as it had with VV. And then there was the projection of Lelich's own mind that Charlotte was feeding back into the young man. She had not lied when she said she held a piece of Lelich within her. An impression of his existence, of his soul, that was a constant companion as well as a protector against the horrors that was Code and Geass. Now she returned that fragment to him and it fought with vicious ferocity to reclaim its place within Lelich's mind, burning away at the Krell regardless of the collateral damage the process inflicted upon its true self. The Krell's form began coalescing behind Lelich as it was physically ejected from its host. This had never happened before, it should have been impossible for anyone to overcome the mental domination a Krell could assert. It cried out in frustration, in pain, and in absolute astonishment as it began to lose not only its grip on Lelich but its hold on the mate Riem outright. It desperately searched for another host, another form to steal. Monica was too far away, its form would effectively evaporate before it could reach her. Suzaku was not an option, for entirely different reasons. Colin though, in overcoming her wounds Colin had tapped directly into C's world to restore her body. She too no longer needed C.C's code to act as a bridge. She would. Rai's form smashed into the Krell and superheated plasma began to vaporize it outright. Just fucking die already! The man shouted. Rai had never really considered the possibility of turning matter into plasma to fuel a fusion reaction. That was an oversight on the part of his imagination, but once he saw Lelich performing the feat it was no longer an issue of if, but how. The heat continued to intensify as Rai focused his will. The cloud of plasma continued collapsing upon itself until a bright light erupted, throwing Rai across the chamber even as Lelich collapsed upon Charlotte. The sword impaling her faded but the gaping wound it had created remained and her ruptured heart sent blood gushing out. Above the two however was empty air, the Krell's body having been completely vaporized. Lelich forced himself to rise and look down at Charlotte. The woman was still conscious but her complexion grew paler with every passing moment. "Charlotte!" he whispered. A smile appeared on her face and a hand weakly reaching out for him. Lelich took hold of it, pressing it against his face even as he felt all strength leave it. "No, no, no, no," he pleaded. "Please. Charlotte, no." Charlotte coughed, a trickle of blood running down her cheek. "You were my light, Lelich," Charlotte said softly. "My life, and my being. I'm glad I met you. And, thank you." The girl's eyes fluttered before closing one final time. Her expression was one of contentment and peace. Lelich's own face was nowhere as serene, twisted as it was with grief and pain. Tears fell and stained Charlotte's face as Lelich lost any and all composure. "You were supposed to live," he uttered. "You were supposed to be the one good thing I could save." "Why Charlotte?" No answer came from the girl, but her actions had spoken clearly enough. She had wanted Lelich to live, she had wanted Lelich to be the one good thing she saved. And that was exactly what she did, even if she left behind a broken heart. Euphemia rose, her head throbbing and just a bit woozy. She looked about and saw Lelich hunched over his lover, his posture that of a completely broken man. Her eyes suddenly widened as she recalled exactly what happened before her momentary loss of consciousness. She struggled to stand when suddenly an arm reached out and took hold of her. Your Highness, Colin said softly. Colin, did we stop that thing? She asked desperately. I don't know, Colin answered honestly. The princess hissed as she tried to straighten. Even leaning on Colin that took significant effort. The others were also picking themselves up, none of them in much better shape than the princess. There was a visible limp in Rai's gaunt and Cece had visible burns on her face. The rest of Lelich's team were looking more than a bit haggard. Phi and Annie collapsed against each other. And Anya and Euphemia's head jerked back despite the pain the motion caused. Marianne was still there, though her form was visibly fading with every second. She regarded her son with a great deal of worry, and something else entirely. Grief. She had heard those voices as clearly as Euphemia. The empresses met her gaze but Euphemia found herself unable to utter a single word. She just could not. Don't worry. Both women blinked and their eyes shifted to regard Colin. The knight took a deep breath. I'll take care of them. All of them. At that Marianne's lips quirked ever so slightly. It was not quite a smile, but it showed the measure of comfort that she took from Colin's words. And then her face disappeared entirely as the geese she gained from CC completely faded. Colin sighed, still supporting Euphemia. Though it's not going to be easy with all the crazy stuff you lot seem to keep getting involved with. That was enough to get Euphemia to smirk ever so slightly but the princess had more pressing matters in mind. We need to get out of here, she said. We have wounded that need treatment and I need to get in contact with the rest of my family. Colin nodded. Yet. We should. The sound of rubble rolling about interrupted her and drew the others' attention as well, save for Lelich. Out from a pile of whatever strange material the thought elevator was built of rose a figure with a hole in his stomach and his head bent at an unnatural angle. Colin frowned. Sozaku. The Japanese youth grasped his head and with a loud crack reset it into its proper place, causing the others to wince as they watched. Rai suddenly inhaled sharply. Shoot him. A single second passed before the others registered Rai's cry and gunfire erupted in the chamber once more from everyone still possessing ranged weapons. At this point anything the captain identified as a threat they knew better than to hesitate to engage. Sozaku cartwheeled off the pile of rubble and made a dash for the central platform. A few shots clipped him but he was utterly unfazed. He dove and rolled under the barrage before popping back up and landing upon his intended goal. Holographic displays suddenly shimmered in the air and something scrolled across them before blinking out. And then his body was enveloped in a light and disappeared entirely from the chamber. Skies, Annie hissed. He just activated the gateway to the London Thought elevator. How was he even moving? Colin exclaimed. I thought he was supposed to be. The chamber suddenly shuddered, interrupting the girl. They all looked about. The core shook again. Oh crap, Phi said as she bound up to the very same platform Sozaku disappeared from. Another projection appeared and she deftly manipulated it as if possessed of long practice. He did more than just run away, he's initiated a resonance cascade. The entire thought elevator's going to go up in the next 5 minutes if we don't do something. Colin's eyes widened. 5 minutes, there was no way they were going to be able to get out of here in that little time. Can we use that gateway like he did? She asked. Phi shook her head. It's already been severed on the other side. Her expression darkened further. I can't stop the sequence. And spun about. Lelich. The young man rose, his eyes and expression devoid of any expression. Nonetheless he strode up to the platform and took Phi's place and worked the projection. After a moment his hands stopped moving. I can only slow down the cascade, I can't halt it. Colin's mind raced. There had to be something they could still do. Perhaps connect to another thought elevator, evacuate that way? But how was a connection even established in the first place? As she frantically tried to come up with something however Lelich's fingers began dancing once more. But I can get all of you out of here. More lights solidified into visible forms. Colin immediately recognized the projection as the exterior of the thought elevator, and the Avalon hanging in the air waiting for them. A flash lit up and suddenly Phi was gone. Then Annie. Rai was next, with just enough time for his eyes to widen. Lelich, Euphemia said softly, and then more loudly. What are you doing? The prince's back remained turned towards them. He did glance over at his sister however. For a brief moment his eyes were not a cold void. I'm sorry. And then a light enveloped Euphemia and Colin. When it faced the two heard gasps and shouts of surprise as they stood on the bridge of the Avalon. Not just them, but also Valletta, Rai, Cece, Anya, her fellow knight of the Round Monica, the other surviving armsmen and Lelich's compatriots. And the still form of Charlotte Dunois. Your Highness! The captain exclaimed. Colin looked out the window. The thought elevator was now visibly pulsing. Captain, get us out of here! She shouted. Wait! Euphemia cried out, causing the man to hesitate. Lelich is still in there. Colin grimaced. It was pretty obvious that Lelich was not intending to go with them, that he was going to try to buy as much time as he could. "I'm sorry, Your Highness," Colin said, echoing the prince's last words to his sister. She then looked at the captain. "Go, now." "No, you can't," Euphemia pleaded. He might be my only family left. I won't leave him." The captain of the Avalon found himself torn between two contradicting instructions. The princess was demanding he wait, even though it was obvious that something untoward was about to happen with the thought elevator. Her knight was insisting that they flee to escape whatever that untowardness was. It was not an easy decision, but it was ultimately a simple one. He turned to his helmsman. "Take us out." "No." Euphemia cried. "Stop. Give me my brother back." Colin grabbed hold of Euphemia, physically restraining her to keep the princess from literally jumping the captain. Even despite her injuries and pain, the young woman's struggles proved difficult to contain. Then Roy grabbed on as well, and then Riza. Only with the three of them were they able to hold their liege back. "Stop. Let me go." The sobs grew louder. "Lelich. Don't leave me alone." The Avalon turned about, gaining altitude even as the air about it darkened and crackled. Discharges of light splashed across the blaze-luminous shield, which was at least for the moment holding. The two helicopters that lifted off to follow were nowhere as lucky. The thought elevator itself began to unwrap, the chambers and corridors that were previously overlaid with each other now physically jutting out and crashing into each other as they were yanked from the higher dimensions. With all of the structures suddenly reappearing in the physical world, the volume of space they previously occupied was nowhere adequate to accommodate them. Overlapping constructs tore and shattered and a shower of rubble washed down upon the forest below. The destruction this wrought, however, was a pittance to what came next. All of the energy that previously held the thought elevator in the upper dimensions was shunted into the atmosphere, setting the forest alight and creating a wave of fire that rolled outward. It was also pumped deep into the ground, conducted by the trace veins of saccharide that weaved through the earth down to massive molten streams of it running under the crust. The energy found a path in those streams, traveling far and wide, but so much of it was being poured in that not even the saccharide was able to absorb and dissipate it quickly enough. The energy started seeping back into the crust, cracking and contorting the tectonic plates that formed the North American continent. From Nova Scotia down to Louisiana, the earth shook and in many places cracked open outright, causing eruptions of magma to billow to the surface. As a new dawn rose, it was greeted by fire and brimstone burning across the entire eastern coast. The toll would continue to grow well past this day. End of chapter 92. Technically I didn't lie. I don't tell you when Charlotte dies in the opening snippet. The body count is starting to reach endemic proportions. And then there are all of the characters that I actually bothered to develop that I also killed off. Richard, Helena, Ichijo, Inu, Jonathan, McCabe, Joshua, Rollo, I guess, Crow, Reiner, Aurelia, KN, Charlotte. The entire Brightonian imperial family besides Euphemia. Khotone is in a coma and might never wake up. Marianne has already consented to be taken off life support. I'm probably missing at least one or two more. If nothing else, I've demonstrated that I can and will kill off characters to advance the story, and that any happy end that anyone receives is paid for in blood. And yes, I know Lelich isn't included in that list. I have no regrets whatsoever about that absence. Yeah, so the attack that killed the Imperial Brightonian family well, it killed a lot more people than just the immediate Imperial Brightonian family. Fatalities worldwide would number easily in the hundreds of thousands if not millions. And some of you thought that Yuffie becoming Empress because the rest of her family died was too easy. We've been building up to this moment for 90-some chapters. I had the rough outline of this planned out since the early stages of the story. I emphasized multiple times that there would be a body count before all was said and done, and that it would hit both sides very painfully. And now we see the extent of it. Gettysburg is the equivalent of Arlington in my story, primarily due to its proximity to Pendragon. And the province of Virginia has been on the imperial government's shitlist even more often than the state of Virginia has been for the US federal government. Hey? I don't recall ever mentioning Lelich having a kid, so I'm not sure what the reviewer is referring to. Supernatural. I'm actually going to dispute that particular labeling of some of the stuff that's happening. Not all of it, of course, but there are certain things that if they come off as too supernatural by this point, then something is being lost in translation, so to speak. Let's start at the beginning. When the story first began, the Code and Geass were most definitely spooky/unnatural and even potentially supernatural. Colin and Euphemia knew next to nothing about the gift they had received, and CC was constrained from explaining. Assuming she would have been willing to even if she was not restrained. She was not exactly helpful in the anime in that regard. As the story progressed, I showed the characters trying to understand their Geass using the scientific method, going to doctors and taking brain scans and whatnot. They certainly did not go to a priest or something. As they learned more, it should have become more evident that the Code and Geass, despite their very fantastical abilities, were quantifiable. The Directorate had spent years if not decades trying to do so and were making notable progress. The artificial code installed in Monica and Suzaku were after all very real things. Granted it's killed literally everyone else it's been installed in, but still. And then there's Rai, whose artificial code represents literally hundreds of years of progress in bridging the gap between human understanding and the miracles that Geass is capable of. They were still far from unlocking all the secrets of code and Geass, but they had progressed enough that some of the things in Rai's time would have seemed almost magical from our perspective. Hell, the limited application of Geass in Euphemia's time already seems magical. Keeping in mind these seeming miracles, the extent of power code bearers and Geass contractors should possess as a group is immense. If there really was an entire civilization built upon these powers, then their feats should have been equally monumental. They were ultimately wiped out, or nearly wiped out at least, but at their zenith they were capable of stupendous engineering achievements. Achievements that while fantastical, the imagination of present day can actually grasp the technical challenges that must be overcome because we have examples of things like skyscrapers, spaceflight, and so the achievements are not beyond our fundamental knowledge of what is and is not possible. Which should give an indication of just how fantastical or supernatural our capabilities are from the perspective of ancient civilizations like the Romans or the older Chinese dynasties and so forth. Anyway, the point I'm trying to get across is that the abilities granted by code and Geass have very real physical backing, at least in my world. They create effects that can be observed, from which a cause can be hypothesized and tested. Every step of the story, I've basically tried to peel back the mystique of code and Geass, to give it grounding, and the characters themselves have been treating it less and less like magic and more like a piece of science they do not yet understand. In fact, Euphemia is actually a lot closer to understanding the principles that underpin code and Geass than pretty much everyone else. Her ability to basically think in higher order mathematics allows her to glimpse the means by which code bearers, the original ones at least, are able to manipulate the world about them. As for what the means are, well, the closest that modern science has to the field is information physics. We'll touch upon it more in later chapters. As an aside, even with respect to the Krell, it's not regarded as some sort of supernatural entity. Rai, the one person actually familiar with it, regards it as an alien. An insidious and extremely dangerous alien, but still an alien, not a ghost or spirit or whatever. It probably helps that it's not the first alien species that humanity in his timeline encountered that tried to dick over mankind. Oh that's probably a spoiler, isn't it? Anyway, the only thing that could still be termed supernatural is the stuff Lelich showed Colin and Euphemia. That one breaks with enough of the conventions I've established for code and Geass that there are not ready explanations for. At the same time I can't exactly info dump in the middle of what is intended to be a dramatic scene and still retain the tension, so an explanation could be forthcoming if it is necessary in story. Chapter 93. The devastation wrought upon the Holy Britannian Empire in the aftermath of the Battle of Pendragon is hard to understate. The entirety of the Britannian imperial family save for the Princess Euphemia had been struck down by the European bioweapon. As this extended to all whom had some sort of blood relation to the family as well, combined with the attack on Parliament during the battle proper, a full 2/3 of the House of Lords also perished, effectively gutting the upper echelons of Britannian society. Then there was the destruction of the New York Thought Elevator, which previously was thought to be a harmless archaeological relic dangerous only to those who might injure themselves trying to climb the strange structure. Instead, Britannia learned that the elevator sat atop a network of molten saccharide veins that permeated the entire planet just under the crust. Though inaccessible to the technology of that era, the thought elevators apparently were able to draw and release energy from and into the veins. When the one in New York was destroyed, it injected a stupendous amount of energy that resulted in earthquakes and fissures erupting across the entire North American East Coast. The death toll from this event reached over 2 million by the time rescue and recovery operations were in full swing. The reaction of the Britannian populace was first horror and shock. It quickly transformed into rage as more details regarding the attack emerged. Never before had the empire been so wounded, and never before had so many of its peoples been cut down so indiscriminately in a single blow. Cries of anguish soon turned into demands for vengeance. If the European powers had thought that such a disaster might exhort Britannia to the negotiating table and contemplate a peaceful resolution to the war, they gravely miscalculated. It was a mistake that would cost millions more their lives as the war took on a far grimmer turn. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 93. Lecter, non-merger. The shaking was not subsiding. Nor were the fires burning out. And yet there was an eerie silence hanging in the air. A silence that was broken not by the crackle of flames or the rumble of the earth, but by a singular cry that sounded. The little girl stumbled down the uneven road, her legs barely able to take one foot and put it before the other. Her eyes were swollen and red, her cheeks stained with ash and tears just barely visible from the faint glow of flames behind her. Another rumble shook the ground beneath her and she tripped, her knees scraping the asphalt. A slight hint of red marked the road as she tried to push herself up, but her frail body was beyond its limits. She sat up, all that her meager strength could muster, and gazed blankly ahead. Lights flickered before her, not that she was at all cognizant of their increasing brightness until they finally forced her to shield her eyes. The rumbling this time was of engines, and then a screech as the car ground to a halt. Doors opened and footsteps sounded, approaching the girl. She looked up, still not quite understanding what was happening, as a pair of arms wrapped about her and picked her up. "We've got a survivor!" The woman cradling her shouted before smiling gently at the little girl. "It's gonna be all right, sweetie. You're safe now." The girl blinked. Safe? That she could ever be not safe was so foreign before this night that she scarcely recognized its return now. And then her eyes teared up again as all the anxiety and pain overwhelmed her. She reached out, clinging tightly to the woman holding her. "Mommy, Daddy." The woman cooed into the girl's ear, giving her back a comforting caress. "It's all right, everything's all right." She carried the girl back to the waiting Humvee, climbing into the back seat while a medic did his best to examine the girl. She had suffered a few bumps and scrapes, but beyond exhaustion and shock seemed all right. The scrapes were gently washed, the bumps a salve applied and both bandaged even as the Humvees began moving once more. And atop the hoods of the vehicles were the clutched gauntlet of the Brighton Gendarmerie, steadfastly carrying out their duty even now in the wake of this unimaginable disaster. There would be many whom they would reach too late, but every life that they saved this night was a victory unto itself. The blonde-haired woman that stepped off the plane was looking more than a bit haggard and distraught. Colin did not blame her in the least. Millie walked over to Colin and shot the younger girl an irritated, even slightly angry glare. "Colin. A nod. Millie." Millie took a deep breath. What the hell is going on? Colin managed not to wince. When Millie wanted to get a point across, the girl really knew how to use her lungs. "We cornered the thing that tried to murder the Empress Marianne," the knight answered honestly. "It hijacked Lelich's compulsion Geass, and used it to order everyone with imperial blood in them to, well, die." Millie spent a few seconds staring at Colin blankly. Her eyes then narrowed. A solemn nod. It was not just the immediate members of the imperial family that had succumbed to Lelich's hijacked compulsion. When loyalist forces arrived at the KN estate to take the Lady Cecilia into custody, they were informed and shown that she too was now deceased, for reasons the KN family's retainers could not understand. Considering whom her grandmother was, Colin and those whom bore witness to the events in the thought elevator had a pretty good idea what the cause was. Then there were the unexpected fatalities of people whom one would never have suspected of relation to the imperial family, like one Reen Swartzer. While Laura was not exactly undergoing a mental breakdown like Euphemia, the girl was most certainly not unaffected either. "Where's Euphy?" "Back at the palace. She has not been taking this well." The older girl let out a harsh bark. "Oh, I think there's plenty of that going around, Colin." That was true enough. Nunnally 6 Britannia had spent the last 7 years as Abigail Nunnally Ashford after all. At that moment a contingent of soldiers emerged from the plane's cargo hatch, carrying upon their shoulders a pair of caskets. They were bringing home not just Nunnally but also Mary Bell one final time. And in the lead, her arm seemingly lifting nothing but air, was a haunted-looking young woman. Colin grimaced. Mikasa was hardly an expressive person, but her face now looked even more vacant than usually. Colin had come into Euphemia's service as part of a political deal, and as insurance against the princess backpedaling on reforms that would improve the lot of the Japanese people. Mikasa swearing fealty to Nunnally had had none of that baggage. She had done so because she genuinely wished to protect the newly revealed princess. To then have Nunnally perish and been utterly powerless to prevent it. Colin vowed to have a word with her fellow armsmen. She did not know if she could offer any comfort or sympathy that Mikasa would want, but she could at least try. The knight then turned to regard Millie once more. "Look, Millie, I know you're hurting as well," Colin said. "But right now you're literally the only one that can probably get Euphemia out of her funk, and we really need her to get a hold of herself." "Because she's now the only royal alive," Millie stated. Colin simply nodded at that. A sigh sounded. This was not what I agreed to when I got on that plane." "I know," Colin said softly. "Bloody hell," Millie muttered. "All right, take me to the palace. And you can fill me in on the rest of this bloody nightmare on the way. Including what the hell happened with the entire East Coast to cause it to go up in flames." Colin grimaced. In that respect Pendragon was actually extraordinarily lucky. The city had escaped the worst of the earthquakes caused by the destruction of the thought elevator. Compared to the devastation visited upon other regions and cities, in truth it was difficult to distinguish between the damage from the preceding battle or the quakes. Even now the government was trying to figure out just how extensive the damage was as well as determine which places needed help the most. With so much of the military defense net still down, that was proving to be a non-trivial problem, and a lot of planes had helicopters had been zipping up and down the coast. Of course none of this was helped by the fact that the government itself had effectively been gutted. With Schneisel gone, the Duke Vila Ines was serving as the acting head of government, but half the cabinet was dead along with 2/3 of the House of Lords. In one instance they had to go down approximately 3 levels before finding the next senior-most surviving official to take up the ministerial post that had been vacated, at least on a provisional basis. The military was actually in somewhat better shape despite Cornelia's death. The Vander family, despite their long lineage and prominence, had never intermarried with the imperial family, and thus all of its members were still alive, including the head of the imperial general staff. And while Lord Mountbatten's sister had married into the imperial family, he himself was of a line that was completely unrelated. Air Chief Marshal L. E. May and General Harold Keith Johnson were both commoners, and between the four men the upper echelons of the military was effectively intact. That was turning out to be a very good thing for the search and rescue efforts. Another spot of good news was that the gendarmerie had also emerged from the battle and its aftermath relatively intact. Brigadier Ulrich Kessler had not waited for orders to begin organizing the other gendarmerie branches to the extent that he could, and in truth none of those branches had bothered waiting for orders themselves before deploying to try to help people. Once contact was re-established, they were already ready with casualty reports and requests for the most urgently needed supplies. Clean drinking water ended up at the top of a lot of lists. With all the passengers unloaded, the plane was taxied away and a cargo plane rolled out into its place. As Millie and Colin climbed into a waiting helicopter, several pallets of supplies were rolled onto the tarmac and up into the waiting plane. The arrival of Millie and the others had resulted in a momentary pause in the flow of supplies to the devastated regions of the East Coast. That lull was now over and the soldiers on duty wasted no time resuming their tasks. As the helicopter flew over the city, Millie gazed out the window at the scenery below. The destruction the city suffered had been dealt with an uneven hand, with entire districts and neighborhoods completely untouched while others were little more than piles of rubble. As they approached the Palace district, there was actually more extensive damage, seeing as the insurgents had focused much of their efforts on trying to kill as many of the Imperial Scions as possible. Considering the end result, their efforts might seem a tad redundant. To the men and women whom fought so desperately on both sides, it had felt anything but. "How many people died just here?" Millie said softly. Colin regarded the other girl. When Millie actually turned to meet her gaze, Colin grimaced and answered. "Current estimates are approximately 20,000 military casualties, 12,000 of them fatal. A good percentage of those had been suffered by the insurgents and traitorous provincial forces, though Justice Alberia had had the good sense to stand down once he got a good look at what was awaiting him at Bifrost Air Base and spared his troops the slaughter they would have inevitably been subjected to." Just for that alone the young man had earned Colin's grudging respect, and she intended to lend her support to Laura when the older girl attempted to argue for mercy on her former classmate's behalf. The insurgents and the Virginian provincial forces on the other hand suffered comparably higher casualties, the former due to bearing the brunt of the fighting in the initial stages and the latter when reinforcements arrived at Pendragon and launched the counterattacks that broke their back. "Civilian deaths are still being tallied," Colin continued, "but estimates are in the high thousands. The forces fighting didn't exactly target civilians, but with such a densely populated urban environment and with how the battle started with basically no warning, well." Millie simply nodded at that. She had first-hand experience with what those combination of conditions could result in. The Battle of Tokyo had also seen several thousand civilians injured and killed, both Britannians and Japanese. And it had woken up the Britannian half of the populace that they could no longer hide behind the safety of the concession barriers, that they needed to learn how to share their world with the Japanese people. That process of sharing and integration was not without significant friction, but the two peoples were learning to live and work together on more equitable footing. Millie wondered what lessons the people of Pendragon would draw from the events of the past few days. And whether the price was worth it. When their helicopter arrived at the palace, the guards waiting for them were of various colors. Millie again gave her former junior a questioning look. Colin again grimaced slightly. "The remaining royal guards have all been reorganized into a single command under General Arseid," she explained. "They, along with elements of Fenrir Regiment, have taken on responsibility for defense of the palace." Millie's eyes flickered in understanding. As they passed the soldiers on duty, she nodded respectfully to every single one of them. What it must have felt, the sense of shame and failure, to have their lieges die while they were helpless to do anything. Millie would not belittle their dedication, nor their desire to find some meaning in their continued service to the last remaining Imperial Scion. She could taste the sorrow they felt after all, and its bitterness was not something that should be suffered alone. Never alone. The two proceeded down the opulent halls of the palace, and Millie noted the seeming lack of damage to the structure. Exactly details on what happened during the Battle of Pendragon was still sketchy, though it was known that the fighting had reached the palace proper. Obviously the government was not going to ensconce Euphemia in any section that had actually seen fighting. As they approached the chamber set aside for the princess, muffled shouts could be heard. Millie frowned and looked worriedly at Colin, but even though the knight grimaced, she did not pick up her pace. Obviously Colin was hearing loud and clear what all the shouting was about, and even though she was unhappy, there was no danger in them. When they arrived, the door suddenly flung open and a woman in Euphemia's own colors hurriedly backed out. "Get out!" That was the only snippet Millie could make out before the doors closed once more. The look she gave Colin now was something entirely different. Colin sighed. "Her Highness has not been handling her distress well," Colin stated frankly. That was very much an understatement. Millie knew that Euphemia could be stubborn, willful, and capable of a cold fury that would frighten even hardened terrorists based on what Nunnally related about the Lake Kawaguchi incident. She was however not someone whom lost her composure easily, not even when her own life was on the line. And certainly not to such an extent that she would be short with those whose lives were dedicated to her own. You want me to talk to Yuffie when she's in that state? Millie said somewhat incredulously. What she needs isn't one more person trying to talk her out of her depression, she needs time to work it out herself. Millie. The flatness of Colin's tone cut the older girl off. She regarded the night, wary of what Colin would say next. Euphemia tried to kill herself yesterday. All air seemed to escape Millie's lungs as all she managed was a wheezing sound. She nearly managed to jump from the roof. Laura got to her in time, but Euphemia still ended up with a sprained wrist. And the reason she's in this room instead of another one is because there are actually security cameras monitoring it, because, as you can see, Euphemia is refusing to allow literally anyone from remaining at her side, not even someone from her own guard. Colin's expression darkened. Those of us that are left, that is. God's Colin, Millie said with a deep sigh. All right. I'll try. I can't make any promises, but I'll try. That's all we're asking, Colin said. The blonde-haired armswoman that had just been ejected from the bedroom gave Millie a grateful nod as the younger woman stepped before the door. Taking a deep breath, Millie reached out and turned the handle. No screams or shouts sounded when she pushed the door open, much to Millie's relief. And worry. She glanced over at Colin, whom simply nodded. Trusting that the cameras would have alerted her armsman if Euphemia was trying something dangerous, Millie nodded in return and stepped through. The door clicked shut behind her as she walked deeper into the suite. It was a very comfortable set of rooms, a large sitting area and an office and bedroom branching off. Seeing as no one was actually inside the office, Millie proceeded into the bedroom and found a large bump poking out on the bed. It stirred slightly, a clear enough indication that it really was the princess and not just some pillows stuffed together to fool someone. Millie took a seat by the bedside and simply waited. Euphemia needed to decide herself to reach out, no one could force her to accept any sort of intervention. After a few minutes the princess stirred again. Go away. Millie smiled sadly. I'm sorry Yuffie, but I can't do that. The bump under the sheets shifted again and a tuft of pink hair poked out. When Euphemia's head turned about to regard Millie, a pair of vacant, almost hollow eyes met the older girl's own. It was not just the princess gaze that expressed the depths that she had fallen, there was a shallow paleness to her cheeks as well. Her entire face was an ashen mask, devoid of the color and life Millie recalled shining so brightly from the young woman. After a long stretch wherein the two simply stared at each other wordlessly, Euphemia retreated back under the sheets, curling up and turning away from Millie. The older girl frowned slightly. This was in some ways both better and worse than what she had feared. Euphemia was not screaming at her, actively pushing her away. No, the princess was actively running away. Millie could try to make an approach, but if she pressed too hard Euphemia would revert to the pushing. Just as she was trying to decide what to do, a low rumble sounded. Millie allowed herself a slight smile. Glad I'm not the only one that's a bit hungry. Her appetite had been just a bit lacking to actually enjoy the food on board the royal jet that had brought her over. Reaching over to the nightstand, Millie hit the intercom. The response was immediate. Yes, Your Highness. It's me, Millie Ashford, the girl responded. Could I please get 2 dinners up here? Of course, Lady Ashford. That done, Millie settled back to wait. If she could get Euphemia to eat something, that would be progress enough in her book. The others might be in a rush to get the princess back on her feet, and onto the throne, but for Euphemia's own sake the girl needed to be allowed to set her own pace. Augustus rubbed his eyes. He had only gotten about 3 or so hours of sleep but was already up. There was simply too much to be done and not enough people to see to them. He had another meeting in half an hour that he needed to prepare for, and despite the superb breakfast put together by the palace's staff, the Duke barely tasted it as he went over the reports and updates that had built up in those scant 3 hours. Some of it was good, the aftershocks all seemed to have ended. Others not so much, there remained considerable numbers of people being pulled out of rubble needing food and shelter. Winter was still in effect throughout much of North America, and even if the southern provinces faced milder temperatures, that still left a significant number of people exposed to some fairly harsh elements. The military was doing a remarkably bang-up job responding, even with the defense net still fragmented. It would take a while longer to restore the downed microwave repeaters, but in the meantime they were making use of various command and control aircraft as a stopgap. Not even the larger AWACS could provide the sheer bandwidth of the microwave network, but it was enough to get orders and updates through. A knock sounded, causing Augustus to look up. Enter. The man that did so was one of the surviving ministerial staffers, though not one from the Exchequer. Your Grace, apologies for interrupting your breakfast, but a matter has arisen that requires your attention. When doesn't something arise? Augustus said dryly as he set aside his fork. Out with it then. Yes, Your Grace. Approximately 10 minutes ago we received request for landing clearance by a plane claiming to bear Mr. Harold Kacha, the British Foreign Minister. The message claims that Mr. Kocha is here with a diplomatic message for the government. Augustus raised an eyebrow. Has clearance been provided yet? No, Your Grace. Field Marshal Vander thought it best to await your acquiesce before issuing any such permission. Consider it given, Augustus said. Have Mr. Kocha brought to the western waiting room. The man bowed. Yes, Your Grace. Once the doors closed, Augustus glanced back at his half-eaten meal. It would still take some time for the British Foreign Minister to actually land and then be brought to the palace. He probably had time to finish breakfast. Something told him he would need the nourishment for the coming day. 20 minutes later, Augustus was seated in the opulently appointed waiting room. He had timed it well. The door opened to reveal the bald figure. Before his appointment as Foreign Minister, literally on the eve of the outbreak of hostilities, Harold Kocha had been the British ambassador to Britannia. During his tenure, Harold had sought to strengthen Anglo-Britannian relations, emphasizing the two nations' shared cultural heritage and forging closer commercial relations. Many suspected that Great Britain's stance was rooted in the Conservative Party's fondness for the glories of the past United Kingdom, as well as a desire to increase its standing and perhaps finally break out from under the dominance of the mainland European powers. All this of course was for naught when the European Union and Chinese Federation commenced hostilities against Britannia, and Great Britain, as a member of the EU, was obliged to join its nominal allies in declaring war. Considering the extent of British investment in Britannia relative to that of the other European powers, Great Britain's reluctance to declare hostilities on its cultural brethren was well understandable. That reluctance, however, did not spare Great Britain in the reaction by the Britannian public and government, as its assets were seized and expropriated alongside that owned by Chinese and other European interests. No doubt Harold was here to try to arrange for a cessation of hostilities and just possibly the return of those assets to their original, or at least British, owners. Mr. Kocha, Augustus greeted respectfully. Duke Villiers, Harold responded in kind. Thank you for taking the time to see me. I know that there are many demands upon you presently. That was probably as tactful as anyone could ever put the situation, and Augustus nodded in recognition of it. He would extend that much courtesy to the minister, especially considering Harold had deigned to come personally to deliver his message. That took a fair amount of daring, something politicians and civil servants were not usually known for. I have no intention of wasting your time, Your Grace, Harold, so allow me to get to the point. 2 days ago the Holy Britannian Empire suffered from a cataclysm beyond imagination. Our two peoples share a common lineage, and we, your cousins across the pond, grieve with you at the deaths that have been wrought. Amidst this tragedy, however, we feel that there is an opportunity to prevent further suffering, an opportunity to end the war. It was with some effort that Augustus kept his expression neutral and not betray the flicker of anger he felt. While his niece's confidants were keeping the details under wraps until Euphemia could compose herself and decide for herself with whom to share them, they had revealed enough for him to know that the Europeans, or at least the French, were partially responsible for the affairs that had plunged the empire into such upheaval. The Gaul to then arrive with an offer of peace. And the worst part was, Britannia might even have to accept it. The damage done to her industries, never mind her populace, was extensive. True, the Midwest and Western regions remained effectively unscathed, but the East Coast represented some of the most developed regions of the empire. And the terms for the cessation of hostilities? Augustus asked evenly. The minister's expression remained appropriately solemn. I shall be blunt, Your Grace, Britannia will likely find it a bitter pill. If the empire is willing to concede the Middle East and the Indonesian archipelago, and withdraw its support for the insurgency taking place in India, the British government believes that an arrangement could be reached which would see peace restored. That elicited a raised eyebrow from the Duke. The British minister was right, that would be an extremely bitter pill for the empire to swallow. Granted, Britannia had been ejected from the Middle East, but the Indonesian campaign was far from settled, not with the Chinese Federation having such difficulty managing the logistics to keep their troops fighting across the chain of islands. For that matter, the extent of their penetration was the island of Sumatra, the Chinese finding it extremely difficult to attempt landings on any of the other islands with the Britannian navy dominating the high seas. And as for India, it was turning out to be a very handy sideshow for the Britannian military, the insurgents there tying down a massive number of Chinese soldiers with only a token investment of manpower and resources from the empire itself. You are right, Minister, Augustus gave voice to his thoughts. Britannia would find that hard to swallow. We as a people are used to the rigors of conflict, and many would argue strongly for us to continue the war, to wrest back fully what was taken from us. Such parties would be ill-prepared to accept the loss of the Middle East, much less territories which have yet to be wrested from us militarily. I understand, Harold said. And I also understand that pleas to avert future tragedies may well go unheeded by such persons. Which is why I come with other potential inducements. Augustus regarded the other man for a few moments, waiting for him to continue. When the minister did not, the Duke allowed a slight growl to sound. If that is so, then out with it, Augustus said rather curtly. Harold nodded, acknowledging the justified impatience. My government has come into possession of intelligence, intelligence that potentially implicates members of the imperial family with the tragedy that has just struck Britannia. Were such intelligence to be released, we feel that the Empire would face considerably greater turmoil than what it is already suffering. A minute passed in silence as Augustus absorbed his visitor's words. And then he exploded at the man. What the hell are you talking about? Why the hell would my own family contrive to level the entire East Coast? And even setting that aside, why the hell would they allow themselves to be killed in the process? Harold bore the outburst with remarkable stoicism. The intent, Your Grace, was nothing of the sort. The consequences of their actions, however, is just that, a significant portion of the empire in ruins and countless subjects dead. And whom the fuck tried to feed this pack of lies to your government? Augustus shouted. And whom are the idiots within your government that actually bought into it? The source is one that we have every reason to be accurate, Harold insisted. I am of course not able to divulge it. As for whom considers the intelligence credible, I am here because I happen to do so. Augustus glared at the British minister, fighting the urge to wring the man's neck or even snap it outright. It could hardly have made relations worse between their respective nations. But he restrained himself, not least because Britannia could not yet commit to an irrevocable path like that. Not yet. Your message has been delivered, Mr. Kocha, Augustus said firmly. It will be considered. Harold nodded and refrained from trying to get in any last remarks or subtle threats. The man was an experienced diplomat after all and likely knew better than to press the other side too much. As the minister was escorted out, Augustus took several deep breaths to compose himself. It would not have taken much for him to lose all restraint and actually try to murder the British minister. And in retrospect that would have been an extremely foolhardy thing to do. Still, the gall of the man, to suggest that his nieces had some role in the catastrophe that swept across the East Coast. Ludicrous. For one, both loved their family too much to commit that sort of fratricide. For another, the degree of ruthlessness that was implied, Augustus simply could not see it in either of his nieces. Pragmatism, yes, but not ruthlessness. He grimaced. Not then. But now, if Euphemia did recover, she would be a changed woman. And after such a horrific loss, she would have so much less to hold her back from that level of ruthlessness. Augustus took another series of deep breaths. He needed to be there for her, perhaps even more than he needed to see through all of the work that continued to pile up. Euphemia was the future of the empire, she was the only royal left, and her posture would dictate the direction Britannia would follow for an entire generation. The Duke fervently prayed that it would not be a dark path they would tread. CC slowly rose out of the bed, wincing as the bandages rubbed against her raw skin. The failsafe that had destroyed hers and Lelich's code had not done so gently. In fact, her left arm and leg still felt a bit numb. It was better than the immediate aftermath, where she could barely rise and CC expected that she would eventually regain full sensation. Still, it had hurt. A nurse walked over to her bedside. Lady Clermont. Do you need anything? A hearty shot of whiskey art not to be availed. CC said with a slight smirk. If you insist, the nurse said, surprising the girl. Though I would recommend putting some food down first before indulging in drink. Drink be a physic I am granted. Whiskey, no, but a glass of wine would be permissible, the nurse responded. CC chuckled. Then lay on, and with as fine victuals as the palace may serve. I shall see a meal readied, the nurse said before retreating. As she left the ward, Colin entered, the red-haired girl looking as hale as ever. Hey! Feeling better? She asked at C.C's side. The other girl nodded. Aye. The servants abound this palace know it, hearken well mine many wishes. Colin made a slight face. Just don't go crazy with your requests. And shouldn't you be able to talk normally now with the failsafe gone? Oh fie, CC said, sticking out her tongue. Alas, habits once gained take thrice as long to lose. Well, you better not take 30 years to grow out of it, Colin said. But still, with the failsafe gone, you should be able to answer some questions, no? 'Tis so, CC conceded. All right then, can you tell me exactly how you got stuck with the failsafe in the first place? C.C's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, though not at Colin. Hereupon Lelich and mine fleeing to Europe, we dwelled out of sight in France. A year thenceforth, I plighted a troth with him, and set to discover to him the matter of code and Geass, wherefore we set out for London, and the thought elevator therein. Lelich revealed promise and wisdom in his Geass, its sum and limits. I thought him to be the one, whom would life mine malison of the code. Alas, upon setting a foot within the thought elevator I was met by a rapscallion. Colin tilted her head. You mean a Lelich from the future? Aye, so 'tis seemed. CC shrugged. This ride does collogue, but sooth and confidence art not the same. Fair enough. But this Lelich was the one that put the binding on you. A nod. Indeed. Did he say anything? Colin asked. Provide any sort of explanation for what he was doing. CC adopted a thoughtful expression. In a manner. An apology, and a warning. That the code would set alight this world if mixed with his blood. Well, that nearly did happen, Colin said darkly. And then frowned. When we were fighting Lelich, his hair was somehow bleached, and his eyes. They turned red. What was that about? The line of Britannia and Lamperouge are of times long agone, CC said. There was power in their blood. Mayhaps from those whom wrought the code. The Geass civilization that built the thought elevators. Colin said. They were supposedly wiped out, no. Their numbers decimated, that is ascertain, CC agreed. Yet those whom bear Geass and code and retain thyself art surely of some common lineage. Hey! Wait, are you suggesting that both of us might also be descended from these precursors? Time has thinned their blood, yet happenstance has seen more of their kin regain their legacy. Colin considered those words. If the descendants of the Geass civilization really were becoming more numerous, that portended less than pleasant possibilities. CC. Your code. Where did it originate from? Was it passed down from bearer to bearer? Or did it emerge on its own? The girl cocked her head aside. Mine was an heirloom, from a long line of bearers. Most whom were so cursed were consumed in the end. A fate I vowed not to share. Colin's eyes narrowed. And how exactly were you going to avoid that fate? CC regarded Colin. Why, by finding one whose lambent could pierce the veil of the code's shade. I know you can explain that more clearly, Colin persisted. CC chuckled. If thou so desireth, then verily well. And her eyes hardened. I sought one whom could shoulder the weight of the code, to bear it without the loss of their soul. Colin grimaced as her suspicions were confirmed. You were looking for someone to pass the code on to. 'Tis not what I hast just declared. Just making sure. Colin plopped down on the chair. And you seriously thought Lelich or I would have been up to it? CC reached out and gave Colin a poke on the cheek. The red-haired girl regarded her companion quizzically. What? Thou art hale in both spirit and flesh. What means dost thee think thy fortune was blessed? I don't know. Colin said frankly. I just, kind of forced himself to stand in the thought elevator, and before I knew it all of my wounds were gone. Thou hast mastered thyself, CC stated. The first step to mastering the world. Colin looked at her own hand. She could not see or feel any difference, but CC seemed convinced that something had changed. And maybe it had. Considering what Rai said about code bearers being able to reshape the world, her being able to restore her body did seem in that vein. She looked back over at CC. So there is no other way to ditch a code besides handing it off to someone else. Not that I was learned, CC said. Albeit. There was that failsafe that was attached to you, Colin said with a nod. Yet. Well, I suppose if I'm desperate that's one way to go. But personally I'm going to do my best to make sure I don't end up with a fully developed code. Immortality is overrated. Quite, CC agreed with feeling. The two exchanged sympathetic smiles at that bit. Anyway, you just focus on getting better, Colin said. And working on relearning proper English. CC let out a bark of laughter at that. There be not wrong with mine speech, Colin. I think majority rules apply here, was Colin's parting response. Monica hissed slightly as she was helped into the wheelchair. She had just gotten out of the damned thing for the thought elevator OP and now she was going to be in it for another month at least. That inconvenience was however a mere afterthought compared to the raw lingering impression in her mind of being so thoroughly violated that she would never be clean. The Princess Knight, Colin, had explained to Monica just what the thing was that was playing her like a puppet. And about the possibility that there was still another one of those things running around in Suzaku's body. A chill ran down Monica's spine at the mere thought, one rooted in genuine fear. She never wanted to experience such helplessness again. Death would be preferable. Your Grace. Monica looked up to see a lanky silver-haired youth standing in the doorway of her ward. Captain Kohler, was it? Monica said. She waved away her assistants. What do I owe the pleasure of your visit to? Rai flashed a wry smirk. Just making sure you are on the road to recovery. He stood aside to let the others out. Believe it or not, Your Grace, you will have a very important role to play in the coming days. Because I command Loki Regiment, which is currently sitting on the Directorate to make sure they don't do anything stupid, I presume. Monica said dryly. Rai walked over and knelt down so he was level with Monica's eyes. Your Grace, it should be quite obvious now that I too possess an artificial code. Unlike yours, however, it is hardened to prevent a Krell from using it as a means to hijack my mind. This feat was achieved using research that was salvaged from the Directorate and then continued under the auspices of the Night of 12 in my own timeline. Monica blinked. She had followed most of what Rai had said, including the bit about the alien thing. That last bit though. Wait, back up. Timeline. Rai cocked his head aside. The Lady Stotfeld did not tell you. She told me that you possessed an artificial code and had extensive information about the thing that tried to kill us all. She didn't say where you got either though. I see. Rai straightened and settled into one of the chairs in the room. Well, you already surmised some of this in the thought elevator when I mentioned my orders were from the Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Chronos. Monica's eyes narrowed slightly. I suppose I did. And I also suppose that you can't tell me whom that Lord Inquisitor is. I am afraid not, Rai confirmed with a slight smile. But I hope that I will be able to answer some of your other questions, enough, for you to trust the veracity of my warnings. Monica snorted. Oh, I already trust your warnings about that thing. But, you said your artificial code was hardened. Would it be possible to do the same to mine? Rai pursed his lips. In truth, it would be safer to simply remove it outright. The neurological sciences are not sufficiently advanced to create an artificial code like mine, yet. The knight scratched her head. Well, could be worse. I'm assuming you can do it while still leaving the rest of my cybernetics intact. To that Rai actually looked aside for a moment, as if thinking on the matter. Yes, it should be feasible. An eyebrow rose. Why the hesitation? I had to consult with Nemo, Rai said. The eyebrow stayed up. Nemo. Ah, I see the Lady Stotfeld did not explain that bit to you either, Rai said. No, she did not. Monica leaned back into her wheelchair. You know, you're being surprisingly chatty now that we're out of the thought elevator. What changed? Simply a matter of expediency, Rai said. There was simply no time to provide you with all of the background information to bring you around considering the immediacy of the threat. Now that we are, at least for the time being, safe, I am open to discussing at length the relevant issues with you. Well, that's downright gentlemanly of you, Monica said with a chuckle. And I do have a lot of questions. Then ask away, Your Grace, Rai said. I shall try my best to satisfy your curiosity. Euphemia had deigned to actually eat a bit of the dinner brought to her. Millie on the other hand had wolfed down her own portion without reservation. It really was delicious, and under normal circumstances she would have savored the meal. The princess had however curled up back under the sheets after a few bites and was still lying there. Millie spent the next few hours seated at Euphemia's side, reading a book she had brought up. It was now almost 2200 hours and Millie was getting just a tad sleepy. Euphemia was still mostly unresponsive however, and while she could come back in the morning the Ashford daughter settled on another tact. She reached for the phone and made another call. Yes, Lady Ashford. The servants were already asking for her instead of Euphemia. They were quick on the uptake here. Could a change of clothes be brought up? I intend to stay the night here with Euphemia. Of course, milady. Millie did not exactly time the wait, but she would have been amazed if even a mere 5 minutes elapsed before a maid entered and laid out a set of clothes for her. After thanking the woman, Millie headed into the large bathroom and took a quick shower. As the warm water ran down her body, she let the stresses of the past few days slowly bleed out. In some ways she was already calmer than she had been when she first arrived, but in others she was also tired. More like exhausted. It had been a roller coaster of emotions, first at losing Nunnally like that and then finding out Euphemia was the only one left of her family. She was most definitely not over the loss of her sister, certainly not enough to be the bedrock that Euphemia needed at a time like this. But in their shared sorrow, perhaps they could help support each other. To cry with each other. And just maybe get each other back on their feet. Drying herself off, Millie slipped into a very comfortable set of nightwear. The very best for the palace's guests apparently. She then proceeded to climb into bed with Euphemia, making sure to give the other girl enough space but also making sure she would not end up rolling off in the middle of the night. The princess shifted, aware of Millie's motions but still not overtly reacting behind actually giving way a bit. Millie gave the girl a slight smile before turning off the light and laying down. She stared at the ceiling, idly wondering just what the future would bring. The Empire was still at war in the midst of the greatest humanitarian disasters it had ever faced. People across Britannia were desperately trying to save all those innocents caught in a calamity none of them had any part in creating. And here she was, trying to cheer up one young woman whom seemed to have lost all hope. That seemed to be so insignificant a thing, yet Millie knew that if Euphemia could regain her previous vigor, she would throw all of her considerable energy and intellect into seeing all those people's needs were met. She was a princess of the realm, Air Quartus, and soon to be empress of the Holy Britannian Empire. No one was better suited to those roles than Euphemia, once her shattered heart was pieced together once more. A warmth snuggled up to Millie and the girl looked down to see Euphemia having rolled over against her. She smiled and stroked the princess' head affectionately. Euphemia pressed closer, and even took hold of Millie. I don't want to do this anymore, a whisper sounded. Millie's hand stopped for a brief moment. Do what? This, Euphemia said again softly. The politics. The maneuvering. All of it. The Ashford girl pulled Euphemia more tightly to her. You're tired of it all. There's no point, Euphemia muttered. I did it all for my family. But they're all gone. There's no point. Millie frowned. Her hand reached down and slowly raised Euphemia's face by the chin, forcing the younger girl to meet her gaze. How many people in Japan have found hope because of your actions as viceroy, Yuffie? The princess' eyes remained flat and blank. Millie did not give up. How many people whose lives have been bettered because of you, Yuffie? Euphemia blinked, the barest hint of light in her eyes. There is a point, Yuffie, Millie assured the other girl. Everything you've done, everything that you will do. Deep in your heart, you do them because you know them to be the right things to do. So don't ever say there's no point. Euphemia's head lowered and Millie did not try to stop her. The princess's arms remained tightly wound around the other girl. You're wrong, Millie, Euphemia said softly. I did all that, not for the people. Not for the Japanese, or for the Britannians. I just wanted my family whole and safe. That's all I ever cared about. I'm a horrible, horrible person. But it's true, that's all I cared about. Millie frowned again, caressing Euphemia through her hair. She was definitely being too harsh on herself, but a part of Millie could understand why. As Princess Euphemia had needed to make compromises, hard decisions, weighing the relative trade-offs of every decision she made as a royal. That her overriding priority might have been the welfare of her family, not that of her subjects. That was not a pleasant possibility, especially considering the amount of authority Euphemia wielded even as a mere princess or viceroy. As empress. But without that family, what would drive Euphemia then? Would she become a better, or worse, sovereign because of her loss? Millie's own grip tightened. Listen to me, Yuffie, she said softly but firmly. You loved your family. You loved them with all your heart. And they loved you right back. There is no way you could be a horrible person because of that, you hear me? No way. Euphemia made no response, but Millie could see even in the absence of light a slight glimmer as tears streaked down the girl's cheeks. She planted a gentle kiss on her forehead and cradled the princess in her arms. Euphemia had lost her family, and whether she would ever recover would depend on her being able to build a new one, of that Millie was now certain. And if she could help play some role in bringing that family about, Millie would do so wholeheartedly and without reservation. For the sake of one whom she considered a sister. And the memory of another. End of chapter 93. You know what's great? Sleep. Sleep is great. After months of messed up sleep cycles, I'm finally getting closer to one that sees me wake up at reasonable times in the day. And all it takes is me not trying to dump out thousands of words a week in chapter updates. Well, I suppose that's great for me, less so for all of you guys. The problem with having so many characters in a single scene is I sometimes lose track of them. The big battle against the Krell in the previous chapter, I literally forgot to give Laura Arcead a visible part in it. By the time I even realized I had already uploaded. Ah well, I'll fix it in my master draft. Laura's obviously alive seeing as she put in an appearance this chapter, but she's not doing so well either emotionally. Things have really gone to hell for a lot of people. Britannian nurses are no longer considered unflappable? A shame. As is obvious, CC is not dead. Her code is destroyed, but she's still kicking. Oh and Colin kind of picked up a direct link to C's world during that battle. Which given another kick could develop into a code in its own right. The Directorate's artificial codes can't create Geasses, and outside of a thought elevator's interior they also can't reshape reality either. Then there is the fact that Euphemia's Geass is still functioning, somehow. That bit of the story is far from over. Rai referred to his Colin as Mum when he was delirious and wounded before he got sent back with CC to this timeline. He then referred to this Colin as Mum but corrected his pronunciation to Mam after Colin looked at him funny. He never actually directly addressed his timeline's Lelich in any manner. And his last name is Kohler, so. We're only about 70 to 80% of the way through the story, yes, really. As such I would recommend waiting until the story actually ends before declaring whether the ending is a happy one or not. I also do not write stories that provide quick satisfaction. The desire to achieve instant gratification is how we end up with so many stories that are incoherent messes and completely unrealistic in development on this site. If I set out to write something, readers need to be patient in order to get to the payoff. The satisfaction that any of you ultimately derive is due to the long build-up. Anything less would fail to achieve the same effect. The estates that were confiscated during Washington's rebellion were handed over to loyalists. And Britannia already made a point by turning Philadelphia into Pendragon and turning a large zone around it into a sort of exclusive domain of the crown. In fact, one of the additional titles that the Emperor, or Empress, holds is Archduke, or Archduchess, of Pendragon, which includes a nice chunk of Pennsylvania as well. They also have a lot of other titles, but listening all of them here would take a while and ruin a few surprises down the line. There was no civil war, so that issue never really came up. There were a couple of Virginian nobles that helped orchestrate the war against Spanish Mexico, but since that ultimately ended up being a net gain for the empire beyond stripping those nobles of their titles and handing them to people whom served with distinction in the conflict, there really wasn't much of a need to make more of a point. Besides, most of the fighting took place further out west, so it was not like Britannia was going to haul all those bodies back. To sum up, yes, Britannia could have also set up Arlington as well. The strength of the argument of them doing so was not so strong that I felt need to bother. It really could have gone one way or another. The bioweapon mentioned in the history snippets, remember, they were written potentially decades if not hundreds of years in the future, is the official explanation for what happened to the Britannian imperial family. All of you know that it was the die command that the Krell-possessed Lelich issued that really did the killing. Right? Chapter 94. The immediate aftermath of the Battle of Pendragon was utter chaos for Britannia. With the death of seemingly every single member of the extended Britannian imperial family, there was immense fears for the continued stability of the empire. This was a scenario that had never been envisioned, as even if the core family was killed, the assumption was always that an acceptable relation from one of the branch families could have been found to take the throne. Combined with the decimation of the House of Lords due to many also having some familial relationship to the Britannias, and there was genuine fear that the empire might fracture whilst in the middle of a major war. And then a summons was issued from Pendragon, delivered to many of the surviving peers and high-ranking civilian officials and military officers. It set a date and time wherein those summoned were to report to the imperial palace and attend to the court. The name that undersigned the summons was Euphemia Lee Britannia, third princess of the realm, heir quartus. On the darkest day the empire had ever faced, the light of hope was cast toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 94. Cedar Initio. Colin and Rye had not originally been invited to this meeting, an oversight that was entirely understandable on the part of the Duke Villaines. He had after all invited Valletta, and made the assumption that anything the two knew was also known by their nominal superior. As it turned out, Valletta did know quite a bit, but the general quickly determined that it would still be useful to have the two junior knights sit in the likelihood they had additional insights to share about the matter at hand. Specifically, the non-subtle threat conveyed by the British Foreign Minister. It has to be Suzaku. All attending regarded Rye. He managed to escape the New York thought elevator by translocating to the London one. Augustus' eyebrow rose. Translocation? Are you suggesting he was somehow transported across the Atlantic and wound up in London? Exactly so, Your Grace, the captain responded. The Duke looked at the others in confusion. Just what the blazes are these thought elevators? Artifacts from a bygone time, Monica said, shifting uncomfortably in her wheelchair, which possess technology that our researchers are still working to unlock. You know, the Duke said somewhat frostily. Greater awareness of what the thought elevators were capable of could have helped us plan better contingencies. Your Grace, to be perfectly frank, none of us knew the thought elevators could be destroyed, much less their destruction would result in devastation of such magnitude, Monica responded. Had we, I assure you we would have had far more extensive security measures in place, and the SDIS operatives would have never managed to breach one's perimeter in the first place. The Duke was not mollified in the least, but decided not to press the issue. So, how much does this, Suzaku, know about the thought elevators? He asked instead. Almost certainly enough to repeat the destruction of any of the other thought elevators. Rye took that one. Alarm flickered across Augustus' expression as he regarded the others. I have already spoken with Marshal Vander, Valletta assured the man quickly. Security at all of the remaining thought elevators have been boosted substantially. And glanced over at Monica. Including the one in Antarctica. To that Monica also nodded. Augustus did not look quite relieved, but again the Duke accepted the response. Your Grace. And looked over at the youngest attendee. If you do not mind me asking, what will the government's response to the British offer be? Colin asked. It was somewhat presumptuous of her to ask such a question, but at this point Colin was not just any mere knight. She was the knight of honor to the Princess Euphemia, the last surviving imperial scion, and a figure of some renown amongst the people of Japan. That granted her a bit more leeway than just any ordinary knight. We do not have one yet, Augustus answered. At minimum we will need to consult with Euphemia before formulating one. And before that could happen the princess needed to recover from the massive bout of depression she was suffering from, went the unstated dependency. I see, Colin said, glancing over at Rye. If the Empire is to reach an accommodation with the other powers, one of the conditions must be to return Suzaku to Britannian custody, Rye said. The danger he represents is considerable. To be frank, the Europeans would probably be willing to accept that condition, Augustus said. The problem is some of their other stipulations. The Empire has never conceded territory, and combined with the destruction visited upon the East Coast, the general population may not be in any mood for making concessions. Even at the risk of further suffering. Colin asked quizzically. The Duke regarded her. Your own people were subjected to considerable misery at the hands of Britannia. And yet they, and you, did not stop fighting. Colin regarded the Duke carefully. Apparently he was one of those that had been let in on her secret. Did he also know her role in Clovis' death? Better safe than sorry, Your point is taken, Your Grace, Colin said respectfully. She glanced over at Rai again. Would Britannia be able to actually win this war though, with its reduced resources? The Duke followed her gaze, a hint of curiosity in his expression that the question was being addressed to the captain and not him. Rai gave Colin a flat expression but at least answered. Yes, he stated firmly. The damage suffered by Britannia is considerable, but in terms of the total sum of its resources, the balance of industrial power is still in favor of the Empire. Not to mention the advantages offered it by 8th Fleet. So we can win this war, Colin remarked. At a cost, yes, Rai cautioned. The room fell silent at that last bit. After a few moments Colin sighed. I think that's all we have to share with you, Your Grace, she addressed the Duke. If there is nothing more, then there are other duties that the captain and I must attend to. Augustus nodded. Thank you for your time, all of you. With that effective dismissal the meeting broke up and each headed their own way, some sharing a destination. Lieutenant. Colin glanced back at Rai. A word. Sure. This need to be private. To a degree, Monica said as she rolled up. Colin looked at the two before sighing. Oh. Great. All right, where to? The Knight of 12 chuckled at the younger girl's reaction. My office will do just fine. The two followed Monica down the halls and were soon in a nicely appointed but considerably more practical-looking office than half of the rooms in the palace. For one thing it did not have a view of the outside, which meant no windows for an enemy to shoot through. For another, there were several weapons mounted about that Colin was fairly certain were all fully functional. All right, so what did you two want to talk about? Colin asked. You, Rai responded. Or rather your pseudocode. The one that you awakened inside the thought elevator. Colin frowned. What about it? It makes you vulnerable to possession by the Krell, Rai stated. That caused the girl to blink. Intellectually she was already aware of this, but with the events of the past few days she had been so busy the fact had not actually surfaced in conscious thought. Now that Rai mentioned it however. Colin glanced over at Monica. Isn't Dame Krashevsky similarly vulnerable with her artificial code? She asked. Oh, I won't be much longer, Monica said almost cheerfully. The good captain here claims my artificial code can be removed without rendering me a vegetable, and quite frankly considering what this stupid thing is putting me at risk of, I'll take my chances. All right, Colin said with a hint of amusement, so what do we do about my pseudocode then? Is there any way to remove it, maybe with another failsafe like what CC got stuck with? Yes and no, Rai responded. While how to construct such a failsafe is part of Nemo's data cache, current technology is insufficient to actually do so and will likely remain inadequate for at least another century. We do have an alternative. One SEC, Colin said, looking between Monica and Rai. Dame Krashevsky, how much do you know about Captain Collar's circumstances? If you're referring to that time-traveling babble, I know all about it, Monica responded. Not sure how much of it I believe, but the good captain knows way too much about myself and the directorate than anyone who wasn't actively involved in all of the dirt we got up to. And seeing as I don't remember ever seeing him before, he got that information somewhere. That was not exactly a ringing endorsement but at least the Knight of 12 seemed willing to accept that Rai did know what he was talking about. I see, Colin said, and held her hands open. Well, I'm all ears about your alternative. Previously I mentioned that my artificial code was hardened against intrusion attempts, Rai said. I also mentioned another line of defense, specifically Nemo herself. We cannot transfer my artificial code to you, but Nemo can be surgically extracted from me and installed into you. Colin spent several moments staring blankly at Rai. I'm sorry, what? Rai rubbed the back of his neck. Nemo is installed at the base of my brain, right where my spine connects. She is a completely compartmentalized module, designed to be pulled out for repair or replacement with relative ease. We can install her within you, which will give you the full benefit of her neural defenses. It'll be almost as good as my hardening, and Nemo actually does possess a similar failsafe. She can destroy a code if certain conditions are met, including if a Krell attempts to seize control of your mind. Colin massaged her temples. So wait, why can't we just have her zap my pseudocode the moment she's, well, installed? Assuming I agree to that in the first place. Nemo can only maintain her own consciousness when interfaced to someone with a code or Geass, Rai said. Asking her to destroy your code is akin to asking her to commit suicide, since the destruction of your code would propagate back into her neural network and effectively reset it. That caused the Japanese girl to regard Rai with a curious look. You, do consider Nemo to be a person? Of course, Rai responded frankly. She's been with me since I received my artificial Geass when I was 10. And after a beat. She's kind of like that older sister whom is always trying to get you to do the right thing, but you don't always listen. That caused Colin to snort before she shook her head. Well, when you asked to speak with me I sure as hell wasn't expecting this. To be frank, Lieutenant, I would not be suggesting this unless there was another way, Rai said, rubbing the back of his neck again. Nemo is an old friend. Parting with her will not be easy. The AI was not just an old friend, Colin knew. She was effectively the last remnant Rai had of his old life, the time he came from. And as horrid as that world might have become, it was still his home, those people he left behind, his family and friends. And he was willing to give Nemo up to make sure Colin would be safe. Regardless of the fact that she was a bit creeped out about having something stuck into her head, but considering the alternative was getting her mind hijacked. Colin cocked her head aside as a thought occurred to her. Wait, if my pseudocode makes me vulnerable to compulsion, then why didn't the Krell inside of Suzaku try to take control of me? To be frank, that's a very good question, Rai admitted. And the answer is we don't know. It may well be that the Krell decided that it would not win if it tried to continue fighting us. Alternatively, the artificial code that Suzaku has might have limited its abilities in some manner. Seeing as both possibilities were complete shots in the dark, Rai could probably have just left it at, we don't know. Alright, so when should we do this? Colin asked. As soon as possible, Rai said, but we will probably need to wait until the princess has recovered sufficiently that she is again taking an active role in government. That elicited a deep sigh from Colin. Tall order there, Captain. Even with Millie keeping her company, that will take a fair amount of time. To that Rai adopted a thoughtful expression. Perhaps, and perhaps not. Both Colin and Monica regarded the young man thoughtfully, but Rai made no further comment on the matter. He obviously had some sort of plan but apparently did not intend to share it. Captain. Rai looked over at Colin, meeting her gaze. Do keep in mind that it was you that recommended Her Highness accompany us to the thought elevator, Colin stated bluntly. We've thus far taken a lot of your advice on faith, that you are genuinely trying to help protect humanity. But at this point you are at least indirectly responsible for the mess that the princess is in. If I find out that you have been holding back in the least on anything at all, that might have kept Her Highness family alive, I will kill you myself. Am I clear, Captain? Rai regarded Colin with remarkable sanguinity, seemingly unfazed by the knight's threat. His eyes flickered ever so slightly, however, and after a moment he unfolded his arms and came to attention. That is understood perfectly, Your Grace, he said. Both Monica and Colin tilted their heads aside. I'm sorry. Colin said quizzically. The Knight of One, Her Grace Colin Statfeld Kaujaki, Rai said by way of answer. Known as one of the most dedicated of Her Majesty the Empress Euphemia's knights, steadfastly loyal and of firm conviction. To be honest, I had not seen much to suggest you warranting that reputation. But a reputation is something established over time, as you have now reminded me thereof. The young man nodded his head respectfully. I give you my word, Your Grace, as one knight of honor to another. I seek whatever is best for Euphemia Lee Britannia, for her person, not her station. Your government did what? Alphonse Pierre Juin was quite capable of raising his voice. Those whom were subject to that raised voice tended to find the experience unpleasant to say the least. The Marshal found nothing wrong with that, however. He probably considered it a personal failing if someone turned out to be unmoved. Field Marshal Richard Hull, Chief of the British Defence Staff, was most certainly not unmoved even if he tried to appear nonplussed. As I said, Richard continued after clearing his throat, my government has acquired intelligence that presents an opportunity to end this conflict before further lives are lost. As the window is slim, they have dispatched Minister Kocha to directly negotiate with the Britannian government. While such negotiations are underway, we request that the European Combined Armed Forces cease any offensive actions. It was not just Alphonse that looked at the British Field Marshal with incredulity, the other members of the European General Staff were also gaping at the man, including one General Richard O'Connor. And your government determined all of this without attempting to consult, or even share, the intelligence that underpins this presumption? Irwin said incredulously. Marshal Hull sniffed somewhat defensively. As I said, this was a time-sensitive matter. The fact that I am here to personally brief all of you on the matter should indicate the seriousness with which my government takes in its obligations to keep its allies informed. Obligations that, I should add, some of those same allies seem to be finding difficult to fulfill themselves. Alphonse bit back the response he should have shouted at the other man. Instead he glanced over at Peter Ivashultin and the Russian nodded. I suggest you get to the point, Field Marshal, the Frenchman said instead, and present a very convincing case for why we should call off the operation that will launch in 6 hours against the Britannian 7th Fleet in Japanese waters. Richard blinked. The what? It might have been a bit childish on Alphonse's part, but he would relish the surprise on the British officer's face. The intelligence, Field Marshal, Alphonse persisted. The British man's jaw tightened, but he understood that there was no time for recriminations. And besides, if he did get the French officer to back down, that by itself was worth a bit of unpleasantness now. The geological event that caused earthquakes to erupt across the entire North American East Coast, Richard began. We have acquired intelligence that indicates the cause was the thought elevator located in New York. The other men all looked at Richard somewhat blankly, causing the man to clear his throat again. The thought elevator, they are archaeological remnants of an ancient civilization of which historians know little about, Richard tried explaining. Apparently they actually act as conduits to saccharide veins that run under the crust of the earth. The Britannian government had a program seeking to unlock the thought elevators, to use them as a source of power generation and transmission. The destruction of the New York thought elevator however resulted in a significant injection of energy into the saccharidite network, which fed back into the Earth's crust and caused the earthquakes that have so severely ravaged the North American East Coast. The cause of the thought elevator's destruction was a power play within the Britannian imperial family, wherein one of its princes attempted to launch a coup to seize control of the throne. He failed, and the thought elevator's destruction was a final act of vengeance on his part. The faces that regarded the British Field Marshal were looking no more enlightened now than they had before. In fact, they looked distinctly more incredulous. "And who exactly sold you this pack of lies?" Alphonse asked. "No, I have a better question. Who the hell are the idiots in your government that decided to actually believe those lies?" Richard's face flickered with a hint of anger, but the British man maintained his stoic composure. "The source, currently in my government's custody, has provided convincing proof of his claims, especially in regard to the purpose of the thought elevators. He has demonstrated actual functionality of the thought elevators systems, and our boffins are working to validate his more complex claims even now. You will forgive me if I remain skeptical on the whole matter and am unconvinced that there is any chance of a peaceful resolution to the current conflict," Alphonse said bitingly. "In fact, considering the turmoil the Britannian government is currently in, I would say now is the perfect opportunity to launch a decisive strike to free Japan from the Empire's occupation." "Were you not listening?" the British Field Marshal retorted, impatience starting to creep into his own tone. "The one responsible for the Empire's current catastrophe is an imperial prince. Were that to become public knowledge, the ability of the government to retain control over the Empire as a whole would be seriously jeopardized. That is the stick by which we have a chance to get a settlement from Britannia, perhaps even one that achieves our strategic objectives without further loss of life." Alphonse had been listening, and a sinking feeling was starting to well up in his stomach. "And just which imperial scion committed suicide by stupidity here?" the Marshal asked. "According to our source, and we have a high degree of confidence in the matter, it was the Prince Lelich. He was the son of the Empress Marianne and reported to have committed suicide after his mother's death. His sister was also reported dead alongside their mother, but she was revealed to have been in hiding in Japan a few weeks back. That should have alerted us to the possibility that her brother might also be alive, though to be honest." While Richard continued rambling on, the faces on 3 of the attending officers were growing paler with every passing word. That they did not yet give voice to their growing horror was a fairly good indicator of their respective shock, something that did not go unnoticed by the other members of the general staff. They too soon had apprehension coloring their faces before a loud voice finally exploded. "You fucking idiots!" The British Field Marshal blinked. "I beg your pardon." His own voice sounded more surprised than offended, while Alphonse's tone was pure fury. "Lieutenant Lelich Lamperouge was a service action operative for the Service de Documentation Extérieure et de Contre-Espionnage," the Frenchman roared. "He was sent to Britannia for the express purpose of fermenting infighting at the imperial court. He was the one that instigated the uprising in Pendragon, just as he did in Tokyo. There wasn't any imperial prince involved, it was us that were responsible for those events." Richard's own face was now also rapidly losing its complexion as the Field Marshal absorbed the implications of what Alphonse was saying. "This is why you consult with your allies before gambling on our collective fates," Peter said bitterly. "Field Marshal," the Frenchman said darkly. "You will return to your masters back at Whitehall. You will inform them that I expect to have this source of yours transferred to the Joint Command's custody for interrogation within the next 6 hours, or else we will proceed with the Pacific operation as planned." "Bulletin but." Alphonse rose. "The next I hear from you, Field Marshal, it had better be to inform me that the transfer is underway. Otherwise I have nothing further to discuss with you." Euphemia was at least out of bed now, though the manner in which she spent so much time staring blankly as she sat in the sofas of her room barely qualified as an improvement. She was eating a bit more though, and after a long bath some of the stress from her body seemed to have been washed away. Keeping in mind what Colin had said, and though she doubted Euphemia was still that depressive, Millie had accompanied the princess while she bathed. Just holding on to the younger girl was enough to tell Millie she was no longer as tense, but Euphemia still had a long way to go. A knock sounded on the door and Millie looked up from her book. Euphemia however paid it no mind. "Enter," the Ashford girl answered instead. The door opened and a young silver-haired youth that Millie did not recognize stepped in. While Euphemia might not have deigned to notice the initial knock, the moment she caught sight of him her body tensed up again and a scowl appeared in her face. Millie frowned. The man would not have been allowed in had he been a threat to the princess, but she was clearly unhappy to see him. Now what did that portend? "Lady Ashford," the young man said with a slight blow. "I am Captain Rybert Kohler, Imperial Britannian Nightmare Corps. I require a few moments with the princess." The frown deepened and Rai visibly pursed his lips. This has been cleared by both General Nu and Lieutenant Stottfeld. If that was supposed to convince Millie, the young woman was not impressed, not with the way Euphemia was regarding the captain. She was not yelling at him to get out, though whether that was because of her improved composure or something else entirely Millie could not be certain. And then through the open door she caught sight of Colin standing outside. The red-haired girl nodded. Millie's own expression remained unhappy, but she stood, gave Euphemia's hand a comforting squeeze, and headed for the door. As she came aside to the captain she paused. "Tread very carefully, Captain. I will be most upset if I find Yuffie given cause to be." Rai nodded solemnly and waited until the door closed behind Millie before stepping over to stand before the princess. Euphemia continued glaring at him, her anger mixed in with resignation. She likely knew why Rai was here, knew it was inevitable. That did not mean she was obliged to accept any of this inevitability. Rai took a deep breath. "Your Majesty." A cushion bounced off his face. The captain could have easily caught or dodged it, his reflexes were hardly going to be tested by something this mundane. He let it hit anyway. Perhaps that would help the princess work out just a bit of the resentment and pain she was feeling. "I never wanted the throne," Euphemia hissed. "I never wanted it then and I have no wish for it now. Do not address me as such, Captain Kohler." Rai met that burning gaze unflinchingly. "My mother," she was the imperial chronicler. That caused some of the anger to shift into puzzlement. Euphemia did not interrupt however, instead waiting for Rai to say his piece. She was charged with preserving as much of humanity's history as possible, to make sure that we never forgot our heritage, the achievements of generations past, and ultimately the mistakes that we made every step of the way. Rai smiled sadly. "When I was much younger, she would sit by me and tell me stories about that past. About the different eras of human history, about all the things we had lost in the war. And about the people whom were no longer with us." The captain now regarded Euphemia with a soft, gentle expression. "And she told me about Euphemia I, the 99th Empress of the Holy Britannian Empire." Still Euphemia remained silent, but her gaze was less angry and now more contemplative. Even a bit sorrowful. "Euphemia the Just," Rai continued. "That was what you were called. Because you ruled with a firm, but fair, hand. You looked out for your people to the best of your ability. Never showing undue favor, but never slighting one over the other. You brought them prosperity, and security. And they loved you for it." The princess seemed unmoved by those words, likely considering them cold comfort to the loss of her family. "They loved you," Rai repeated, "but they often wondered if you loved them." Euphemia blinked. "The Iron Heart of Britannia." And her expression tightened. "That was the other appellation history deigned to grant you. Because after the events that led to your ascension, you remained cold and composed. You showed mercy, but not compassion. You demonstrated resolve, but not passion. You bore an heir, but it was out of duty. And you raised a prince, but did you raise a son?" If Rai had intended to try to cheer the princess, the continued darkening of her face made clear he was not succeeding. But the captain was not finished. He took another step closer to the princess and bent down onto one knee. "All this my mother told me," he said. "And all this, I could not believe when I first laid eyes upon you." Again Euphemia regarded Rai quizzically. Perhaps even a bit impatiently. Rai smiled again. "You love, your Majesty. No one whom could have met you would ever doubt the depths of your love. That is your greatest strength, the light which burns so brightly in your soul." Puzzlement turned into surprise as Euphemia held Rai's gaze. There was a softness, a gentleness, to his eyes. A yearning, a hope, and a great sorrow. "I had often wondered, how could the line of Britannia be capable of such love when history claimed you showed so little of it? How could she have shone so bright? And yet I see that the light she bore, she inherited from one whom bears it ever so strongly." Euphemia stared at Rai, noting the glistening of tears that welled within his eyes. Ever so gingerly, she reached out and placed a hand over Rai's. With great effort Euphemia asked a question. "Whom do you speak of, Captain?" Rai bowed his head, the tears breaking loose and streaking down his cheeks before staining Euphemia's hand. "The Princess Relena Lee Britannia, one whose honor I was sworn to. And one whom I proved unworthy of her faith and love." He looked back up at Euphemia. "Your Majesty, I beg of you. Please, do not let the light that I know to be within you be hidden from the world. Do not let your sorrow overcome the love that you yearn to share." And bowed his head once more. "Please. Do not consign to darkness the lambent of your heart." Euphemia remained silent as she regarded the young man. She said nothing, but slowly reached out with her other hand and gently stroked his hair. Her heart still ached. It still throbbed from the gaping hole that had been torn. But her head recalled that she was not the only one mourning. Millie had lost Nunnally as well. And the countless families across the empire, they were all crying now. And Rai. She had known that Rai, in coming here, was forsaking everyone and everything he knew and loved, And yet he still came, still bore the brunt of her anger and frustration. He had called himself unworthy of the faith and love of his own liege. Euphemia gently raised his face so he would meet her gaze once more. Rybert Kohler, she said kindly. More kindly than she could recall her voice being ever since that fateful day in the thought elevator. It was not you whom brought sorrow into my home. I should not seek to lay blame upon you, or malign you with my anger. I acknowledge that you sought within the best of your abilities, to avert the tragedy that has struck my family. And I thank you for it. Rai took hold of Euphemia's hand, giving it a tight squeeze. Whatever your majesty requires, whether means are necessary. I swear that you will have a family restored to your person. That took Euphemia aback a little. But then she smiled again. Due to his knowledge of history, Rai almost certainly knew whom she was supposed to marry, and how many children she would have. But that was not what Rai meant. A husband was not necessarily a lover. An heir was not necessarily a child. And both were not necessarily family. Family. That was what Rai spoke of what he was determined she would have once more. Euphemia regarded the young man. The conviction of his words were firm and true. Many a man could not claim even that much. The princess leaned in and gave Rai a light kiss on the forehead. The captain blinked, surprise evident even in his slightly muddled eyes. My family will be of my own choosing, Rybert, Euphemia said firmly, but gently. She smiled. And they will know my love. Of that, I swear to you. This could be a problem. The Earl Mountbatten smirked at the understatement of his colleague. That is certainly one way of regarding it. Zex allowed a smirk of his own before his face reverted to a more serious visage. How were the Russians able to sneak such a large force to Vladivostok without us noticing? Inclement weather has been preventing aerial reconnaissance of the area for quite a few weeks, Curtis L.E. May, head of the Imperial Britannian Air Force, answered that one. We should have kept trying though, the Ruskies obviously weren't bothered none too much if they got their entire Baltic fleet through the Arctic Ocean like that. Zex nodded. The effective destruction of the Russian Pacific Fleet had left Britannia with effectively uncontested control of the Pacific and the waters around Area 11. The Empire had taken advantage of that by shifting a stupendous amount of manpower and munitions across the ocean, reinforcing their positions in Japan, the Philippines, Australia, and the Indonesian archipelago. A few more weeks and they would have been in position to kick off offensive operations of their own, to retake the island of Sumatra and genuinely threaten the Malay Peninsula. And with the completion of 6th Fleets working up, they could also have begun offensive operations against the Korean Peninsula and perhaps even the Russian Far East. The sudden infusion of Russian naval reinforcements however promised to be quite the wrinkle. Numerically we are at effective parity with just 7th Fleet's local assets, Mountbatten said. Qualitatively we should still hold a slight edge, but even odds are not the conditions I would want to engage the enemy in. That was certainly true. Zex rubbed his chin. I'm not sure I like this, but we could dispatch one of. The door opened and the assembled men looked up. Eyes widened all about as Euphemia entered, trailed by 2 of her armsmen. All of the officers present rose. Your Highness. Zex said for all of them. Field Marshal. Euphemia regarded the others. General. Air Chief Marshal. Admiral. I hope my intrusion is not inconvenient. Not at all, Your Highness, Zex said, noting the slight color of Euphemia's cheeks, and the steady resolve of her eyes. Is there any way in which we might be of service? I know this to be abrupt, but as I have been indisposed the past few days I find myself in need of being brought up to speed on the state of the Empire, in both civil and military terms. Hints of smiles were creeping upon the faces of the assembled officers and aides, though Curtis was the only one of the flag officers present to actually succumb to openly displaying his building elation. The Princess Euphemia was returned to them. It would be our honor, Your Highness, Zex said solemnly, stepping aside from his own seat at the head of the table. Please. The others also shifted over before Euphemia could say a word, making clear their agreement on where she should be for this meeting. Euphemia graced all of them with a smile of her own as she accepted. Once everyone was settled in, the princess turned slightly towards Zex. Now then, Euphemia began. Might we begin with any domestic-facing military matters? Any issues of security that need to be addressed, or difficulties in the humanitarian relief efforts? Zex's eyes actually flickered for a brief moment, a reaction not lost upon the princess. Her own eyes narrowed. Field Marshal. There is one matter that should be resolved with due speed, Zex said, due to its proximity to Pendragon. At that several of the other officers also shifted. Ah. And that would be the Knight of 10, Sir Luciano Bradley, Harold Keith Johnson, Chief of the Army Staff, answered. He has remained holed up in his estate and refuses to obey a summons to the capital. A company of his regiment is with him, though the rest have obeyed the order issued by General Enneagram to stand down. Euphemia raised an eyebrow. The rest of the rounds have not already settled this matter. There is a hole in their chain of command, Zex stated very carefully. With His Majesty, General Waldstein, and Admiral Manfredi all deceased, exactly whom still possesses the authority to issue orders to the remaining rounds has become something of an open question. Euphemia's eyes flared a bit. Should not either General Enneagram or General Ernst have sufficient seniority to issue an order to him? The command structure of the Knights of the Round do not work in quite so linear a fashion, Your Highness, Geass said. Each knight is appointed by the sovereign, and is only answerable to his or her liege. Their relative positions to the other rounds do not allow them to issue orders to each other. Their liege however can appoint them specifically to subordinate positions, as was the case when the Emperor Charles appointed General Waldstein to command Pendragon's defences. This placed Generals Ernst, Enneagram, and Bradley, and Admiral Manfredi all under General Waldstein's command. He also explicitly appointed Sir Weinberg and Dame Alstream to serve under General Waldstein. And my father did not deign to explicitly lay out a command structure beyond that. Euphemia said somewhat incredulously. It would appear not, Geass said. There it was again, the barest hint of anger in Euphemia's eyes. But the young woman was keeping it in check as she met Geass' gaze. Field Marshal. While the formalities have yet to be completed, may I assume that you will accept an order from me? Attention was now squarely on Geass as the man returned Euphemia's gaze. There was no hesitation in the man's response however. I recognize you as heir apparent, Your Highness. I have no reservations in obeying any command you might issue. And just as quickly the tension completely evaporated from the room. The Field Marshal's acceptance was unequivocal and unconditional. In so giving it, he was declaring just whom the Britannian military would stand behind. Euphemia acknowledged that pledge with a grateful smile. Her expression assumed a solemn tone as she spoke next. I then hereby order Luciano Bradley taken into custody for the crimes of drug and human trafficking. Tellingly no one seemed particularly surprised at the order, though a few looked at least mildly disgusted at the rationale. Should he attempt to resist, Euphemia continued, any and all means are authorized to put a swift end to his defiance. The princess' eyes hardened. I will not see the lives of our soldiers spent out of consideration for that of such a venial dog. Luciano Bradley was not a very popular figure amongst the Britannian officer corps. In fact he was perhaps one of the most loathed individuals amongst the more progressive and open-minded members of high society as well. Little wonder then that despite the venom with which the Princess Euphemia expressed her order none of the officers present showed a shred of reservation. Geass bowed his head in acknowledgement of the directive. Your will be done, Your Highness. Grandfather. Reuben turned about to find himself enveloped by his daughter in a tight embrace. He wrapped his own arms about Millie and returned it. You should have let me know when you arrived, the young woman said as she let go. I would have, but Her Highness was insistent that I meet with her immediately, Reuben said with a wry smile. Millie frowned slightly. What did Euphie want? Reuben stroked his beard thoughtfully. To try to set things right, as much as she can. That caused the girl to shake her head. Some things can't be set right, grandfather, and trying only makes things worse. That is certainly true, Reuben said, and Her Highness understands this. But those things that can be set right, many people will be helped in doing so. That Millie found she could not dispute. And Euphie thinks our family can help with that. Reuben nodded and gave his granddaughter an affectionate pat on the head. I said this before, Millie, and I say it now. You are the future of the Ashford family. I will leave the decision in your hands. That elicited a weary sigh. Thanks, Grandpa. The old man chuckled and then gave his beloved granddaughter one more embrace. Once they parted Millie took a deep breath and nodded to the armsman. The soldier politely opened the door for her and Millie crossed the threshold. Euphemia had moved to a different suite, one with an actual office attached to it. While the princess was slowly working her way through all of her duties, Millie knew the young woman was tiring more quickly than before. Afternoon naps of about an hour or so were now effectively mandatory and for the past few nights Euphemia had slept a full 10 hours before waking. When Euphemia caught sight of her the princess smiled warmly but did not rise. That was another difference from how Euphemia presented herself. The doctors that examined her noted a few symptoms of extreme stress but indicated that over time the princess system should return to a more normal cycle. Millie certainly hoped so, seeing as the demands upon Euphemia were only going to grow. Millie. I'm sorry I rushed Reuben here instead of letting the two of you spend some time together. It's all right, Millie assured the princess, taking a seat next across from the younger girl. You're not one to make demands upon others lightly, and I trust your judgment. A snort sounded. I wouldn't exactly be here otherwise. Yes, Euphemia said softly. And for that, you have my earnest thanks. And my sincerest apologies. That elicited a raised eyebrow. There's something you need from me. Euphemia nodded. And it is something that will, likely inconvenience you in the extreme. Millie's mouth thinned. She said nothing, waiting for Euphemia to elucidate. Euphemia inhaled deeply and let out a long sigh. There will be demands upon you. Demands of state. And of lineage. The older girl blinked. Once. twice. And then a hiss sounded as Millie Ashford realized fully just what Euphemia was about to ask of her. Augustus adjusted the cloak that was draped over his shoulder even as he walked. He was still a few minutes early, but for an event like this that margin was hardly comforting. As he approached the main hall, passing the numerous soldiers on guard, the other reason his relative tardiness was going to bite him became apparent. The doors to the throne room were wide open and he could see a substantial crowd already assembled. With a sigh Augustus entered and slowly made his way towards the front, begging pardon from countless other nobles and officials. The majority he recognized, and they in turn recognized him. Quite a number he even knew personally. There were others however whom he knew only in passing, but whom could be expected to play a much greater role in the future. The Duke finally emerged in the front row, stepping next to the Duke's ex-Vander. The Field Marshal gave a respectful nod, a gesture that Augustus returned. The two men were well acquainted with each other and even if their relationship was more professional than personal, they held one another in high regard nonetheless. The other man that had made way for Augustus the Duke also recognized, though the two were far from familiar. Reuben Ashford might have once been a noble, and would likely be one again before the day was out, but his exile from court had removed him from the circles of power just as Schneisel began consolidating his own position, and in the process lift one Duke Villiers to the highest tier of Britannien society. One thing the two did share in common in the strongest possible terms was however their support for a young woman both considered to be family. There were others of Euphemia's camp, others that Augustus recognized. Lawrence Craft, a commoner whom served as Augustus' counterpart in the Viceroyalty of Area 11, and Edward Rochester, a baron that was also a member of the Princess Cabinet. And then there was Baron Heinrich Stottfeld, the man that turned out to be more than a mere baron in so many ways. In some ways Heinrich was still very much an enigma, but seeing as the man's daughter was Euphemia's Knight of Honor, the baron could probably also be counted amongst the princess partisans. Augustus' head tilted about slightly as he regarded a few others. There were quite a few military types gathered beyond just Zex. The entire general staff, several of the remaining knights of the round, and a good number of men and women in the colors of not only Euphemia's royal guard but that of the princes and princesses that were no longer with them. Including that of Euphemia's sister and Augustus' own dear niece Cornelia. There, the bespectacled man whom had stood by Cornelia's side for so many years. Gilbert Guilford's expression was a stony visage, but the pain that he felt still shone in his eyes. The Duke took a deep breath. That was a pain that all of them still shared, not excepting Euphemia herself. His niece was strong, he knew this. But she would need all of their strength in the coming days, months, and years. And Britannia would need her to see the Empire through these blackest of nights. The soldiers suddenly all came to attention and Augustus instinctively straightened as well. A door opened and from it emerged several figures. The first was one Colin Statfeld Kaujaki, holding before her the sword of justice. Next was a silver-haired youth that few recognized. What they did recognize however was the sword of mercy in his hands. And then came Her Imperial Highness Euphemia Lee Britannia, third princess of the realm, and heir Quartus. The rose-colored gown swayed gently with her every step, the layers that formed it lending a solemn weight to the motion. Atop her shoulders was draped a violet-shaded cloak, one that carried the fleur-de-lis on a darker overlay on the left. Several that stood before the princess immediately recognized the cloak as one favored by the Princess Cornelia. More than one of the attending persons felt their breath catch at the radiance and intensity of her visage. A solemn silence fell within the chamber as Euphemia reached the throne and turned to face the audience. She did not seat herself however, not yet at least. The gaze that met each and every person facing Euphemia was one of stern resolve. And confidence. And dignity. My lords and ladies, Euphemia began. Ladies and gentlemen. Today we find ourselves, the sons and daughters of Britannia, at a precipice. The Empire, so grievously wounded, yet stands. But so too do remain those whom would seek a final end to our nation, to our people. We bore witness, we shed tears, and we bade farewell, to all too many whose lives were broken these past days. And yet we endure. All across the room, deep breaths were taken as Euphemia's words resonated with each and every person here. None of them could claim to have been untouched by the devastation that had rolled across the Empire since the Battle of Pendragon. And none of them were ready to give up, just like Euphemia. A choice now lies before us, those whom death has yet to cast within its shadow, those whom hold remembrance of all whom are not with us this day. Whether the blood so shed shall be the last, whether it should be the last. And whether we will be satisfied with mere memory. Such simple words, and such a deceptively simple choice. Should the Empire continue to wage war against those whom had so wounded it, and them? Could they simply walk away, in acceptance of such loss? Should they? It is a choice, that we have made. Eyes blinked as that word registered. We. Euphemia was not speaking purely symbolically, she was not just referring to the shared feelings of loss, of grief, of anger, and of hope. She was referring to herself in the person of sovereign. The Empire did not elect to begin this war, Euphemia said, her voice carrying firmly across the chamber, and across Britannia. We did not choose to invite such anguish and ruin upon the world. We did not seek to burn the very earth itself. But we will not be so remiss as to let those whom did so escape the repercussions of their choices. From the side Colin stepped forth, and presented to Euphemia the sword of justice. On the other side Rai flipped the sword of mercy and planted it on the ground. Euphemia accepted Caliburnius, gripping the sword tightly as she too planted it before her. On this we, Euphemia Lee Britannia, do so swear. Those whom have wrought such grievous harm upon ourselves and our peoples, shall meet with a most final judgment. There was an energy within the chamber, within the men and women so attending, and within each and every person across Britannia whom were watching or listening. A stirring of vigor that grew with every word uttered by the princess. No, by the empress. It was a stirring that was now given voice as Colin stepped forth, fist raised high. All hail Her Majesty the Empress Euphemia. Long live the Empress! Long live the Empress! Long live the Empress! Heinrich's voice joined in. Long live the Empress! Augustus cried out. Long live the Empress! Every man and woman within the chamber echoed. Long live the Empress, so declared the whole of Britannia. End of chapter 94. We're finally here. After 94 chapters and the prologue, we are finally here. But wait. The best is yet to come. Britannian coronation procedures are different than that of the British. The deviations that you are all seeing thus far are entirely intentional and only have a little to do with the rather unique circumstances of Euphemia's coronation. I'll talk about it more in the snippet next chapter. Rai hasn't really had a chance to unload until now. He was pretty much tried to make this work mode for pretty much his entire duration in this time frame up till now. That stress finally caught up to him. This will likely surprise many of you, but Cole was not originally intended as a love interest for Colin, he was intended to be Euphemia's love interest. The original outline had him and Colin start getting close but not quite able to overcome certain differences in ideology, I suppose is the best way to put it. Cole is ultimately someone loyal to the Empire, whatever its faults, and Colin would have had a lot more difficulty reconciling such loyalty to the government that so discriminated against her people even as she herself basically served it by serving Euphemia. Cole would have gone to Euphemia for advice, one thing would have led to another, and ultimately Cole and Colin would have parted on at least amicable terms when he hooked up with Euphemia. Or rather, Colin would tell him there are no hurt feelings when Euphemia basically broke down after the death of her entire family. Yes, Cole was intended to deliver that heartfelt plea that Rai ended up giving to Euphemia. As I wrote more and more however that plan became increasingly infeasible, especially since Colin ended up being much more able to reconcile the contradictions in her life than I was intending and Cole ended up being, much stronger himself. By about chapter 60 I knew I was in a lot of trouble. By the end of the Hereticus kidnapping arc I knew that there was no way I could possibly break the two apart without seriously screwing up their character development. Hence my many remarks about writing myself into a corner in several previous author notes. So I needed an alternative. Which was when I thought of Rai and decided to integrate him in some way into the story, which ended up neatly solving another problem I had, how I was going to give Euphemia the information she needed to take down the Geass Directorate. In some ways Rai and Euphemia's setup is a bit abrupt. Or rather, its resolution might feel abrupt. I have been dropping hints however that Rai was attracted to Euphemia since their first meeting. And to be frank, I've already demonstrated I can do slow and steady with Colin and Cole's build-up. Now let's see if I can do snap judgment romances anywhere as well. I could have also put the thought elevator atop that volcano at Yellowstone. Except there wouldn't be much of North America left if that went off. Chapter 95. Britannian coronations have always been relatively unconventional when compared to that of other Western dynasties. The sovereigns of continental powers marked their investiture with a series of rites performed by prominent figures in whichever Christian authority was dominant in their respective lands, with the placing of the crown upon the would-be king's head as the capstone of the ceremony. Britannia on the other hand until the conclusion of the Great War actually lacked a formal crown for its sovereign, all of the British crown jewels save for the swords Caliburnius and Curtana having been lost when the royal family fled to the Americas in the wake of Napoleon's successful invasion of the United Kingdom. Upon his own ascension Ricardo von Britannia, the first emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire, swore to never set any crown but that of Great Britain atop his head. The precedence this set was carried on by all of his descendants, not excepting the Empress Euphemia. Another tradition specific to the empire was the declaration issued by the sovereign immediately before being acclaimed. During times of peace it would often be a vow to continue to safeguard Britannia's prosperity. During war, a promise to see the empire victorious over its enemies. The ceremony was also a time when the great peers of the realm would reaffirm their loyalty to the imperial family and their liege lord. It was also an opportunity for some of these very peers to be further elevated, or new ones appointed outright. This added an extra political dimension to the ceremony, with much jockeying and maneuvering for favor beforehand. Astute sovereigns were able to play such factions against each other, balancing the power at court during the early years of their reign while they continued to secure their own power. The failure of Friedrich IV to achieve this balance led directly to the emblem of blood era wherein members of the court actively murdered one another with near impunity until Charles II launched his successful coup and put a stop to the worst of the bloodletting. In the case of Euphemia I, the aftermath of the Battle of Pendragon resulted in a completely unprecedented situation wherein a significant percentage of noble patents had actually reverted back to the crown due to the deaths of effectively everyone normally in the line of inheritance. In point of fact, the Empress Euphemia, by virtue of those patents, actually held 52% of the voting seats in the House of Lords due to their hereditary nature. Combined with the number of surviving peers that had been part of the Prince Schneiesel's faction at court, Her Majesty effectively commanded a supermajority of 71%. Such concentration of power in the crown had never happened before in the empire's history, and the potential dangers inherent were something the Empress herself was aware of. Her Majesty's first step in alleviating such concerns were in the titles she granted at her coronation. By the end of her reign, the percentage of votes directly controlled by the crown had been reduced to a far less worrying 6%. Of Blood and Iron, the Reign of Euphemia I. Chapter 95. Multice Gentibus Vires. The cheers had died down, the accolades fully delivered. The audience within the chamber waited patiently for the next phase of the ceremony, the investiture of those whom the new empress would entrust with carrying out her will. Augustus had spoken at length with his niece about the matter and so knew most of what the young woman had in mind. That did not mean there would not be some surprises, but the stability of the government and its institutions were effectively assured with the appointments that would be happening, not just here but in the official proclamation that would soon be issued. Euphemia's gaze swept across the chamber, taking note of all the individuals present. There was still an energy to them, a vitality, and a drive. The day was not yet done and all knew this event, as momentous as it was only the start. And Euphemia was equally determined not to disappoint. Her eyes fell upon an aged man of dignified bearing. Reuben Nathaniel Ashford. The patriarch of the Ashford family came forward. As he made to bow, however, Euphemia raised a hand, stopping him. She then extended it to Reuben, causing a ripple of murmurs amongst the audience. This was well outside of convention. Reuben regarded the Empress quizzically but accepted the hand. Euphemia smiled warmly at him, and that much Reuben returned wholeheartedly. There be no need for such acquiescence from you, Reuben, the Empress said. You, whom were and am family to one whom we called sister. You, whom we acknowledge as family. You, whom we must call upon to serve once more. Your Majesty, Reuben said, bowing his head. Not just for my granddaughter, but for you yourself. You have but to ask, and I shall stand where you so command. Euphemia took a deep breath as she nodded. We restore to you, Reuben Nathaniel Ashford, and to your family, the Duchy of Michigan. We charge you, your grace, with the formation of a government. Lend aid to our dear uncle, in reuniting our people, our empire. The restoration of the Ashfords into the peerage had been expected. The appointment of Reuben as the Empress' preferred candidate as Prime Minister though. A few glances were snuck towards the Duke Vilhelminus, but Augustus' expression remained composed and impassive. This development had obviously been expected by the man. Expected, and accepted. And with so many noble patents having reverted back to the throne, the Empress herself effectively commanded an outright majority of the voting seats in the House of Lords. Reuben's long absence from court would therefore be nowhere as much of an impediment to his governance as it otherwise might have. To these declarations Reuben did bend down upon his knee, accepting the favor so shown and the duty that came with. As he rose, Reuben gave Euphemia a comforting smile and Euphemia returned it gratefully. The newly restored Duke Ashford returned to his place amongst the audience. Euphemia looked out once more, her eyes quickly settling on the next person of whom she would call upon. Heinrich Stottfeld. The Baron Stottfeld stepped before the Empress and executed a bow with precision and grace. I answer your summons, your Majesty, he completed the response that Euphemia had interrupted previously for Reuben. The Empress regarded the Baron with a not insignificant hint of humor. When we first met, your chosen course of action was to attempt to blackmail our person in defense of your daughter. Gasps sounded at that and curious gazes settled upon both Colin and her father. The knight's expression flickered ever so slightly. Euphemia's sense of humor could be more than a bit trying. And I would do it again, your Majesty, Heinrich declared, eliciting even louder gasps. Above my station and my wealth, is my family. Euphemia nodded approvingly. And smirked. And for that reason alone, we have deigned not to chastise you for that indiscretion. For that reason, we believe this duty to be most fitting to a man of your character. Heinrich raised a single eyebrow, something that did not escape the cameras angled towards him. Now it was not just the court but much of the empire that wondered at the Baron's seeming nonchalance. We name you Viceroy of Japan, steward of a land and people whom we have grown especially fond of. A people whom you too have seen the worthiness of. And from whom Heinrich had found the love of his life, the mother of his children. To that the Baron actually bowed his head and bent upon one knee in respectful acceptance. And gratitude. You honor me, your Majesty. In your faith, and your benevolence. The Viceroyalty of Japan. With the recent advances in the area, it was easily one of the greater prizes a noble could be granted. And despite the little banter at the beginning, that it would be granted to Heinrich was not a terrible surprise. The man was after all the father of the Empress Knight of Honor, a knight whom had Japanese blood flowing within her. Back in Japan there was a palpable sense of relief amongst its people. Their former viceroy had not forgotten them, and still held them in favor. Heinrich rose, and returned to his place. Lawrence Rauencraft. Lawrence took a deep breath and stepped forth before Euphemia and bowed. I answer your summons, your majesty. Euphemia smiled kindly at the man. Sir Kraft. We have demanded much from you since you entered our service. Not just in effort, but also in faith. We hope that you have not found that faith misplaced. The man knew exactly what Euphemia referred to, and though there were still many matters that remained obscured behind words and promises, the Empress had also amply demonstrated that she repaid such faith with the fullness of her authority. Your Majesty has given me your word more than once, Lawrence said, and has remained true every time. The faith I so placed, there is no question or doubt that I would continue to hold to it. The Empress acknowledged the words. We ask that you lend aid to our beloved uncle, for we know there to be much that need be done in the days ahead. And we see fit then to name you Duke of Seattle. Lawrence bowed. By your will, your Majesty, and by my hand. The elevation to the peerage came as no surprise. To be given a title so prestigious, however. Then again, the von Tertzental family that Lawrence's wife was from had deep ties to the province of Columbia, and the province was indeed in need of a new lord. It was not, however, the only land so bereft. Edward Fairfax Rochester. With Lawrence dismissed, it was now his old friend the Baron's turn. Edward stepped forth and bowed. I answer your summons, your Majesty. Again the Empress regarded the man before her with a degree of familiar warmth. You once bled for us, Baron, despite never having been asked to do so. And you have shown great care and love to one whom we hold dear. Yet we find ourselves unable to thank you without placing ever greater impositions. Your Majesty, the weight of your own duty is heavy, Rochester said. It is not imposition to serve and lend my own shoulders to help bear this weight. Whatever the duty, I will fulfill to my utmost. Another pledge, and another personage added to the service of Her Majesty's government. Edward Fairfax Rochester, we see fit to name you Duke of Richmond. We ask that you grant our people a lord worthy of their allegiance. I hear and I obey, your Majesty, Rochester promised. So it went, notable civilians, peers and commoners alike called forth and granted posts or titles, or both. And then one more name was called. Millicent Amelia Ashford. More murmurs were elicited. The Ashfords had already been granted much, not only their old holdings back but also immediate high standing in the House of Lords. What else did Her Majesty have in store for them? Millie stopped before Euphemia, but as she was about to curtsy, the Empress' hand was once more extended. We will not have one whom we call sister bend her knee like so. Millie smiled wryly, accepting Euphemia's hand and squeezed. I have lost one sister already. Whatever must be done, I will not lose another. Euphemia nodded solemnly and smiled in turn at Millie. Many years did you grant sanctuary and comfort to our sister. Many years did you provide what we proved incapable of. You returned her to us. And yet we in turn failed. For this I am sorry. The Empress was referring to the Princess Nunnally. Everyone watching and listening could make out that much. Now they waited to see how Millie would respond. The young woman took a deep breath. It is not you who owes Nunnally or myself an apology, your Majesty. And there is nothing for her, or I, to forgive. So long as you live, true to your heart, and retain within your heart the love that you held for her, that is and always will be enough. Truly. The words were kind, perhaps even comforting. The wound that still throbbed in the hearts of both women would take yet more to heal, however. For now though, that was enough, as Euphemia nodded. Millicent Amelia Ashford. We name you Duchess of Rothsey. A moment of puzzlement swept through the room. And then gasps sounded from a few of the audience whom recognized that particular title. Euphemia, however, was not yet done. Duchess of Cornwall. This time choking sounds could be heard, and a few gaping mouths seen. Princess of Wales, and heir primus to the throne. With very few exception, most of them being the soldiers on duty to protect Her Majesty, but even then some of them took a brief moment to acknowledge what had just happened. Everyone in the room stared at the scene before them with barely a breath being drawn. The silence was finally broken when Millie herself responded. To hold a place in trust, until a true scion of the blood is born, thus do I accept. And then it clicked. The Empress was not seeking to shift the line of inheritance to the Ashfords, she was ensuring a defined line of succession should something happen to herself. A sudden determination filled the soldiers and officers present to make sure that that eventuality was never to become necessary. Not just amongst them either, but many whom called Euphemia their liege. The two women parted and it was Princess Millicent that returned to her place amongst the audience. Without needing direction, an armsman maneuvered herself to the young woman's side. Millie gave Mikasa an appreciative smile and Euphemia nodded approvingly. The camera caught the motion as well, and across the empire the heritage of the armsman was noted, some more sharply than others. One bombshell had been dropped in the session this day. Everyone waited with bated breath to see whether more were forthcoming. Zex Matthias Vander. The Duke came before Euphemia and bowed. I answer your summons, Your Majesty. Field Marshal, Euphemia addressed the man using his military title. For many years you have served our empire, our sister, faithfully and dutifully. Gratitude for such service should not amount to asking for further service, and yet that is the manner which we find ourselves expressing. The edge of Zek's lips quirked upward. I swore an oath to serve the empire, Your Majesty. The hardship comes not from upholding it, but from being found wanting. Euphemia dipped her head slightly. Few would we say this to, but you are one whom we have never found to be so. We name you Marshal of the Empire, Sword and Shield of the Realm. Go forth, and see our enemies laid low. Zex bent down upon one knee. By your will, Your Majesty. And returned to his place. The appointment of civilian stations was done. The Empress was obviously moving on to martial ones. Victor Sandlot Arcead. The solidly built man stepped forward without hesitation and bowed. I answer your summons, Your Majesty. Euphemia favored him with a wide smile, one which Victor returned in kind. How many years has it been, Your Lordship? Since our first meeting. Nearly a decade, Your Majesty, Victor responded. And in that time I was ever so heartened to see you grow into a fine young woman. Your sister, she would be proud. Euphemia nodded, accepting the praise. That pride, Your Lordship, is also something you are deserving thereof, for we spent many years under your care. A care that we would see continued, should it be your will. Victor met the Empress' gaze and without hesitation fell down upon one knee. In her memory, in your honor, I would see my duty fulfilled, in your service. My arms, my blood, as your sword. I, Victor Sandlot Arcead, do swear myself to thy service, and place myself under the grace of thy shield. It was not completely unprecedented, for a knight of honor to swear to a new liege after the death of an old one. It was still exceedingly rare, but this was an instance where none could consider the decision by the Viscount to be in any way a mark against the man's integrity. After all, what better way to uphold his oath to his liege than to serve faithfully the younger sister that liege so treasured? Euphemia nodded solemnly. We accept thy oath to our service, and grant thee the grace of our shield. We name thee first at the table of the rounds. That elicited a few hushed murmurs and gasps. The newly appointed Empress was wasting no time filling in the rounds, emphasizing her sovereign right. The question then was what she would do with the rounds that her father had appointed. The smoking crater just outside of Pendragon was probably not what she had in mind for those rounds invited this day. Victor stood, bowed once more, and returned to his previous place. Euphemia's gaze was already shifting towards the next personage she would be calling upon. Willibald Joachim von Merkatz. The elderly figure stepped forward, his bearing dignified yet grave. The admiral knew well what was about to be asked of him and had even agreed to the necessity of it. Duty was however a heavy burden, especially when one felt as if one had not lived up to it. I answer your summons, Your Majesty. Admiral, the Empress greeted. Our gratitude, for having borne so much that we have asked. And for what is yet to be borne. We name you Knight of Two, in confidence that you will uphold the standard set by Admiral Manfredi. Willibald knelt before Euphemia. Your Majesty, I will not claim to be so deserving of your confidence, but I shall uphold to my utmost any duty your Majesty would entrust to my person. And now another seat of the rounds was filled, though again for a member whom was now deceased. The next number however, a knight already occupied that seat. What would Her Majesty do? Gino Soren Weinberg. The Knight of Three, and just moments ago the de facto commanding officer of Fenrir Regiment at the moment despite his extremely youth, stepped forward. He too bowed, and in so doing signified to all the direction Euphemia intended, and which Gino himself had acquiesced. I answer your summons, Your Majesty. Euphemia regarded the knight. He was only a year older than her and yet her father had deigned to elevate him to the highest martial order of the empire. Considering Gino did not even have the benefit of the Empress Marianne acting as a constant mentor like Anya, that implied much about the young man's competence. By all accounts that competence had been demonstrated in full during the Battle of Pendragon itself. Your liege has fallen, and your oath ended, Euphemia said. Do you consider us to be worthy of a renewal of that oath, Sir Weinberg? It was a rather blunt and straightforward question, but the fact that it was being asked at all was quite remarkable. Few were the instances where a new sovereign would even bother attempting to gain the loyalties of his predecessor's knights. And yet there was so much about this coronation that was unprecedented, so many reasons that the new empress might be in a position to actually trust in her father's knights. Had they not all fought in defense of the realm after all? Gino regarded the empress. And after letting out a deep breath bent down on his knee. My arms, my blood, as your sword. I, Gino Soren Weinberg, do swear myself to thy service, and place myself under the grace of thy shield. Euphemia smiled at the knight. We accept thy oath to our service, and grant thee the grace of our shield. We affirm thee third at the table of the rounds. So did one knight of the round retain his seat. Dorothea Melinda Ernst. And now to see if a second would do so. I answer your summons, your majesty, Dorothea said with a deep bow. Euphemia regarded Dorothea thoughtfully for a moment before responding. Our paths have rarely crossed, Dame Ernst, and we find ourselves lacking in any familiarity with your person. That is so, your majesty, Dorothea confirmed. And yet, our dear uncle, the Lord Waldstein, made mention of you many a time when he called upon our sister. A woman of heroic bearing, he so proclaimed. Though she retained her composure, Dorothea's cheeks colored ever so slightly at hearing the indirect praise. She waited however for the Empress to complete her thought. The Empire faces trying times in the days, months, perhaps even years ahead. We wonder, do you consider us to be worthy of lending your strength to serve? Dorothea cracked a smile of her own. She was not the only round that the Empress was less than familiar with. Yet Euphemia was not so unfamiliar to Dorothea herself. Bismarck Waldstein might have praised his fellow knight to Cornelia, but he had also spoken highly of one Princess Euphemia to that very same knight. The woman bent down upon one knee. My arms, my blood, as your sword. I, Dorothea Melinda Ernst, do swear myself to thy service, and place myself under the grace of thy shield. If the Empress was relieved, she did not betray it on her expression. The gratitude however was obvious in her tone. We accept thy oath to our service, and grant thee the grace of our shield. We affirm thee fourth at the table of the rounds. And now 3 of the former knights had shifted their allegiance to a new master. Next however was one whom had yet to ever pledge an oath. Laura Sandlot Arsiad. The statuesque woman strode forth and bowed deeply before Euphemia. I answer your summons, your majesty. As Laura rose, Euphemia found herself heartened by Laura's serene composure. And shared with the older woman the faintest of sorrow. They both had lost loved ones in the aftermath of the Battle of Pendragon. To Laura, a man whom would one day have taken her hand in marriage. To Euphemia, a brother she had not even known of. The Empress vowed that that loss would not be forgotten. We were blessed, with many a brother and sister, Euphemia said. And we were cursed, with far too short a time with them. Yet we find that there are others, whose love for us is of familiar warmth. We would have those bearing that love remain close to our side. Laura needed no further heeding, bowing down onto one knee. The love that is given without reserve, Laura said, and is given because your majesty loves in turn. I would not presume or hope to be considered a sister, but I will also not hesitate to be there as your majesty desires, and needs. My arms, my blood, as your sword. I, Laura Sandlot Arsiad, do swear myself to thy service, and place myself under the grace of thy shield. It took some effort for Euphemia to retain the evenness of her voice. Nonetheless, so the emotion behind it echoed with every word. We accept thy oath to our service, and grant thee the grace of our shield. We name thee fifth at the table of the rounds. So many ready to pledge themselves to her. Euphemia understood full well the magnitude of this devotion, the weight that it brought. She gladly shouldered it. Anya Alstream. The petite girl stepped forward and bowed. I answer your summons, your majesty. Unlike the rounds that had preceded her, Anya was not quite so unknown to Euphemia. She recalled the young girl that had stayed at the Imperial Aries Villa to learn etiquette from the Empress Marianne. Back then Anya had been a cheerful, enthusiastic girl. Now her stoic demeanor spoke of the heavy burden she had borne all these years. Before Euphemia could say anything, Anya suddenly fell to one knee. My arms, my blood, as your sword. I, Anya Alstream, do swear myself to thy service, and place myself under the grace of thy shield. Euphemia blinked. She said nothing for several moments as the words sank in. By tradition the sovereign would say a few words, noting qualities that they found exemplary for why they would desire the service of the person whom came before them. Anya however had not waited. Dame Alstream, Euphemia said, gentle yet firm. Are you certain? Anya looked up at Euphemia, her eyes hazy, almost desperate. Where else do I have to go, your majesty? She asked. Whom else would have me, now that I have lost her? And then Euphemia understood. Though it might have been a burden, the Empress Marianne had also been Anya's constant companion for all these years. Without her guidance, without her care, Anya must have felt utterly lost. The Empress nodded solemnly. We accept thy oath to our service, and grant thee the grace of our shield. We affirm thee sixth at the table of the rounds. And smiled. And we vow to always have a place for you by our side. To that Anya finally smiled, joy and gratitude giving color to her cheeks. Another round so appointed by her father. Another round whom swore a new oath to Euphemia. That brought the count to 4, but few doubted it would go yet higher this day. The next woman that was called forth had no need to speak new vows however. Valeta Anastasia knew. The dark-skinned woman stepped forth and bowed. I answer your summons, your majesty. The smile that Euphemia favored Valeta was of warmth and gratitude. Dame Nu. You came to us, with passion and pride. When we found ourselves in need, you answered without hesitation or doubt. You have stood with us, ever mindful of your duty, ever patient with our temperance. That elicited a smile from Valeta herself. The Empress could be quite disciplined in her actions. She could also show almost reckless daring. We are of firm belief that you will rise to whatever charge is set before you. And thus we name the 8th at the table of the rounds. Not 7th, more than one person noted. That had to be intentional. Either Her Majesty was not intending to fill all of the seats, or she intended to reserve that number for someone else. Valeta bent down upon one knee. I will uphold my duty, your Majesty. In honor of your trust, and in memory of his. Euphemia nodded solemnly, knowing full well just whom Valeta referred to. The Empress felt a pang of guilt, as she watched Valeta return to her place. How few of her guard remained, how few from those that answered the call issued by one Jonathan Eyre. And how she wished that the man would have been here this day, so that she could thank him for seeing her this far. Euphemia took a deep breath of her own. There would be time for such thoughts later. Right now she still had other matters to attend to. Nonet Enneagram. The knight strode confidently before the Empress and bowed. I answer your summons, your Majesty. The Empress regarded the older woman. She remembered Nonet well, the woman having been a close friend of Cornelia and another pupil of the Empress Marianne. Both her sister and Nonet had also been close friends with one Aurelia Legin, until certain events in Cornelia's career resulted in a rupture with the other noble woman. Now of the three, only Nonet remained. Euphemia wondered what the knight thought of that. Dame Enneagram. We ask of you, as we have asked of your fellow knights. Would you swear an oath to us? The smile that Nonet directed at Euphemia was wide and bright. Even at times like this the woman's confidence was seemingly insurmountable. There was however no hesitation as she knelt before Euphemia. My charge from His Majesty was the safety of those he deemed worthy of succeeding him, your Majesty. I see no reason why that charge has ended with your ascension, for you have demonstrated unequivocally your worthiness. My arms, my blood, as your sword. I, Nonet Enneagram, do swear myself to thy service, and place myself under the grace of thy shield. We accept thy oath to our service, and grant thee the grace of our shield. We affirm thee 9th at the table of the rounds. Only one last rounds remained, though seeing as there at least 2 places before her that could be filled, Monica would need to wait just a bit longer. Hopefully the braces she was using would allow her legs to hold out until then. And then the next personage was called upon. Gilbert George Percival Guilford. The knight had been expecting it. The manner in which his expression twisted made clear he had also been dreading it. He nevertheless stepped forward and bowed before the Empress, the beloved sister of the woman he had sworn his life to. And whom had left him behind. I answer your summons, your Majesty, Gilbert said, his voice strained with emotion. Euphemia regarded the knight with sympathy and compassion. When she spoke, her own voice carried a hint of the shared sorrow. Sir Guilford. For all the years that you stood by our sister's side, for the service you rendered so honorably and faithfully. You have our sincerest gratitude. We would ask, that you remain. Your Majesty. Euphemia blinked and the others behind Gilbert also were momentarily taken aback. One did not interrupt the newly anointed sovereign when they spoke, it simply was not done. Yet Gilbert had done it, perhaps because he was one of the few that would be forgiven for it. The knight fell to a knee. My apologies, your Majesty, the knight said, his voice sounding ever more distraught. I know what you would ask of me, and I am honored beyond words. And yet, I cannot. My lord has passed, I would not be forsworn should I pledge myself to your service. Gilbert looked up, tears glistening in his eyes. But I cannot. Forgive me, your Majesty, but, I cannot. Euphemia regarded Gilbert, her own expression fully mirroring the grief that the man expressed. She reached forth, caressing his cheeks gently. We will not have your love for our sister be the cause of further anguish and pain, Euphemia said. I will not have it so. Gilbert closed his eyes for a brief moment, a sense of relief washing over him even as he felt a flicker of shame. Euphemia, the beloved sister of his fallen liege, was asking for him to stand by her. And yet he was falling short. How could he call himself a knight of the Princess Cornelia's honor? Sir Guilford. Gilbert opened his eyes, meeting Euphemia's gaze. The Empress smiled at him once more, and the sight tore at the knight's heart. Would you swear, in her name, to stand by my side? The man's eyes widened and behind him the barest of muffled gasps were suppressed. To retain the knights appointed by her father was unusual enough, but they had all sworn new oaths to Euphemia herself. To take into her service one whom would remain sworn to another, even one whom had passed, that was utterly unprecedented. The tears dried from Gilbert's cheeks, but the man felt new ones readying to flow once more. He took a deep breath, an even greater feeling of relief welling up within. Yes, Your Majesty, he said, his voice gaining strength with every word. In the name of my lord, Her Highness the Princess Cornelia. I shall stand by your side, and answer what duty you would call upon me to serve. Euphemia once more graced Gilbert with a smile as she straightened. Then we name thee 10th at the table of the rounds. Restore to that seat the honor it once had, Sir Guilford. Gilbert bowed his head. Your will be done, Your Majesty. As Gilbert returned to his place, his eyes still shimmered slightly. These tears were however of joy and purpose. Euphemia took a deep breath to compose herself. She had not expected such a turn of events, but she could find no fault in the outcome. And in coming through it, the Empress found that she was just a little bit more at peace with her own self. It was a start. Her gaze turned to the young man to her left. Rybert Kohler. Rai's grip tightened on Cortana as he stepped before the Empress and bowed. I answer your summons, Your Majesty, he declared. The smile that Euphemia cracked this time was more of amusement than anything else. Unlike effectively everyone else whom she had called upon, Rai was a genuine unknown to the men and women bearing witness to this day. As far as most of them knew, Rai was simply a captain within the Nightmare Corps, which admittedly was a remarkable achievement for someone as young as him. Just what he could have possibly done to garner the favor of the Empress was a mystery. Then again, the Emperor Charles had also elected to appoint knights whom were seemingly lacking in accomplishments. Time would tell if the Empress Euphemia shared her father's skill in finding and fostering diamonds in the rough. It has been a long journey for you, has it not, Captain? Euphemia asked. Rai smiled slightly at the Empress. That it has, Your Majesty. Do you hold any regrets, any things you wish could be undone? The smile disappeared. Many things, Your Majesty. Euphemia nodded in acknowledgement. And what do you intend to do with these regrets, Captain? There is nothing to be done, Your Majesty, Rai answered. The past is, past. The future, that may yet be changed. And though I am but one person, I can still play a role in bringing about a future that I will not regret, Your Majesty. The nod this time from Euphemia was in approval. We would ask that you stand by our side, Sir Kohler. Rai knelt. My blood, your blood. My heart, your heart. By your grace may I, Rybert Kohler, serve, as your sword, as your shield. That, was not the standard oath of allegiance. But then again, 400 years was a long time, and Euphemia easily saw the parallels between the one Rai uttered and that used by her other knights. In some ways Rai would always be a person out of time, but there was a deeper meaning to those words than just him falling back on what was familiar. Rai had sworn that oath once before. For him to do it again, was a step in making peace with his own losses. And together, perhaps the two of them would be able to make each other whole. We accept thy oath to our service, and grant thee the grace of our shield, and we name the 11th at the table of the rounds. Rai rose and returned to his place at Euphemia's left. And then they were on to the 12th. Yet there remained two persons whom might enter into that role, the one whom currently held that number and another whom represented Her Majesty's honor already. Unless Euphemia was intentionally reserving one Colin Statfeld's appointment for some reason. The woman in question remained impassive as she held on to Caliburnus. There was no hint of worry or impatience on her face, only a certainty of purpose. The audience had not long to wait for their questions to be answered. Monica Krzyzewski. Not long, but a bit more. The knight moved as gracefully as she could, though the stiffness of her motion was still quite evident. Euphemia however remained patient and waited for Monica to come before her and bow. I answer your summons, Your Majesty. Euphemia regarded the knight. We remember well, when you first came before us, Dame Krzyzewski. You claimed common cause, and we were slow to believe. Yet now, we do believe, and would have you stand by us. Monica flashed an irreverent smile, perhaps one as wide as Nonet's. She still winced a bit as she came down onto one knee, however. You showed prudence, and determination, Your Majesty, the knight said. And will. Such are the qualities of a sovereign I would pay homage to. My arms, my blood, as your sword. I, Monica Krzyzewski, do swear myself to thy service, and place myself under the grace of thy shield. We accept thy oath to our service, and grant thee the grace of our shield. We affirm thee 12th at the table of the rounds. Of the knights of the round so appointed by her father, the Empress Euphemia had now taken into her own service 5 of them. Had Bismarck or Michel been alive, there was little doubt that number would have been raised to 7. As for Luciano, the former knight of 10 had served in a different manner, as an abject example of the thoroughness with which the Empress dealt with those that displeased her. As Monica slowly fell back, a thought flickered through the crowd. Had perhaps the Lady Statfeld also disappointed Her Majesty in some manner? Or was she placed last due to the heights the Empress intended to elevate her to? Colin Statfeld Kaujaki. Now they would find out. With Caliburnus at her side, Colin stepped before her liege, her Empress. The two held each other's gaze without a flicker of hesitation or doubt. There was a time, when you would have been set on taking our life, Euphemia said. No murmurs sounded, no coughs covered up by feigning them as clearing of throats. Simply silence in the chamber as all watched and listened to this exchange between two remarkable young women. And yet now, here we stand, an oath most solemn binding us both, Your Majesty, Colin responded. Indeed so, Euphemia agreed. Do you regret having bent knee to me, Colin? Of having pledged yourself to the very embodiment of what caused your people such great suffering? Colin shook her head. Your Majesty has always been true to her word. Slow to give it, as is right, but always true. My honor, bound with yours, has not seen any loss. My pain, my joy, you have shared without reserve. And I in turn, do not doubt my choice. I am and always will be your knight, Your Majesty. The gratitude in Euphemia's smile was plainly evident. The two had indeed been through much, both apart and together. But now that they stood as one, none in this chamber doubted the two would fail in any endeavor they set themselves upon. We see before us more than a knight, Euphemia said. We see one whose passion mirrors our own. And we are heartened to so name the seventh of the rounds. And in so doing Euphemia had filled every seat at the table, a full 12 knights to serve as her champion. Few were the times when a sovereign ever had need to appoint so many, but even fewer were the times when the empire had faced so great a crisis. The rounds would serve their empress well, of that none in this room doubted. And yet Euphemia was not done. And name you Duchess of Tokyo. That caused Colin to look up, though she was not the only one taken by surprise. Then again this did perhaps explain why Heinrich had not been further elevated despite his appointment as Viceroy of Japan. All his titles would eventually pass to his daughter, but it seemed the Empress desired that Colin hold some in her own right now. Duchess of York. Colin blinked. Now she really was confused. Naming her a peer with Tokyo as her domain made sense, but what did York? The girl's mind blanked as the gasps that sounded reached her ever so sensitive ears. And she recalled just what this particular combination had resulted in before. Princess of the realm. Colin suddenly felt all of the air squeezed out of her lungs. An heir secundus to the throne. Colin gaped at Euphemia. There was no other way to describe the sheer stunned look she was giving the Empress. Euphemia apparently found enough amusement in the situation to smile at Colin. Whom better to place on the path to the throne, than one whom most vehemently does not wish to be seated upon it. That Colin's jaw was not dangling open was more due to her entire body simply being frozen than any awareness on the young woman's part. She regarded her liege, her Empress, with a mixture of shock and horror. And ruefulness. She had vowed, had she not? To stand by Euphemia, to serve her wholeheartedly and without reserve. This was the service that her liege now demanded from her. Colin inhaled, not without significant effort, before once more bowing her head. And thus this would be how she would serve. End of chapter 95. Hey! I just realized that this entire chapter was one long scene. Victor was an interesting little problem. When I included him in the story I realized that if he survived the Battle of Pendragon, there was literally no way Euphemia would not appoint him as her Knight of One. The simple reason is that while Colin might be her Knight of Honor, she's not a general, whereas the Knight of One's principal responsibilities are to serve as a commanding officer for the defense of Pendragon. Victor already has a fair bit of experience, having been responsible for the safety and security of basically every Imperial scion in Schneeisel's camp, at least when they were in the capital. I could not justify putting Colin over him, at least not at this point in time. If he had died however, I might have been able to come up with some contrived reason for making Colin Knight of One now while actual command responsibilities fell to someone else like Valletta. Since he survived, he'll be Knight of One until he retires, at which point Colin will have had enough seasoning to actually credibly assume that post, which just so happens to vacate the position of Knight of Seven for a certain other knight to be. Due to Heinrich's Germanic heritage, he actually doesn't have a middle name. And his parents elected not to give him a second first name. Just one of those little minor details, I certainly did not forget or something. So, how many of you were laughing your asses off at that ending? I think the list of unexpected successors might need to see addition. Euphemia's needing to burn a bit of political capital for her appointment of Millie and Colin into the order of succession. A bit more so for Colin than Millie. Everyone understands however that their appointments are to ensure the line of succession is defined and it is not with the expectation that the throne actually leave the Britannia family, and Colin sure as hell does not want to get any closer to the throne than she needs to. Nor Millie for that matter. The fact that they are in the succession however creates an expectation that they also bear heirs, if only to make the line of succession just a bit more solid. That's actually going to feel more inconvenient for Millie than Colin. Though poor Cole. One can imagine his reaction once he hears this news. Before any of you ask, the way seats work in the Britannien House of Lords works is a bit different than that of the British House of Lords. Seats are associated with patents of nobility and there has always been a sort of unspoken rule that if an entire line died out, the seat associated with that patent would revert back to the throne. Of course the sovereign is expected to very quickly grant the patent to someone else instead of holding onto the patent, but in this particular case so many nobles died that it's not a trivial matter to do so. As is evident, Euphemia is going to be working at that particular issue for a while. Annie and the rest of Lelich's team are currently guests of the Empire. What will happen to them will be revealed in the coming chapters. Several European governments are kind of still in denial that they're actively at war with Britannia. Probably something to do with the fact that the only fighting that's happened has been fairly distant from the European mainland. Then again, European governments being in denial about problems or conflicts isn't exactly something new or out of the ordinary. Ahem. Bismarck and Michelle are as surmised distant imperial cousins. Both are close enough that Euphemia knew them as Uncle Bismarck and Uncle Mickey. No joke. I'm not sure where the notion of Rye somehow being descended from Euphemia is coming from. I don't think I really provided any suggestions to imply such. For that matter, the only person whom I have explicitly claimed a relation to him is his mother, whom I said was the imperial chronicler. This implies that she works for the imperial family, or at the very least the empire, but that says nothing about her lineage. Why do I get the impression that some of the people who keep hoping Cole dies are in fact really Lelich/Colin shippers who still want that pairing to happen despite the circumstances of the story?